Chapter 1. The Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan's Fury, launching a large-scale assault on the lower realm. Under the Xianwang star domain, countless races stand tall and various Taoist traditions compete fiercely. In the ancient era realm, the Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan, the Chen Clan, it's been 16 years. I wonder how Xiao Wen is doing. A middle-aged woman with a noble demeanor and stunning looks wore a frown, lost in self-pity. At this moment, a tall and extraordinary man gently patted the woman's shoulder. Madam, actually, before Chen Bad Dao could finish, Yi Chenyan suddenly turned her head, filled with anger and frustration. Actually what? Are you trying to use your usual excuses to placate me? Seeing Chen Bad Dao attempting to justify himself only fueled Yi Chenyan's anger further. What do you mean I? If it weren't for your uselessness, could we have been separated for 16 years, unable to see each other even once? A dignified clan leader of an imperial clan, and you can't even protect your own son. What good are you? What good are you? By the end, Yi Chenyan was almost hysterical. Woo-woo. Watching his wife break down after venting her frustrations, Chen Bad Dao silently embraced her. His eyes were calm, but they contained the weight of countless storms, as if suppressing a raging fury. This matter actually dates back to 16 years ago. Their youngest son, Chen Wen, encountered a calamity at birth. That calamity unleashed a thunderstorm that swept across millions of miles, attracting numerous forbidden phenomena. In this world, calamities are not good omens. It is said that children born during such calamities will inevitably bring about catastrophic disasters, especially since they are from the Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan, which inherits the Heavenly Mandate and benefits from the protection of heaven and earth. Later, this commotion caught the attention of various major powers and Taoist traditions. At that time, they urgently demanded the execution of Chen Wen. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, let alone a human. Under Chen Bad Dao's insistence, the Chen clan managed to save Chen Wen through various efforts. However, as a result, Chen Wen had to be sent down to the lower realm and placed under supervision. Although the Qin clan could ensure that Chen Wen lived a stable life, they could not provide any form of support. Various thoughts flashed through Chen Bad Dao's mind before he finally said, Madam, don't worry. As long as I'm here, Xiao Wen will definitely be fine. Better be so. If anything happens to Xiao Wen, I will never forgive you, Yi Chenyan said fiercely. All right, I have everything under control regarding Xiao Wen. If anything happens, someone would have reported it by now. So don't worry, Chen Bad Dao said with a light smile as he patted Yi Chenyan's shoulder. Clan leader, it's bad. It's bad. At that moment, an urgent voice broke in. Chen Bad Dao could no longer smile, and Yi Chenyan abruptly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. The newcomer was Chen Nu, a person specifically tasked with monitoring Chen Wen's situation. Seeing Chen Nu's current state, they couldn't help but think something was wrong. Chen Bad Dao patted Yi Chenyan's shoulder to comfort her. It must be nothing, don't worry. Chen Nu was trembling all over. The expression on Chen Bad Dao's face was the most terrifying. Speak, what's going on? Chen Bad Dao raised his head to look at Chen Nu, his eyes raging with countless storms. Reporting to the clan leader, the young master, his soul plate has shattered. Chen Nu lowered his body, trembling as he spoke. What did you say? In that moment, Chen Bad Dao completely lost control. An endless killing intent surged forth, almost overturning the entire Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan like a monstrous tidal wave. At the same time, the oppressive aura of dominance erupted wildly, causing the entire Great Hall to explode into a cloud of dust. In that moment, it felt as if countless stars were about to collapse. Chen Nu bowed down, trembling, saying nothing, but the silence spoke volumes. Damn the rules, damn the constraints. This time, anyone who dares to stop me, they'll take them down. Chen Bad Dao roared with a fierce voice, his eyes shooting out a chilling, killing intent. Yi Chenyan was no longer the weak woman from before. Behind her, a vast sea of flames erupted, instantly turning half of the sky to ashes. In the next moment, she took out 2 tokens and roared, Xiao Di, Xiao Mian, your brother has been harmed. I don't care where you are, get over here immediately. Even if you have to turn the lower realm upside down, I will bear it all. Did you understand? Understood. Good. From the 2 tokens, 2 voices filled with killing intent immediately responded. Let's go, let's deal with him. Yi Chenyan crushed the tokens, roaring. At the same time, in the ancient Yuan realm, Qin Shi Town, The Chu clan. At this moment, in the Chu clan's assembly hall, a boy dressed in blood-stained clothing with disheveled hair was being held on a stone rack. Blood dripped from his limbs and clothes, continuously falling to the ground with a dripping sound. The stench of blood filled the entire assembly hall, making people feel nauseous. On the high platform, the members of the Chu family coldly stared at the boy below. Before long, the clan leader of the Chu clan, Chu Beiqiong, stood up. He coldly addressed everyone present. Upon investigation, our clan's outsider disciple, Chen Wen, developed resentment after failing to pursue the disciple of the Tai Dao Palace, Cheng Qing Shui. Taking advantage of her cultivation, he first insulted her and then brutally killed her. This act is extremely cruel, a violation of humanity, and is indeed a grave crime. After discussion within our clan, we have decided to execute him by beheading, to uphold our clan's iron LWAS. Soon as these words were spoken, a wave of angry roars erupted from the crowd. It's over. A disciple of the Tai Dao Palace has died in our Qin Shi town. We might get implicated. Kill him. He must be killed. Yes, yes, yes. If he doesn't die, our Qin Shi town will have to be buried with him. I think just killing him won't be enough to gain the Tai Dao Palace's forgiveness. He must be sent to the Tai Dao Palace for them to execute him personally. Yes, yes, yes. Only then can we gain their forgiveness. Hearing the crowd's angry shouts, Chu Beiqiong silently nodded. His goal was achieved. This way, their Chu clan would have a justified reason. Who in the ancient Yuan realm does not fear the Tai Dao Palace? That is a subordinate power inherited from the supreme Taoist tradition of the upper realm. As long as it isn't someone from the upper realm, very few can withstand the wrath of the Tai Dao Palace. And their Chu clan could not only take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Tai Dao Palace, but could even soar to great heights. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Amidst the noisy uproar, Chen Wen slowly regained consciousness. What's going on? I wasn't killed by a car? No, I've crossed over in an instant. The memories of the original body surged toward him like a tide. From the time he could remember, he had been taken in by an elder of the Chu clan. That elder had no children and regarded him as his own son. Later, after the elder died during a training expedition, he was left alone once again. However, due to his exceptional talent, he managed to thrive in the Chu clan. But the original body had fallen in love at first sight with Chu Yue, a member of the Chu clan. For Chu Yue, he had done everything he could, leaving no stone unturned. In order to help Chu Yue maximize her cultivation, he had ventured into forbidden areas more than once, just to bring back precious materials to refine her body. In addition, he had even used his unique blood from the ancient killing body to make medicine, just to aid Chu Yue in breaking through. He had made countless sacrifices like this. To put it bluntly, his efforts were more than what her biological parents could achieve. Slowly, Chu Yue began to feel unsatisfied with such levels of improvement. After meeting Luo Hao, who had come for training, the two secretly conspired and set a trap to frame him. First, they crippled his cultivation, then they extracted the essence of his divine body, and finally, they stripped him of all his treasures. In the end, he ended up being publicly executed by the Chu clan. Damn, isn't this a level of a great emperor? What a talent. In my previous life, I considered myself well-read, but I had never seen such a gem. What's most infuriating is that this kid didn't even get to eat any meat. What the hell? What use is a useless person like you? At this moment, even he, a later comer, couldn't help but want to hit Chen Wen. But scolding aside, Chen Wen had to face the current situation. As his thoughts returned, he couldn't help but curse again. What the hell? Others travel to another world, not to mention being born into an ancient family. At the very least, they can have a 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. And what about me? This is a complete dead end. Wanting to turn things around is akin to crossing out my name on the death list. How the hell am I supposed to play this? What can I even do? Chapter 2. Chaos Sequence Body, Destiny Great Furnace. At this moment, a sound of footsteps slowly approached Chen Wen's ears. Chen Wen slowly raised his head. Suddenly, a tall woman with a full chest, stunning looks, and a cold demeanor came into view. This woman was none other than Chu Yue. Her looks are indeed more beautiful than those internet celebrities in my previous life. But really, is it necessary to be so flattering? Is it gold-plated or diamond-studded or what? Brother Wen, you're really confused. Hehe, surprisingly not dead, you really have a big fate, Chu Yue remarked, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth, her cold mockery only audible to the two of them. Is this another one of those evil women's mocking acts? As a seasoned fantasy novel fan, I've seen too much of this. Thinking of this, Chen Wen forced out a cold smile. You venomous snake-like bitch didn't die. How could I possibly die? You. Chu Yue was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chen Wen had always given her the impression of a gentleman. When did he become so crude? Chen Wen's cold voice intensified. What do you mean? Did you still think I was a sycophant? Now I'm your father. Without my contribution, you're nothing. Now you come here pretending, go eat shit. You're simply vulgar. Chu Yue was both angry and furious. Shut up. I haven't finished speaking. Do you have say here? Saying this, Chen Wen looked at Luo Hao in the distance and coldly said, You two dog men and women plotted against me for my divine body source. Yet you say I was lustful and killed Cheng Qingxue. Fuck your grandpa. If I really was lustful, this Chu Yue would have long been a corpse. You disgusting people can't even find a decent excuse. Truly useless. As soon as these words were spoken, the aggrieved cultivators were instantly stunned. It seemed like Chen Wen had a point. As the saying goes, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than one's nature. Would a seasoned sycophant like Chen Wen really kill out of lust? It really didn't seem likely. Seeing the situation was not right, Chu Yue quickly adjusted her mindset and said blandly, Facts speak louder than words. Saying you wouldn't kill is merely self-justification. As for how I achieved my current success, it was all through my own hard work. The price I paid for it. Only I know that on the contrary, you, to escape guilt, don't even care about your own face. Don't you think that's shameful? I finally understand why Brother One got hooked. With this shamelessness, which sycophant wouldn't be confused. TSK. Are you referring to the 2 ounces of flesh on your chest? That's right. Some people just like this kind of thing, that gentleman opposite you. Don't you think so? Chen Wen sneered with a click and deliberately glanced at Luo Hao. You. Chu Yue was filled with hatred and anger, but still suppressed her rising emotions. To be honest, I am very disappointed in you now. When this incident happened, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, you are an outer disciple of the Chu clan. I thought that when the people from the Tai Palace came, I would find a way to plead for you. Now, I feel that I was too kind of person, like you should pay for your sins with death. You plead for me? Ha, impressive. I polished my skin with sandpaper for 10 years, but it's not as thick as yours. Chen Wen suddenly burst into loud laughter. Puffed. As he laughed, Chen Wen inadvertently spat out a mouthful of blood due to the strain on his injuries. It looked utterly tragic. Enough. At this moment, Luo Hao suddenly shouted sternly. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Luo Hao stepped forward and coldly said, Whether you killed someone or not is up to us at the Tai Palace to decide. As for the divine body source, even if we take it, so what? These things originally belong to the strong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having no power or influence, just a rogue cultivator with no background. To put it bluntly, don't even mention your divine body source. Even a single hair of yours belongs to us. The Tai Palace can make you die at 3 o'clock, and you won't live to 5 o'clock, understand? In his last words, Luo Hao's superior and commanding demeanor was fully exposed. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent crowd suddenly understood. At this point, the truth no longer mattered. To put it plainly, it was just that they had set their sights on what Chen Wen possessed. And even if the Tai Palace openly robbed him, what could Chen Wen do about it? At this moment, Chu Beiqiong also gathered some courage and shouted coldly, A dog that is about to die still dares to slander others, truly deserves to die 1,000 times. Today, no matter what, you cannot be spared. As he spoke, a powerful aura burst forth, striking accurately at Chen Wen's chest. Puffed. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Chen Wen like a tide, and he immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. The pain made it hard for Chen Wen to breathe, and his vision gradually darkened. The feeling of impending death resurfaced in Chen Wen's heart. All the people on the scene looked on with cold smiles, fully revealing their indifferent attitudes. In their view, whether Chen Wen lived or died had nothing to do with them, as long as they weren't implicated. Especially Chu Yue, her eyes flickering with a cold light, looking heartless and cruel. At this moment, she truly wished for Chen Wen to die immediately. This way, she could wash away her past stains. Once she entered the Tai Palace, Everything would be a new beginning, and she would be able to soar to great heights. As for Chen Wen, being her stepping stone was his greatest honor. Damn, I just reincarnated. Am I really going to die again? At this moment, Chen Wen really felt an urge to curse. System bro, are you there? System grandpa, I'm your turtle grandson. Please come out, okay? I can't handle jokes at this moment. After a long time without a response, Chen Wen took a deep breath and then thought in his heart, Grandpa, Grandma, Ding Grandpa, Tower Grandpa. He called out all the names of potential golden fingers he could think of, but still no response. Fuck your grandpa. Is this how you play? Others travel to another world, and so do I, not to mention a hellish start. I don't even have a damn golden finger. What the hell am I supposed to do? All right, I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. Dying early means rebirth early. At this moment, Chen Wen felt numb and hopeless. AS's life force gradually faded away. An unprecedented power suddenly erupted within Chen Wen's body. Absolute talent. Absolute fire seed passive activated. Hidden physique. Chaos sequence body passive activated. Attached golden finger. Destiny great furnace passive. Activated. Absolute fire seed. Possessing the strongest attribute. Absolutely undying. Chaos sequence body. The strongest physique in the heavens, surpassing all physiques. With 9 sequence shackles waiting to be unlocked. 9 sequence shackles can be unlocked by absorbing the Fate Nirvana liquid. Each unlocked shackle grants an absolute talent. Fate Great Furnace attributes. A combination of a system and a traditional golden finger, capable of shielding all heavenly secrets and suppressing all fate powers. Fate Great Furnace function can refine all children of fate, turning them into Fate Nirvana liquid or randomly obtaining rewards. Refining effects can stack. In an instant, a series of prompts appeared before Chen Wen's eyes. Is this my golden finger? Damn, why do I feel like I'm capable again? Chen Wen's dead heart suddenly ignited. That state was more intense than taking medicine. Do you want to activate all talents? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Add as much as you can, just keep adding. Chen Wen shouted without hesitation. He was almost dead, so who cares about the pros and cons? Just add as much as possible. Chapter 3. Chaos spans millions of miles, descending to the lower realm, absolute fire seed ignited. The source of the chaos sequence is being released. The ruined body is being repaired. The cultivation is being restored. One by one, notes appeared before Chen Wen's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled endlessly, and the source energy exploded in mid-air like sparks. Countless chaotic energies surged out rapidly from the depths of the endless sky. At the same time, various chaotic phenomena emerged, stirring up a shocking wave that left everyone breathless. Chen Wen's cultivation was also gradually recovering, an ancient aura emanating from his body, rippling with sequence marks. At first glance, it was enough to move people and leave them in awe. How is this possible? Chu Yue looked at the astonishing phenomenon in shock. Luo Hao's expression also changed drastically, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. They were well aware of Chen Wen's situation. First, his cultivation had been completely destroyed, and second, the source of his divine body had been drained clean. Right now, Chen Wen was essentially just a worthless shell of a body. Without timely treatment, not to mention recovery, even staying alive would be a problem. But now, Chen Wen was not only gradually recovering, but even the source that had been completely drained was reviving. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the legendary ancient killing body. Just then, a loud voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned to look. They saw an old man enveloped in death and life energy slowly descending from midair. Clearly, the old man was a powerful figure of the life and death realm. In this world, the cultivation realms are divided into 13 major realms: Spirit Aperture Realm, Body Forging Realm, Polar Extremes Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, Heaven and Man Realm, Life and Death Realm, Nirvana Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Emperor Realm, Saint Realm, Supreme Realm, Endow Certification Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Each major realm is further divided into 10 levels. Upon seeing the old man, Luo Hao immediately approached, bowing and saying, "Disciple greets master." Qin Mu's greedy gaze shifted from Chen Wen to Luo Hao, asking this child, "Is he the culprit you mentioned who killed my palace as disciples?" Yes, this disciple witnessed it firsthand and specially brought Master here to seek justice. Luo Hao replied repeatedly. Then, has his background been investigated clearly? Qin Mu asked leisurely. It's very clear he's just an orphan with no background. Luo Hao quickly responded. Qin Mu's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. An orphan? That's good. That way, there's nothing to worry about. Then he coldly said, You did well in this matter. No matter who it is, killing my palace's disciples must come with a price. By the way, Master, he was already ruined. How could he restore himself? Luo Hao suddenly asked. Qin Mu chuckled lightly. That's not surprising. Some top-tier divine bodies have a chance of regeneration. However, I observe that his divine body source has deficiencies. Could it be that someone acted before you captured him? As he spoke, Qin Mu looked at Luo Hao. His eyes, shining like an eagle's, filled with sharp brilliance. Damn, I really can't hide anything from this dog, Luo Hao thought. He had already had the intention to swallow the spoils when Chen Wen was recovering, but he was still discovered. Thinking this, Luo Hao immediately took out the prepared source and presented it with both hands, saying, This is that kid's divine body source. It's best if Master hands it over. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Qin Mu said with satisfaction as he accepted the source and solemnly patted Luo Hao's shoulder. This is entirely due to Master's excellent guidance. Luo Hao promptly flattered again, then looked at Chu Yue, who was full of hope, and said, This is the Chu clan disciple who discovered that kid's evil deeds with me. I asked for Master's discernment. Qin Mu understood Luo Hao and Chu Yue's little schemes all too well. He remained silent, instead looking at Chu Yue. Chu Yue tensed up and instinctively lowered her head. In the distance, Chu Beiqiong and others also became tense. This was a matter of whether their Chu clan could connect with the Tai Palace. With just one glance, Qin Mu could see Chu Yue's condition. Her talent could only be considered passable. The only thing notable was her physique. Of course, this did not mean that Chu Yue possessed a spiritual body, but rather that her body had been nourished by many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, allowing her to cultivate some unique body-refining techniques in the future. In this way, she was not entirely without merit. Just as Chu Yue's heart was sinking to the bottom, Qin Mu finally spoke. In light of her contributions, I can accept her as a disciple. Disciple greets Master. Chu Yue, being perceptive, immediately bowed down. At that moment, she completely relaxed. Simultaneously, her conviction in her choice strengthened. If she relied on Chen Wen, there would be no chance of joining the Tai Palace. Good. In the distance, Chu Beiqiong and others became so excited they could hardly contain themselves. The onlookers around also looked at Chu Yue with envy. After all, being accepted directly as a disciple by an elder was far superior to those who joined through assessments. Conversely, Qin Mu merely glanced at Chu Yue and did not speak. Luo Hao communicated with Chu Yue telepathically. Little junior sister, you can't go back on your promise to me. Chu Yue was taken aback, then replied, Rest assured, it is my honor to be united with senior brother. Luo Hao's expression brightened, his gaze sweeping over Chu Yue's chest, his eyes flashing with greed. At this moment, Chen Wen had already regained vitality, but the source of the chaos sequence was still being released. His body was still assimilating the power brought by the source. Just then, Qin Mu suddenly looked at Chen Wen, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. Master, what are you doing? Luo Hao also noticed Qin Mu's actions and couldn't help but ask. You're still young. Besides the source, the divine body's own blood is also a good thing. Not to mention, he now has newly grown divine body source within him. Qin Mu said to Luo Hao beside him leisurely. Then, Master. Luo Hao took a deep breath, gathering his courage to continue. I wonder if the disciple can have a little bit of blood? Qin Mu smiled faintly. Since you have helped uphold my palace's iron rules, you may take a strand. Luo Hao's eyes immediately lit up, and he became excited. Although a strand seemed small, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the frightening phenomenon that Chen Wen had just triggered showed the power contained within. Meanwhile, a glimmer of greed also flashed in Chu Yue's eyes, but she did not dare to voice a request. However, her inner thoughts turned even colder toward Chen Wen. Look, what's the use of just having talent? Without a background, in the end, he is still at the mercy of others time and again until he is drained completely. Then master, how do we extract it? Do you need the disciples' help? Luo Hao suppressed his excitement and asked repeatedly. Qi Mu shook his head this time. I will do it myself. You just watch. Okay, Luo Hao replied repeatedly. Qin Mu ignored Luo Hao and walked straight toward Chen Wen. This old dog, damn it. Golden Finger Senior, what should we do? Chen Wen was furious but did not lose his reason, quickly inquiring. He remembered that not long ago, a woman had helped him awaken his talent. Don't worry, he's just a tiny ant at the life and death realm. Even if he is life, he has no use for it. The voice of the woman, named Xian Hongsha, echoed again. Do you think you're very funny? I'm asking how to resolve it, not how you will. Chen Wen was left speechless. At the same time, outside the ancient Yuan realm, a man and a woman descended from the upper realm with overwhelming might. In an instant, the ancient realm of Yuan was in turmoil, with endless thunder crashing down. And at that moment, all things in heaven and earth turned into nothingness. Chapter 4. The sky has fallen. Endless Fury. The man was exceptionally handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, concealing myriad mysteries within his chest. He wore a long black robe, surrounded by a chilling aura of killing intent. As he descended from mid-air, it was as if a deity had descended to the world. At this moment, however, his brows were furrowed in anger, and his eyes surged with boundless thunder. A terrifying momentum emanated from him, causing a storm of dust to rise around. The woman was equally stunning, tall and perfect in figure, with a red lotus mark on her brow, accentuating her fiery red battle armor. This added a touch of fierceness to her already celestial demeanor. At this moment, she held a flaming spear, exuding an aura of destruction that complemented the red lotus mark on her forehead. At first glance, she resembled a goddess of war, exuding unparalleled nobility. In contrast to the man's unspoken authority, the woman displayed her killing intent and coldness to the fullest. Just then, figures from the Realm Guard Palace arrived. More than a dozen middle-aged men and women stood before Chen Wudi and Chen Hongyan, daring to ask the two lords why they were so enraged. If there's anything we can assist with, please speak up, and we will do our utmost to comply, said a middle-aged man named Zhao Long, bowing respectfully. The Realm Guard Palace belonged to a unique force, primarily responsible for maintaining stability between realms and preventing unnecessary turmoil, especially since the two individuals before them were renowned figures in the Xin Yellow Star domain. Chen Wudi was known in the ancient wilderness realm as an unparalleled genius who had not emerged for 10,000 years, his presence shining brightly upon birth. And he remained a top talent until the end of the 99 trials. He ventured alone into the demon abyss at a young age, breaking through with his own strength. And upon his return, he entered the sovereign emperor realm. Later, he chose to enter the world for cultivation and disappeared from the ancient wilderness realm. In comparison, Chen Hongyan was even more legendary. On her coming-of-age day, she single-handedly faced 1,000,000 foreign enemies. Thereafter, she wielded the red lotus prison spear at the realm's edge. Her spear energy reaching billions of miles, unmatched by anyone to this day. Thus, she was revered as the queen of the red prison, a figure no one dared to defy in her youth. Get lost. Chen Hongyan's icy gaze fell upon the realm guards like two fiery spears, while Chen Wudi, though silent, radiated a killing intent that matched hers. Just standing there brought an invisible pressure. Zhao Long and the others felt a chill run through them, their blood seemingly freezing, and their hairs standing on end. Yet, even in such fear, they could not retreat by an inch. As realm guards, their duty was to maintain stability between realms and prevent individuals from recklessly entering. If these two killing gods were allowed to enter the lower realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suppressing his fear, Zhao Long took a deep breath and said, "Please, esteemed lords, quell your anger. It is not my intention to obstruct you. There are clear regulations between realms that prohibit unauthorized crossing. However, if you insist on going, I must report to my superiors first." Inuk non zenza, di. Chen Hongyan coldly shouted, her spear trembling violently, unleashing unmatched flames. With a single thrust, Zhao Long was obliterated into a mist of blood, taking half of the Realm Guard Palace with him. The remaining Realm Guards widened their eyes, momentarily finding it hard to breathe. To kill someone over a disagreement, this was truly demonic. I've sensed my little brother's danger. This is bad, Chen Wen murmured softly, and as he spoke, his eyes erupted with blood lightning, as if the world was collapsing. Whoever obstructed him would die. After leaving those words, he turned and soared towards the sensed aura. Chen Hongyan also left a remark. You realm guards better pray that my little brother is safe. Otherwise, your entire realm guard palace will have to accompany him to the grave. As her words fell, Chen Hongyan vanished from her spot. In an instant, the realm guards felt a piercing chill throughout their bodies, an overwhelming killing intent pressing down on them like a blade to their throats. After a long while, Fengdu finally spoke. Are we really just letting them go? Another leader, Mu Chun, slowly turned his head and asked, what do you suggest we do? Fengdu found himself at a loss for words, unable to speak further. Damn it, we're just gatekeepers. Why are we risking our lives? Mu Chun said indignantly. They really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth, offending the wrong people, the Destiny Imperial Clan. In fact, our crisis hasn't been averted. That Chen Wen mentioned that his little brother seems to be in trouble in the lower realm. If a member of the Chen clan dies in the lower realm, perhaps the realm guard palace will be fine, but we who obstructed them will definitely be pushed out to take the blame, said a man named Li Chong. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's mocking smile froze. The expressions of the others also changed drastically. What the hell are you waiting for? Quickly mobilize all forces to save that Chen clan child. Mu Chen shouted urgently. Okay. Fengdu and the others hurriedly sprang into action. Useless, truly useless. Not a single one can be relied upon at a critical moment. Seeing Fengdu and the others flustered, Mu Chun felt a surge of anger. But at that moment, he too was frightened to the point where his limbs were unresponsive. If a member of the Chen clan truly died in the lower realm, it would be catastrophic. The Realm Guard Palace might be able to negotiate, but what about the 10 or so of them? They would undoubtedly be pushed out as scapegoats. Or else it would be impossible to quell the anger of the opposing side. Damn it, they worked themselves to the bone, and in the end, they would bear the greatest responsibility. Just then, another Realm Guard entered. It's bad. The Chen clan's patriarch and matriarch are also coming this way. Boom! This announcement hit everyone like a thunderclap. The previously frantic Mu Chun and the others froze in place, their pupils dilated in utter fear. If Chen Wen and Chen Hongyan were coming, there might have been room for negotiation. But now, with Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin arriving, it represented the stance of two major Destiny Imperial clans. What qualifications did the Realm Guard Palace have to withstand the fury of two Destiny Imperial clans? And what qualifications did these 10 or so useless individuals have to bear such blame? The sky has fallen. Thud! Mu Chun and the others slumped helplessly to the ground, their expressions gradually crumbling. Which bastard did this? Why the hell did you provoke a member of the Chen clan? You've ruined the whole world. If I find out who did this, I swear I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Such a troublemaker must be eradicated from the roots to prevent future harm. No, I can't just sit here and wait. I must notify the palace master. He has to bear half the blame for this. With that thought, Mu Chun immediately got up and hurriedly took out a communication talisman. Chapter 5. The sky was torn apart, cruel and violent to the extreme. At the same time, in the Chu clan's assembly hall, Qin Mu approached Chun when under the gaze of the crowd. At that moment, Qin Mu's eyes were filled with greed. In the next moment, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and the aura within him surged violently, with various marks rapidly changing in his hands. Seeing Qin Mu's actions, Chen Wen instinctively struggled, but realized he couldn't move. What the hell is going on? He thought. Xian Hong, Xiao, said lightly, your body is assimilating the chaotic sequence body, so it's normal that you can't move. Damn, I'm completely paralyzed, Chen Wen exclaimed. 9 Extremes Blood Guide. Qin Mu extended one hand, with power swirling between his fingers, and a complex pattern was circulating. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's struggle, Qin Mu paused his movements and said, Kid, don't struggle. This is your fate. Ha! As Qin Mu laughed loudly, he heavily pressed his hand down towards Chen Wen's chest. But at the moment of contact, the chaotic origin passively defended itself, transforming into a 9-colored shield that blocked in front of Chen Wen. In an instant, Qin Mu's power couldn't advance an inch. Qin Mu frowned, unconsciously increasing the force in his hand. Puff! Under the impact of the life and death power, Chen Wen spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body turning crimson. Interesting. Qin Mu smirked, increasing his strength once again. The life and death power transformed into a devouring black hole, with countless tendrils extending outwards, once again aiming to engulf Chen Wen's chest. For him, the stronger Chen Wen's protective spirit shield was, the stronger the source of this new life would be. At that time, his gains would be even greater. Thinking of this, a greedy look could not help but appear on Qin Mu's face. Ah! Chen Wen suddenly felt the power within him constantly crashing against him, and the ensuing pain felt as if his flesh was being torn apart bit by bit. In an instant, Chen Wen's face became extremely distorted, with veins the size of little fingers writhing on it, and blood seeping from his pores. The chaotic origin was indeed extraordinary, but Chen Wen was ultimately only assimilating a small part of it, and coupled with the incomplete fusion of his body, the protective shield gradually dimmed under the constant impact of power, and it could be seen that the origin was being drawn out little by little. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. All mine. In extreme excitement, Qin Mu finally couldn't help but laugh wildly, his eyes shooting out a glint of greed. Old dog, as long as I Chen Wen. Don't die. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chen Wen shouted angrily, his face contorted in rage, like a deadly ghost. Just you? Ha! You won't even have a chance in your next life. Seeing Chen Wen like this, Qin Mu became even more arrogant. The onlookers at the scene all had mocking smiles at the corners of their mouths. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. This is the end of someone who has no background and is overly proud. Do you think I, Chu Wei, tread carefully with every step for what? Isn't it to become the final winner? What if your talent is higher than mine? In the end, you still became the stepping stone for my ascent. However, being my stepping stone is not in vain for you liking me. Don't worry, I will step over your corpse, step by step to the highest point. Chu Wei's pupils burned with fierce ambition, completely embodying the posture of a winner. Quickly draw it out, quickly. Compared to Chu Wei, Luo Hao was extremely excited, wishing he could step forward to lend a hand. This way, he could soar to the heavens. Who is harming my brother? Who is it? At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. This voice came from the heavens, shaking the entire ancient origin realm. Endless thunder fell, triggering layers of astonishing phenomena. At this moment, the entire Qin Shi town felt as if doomsday had arrived, with countless beings bowing their heads, not daring to look up. Boom! The entire Chu clan assembly hall was at the center of the vortex, and the halls and ground collapsed with a loud crash, exploding into a sky full of debris. Some weaker cultivators were thus shattered into blood mist, and endless killing intent filled every corner. In an instant, wails filled the air, and the scene was tragic. Is someone from the upper realm here? At this time, powerful beings hidden in the ancient origin realm rushed out, watching everything before them from a distance. It shouldn't be. There are barriers between realms, and the realm's protective palace guards them. Who dares to be so reckless? Thoughts floated in the minds of these powerful beings. Meanwhile, everyone in the Chu clan assembly hall looked up towards the sky, especially Qin Mu, who felt his power was incredibly insignificant at this moment, no different from an ant. Fortunately, this power didn't target him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky with trepidation. The sky was being torn apart by a large hand, with endless spatial turbulence raging. The laws of heaven were like intertwined chains, being forcibly torn apart and then shattered into streams of light. In the next moment, two invincible figures stepped out from within. The sky has been torn apart. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb, an endless chill running from their heads to their toes. They had never seen such a terrifying and violent scene before. These two were none other than the arriving Chen Wudi and Chen Hongyan. Chen Wudi bought a feasted, with lightning dragons coiling around his hands, and enveloped by a sun, looked like a celestial being descending to the world. Chen Hongyan, clad in fiery armor, wielded the red lotus suppressing hell spear, with a flame lotus burning between her brows, her figure perfect to the extreme, like an unparalleled female war deity. Boom! The barrier between realms was torn apart, and the heavens rang with the sound of thunder, as if trying to suppress the two. In an instant, the thunder transformed into strands of catastrophe power, crashing towards Chen Wen and Chen Hongyan. The power of the heavenly tribulation was unmatched, capable of killing all enemies. You think a mere heavenly tribulation can stop me? Preposterous. Chen Wen stepped forward, lifting his entire being to the heavens, grabbing the tribulation power in his hand. Boom! The might of the heavens resounded, echoing through the world, seeming both a warning and a threat. In this world, no one can threaten me. With a deep roar, Chen Wen shattered all the heavenly tribulations before everyone's eyes with a single punch. In an instant, Chen Wen's momentum reached its peak, overwhelming all heavenly might, becoming the dazzling light of this world. At this moment, Chen Hongyan also stepped forward, her spear pointing straight at the endless sky. Today, whatever my Chen clan does, whoever stands in the way will die. If the heavenly way does not comply, then come and try. I, Chen Hongyan, do not mind piercing through this sky. What is arrogance? This is it. What is tyranny? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. Gulp. What the hell are these monsters? The entire ancient origin realm fell into silence. Those ancestors and unmatched strong ones, upon seeing this scene, silently lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe. They knew that the ancient origin realm had surely provoked the heavens recklessly. Soon, the movements of heaven and earth ceased, and the tribulation thunder turned into nothingness. Has the heavenly way conceded? This is impressive. Everyone was shocked and speechless. They had never seen such a scene in their long lives. At this moment, Chu Yue secretly glanced at Chen Hongyan, feeling a surge of jealousy arise in her heart, partly because of Chen Hongyan's unparalleled figure, and partly because of her strength. To say it bluntly, Chen Hongyan was the self she envisioned. As women, why do some people have everything from birth while she has to scheme and plan? It's unfair. Unfair. The more she thought about it, the more indignant Chu Yue became. At this time, Chen Wen and Chen Hongyan also withdrew their powers, scanning the crowd below. Qin Mu realized that he had been locked onto and was instantly filled with terror. But at that moment, he still made a gesture. The little man Qin Mu said, "I've met the two lords. May I ask what the two lords are looking for? I'm willing to share your worries." Saying this, he quickly lowered his body. Upon seeing this, Chu Baiqiong and the others also dared not remain seated and quickly prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with terror as they waited. "My little brother is over there." Chen Hongyan suddenly pointed at the execution platform. In an instant, the furious killing intent filled every corner once again. And in the grand hall, every thread of energy turned into a cold blade, pressing against the life gates of each person. Chapter 6. You thought no one would come to my brother's aid, right? Today, everyone must die. As the words fell, Chen Hongyan rushed towards Chen Wen's direction. Younger brother? No way. Qin Mu and the others instantly froze in place, turning their heads like corpses. What came into view was Chen Hongyan shattering the shackles on Chen Wen into dust with one hand and holding him tightly. How is this possible? It's over. This is really over. At this moment, whether it was Qin Mu or Luo Hao, they felt a chill run through their bodies, their minds turning into a mush. Younger brother, how are you? Sister is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Chen Hongyan was both angry and scared, trembling as she stuffed a 9-turns soul-returning pill into Chen Wen's mouth, channeling her spiritual power to help him refine it. What is going on? Am I not an orphan? Chen Wen looked completely bewildered. It feels like jumping from hell to heaven. No, Brother Wen, what is going on with you? Do you really have his background and still act like a sycophant? Have you lost your mind? Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new identity. At that moment, a female voice rang in Chen Wen's ears. Senior, what is going on? Can you be more straightforward? You come from the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Chen Clan. Your father is the clan leader of the Chen Clan, and your mother is the princess of the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Yi Clan. Your brother is known as the first genius of 10,000 years, the #1 person of destiny, called the primordial tyrant. Your sister has a glorious reputation, having made unparalleled contributions to the ancient wilderness realm, wielding the red lotus suppression spear to guard the domain, ensuring peace for countless generations. Revered by the world as the queen of the red prison. Is this my background? Damn. Why do I feel like I'm capable now? Brother Wen, I take back what I said before. You're not an idiot. I'm the real idiot. You can rest easy. I will enjoy this family for you. Ha ha ha. In the end, Chen Wen couldn't hold back and let out a wild cheer from the depths of his heart. In contrast to Chen Wen's ecstatic joy, Chu Yue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, completely overturned. No, this is impossible. He is clearly an orphan. I have long figured out his background. This can't be real. It must not be real. If I hadn't betrayed him, wouldn't this glory also belong to me? Could it be that I could also soar to great heights because of this? As for the title of a disciple of the Tai Dao Palace, what does that even count for? With many thoughts intertwining, a deep sense of regret surged in Chu Yue's heart, almost making her want to spit blood. But soon, her emotions changed again, deep hatred surging in her eyes. No, he must have deceived me. It has to be that way. Who has such a background and remains unaware? There's only one explanation for this situation. The other party is deliberately concealing it. Thinking of this, Chu Yue felt an urge to rush over and confront Chen Wen, becoming increasingly frantic. Is this what you call liking me? Is this the love of Chen Wen? What do you take me, Chu Yue, for? If you had said this from the beginning, would I have treated you this way? Do you know that all of this is caused by you? Didn't you say he was an orphan? What is going on now? At this moment, Luo Hao's furious roar shattered Chu Yue's self-justification. Chu Yue froze for a moment, then stammered, he did tell me that. Luo Hao's face twisted in rage. Now you tell me you heard? You filthy bitch, do you know we've all been harmed because of you? If anything happens to us, I will definitely kill you first. Chu Yue's face instantly turned pale as paper, feeling faint. At this time, Chen Wudi also withdrew his gaze from Chen Wen. The imperial bone was dug out. His cultivation was wasted. His origin was taken. A second extraction of the origin. Good. These ants from the lower realms dare to treat my brother Chen Wudi like this. Very well then. Today, everyone must die here. In an instant, an overwhelming rage surged to Chen Wudi's crown. An unmatched power erupted from within him, enveloping the entire venue. That majestic momentum crushed every thread of energy. The world was filled with roaring and howling, all sounds of slaughter. At the same time, bolts of lightning fell, the space and dust obliterated into nothingness. This is over. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of cultivators below were once again turned into blood mist. Fear and despair filled the eyes of these people, their wails echoing in every corner. Just as Chen Wudi was about to unleash a massacre, he suddenly sensed the aura of Chen Wen's divine body source on Qin Mu. So it's you, old dog. In an instant, Chen Wudi's eyes were filled with thunder, and he reached out as if divine wrath had descended. No. Please spare me, my lord. It's a misunderstanding. Qin Mu shouted urgently, genuinely frightened, his mind a chaotic mess. Chen Wudi completely ignored Qin Mu's pleas for mercy, pulling Qin Mu over from a distance. I can explain, my lord. Spare me. Qin Mu was so scared he began to spasm all over. Explain? Why do you have to explain? Chen Wudi reached for Qin Mu's head, directly using a soul-searching technique. In an instant, the venue was filled with Qin Mu's tragic screams. The sound was so miserable it made one's scalp tingle, sending chills throughout the body. As the information continued to pour in, the killing intent on Chen Wudi's face was palpable, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. In the end, Chen Wudi yanked the almost lifeless Qin Mu in front of him. You thought no one would come to aid my brother, right? Today I will show you what it means to have no one behind you. Saying this, he threw Qin Mu to the ground. At the same time, Chen Wudi pulled in the divine body source from Qin Mu's arms. Looking at the source, radiating divine aura, Chen Wudi could imagine the tragic state of his little brother. In an instant, that overwhelming rage ignited to its peak. So it's the Tai Dao Palace, huh? Today I, Chen Wudi, will erase you from existence. As the thought fell, Chen Wudi leaped into the air, his power surging, and the thunder dragons went berserk, sweeping across the vast expanse. The world trembled under the impact of the raging thunder dragons, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Boom! At that moment, Chen Wudi made his move, striking down with a punch towards the heavens, the endless thunder dragons rampaging, the world falling silent. The sky shattered like a mirror, exploding outward, cracking everywhere, with lightning racing across it. In the front, tearing the heavens apart. In the back, shattering the heavens with a punch. Is this a tyrant or a demon? As everyone watched this scene, they felt an endless suffocation. Soon, they saw that after this punch shattered the heavens, it swept across billions of miles, breaking through layers of spatial barriers. A continuous mountain range appeared in everyone's view, and at the highest point of the mountain, there was a huge palace. In front of the palace stood a towering stone tablet, inscribed with the words, Tai Dao Palace. This is hissing. Everyone gasped at the sight. From billions of realms away, a punch pierced through layers of barriers, exposing the Tai Dao Palace to view. This method is too exaggerated. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Qin Mu, upon seeing this scene, suddenly had a terrifying guess cross his mind. In an instant, his face was filled with shock and fear. He might have really broken the heavens. If he could choose again, he would never greedily covet Chen Wen's divine body source. But in this world, there are no ifs. Who dares to spy on my palace? Leave at once. In an instant, the voice of the palace's elder echoed, commanding with authority. Get lost. I'm here to destroy the palace today. As Chen Wudi roared in anger, he made his move once more. Chapter 7. Crushing the Tai Palace with one hand. Unstoppable slaughter. Chen Wudi's outstretched hand instantly transformed into a dragon claw, with heavenly thunder coiling around it, unleashing endless divine might. One could see layers of divine charm stacking up, continuously flashing with astonishing phenomena. At the moment the dragon claw took shape, the heavens and earth trembled incessantly, and the laws of the heavenly way began to crumble under the pressure of the dragon's power. Soon, the extended dragon claw enveloped the entire Tai Palace, locking down all the vital energies at that moment. This was what it meant for the sky to fall. At this moment, the ancestor of the Tai Palace could no longer hold back and rushed up from the ancestral ground. When he saw the dragon claw hovering in midair, he was completely paralyzed. In an instant, endless fear surged through him like electricity, flowing from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, leaving him icy cold all over. Did our Tai Palace violate the heavenly laws? Is there anyone who can tell me what is happening? At this moment, Qin Futian was in disarray, feeling as helpless and terrified as a small boat lost at sea. He had only been in seclusion for a period of time, and now it seemed that the Tai Palace was about to be destroyed. This feeling of despair and innocence, who among his family could understand? Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the master and elders of the Tai Palace rushed out one by one from below. Compared to Qin Futian's relative calm, Qin Xianlong and the others were almost scared to the point of losing control. They had lived for so long, yet had never seen such a grand spectacle. Who did this? Qin Futian turned around and shouted, his voice almost hoarse. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. I just came out of seclusion not long ago. I was with my female disciples. Does that count? I was with my male disciples. That shouldn't count either. Although I do practice dual cultivation. I usually just play with spirit beasts. That shouldn't offend anyone, right? Listening to the elders below self-destructing, Qin Futian was instantly filled with rage. Just listen to this. Is this something a person would do? Our Tai Palace is also considered a reputable sect. How could such things happen? The more he thought about it, the more murderous his impulse became. But anger aside, some matters still needed to be resolved. Just as he was about to plead for mercy from Chen Wudi, a voice suddenly rang out. Chen Xinji, this matter was solely caused by Qin Mu and Luo Hao. You can punish the culprits severely. As for the Tai Palace, they were completely unaware. Why not just let them off the hook? Qin Futian and the others immediately understood that it was Qin Mu's doing. Chen Wudi's pupils crackled with blood thunder, summoning endless heavenly thunder. What are you? To dare stop me? I. Jiang Taichu was both angry and furious. He was the master of the Guardian Palace, and had never been insulted like this. Shut up. If you say one more word, I will destroy your Guardian Palace as well. Chen Wudi shouted in a deep voice. Arrogant. Jiang Taichu was immediately enraged. The Imperial Clan of Destiny was indeed something he could not provoke. But being scolded like this by such a junior made it impossible for him to save face. What is wrong with our Chen clan being arrogant? If you want to battle with us, you are not worthy. At this moment, a cold voice came from the endless sky, the aura of a half-step emperor permeating the boundless void. Boom! As the heavens shook, the entire sky was shattered into white powder. Various beings of the void were suppressed, and the cries of despair echoed throughout the heavens. Puff! At this moment, Jiang Taichu, hidden in midair, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the void. It looked extremely tragic. Is this the terror of the Imperial Clan of Destiny? Everyone watching the battle felt suffocated. They realized they had offended the Imperial Clan of Destiny. Qin Futian and the others finally understood why they were facing this calamity. At this moment, they truly hated Qin Mu to the bone. Usually, his arrogance could be overlooked, but now they realized whom they had provoked. The Imperial Clan of Destiny was one of the top forces. How many of these small Nirvana realm ants would it take to die? But at the moment death was imminent, Qin Futian still held on and bowed down. I hope, my lord, that you will spare the Tai Palace for the sake of the longevity Dao Palace. Of course, we are willing to pay the highest price for this. Please forgive us. Saying this, Qin Futian lowered his body once more, giving Chen Wen enough face. Qin Xianlong and the others did not dare to be negligent and also lowered their bodies. At this time, a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. Their Tai Palace was a subordinate force of the Longevity Dao Palace. And the Longevity Dao Palace was also one of the top forces. They should not be afraid of the Imperial Clan of Destiny. Surely, no matter how arrogant Chen Wen was, he would have some considerations. Yes, they come from the Longevity Dao Palace. If it came down to it, their background might not be inferior to that of the Imperial Clan of Destiny. At this moment, Qin Mu also felt a strong desire to survive. Perhaps there was still a way out for their Tai Palace, and he, Qin Mu, might not necessarily die. Longevity, Dao Palace? That's nothing. If they want revenge, let them come. I am the one who will deal with the Longevity Dao Palace. Chen Wen roared angrily, and with one hand, he heavily grasped down. Unmatched power, overwhelming all heavenly barriers. Everyone in the venue was left breathless. They saw the dragon claw obscuring the sky and sun, pressing down with a force that shattered everything into dust. No, my lord, please. Qin Futian and the others shouted urgently. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, all the cultivators and the Dao Palace were turned into blood mist. Bang! With a single grasp, Chen Wen made the entire Tai domain explode, and all living beings within 100 miles were utterly annihilated. It's over, it's all over. Qin Mu looked at all this with a deathly pale face. He watched his family members and the Tai Palace turn to ashes in an instant, and the screams still echoed in his mind. At this moment, he finally understood what Chen Wen meant by having no one behind him. This person was too ruthless, too decisive. Chen Wen retracted his claw and suddenly turned to look at the crowd. Now it's your turn. No. This has nothing to do with us. We just came to join the fun, shouted the cultivators from Qingshi Town. That is still a death penalty. Chen Wudi's tiger eyes trembled. Slaughter resumed, and he raised his hand to unleash bolts of thunder. Puff, puff, puff. A series of cultivators didn't even have time to react before being blasted into ashes. No. The slaughter continued, and Chen Wen raised his hand to kill another group. In an instant, not only was the grand venue engulfed, but the entire Chu clan was also caught in a massacre. Run. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Soon, the entire venue was filled with cries for mercy and screams. But none of this could elicit even a shred of sympathy from Chen Wen. Thinking of how his younger brother was treated inhumanely, while these people watched coldly and even mocked, he wished he could annihilate this world. Enough. They are innocent. How are you any different from Qin Mu's ilk? As he watched Chen Wen slaughtering indiscriminately, Jiang Taichu could no longer hold back. Chen Wen suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze locking onto the middle-aged man in midair. You are wrong. What I do will be even more ruthless. Innocent? What is wrong with me killing the innocent? If you have the guts, take action. If you don't, then shut your mouth. As he finished speaking, Chen Wen struck down mercilessly in front of Jiang Taichu. Puff, puff, puff. Clusters of blood mist exploded, dyeing the sky red. Jiang Taichu gritted his teeth and watched, but did not take action. because Chun Badeo and Yi Chunin had already arrived. Once he made a move, it would all be over for him. It was absolutely not worth it to risk himself for a few ants. When only Chu Yaowei, Chu Beiqiong, Qin Mu, and Luo Hao were left at the scene after the slaughter, Chen Wudi finally stopped. At this moment, the entire Chu clan had turned into a hell on earth, with a stench filling the entire venue. Chen Wudi's gaze shifted again, landing on the four with ashen faces, and coldly said, "You four dogs. Big brother. Something's wrong with the little brother. Come and take a look quickly." Chen Wudi's words were directly interrupted by Chen Hongyan. Hearing Chen Hongyan's urgent shout, Chen Wudi could no longer pay attention to anything else and hurried over. Chapter 8. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Internal strife and mutual accusations. What happened? Chen Wudi asked urgently. At this moment, Chen Hongyan was already in a state of panic, repeatedly saying, "I just helped him refine the 9-turn soul returning pill." And he passed out. His breath is still chaotic within his body. "Don't worry. Let me take a look first." Chen Wudi comforted Chen Hongyan, then reached out and placed his hand on Chen Wen's forehead. In an instant, a terrifying force rebounded and exploded from Chen Wudi's fingers. Is this the source of chaos? And it's not just any source of chaos. Should my little brother have awakened the primordial killing body? Chen Wudi's expression changed slightly, and several thoughts rose in his mind. But it couldn't be denied that the source of chaos that Chen Wen possessed now was much stronger than before. After all, he had the original war god body, and his war god aura could conquer all, reaching the limits of both offense and defense. However, when he touched Chen Wen's forehead, he was still repelled by the source's automatic defense. "What is it?" Chen Hongyan couldn't help but ask. Chen Wudi didn't answer, but ripped open Chen Wen's blood-stained shirt. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared before them. Chen Wen's upper body was covered in 9-colored chaotic sequence patterns. Ancient divine auras flowed on it, gradually merging into Chen Wen's body. Boom! 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 At the same time, a sound like war drums echoed from Chen Wen's body, wave after wave, faintly resembling a battle against heaven and earth, unyielding to the passage of time. What a peculiar power. Chen Wudi couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, Chen Hongyan also regained her senses from her panic and noticed Chen Wen's condition as well. Chen Wudi said nothing but silently cast a series of seals to conceal the chaotic aura radiating from Chen Wen's body. Chen Hongyan immediately understood Chen Wudi's actions. Chen Wen had triggered a taboo since birth. Whether it was due to fortune or some other opportunity, they had to protect Chen Wen at all costs. After doing all this, Chen Wudi said, "I'll first take care of my little brother, and not a single one of those people can escape. Once my brother wakes up, he will personally execute them to avoid leaving behind any mental demons." "Are those for the main culprits?" Chen Hongyan's eyes instantly turned icy. "He searched Kvin Mois Memories, and there are no specific details about the events, but I can confirm they are the main culprits." "I understand," Chen Hongyan said coldly. Chen Wudi said no more and flew towards the location of the Chu clan while carrying Chen Wen. Chen Hongyan turned and walked towards Chu Yuwei and the others, with each step raising her murderous intent. When she arrived before Chu Yuwei and the others, that murderous intent had already dyed half the sky, with various ghostly howls echoing, reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "Is this a devil?" Looking at the stunning woman before them, Chu Yuwei and the others felt their minds shaken, struggling to breathe under the pressure of that killing intent. "I want the truth. Who is the mastermind?" Chen Hongyan coldly declared, her killing intent palpable. "It's her." Both Qin Mu and Chu Beiqiong pointed at Chu Yuwei. At this moment, they were genuinely afraid. "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." Chu Yuwei quickly shook her head, frantically denying it. "Did I ask you to speak?" Chen Hongyan reprimanded, raising her hand and striking Chu Yuwei to the ground. The next moment, she reached out with her other hand and grabbed Chu Yuwei. "You have no right to explain." Ignoring Chu Yuwei's struggles and fear, Chen Hongyan directly used the soul-searching technique. As she continuously received memories, Chen Hongyan's expression grew darker until the killing intent surged to her crown. Her little brother had sacrificed so much, yet this was the betrayal he received. Destroy cultivation, dig out the source, publicly judge, and drain blood a second time. Damn it. You all deserve to die. You wretched servant. Did you ever care? My little brother treated you this way, and this is how you repay him? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. In a fit of extreme rage, Chen Wen grabbed Chu Yuwei's throat and suddenly increased her strength. Chu Yuwei struggled wildly, but darkness engulfed her like a tide. At this moment, all she felt was endless fear and regret. If, from the very beginning, she hadn't schemed and had truly been with Chen Wen, would everything have been different? With Chen Wen's love for her, he would never abandon her, and he would treat her as a treasure. At that time, she could return to the Imperial Clan with Chen Wen. That was the Imperial Clan. At this moment, she truly regretted it. As Chu Yuwei gradually resigned to her fate, Chen Wen suddenly released her grip and withdrew her strength. My big brother is right. It shouldn't be us who kill you. A wretched servant like you must be dealt with by my little brother. Chen Wen suppressed her killing intent and spoke slowly. Then, she threw Chu Yuwei to the ground. Phew! Chu Yuwei felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, gasping for air while clutching her throat, her face turning deep red. Qin Mu and the others trembled at the sight, instinctively curling up in a corner. The person before them was terrifying, especially the killing intent, which was purer and more intense than Chen Wudi's. Not one of you can escape, Chen Wen declared, swinging her spear. A beam of spear light flew past the four of them. Immediately, the four were bound by a force, and a shield enveloped them, completely cutting off their chances of escape or suicide. After finishing all this, Chen Wen then pursued the direction where Chen Wudi had left. You bastard, I'll kill you. Didn't you say he was an orphan? I'll fucking kill you. Qin Mu was the first to react, dragging his injured body towards Luo Hao, throwing punches at him. Go fuck your mother, try hitting me again, Luo Hao retaliated, pushing back and sending Qin Mu flying, his anger boiling. Already severely injured, Qin Mu couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood from Luo Hao's strike. Now you're blaming me? In the end, isn't it your own greed? That kid's divine body source is yours. Later, when you saw that kid's source regenerated, you wanted to drain it and extract blood, and it was you all along. Now you say I harmed you? I harmed your mother. I harmed your grandfather. I harmed your whole family. The more Luo Hao cursed, the more excited he became, eventually getting somewhat frantic. Qin Mu stared at Luo Hao, not acting impulsively this time. To be precise, he no longer had the strength to act. Take another look. Do you believe I can kill you right now? Luo Hao glared at Qin Mu in fury, his killing intent boiling. You. Qin Mu was both angry and furious. When had Luo Hao dared to speak to him like this? To be honest, rather than fighting among yourselves, why not find a solution? Chu Beiqiong's cautious voice rang out. Once this was said, Luo Hao's movements halted. If they could survive, who would want to die? Then he looked at Chu Beiqiong and said, So, does that mean you have a solution? Chapter 9, Chu Yuwei felt that she could do it again. The world of the self-righteous girl was invincible. Chu Beiqiong took a deep breath and said, The one who unties the bell must be the one who tied it. Don't beat around the bush, just say it plainly, Luo Hao urged. At this moment, even Qin Mu looked towards Chu Beiqiong. Chu Beiqiong continued, What I mean is, as long as Xiao Wei can get that kid's forgiveness, we will have a glimmer of hope. Luo Hao frowned slightly, saying, That kid is a sycophant, but he is not a fool. Can we really brush this off after being so cruel to him? Maybe for a normal person, it wouldn't work. But that kid is really not normal. As he spoke, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Chu Beiqiong's mouth. Over the years, that kid has done many things that lower the human threshold just to please Xiao Wei. So, as long as Xiao Wei is willing to soften up and act a bit coy, it's not impossible to smooth things over. Of course, if you think there is a better way, just pretend I said nothing. Luo Hao was instantly a loss for words. What could he do? In the distance, the recovering Chu Yuwei had a complex expression, not knowing what to think, because no one knew better than her how good Chen Wen had been to her. After a long silence, Luo Hao made up his mind. At this point, he could only take a gamble, even if it was just a slim chance. He didn't want to die. With this thought in mind, he approached Chu Yuwei and respectfully helped her up. Miss Chu, are you all right? Chu Yuwei shook her head. She was no longer in her previous miserable state. Miss Chu, please do me a favor. As long as I don't die, I am willing to serve you. Luo Hao said earnestly, his attitude extremely sincere. Miss Chu, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Here, as a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Also, if I survive this time, my life will belong to you. Qin Mu struggled over and presented his spatial ring. At this moment, he shared the same mindset as Luo Hao. Chu Yue glanced at Qin Mu and then took the spatial ring. Looking at the two high and mighty individuals bowing and scraping before her, Chu Yue suddenly felt this was the life she had always dreamed of. And all of this was brought about by Chen Wen. If she truly gained Chen Wen's forgiveness and successfully joined the Imperial family, what kind of scene would that be? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but contemplate the feasibility of the situation. Just as Chu Baiqiong had said, with Chen Wen's feelings for her, as long as she acted a bit cute, there was indeed a possibility of smoothing things over. Besides, she had never made a move. Whether it was the first time digging for the source or the second time extracting essence blood, as long as she devoted herself to Chen Wen, everything would revolve around him. Even if Chen Wen's family did not recognize her, they would not be able to find fault with her. Wouldn't everything then work out? However, once she grasped the Imperial family, all who defied her would have to die. And the first would be that Chen Hongmian, who had nearly killed her just moments ago. Also, Luo Hao and Qin Mu must not be left alive. She knew that someone had to take the blame for this matter. Otherwise, it would be hard to vent Chen Wen and his family's anger. With this in mind, Chu Yue developed a complete plan in her heart. Chu Baiqiong looked at Chu Yue's expression, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. His goal had finally been achieved. Next, the real show would begin. Chu Yue collected her thoughts and said, "Don't worry, we are now a whole. As long as I'm alive, you won't die. All right, I will rely on you then. I've long seen that you are a person of loyalty and affection." I was right, Qin Mu and the others echoed. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yue's mouth. "You all want to live? Dream on. Chen Wen only has love for me, not for you. Look, what is that?" At this moment, Chu Baiqiong suddenly pointed to the sky. In sight were two figures towering with the heavens, their aura making the surrounding laws of the heavens retreat. That invisible force distorted the entire sky, like waves crashing in succession. The most terrifying thing was their temperament. Truly unparalleled, supremely noble, and invincible. It was as if all things in the world were like ants before them. But soon, the two figures disappeared into the sky, as if nothing had happened. They were the patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial family, with powers that could easily destroy the ancient Yuan realm if they wished. At some point, Jiang Taichu had arrived next to Qin Mu and the others, his voice echoing softly. Qin Mu and the others were once again in a daze, an endless fear involuntarily spreading through their bodies. The patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial family, the ancient Yuan realm, could be wiped out with a wave of their hand. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. Only Chu Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, she was even more determined to gain Chen Wen's forgiveness and join the Imperial family. Meanwhile, Chen Bideo and Yi Qinyun had arrived at the room where Chen Wen was. "Where's Xiaowen? How is he? What's going on?" Yi Qinyun asked anxiously. "He is fine. Just sleeping. He will recover when he wakes up," Chen Wudi replied. Yi Qinyun pushed Chen Wudi aside and quickly approached Chen Wen. Upon seeing Chen Wen's grown-up appearance and the lingering pallor on his face, Yi Qinyun froze, trembling in fear. In an instant, Yi Qinyun broke into tears, her tears flowing down like a dam that had burst. Chen Bideo also looked at Chen Wen, his eyes gradually turning red, seeing his wife's unstable emotions. Chen Bideo thought for a moment and said, "Actually, he is still not." "Shut up." Yi Qinyun suddenly looked up, her tear-streaked face raised. "If it weren't for your inadequacy, Xiaowen would not have suffered this disaster, and we Wu and Ti have needed to be apart for 16 years. For these 16 years, I have not had a single day without thinking of him, not a single day without feeling guilty. We selfishly brought him into this world, but had no ability to protect him. What use are we as parents?" By the end, Yi Qinyun shouted, "I'm sorry." Chen Bideo raised his head, trying to hold back his tears. Though Chen Homian and Chen Wudi were silent, they were already in tears. "You all go out. I want to be alone with Xiaowen for a while," Yi Qinyun said, suppressing her turbulent emotions. "Let us go," Chen Bideo said to his two children before walking out. But as soon as he stepped outside, Yi Qinyun's breakdown echoed, "I was useless. I didn't protect you well, my son. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. As she spoke, she slapped herself repeatedly. Hearing this, Chinbadeo's fists clenched tightly, the overwhelming anger surging within him. At this moment, he truly felt an impulse to destroy everything. Chapter 10. Get Lost. Chen Wen finally wakes up after a long time. Chinbadeo gritted his teeth and growled. Have all those involved been killed? Only a few masterminds remain. The rest have been uprooted. Not one escaped, Chen Wudi replied. Good. Now make a big fuss until those old dogs come. I want all those involved 16 years ago to die here. Chinbadeo roared through clenched teeth. Understood, Chen Wudi said coldly. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. This is Jiang Taichu, the master of the Guardian Palace. I request an audience with you. My lord. What the hell, get lost. Chinbadeo bellowed like an enraged lion, shouting towards the door. In an instant, an invisible pressure swept through the door and struck Jiang Taichu hard. Jiang Taichu's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively erected a defensive barrier, channeling the power of the Heavenly King realm to its peak. Layers of Heavenly King power locked the space, forming multiple protective shields. Bang! But in a moment, that invisible pressure pierced through the barriers like they were glass, shattering them, and the space exploded into a cloud of white dust. This! Jiang Taichu's face turned pale with horror. Suddenly, he was pierced through, the invisible pressure flowing through him into the endless void, creating a massive hole as spatial beasts fell. The scene was shockingly dramatic. Puff! Jiang Taichu was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the main stage. His upper body was a bloody mess, hair disheveled, looking extremely tragic. This. Gulp. A group of elders from the Guardian Palace were waiting in the main hall. When they saw their master in such a state, their scalps went numb, and an invisible chill rose from their heads. Twice now, the opponent only needed to shout to send their all-powerful master flying. One could only say that this legendary Imperial Clan leader was terrifying. Jiang Taichu struggled to rise from the ground, his face grim as he silently healed his injuries. Who did he offend? Why was he always the one getting hurt? However, he also knew that Chinbadeo had held back. Otherwise, that roar just now would have been enough to kill him. After barely patching up his injuries, Jiang Taichu turned to his subordinates and roared. What are you standing around for? Call all the major families from Qingstone Town over here and make them kneel. If they can't get that Lord's forgiveness, they all have to die. Do you understand? Yes, we'll go right away. Mu Chun and the others nodded hurriedly and then left in a hurry. Useless. All of you are useless. Ow, it hurt so much. Jiang Taichu was both angry and in pain, and when he touched the painful spot, it made him jump in frustration. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. Why did you have to offend an Imperial Clan's descendant? You idiots deserve to die 1,000 times. Seeing Chu Yuwei and the others staring at him, Jiang Taichu became even angrier. Chu Yuwei and the others instinctively lowered their heads, trembling in place, not daring to make sound. At this moment, neither the Imperial Clan members nor Jiang Taichu, the master of the Guardian Palace, were figures they could provoke. Time passed slowly, and Chen Wen finally woke up from his slumber. At this moment, his chaotic sequence body had fully assimilated, his injuries healed, and the blood and energy within him surged like a vast ocean, churning like waves. In addition, his strength had greatly improved, breaking through from the two extremes realm to the first level of Yin-Yang realm. As a transmigrator, it was at this moment that Chen Wen truly felt the superiority of his body. It was no exaggeration to say that now. He could easily handle a battle that lasted 300 rounds, and even go 10 days without sleep or rest. Son, you finally woke up. Good. At that moment, Chen Wen was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and he was quite unfamiliar with the concept of maternal love. So the sudden heat made him stiffen, completely at a loss. So, I'm sorry for not being there for you. Can you forgive me, please? Yi Qinyun sobbed as she hugged Chen Wen. At this moment, Chen Wen truly didn't know how to respond. But when warm tears fell on his face, he was completely stunned, goosebumps rising all over his body. If the affection that didn't belong to him felt dreamlike, then those drops of tears were real. Moreover, they truly struck at his heart. Perhaps this was the maternal love he had longed for. Mother. Chen Wen opened his mouth, his voice sounding rough and hoarse. Yi Chen froze momentarily, then stammered. Tell me, what did you call me? Mother. Chen Wen called again. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Yi Chen immediately broke down in tears. No, it's me who made you worry. Chen Wen, for some reason, suddenly felt like crying as well. It turned out that what he had never had was so beautiful. All the voids in his heart were filled at this moment. Yi Chen trembled all over. How can you be so understanding? How could you grow up so well? How could I not protect you back then? I am useless. I am useless. Yi Chen's cries caught the attention of Chen Bideo and the others, who hurriedly broke through the door. Seeing the two of them crying together, Chen Bideo and the others froze. Chen Wen was sent away shortly after he was born. And at that time, Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi had memories, but they really didn't know Chen Wen well. One could say that this moment was their first conscious meeting, sharing common memories. After an unknown period, Yi Chen's cries finally stopped. Chen Wen gently patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Mother, I'm fine now. When you cry, I won't cry too. Good, good, good. Mother won't cry, mother won't cry. Yi Chen repeatedly said, unable to hide her smile at Chen Wen's expression. That's her useless father. Yi Chen suddenly pointed at Chen Bideo. Chen Bideo was momentarily at a loss, his mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't say a word. Chen Wen took the initiative to speak, chuckling, Father. Chen Bideo's body shook, and he replied tremulously, Look at you, so useless, get lost. Yi Chen still hadn't quelled her resentment towards Chen Bideo. I don't know who's been crying all this time. Chen Bideo muttered softly. What did you say? Yi Chen snipped coldly. Chen Bideo hurriedly said, I said my wife is right. Seeing Chen Bideo so humble, Chen Wen and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and their estrangement was subtly bridged. This is your elder brother Chen Wudi, always pulling a long face, can't even say a complete sentence. Just like your useless father. Yi Chen pointed at Chen Wudi. Mother, you got it wrong. My brother is just steady. He can really handle things when it matters. Chen Wen said with a smile. Chen Wudi's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. Yi Chen also smiled in relief. Don't be fooled by her words. I'm very satisfied with Chen Wudi. Well, Yi Chen was about to introduce Chen Hongyan when she was interrupted. Mother, I'll do it myself. Chen Hongyan came over, looking at Chen Wen, and suddenly hugged him tightly. Chen Wen's face was buried in Chen Hongyan's chest, almost suffocating. How old are you? Still acting like a child. Get away. Yi Chen laughed and playfully slapped Chen Hongyan's shoulder. Chen Hongyan casually let go of Chen Wen's song and said nonchalantly, He is my brother, not an outsider. What is the big deal? Chen Wen felt a headache coming on. Everything just now was indeed exciting, but this is his sister. By the way, do outsiders know that their goddess is such a person? As expected, all goddesses fall apart in the light of day. TSK, my little brother is really handsome. I wonder who will benefit from that fairy in the future. While sizing up Chen Wen, Chen Hongyan teased. The more she talked, the more outrageous it became. Get lost. You. Yi Chen angrily pushed Chen Hongyan away. Hey, you say I've grown up, but then treat me like a child. What is up with that? Chen Hongyan protested immediately. Yi Chen put her hands on her hips. Oh, you want to reason with me, huh? Fine, fine, you're older, you're right. Chen Hongyan shrugged. I see you're just itching for a fight. As Yi Chen said that, she raised her hand to hit Chen Hongyan. Little brother, help me. Take down this fairy. Chen Hongyan dodged and hid behind Chen Wen. Seeing Chen Hongyan like this, Yi Chen felt both angry and amused. After a while of commotion, Chen Bideo finally spoke. Little one just woke up. Let him rest for a bit. Yi Chen gradually retracted her smile, lightly patted Chen Wen's hand. Little one, if you need anything, just tell me. I promise you, your mom and dad won't treat you like an outsider. Chen Wen nodded in response. That is good. That is good. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly. Head is involuntarily reddening. Chen Bideo said nothing, stepped in front of Yi Chen, and gently embraced her shoulders. By the way, little brother, the 3 guys and 1 girl outside are specifically waiting for you. How to deal with them is entirely up to you. Chen Hongyan suddenly spoke up. Chapter 11. The Great Furnace of Destiny. Newbie gift pack. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Yi Chen changed her sorrowful expression, her eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. For a mother, Harming her children is no different from taking her own life. No matter who that person is, they must pay a heavy price. Chen Wen also immediately understood who Chen Hongyan was referring to. These 3 men and 1 woman could only be Chu Yue, Luo Hao, and Chu Beiqiu. Coincidentally, he also wanted to personally kill these 4 scoundrels. With this in mind, Chen Wen coldly said, "I know what to do now. Remember, our Chen clan may not seek trouble, but no one can ride on our heads. You want to do something? Go ahead. We will support you in everything." At this point, Chen Hongyan's voice gradually turned icy. "Even if you end up fighting against the whole world, there will definitely be 4 of us standing behind you. We will not part in death nor cease in battle. At worst, we will be buried together beneath this eternal sky." Chen Bideo, Yi Qinyun, and Chen Wudi all looked serious, their imposing aura unwavering and fearless. Chen Wen stared blankly at the 4 of them for a long time before nodding heavily. "I understand." Perhaps before this, he was moved by Yi Qinyun's genuine emotions. Now, he truly regarded himself as part of this family. These people loved him more than he had imagined. "All right, let us go out first and let Xiao Wen adjust his emotions." Chen Bideo spoke again. This time, Yi Qinyun and the others did not hesitate any longer, leaving the room one after the other and closing the door. Yi Qinyun's expression suddenly darkened. "I need to know everything Xiao Wen has experienced in these 16 years. I'll handle it right away." Chen Wudi immediately responded. "Be as detailed as possible. I don't want to miss any bit of his growth," Yi Qinyun said once more. "Okay," Chen Wudi replied and walked out. Meanwhile, after Chen Wen adjusted his emotions, he said, "Senior, are you still there? Is there something?" A female voice responded. "May I ask your esteemed name, Senior?" Chen Wen asked tentatively. "Xianhong Xiao," the female voice replied calmly. "That's a great name. You truly are a senior." Chen Wen flattered at the right moment. "Hehe, you seem to have something to ask. Just say it directly," Xianhong Xiao said indifferently. "What's going on? My flattery skills have clearly reached a high level. Why is it not working here? This person must be emotionally unresponsive. It's not my problem." Chen Wen self-analyzed before smiling again. "It's like this. Shouldn't you tell me about the functions of the great furnace of destiny and the chaos sequence body? By the way, everyone else seems to have a newbie gift pack. Since we have an existence stronger than a golden finger, shouldn't we have one too?" Xianhong Xiao replied calmly. "The chaos sequence body is the oldest physique among all realms, without exception. In addition to this, it has the potential to break through shackles and transform into an entirely new body type. What's strong about it?" Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. "The strength lies in its 9 sequence shackles. Each time one is unlocked, you gain an absolute talent. How powerful is the absolute fire seed? And every subsequent absolute talent you unlock will be no less than it. Apart from these tangible benefits, the hidden advantages of this physique are the most powerful. Under equal development conditions, it can suppress all other physiques. Moreover, every attribute it possesses is the highest, such as attack, defense, strength, etc. The Great Furnace of Destiny is the auxiliary golden finger for this physique. Without it, your physique cannot grow at all. Of course, the Great Furnace of Destiny is an independent existence with its unique functions. Its primary functions are threefold: destiny refining, destiny shielding, and destiny suppression. Destiny refining refers to refining all things in the world that possess destiny luck to obtain destiny nirvana liquid. You should know that this nirvana liquid can be used to unlock the shackles of your physique sequences. Of course, you can also choose to convert the nirvana liquid into random reward draws. But this method has a high chance of resulting in nothing. Isn't it true that destiny is graded in this refining process? The higher the grade, the better the quality of the nirvana liquid obtained? Chen Wen pondered before asking. Xianhong Xiao nodded. Destiny luck is divided into 3 types: regular destiny, legendary destiny, and eternal destiny. The classification can be observed from the color of the fate souls they condense. Regular destiny is divided into 11 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gray, black, silver, and gold, with the higher levels represented by colors higher up the spectrum. Legendary destiny only has 7 colors, known as the legendary 7-color destiny. Eternal destiny has 9 colors, This nine-colored destiny can be said to be non-existent, but theoretically, it could exist. Additionally, the destiny you refine can also choose multiple fusions. At that time, the power of the nirvana liquid can stack, and there may even be unimaginable surprises. How can I identify the possessors of destiny? Chen Wen took a deep breath and asked. These functions may not seem significant on their own, but when integrated together, they can only be described as defying the heavens. At the same time, he also understood. He was here to deal with the children of destiny. Only by eliminating them could he grow stronger. Just open the Tianjiao when you have a thought, Xian Hongxiao said indifferently. Chen Wen was about to ask what Tianjiao was when he suddenly found a dual-eyed world appearing in his vision. So this isn't a thought? Impressive. Apart from this statement, what else could he, a mere earth dog, say? Next was the shielding of destiny. Its function is simple. It can help you shield against all probing, preventing you from being killed by the heavenly rules in advance. Don't underestimate the heavenly rules of this ancient realm. The truly powerful ones are yet to come, Xian Hongxiao said leisurely. That's great. Someone like me needs such a powerful medicine. Chen Wen nodded repeatedly. As a member of the crossing army, he knew the importance of developing quietly. Silently growing stronger and then shocking everyone with his achievements is exactly what this is about. The last function, Destiny Suppression, allows you to activate a suppression field. For 10 seconds, you can suppress the opponent's strength by 10%. As you become stronger, the amount of power you can suppress will also increase, while the upper limit depends on individual performance. Of course, the duration of suppression will also increase as your strength grows. However, once the suppression time has passed, it will require a day to recover, so you need to use it wisely. This is good, very good. Chen Wen's eyes shone like those of dog. Don't underestimate 10%. It can really kill at critical moments, and most importantly, it can continuously improve. If it increases to 100%, what kind of scene will that be? Just thinking about it makes one's pores tingle with excitement. Now, let's talk about the newbie gift pack. Do you want to receive it now? Xian Hongxiao asked. Of course, I want it now. I've been waiting for a long time, Chen Wen immediately replied. Chapter 12. A family full of big shots, and I'm the only odd one out as you wish, Xian Hongxiao replied. As the words fell, a series of messages flooded into Chen Wen's mind. Supreme Chaos Art, Unknown Rank, Entry Level. Can be used to cultivate Chaos Sequence Bodies and Realm Cultivation. Great Rebirth Technique, Top-Tier Secret Technique, Growth Type Initial Insight. Can be used to change one's appearance. At the extreme, can erase all traces of the original body's rebirth, independent of fate. Chaos over Heaven Palm, Top-Tier Divine Ability, Growth Type, Entry Level. Can be used in conjunction with Chaos Sequence Bodies. Extremely powerful. At the extreme, can shatter all defenses. After digesting all the information, Chen Wen felt a sudden enlightenment, and the power within him erupted like a geyser, stronger than ever before. This is too amazing. After a long time, Chen Wen sighed. Through the information left by his original self, he also understood the rules of cultivation in this world. There are many means of attack in this world, such as martial skills, secret techniques, forbidden techniques, treasure techniques, divine abilities, and so on. Ordinary martial skills can be divided into ranks from 1 to 13. As for divine abilities, treasure techniques, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques, they are divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 tiers, as well as top tier, supreme, and legendary 6 ranks. Each type of cultivation is further divided into initial insight, entry level, minor success, major success, and perfection 5 levels. Now, he had acquired a rare divine ability, secret technique, and it was even at the entry level. What else could he say about this starter gift other than that it was incredibly amazing? Are you satisfied? Xian Hongxiao asked. Chen Wen quickly nodded, satisfied. It was simply too powerful. Keep working hard. As long as you refine enough fate, there will be even more rewards. Don't say that. Right now, I feel full of energy like the whole world is mine, Chen Wen said excitedly as he stood up. Hehe. Xian Hongxiao showed no mercy in letting Chen Wen show off. You really understand human affairs. Chen Wen felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. By the way, a part of your memory before the age of 10 is sealed. Would you like to unlock it? Xian Hongxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Memory before the age of 10? Chen Wen was taken aback, then quickly realized. No wonder the original self only had memories after the age of 10. It turned out they were sealed. I want to see what kind of memory could be sealed away. Unlock it, Chen Wen said repeatedly. As you wish. After Xian Hongxiao spoke, a massive and complex memory surged into Chen Wen's mind. It turned out that before the age of 10, his imperial bone had already been dug out by a boy named Chu Tianlong. His imperial bone was not ordinary. It was a unique supreme imperial celestial bone, known as the Imperial Bone Immortal, capable of cutting through the heavens. Those who possess such an imperial bone are destined to become great emperors and of the highest caliber. But strangely, the boy's helper only sealed his memory and did not kill him. As for Chu Yue, she was merely a tool arranged to get close to him, and he fell for her as she wished. However, that Chu Tianlong never expected that Chu Yue would not be satisfied with the status quo and would join forces with Luo how to strike at him again. The result was that things evolved to the current situation. After digesting all the memories, Chen Wen's eyes had turned icy. It was clear without looking that this was the work of an acquaintance who knew that once he died, his imperial family parents would surely come for revenge. Otherwise, unless one was a fool, they would have directly killed him. Things were getting more and more interesting. Well then, once I take care of Chu Yue and her group, I'll deal with you properly. Little brother, how's it going over there? At that moment, Chen Hongyan's voice came from outside the door. Chen Wen quickly composed himself and opened the door. Chen Hongyan's flawless face leaned in. What, wow, 7-colored fate? Upon seeing this, Chen Wen immediately felt an urge to activate the fate furnace. What's wrong, little brother? Seeing Chen Wen's changing expression, Chen Hongyan became nervous. I'm Fine. Just almost did something to you. Chen Wen suppressed his boiling emotions and said, I just haven't seen a woman as beautiful as you. And I was a bit taken aback. Not bad, not bad. Your mouth is much sweeter than your brother's. Chen Hongyan laughed, patting Chen Wen's shoulder. Beautiful indeed, but you have a mouth. Chen Wen continued to laugh. Sister, what do you need me for? Chen Hongyan's expression turned serious. It's about time to deal with this matter. All right. Chen Wen's smile faded, and he said coldly, First, kill these 4, then find Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongyan said nothing further and stepped outside first. As soon as Chen Wen arrived in the main hall, he found that Chun Badu and the others were already waiting. All 7-colored fates? Not brothers. Are you all this strong? At this moment, Chen Wen also noticed the fate souls above Chun Badu and the others' heads. He could only say that this family was full of big shots. Yet, strangely, there was a 2-bit player mixed in. For some reason, he felt a bit uneasy. Let's go. Chun Badu coldly exhaled and led the way out. In an instant, the family marched out in a grand manner, the invisible pressure making it hard to breathe. Especially Chun Badu and Yi Chenin, although they had already retracted their auras and powers. The aura of superiority still made people dare not look up. There are indeed some people who, at a glance, you cannot reach. Just standing there makes them feel one with the heavens. Soon, Chen Wen and the others arrived at the conference venue, where the 5 members of the family each had their own presence, creating an invisible atmosphere of oppression that made the originally solemn scene feel even more deadly. Is this the power of an imperial family? It truly is frightening. The crowd could only steal a glance, but did not dare to raise their heads in awe. Chun Badu's gaze swept across the venue. What he saw was thousands of cultivators kneeling on the ground, looking like a dark mass. It could be said that all the well-known families from Qin Shi Town had come. Standing before them were Jiang Taichu and other powerful guardians of the realm. Although they did not kneel, they did not dare to utter a word, trembling with their heads bowed. They could be considered to have a respectable background and had heard of the Fate Imperial family more than once. But it was only when the leader of the Fate Imperial family stood before them that they could truly feel that invisible pressure. At this moment, Qin Mu and the others were also looking up at the 5 standing above, especially at the man and woman in front. They knew that these were the true, strongest, and it would probably take just a glance for them to be killed. Chu Yue had been looking at Chen Wen the whole time. At this moment, she seemed to see that spirited, exceptionally talented genius again. But for some reason, she always felt that Chen Wen had changed. Yet if she had to articulate what had changed, she couldn't say. Could it be my illusion? No, I must be overthinking. He must still be that person who loves me deeply. Chu Yue desperately denied her own unease. Just then, Jiang Taichu once again cupped his fists and said, Jiang Taichu, did I let you speak? If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Before Jiang Taichu could finish, Chen Baidu suddenly turned his head and shouted in a deep voice. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth shook violently. The cloud layers above the conference venue exploded, and many astonishing phenomena fell. Terrifying spatial turbulence erupted. Puff! Jiang Taichu spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. As for Zhao Long and the others, they directly collapsed to the ground, their bodies exploding, a burst of blood mist erupting. In an instant, Zhao Long and the others were filled with terror, almost cursing out loud. What the hell are you doing? Haven't you learned your lesson after being hammered twice? Please don't talk if you want to show off. Can we just go home and do it? Seeing Jiang Taichu's tragic state, they were filled with both fear and anger. Isn't it better to just be a coward? Why do you have to show off? Idiot! Damn it! Chen Baidu looked at the silent scene and then said to Chen Wen beside him, Go ahead and do what you want. Your father will support you. Yi Chenin was even more direct than Chen Baidu. All right. Chen Wen nodded seriously. This is... The crowd then turned to look at the four troublemakers in the distance. At that moment, there was no pity in their eyes, only coldness. If it weren't for these four idiots, how would they have faced such a disaster in Qin Shi Town? After Chen Wen responded, he walked towards Chu Yue, a faint smile on his lips. But to Qin Mu and others, this smile was more devilish than a devil. Qin Mu and Luo Hao said in unison, Miss Chu, we are counting on you. You must save us. Chu Yue swallowed and said, Don't worry. Chen Wen loves me deeply. Everything will be fine. Great, great. We knew Miss Chu could be trusted. The two became excited instantly. Of course, I will definitely be fine, but you two may not be. Chu Yue looked at the grateful expressions on their faces and sneered inwardly. Chapter 13. No, you're not regretting. You just know you're going to die. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Wen quickly approached Chou Yue and the others. Is this Chou Yue also the destined one? This kind of waste? When he noticed the orange fate soul above Chou Yue's head, Chen Wen was momentarily stunned. No, senior, you won't tell me you're a counterfeit, right? Chen Wen couldn't help but mock. You're the counterfeit. Your whole family is a bunch of counterfeits. Elegant. I must be elegant. Xian Hongxiao self-analyzed for a moment before saying, What you see is real, proving that Chou Yue is indeed the destined one. This, fine. Chen Wen sighed helplessly. Sure enough, goddesses are all species that have seen death. But at that moment, he no longer doubted that Chou Yue was the destined one. Chou Yue took a deep breath, mustering her courage to look Chen Wen in the eye, but just happened to see Chen Wen staring at her in a daze. The next moment, she became excited. This dog admirer must be recalling past memories. I told you, he loves me to the core. I only betrayed him once. What is there that can't be forgiven? Anyway, I will wholeheartedly serve him from now on. Speaking of which, I have put in more effort. Thinking of this, Chou Yue immediately straightened up, her entire demeanor returning to that of her previous arrogance. Now it should be Chen Wen's turn to lower his stance to win her forgiveness. Of course, if Chen Wen is sincere, then she could consider forgiving his previous impulsiveness. The sky has finally cleared. I, Chou Yue, am destined to become someone of importance. With this thought, Chou Yue gradually pulled out a smile. Qin Mu and the others also noticed Chen Wen's unusual behavior and exchanged glances, as if to say, wow, there really is such a talent. We might be saved now. With this thought, they became excited. At this time, Chen Wen collected his thoughts, but a faint smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Chou Yue's mood had already changed, her expression gradually taking on a hint of arrogance. Chen Wen stepped closer to Chou Yue and finally stopped in front of her. Apologize quickly. This time, forgiving you is not out of the question, but your attitude must be good. Chou Yue held her posture, lightly pursing her lips, looking proud and self-satisfied. Seeing this, the curve at the corner of Chen Wen's mouth deepened. As a transmigrator, he had seen many things like Chou Yue. One could only say, she's just an average girl, really disappointing. Are you thinking that I would apologize to you? Chen Wen said leisurely. Chou Yue was momentarily taken aback, because that was exactly what she was thinking. But why did Chen Wen say it so bluntly? Does he not want me anymore? What is going on? Qin Mu and the others were also stunned, an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. Chen Wen, don't treat me like this. I can change my mind at any time. Cho Yue took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I was being impulsive, so I'm really sorry." Before Cho Yue had the chance to gloat, Chen Wen slapped her hard. "Idiot, did you think I would say that?" Slap. Cho Yue was directly slapped down. Half of her face nearly smashed. "You." Cho Yue was both angry and fearful. "What do you mean by you? I'm slapping trash like you." Chen Wen took another step forward, and under Cho Yue's terrified gaze, slapped her on the left cheek again. Bang! Cho Yue was once again sent flying, crashing heavily against the ruins. Thoof! Cho Yue could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's over. It's really over this time." At this moment, Qin Mu and the others felt like the sky had fallen, saying that she would definitely be forgiven. Is this it? Damn! Chen Wen had no intention of stopping. If he couldn't make Cho Yue wish she were dead, he felt he would be letting himself down. Watching Chen Wen's step-by-step approach, Cho Yue finally became afraid. All her fantasies turned to bubbles at this moment. "I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please spare me this once. I'm willing to be your servant. You said you liked me. I can serve you, whatever position you want." Seeing Cho Yue in a panic, Chen Wen shook his head. "No, you're not regretting. You just know you're going to die." That's not true. That's not true." Cho Yue frantically denied it. "Is that so?" Under Cho Yue's terrified gaze, Chen Wen suddenly stomped down. "No." Crack. Cho Yue's legs were crushed into a mist of blood, just like that. "Next are your hands." Chen Wen, amidst Cho Yue's desperate struggles, stomped down once more. Crack. This time, Cho Yue's limbs turned into mush. And yet Cho Yue could not die. The excruciating pain and humiliation left her ashen-faced, terrified beyond measure. In an instant, the whole area was filled not only with endless killing intent, but also with Cho Yue's heart-wrenching screams. Gulp, how ruthless! Qin Mu and the others had already collapsed to the ground. They knew it would soon be their turn. Chen Wen leaned close to Cho Yue's ear and whispered, "Next it will be your spiritual aperture and body. You took my things. I will make you spit them out bit by bit." No, no, no. Cho Yue shook her head frantically. Losing her limbs might still leave some hope for recovery, but if her spiritual aperture and body were destroyed, she would truly be finished. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I'll send you to heaven right away." Chen Wen's eyes were cold as he stomped down where Cho Yue's spiritual aperture was located, an unmatched chaotic power surging at his foot. "No!" Cho Yue screamed in despair, her voice echoing through the void. But just as Chen Wen's foot landed on the spiritual aperture, a shield suddenly appeared, blocking his foot. Boom! At the same time, Chen Wen was also knocked back by the force that burst forth. "Who dares to kill a member of the Cho clan? Seeking death." A cold shout echoed from within Cho Yue, reverberating in the air. The sudden change stunned everyone. What does this mean? Qin Mu and Luo, how were somewhat dazed. "Ha! It's here, it's finally here." In contrast, Cho Beiqiong was extremely excited. Only he knew that Cho Yue also had a significant background. He still remembered the scene when Cho Yue was sent over, escorted by a royal carriage for 100,000 miles, with dozens of top-tier powerhouses clearing the way. The overwhelming sacred might and astonishing spectacle still lingered in his memory. As for why they chose the Cho clan, perhaps it was because they shared the surname Cho. Later, he took the initiative to adopt Cho Yue, hoping to one day establish a connection with her. Chen Wudi and Chen Hongyan stepped forward to stand beside Chen Wen. Looking at the flowing runes on the shield and the distorted power, their lips couldn't help but curl coldly. This is a protective talisman, a life-saving measure used by some major families to protect their disciples in the lower realms. This talisman is also integrated with a teleportation array. As long as the descendants summon it, it will arrive immediately. Chen Wudi said leisurely. "Not my brother. Then why don't I have one?" Chen Wen was not concerned about Cho Yue's background. He just couldn't understand why he didn't have such treatment. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's thoughts, Chen Hongyan sighed and said, "Your situation is a bit different. Your parents will explain it to you when they have time." "All right." Chen Wen smiled helplessly. Cho Yue also absorbed Chen Wudi's words. In an instant, a strong hope rose within her. "It turns out I also have a background. Die, all of you must die." In an instant, Chu Yue's excitement turned into endless rage. "I don't care what grudges you have. Stop immediately." That voice came again. "I'll stop you. I'm just doing what I want of these dogs." Chen Wen suddenly moved, his fists crackling with thunder, an overwhelming force gathering in an instant. You dare! The voice roared endlessly. No! Help me! Save me! Chu Yue was instantly filled with terror. What does it mean to fall from heaven to hell in the quickest way? This is it. Boom! Under Chu Yue's terrified gaze, Chen Wen punched down, directly shattering the shield. Poof! Chu Yue spat out a mouthful of blood, her face ashen. She hated Chen Wen for not playing by the rules. Why didn't he wait for her family to arrive? Do what you want to do. Whoever comes will die. Chen Wen said, then looked at the distorted space. This was the sign that the teleportation array was activated. He had the ability to destroy the teleportation array, but he didn't want to. Right now, he just wanted to kill. The more that come, the more he will kill. Chen Wen's lips curled up, understanding. I have to say, having such a family as a backing is really enjoyable. Chapter 14, finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. In the distance, Jiang Taichu watched the scene, the corners of his mouth twitching. Aren't you just bullying people? How many forces in this world can compare to the Destiny Imperial Clan? At this moment, he could fully anticipate the tragic scene. Perhaps those who came to kill would bring disaster to their own clan. On the high platform, Chun Bad Dao and Yi Chun Yin remained silent, but anyone could see their attitude. It really is a case of whoever comes will die. Good dream, my love. Chun Wen elegantly raised his foot, looking down at Chu Yue, his gaze deep and cold. That gentle smile in Chu Yue's eyes was like a deadly ghost's fawn. No, I have someone behind me. They're already on their way. You can't do this, you can't do this. Chu Yue cried out in terror, her eyes filled with fear, unwillingness, and regret. That's why I want to kill you directly. Chun Wen's mouth curled into a smile, and he suddenly stomped down. No! Chu Yue screamed in horror. Bang! With one stomp, an overwhelming force exploded on Chu Yue's spiritual aperture. Chu Yue was crushed to the ground, the earth cracking in response, and dust rose into the air. It was seen that half of Chu Yue's body was directly stomped to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Chen Wen raised his foot again and stomped down on Chu Yue's head, taking advantage of the chaos of crushing Chu Yue into a mist of blood. He directly activated the Destiny Great Furnace, refining. At the same time, as Chen Wen activated the Destiny Great Furnace, an invisible force enveloped Chu Yue entirely. In an instant, the soul of fate above Chu Yue's head was pulled in. Refining complete. One portion of orange Destiny Nirvana liquid can be exchanged for one random reward. Host completed the first refining, achieving a new accomplishment, and will receive an additional chance for a random draw. Host completed the refinement of the orange Destiny, achieving an accomplishment and received an orange Destiny treasure chest. In an instant, a series of prompt sounds rang in Chen Wen's mind. Wow, it really worked. And there were 2 extra rewards. Chen Wen's eyes lit up. As for the others, they were shocked by Chen Wen's methods. Not only was it clean and decisive, but it was also ruthless. It's one thing to say that their Chun clan is not afraid of anyone, but it's another thing entirely for Chen Wen not to give Chu Yue any chance of being rescued. Rumble. At this moment, the skies suddenly trembled, and the power of the Imperial realm gradually spread out in the sky, stirring up clouds for thousands of miles. Soon, one statue after another of emperors emerged, reflecting the scene of countless people worshipping the imperial power granted by heaven, with millions bowing. This is the symbol of the imperial realm. From the level of shock at the scene, there should be quite a few people arriving, but the strongest among them is only at the imperial realm. Jiang Taichu and the others looked at this scene, revealing looks of pity. Is this considered sending heads from thousands of miles away? No matter how strong you are, can you surpass these 2 half-step great emperors present? Who killed the children of our Chu clan? As Shadow stepped out, the shout came first. The voice was like thunder, carrying the overwhelming might of the emperor, and that terrifying power spread everywhere. Outrageous! Chen Bad Dao suddenly looked up, and with a shout, he reached out to grasp the air. The unmatched imperial might instantly sealed off a space, and the terrifying and ancient laws swept through madly. Looking around, the chains of the laws of heaven and earth were all crushed as they descended, and boundless chaotic currents ravaged wildly. Goof, doof, goof. The 10 or so people who had just rushed out felt the sky was collapsing as a golden hand that blocked the sun was reaching down toward them. No! What's going on? The leading man watched as his defenses were instantly destroyed like paper, and he was immediately filled with shock. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We're just passing by, just passing by. The man reacted quickly, hastily begging for mercy. The others echoed, yes, yes, we're just passing by. We will leave right now, right now. At this moment, they knew they had hit a hard wall. At the same time, they hated that disciple who had led them here. What the hell did you provoke? We are all in trouble because of you. Chen Bad doubted T bother reasoning with these people, suddenly grabbing hard. No, we are from the Saint Clan of the Azure Sky Realm. You cannot do this. So much nonsense. Chen Bad Dao coldly snorted and directly crushed him. The newcomer instantly exploded into a mist of blood. How is this possible? Chu Beiqiong's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. After doing all this, Chen Bad Dao calmly retracted his hand. At the same time, he held a token in his hand. The token was engraved with ancient patterns, with a large character for Chu in the center. Yi Chunyan glanced at it. The Azure Sky Realm Saint Clan, Chu Clan, familiar? How could I possibly know such a small clan? I will just look for it later, Chen Badao said lightly. This family must be uprooted, not a single one left behind, Yi Chunyan said coldly. Chen Badao nodded. At this time, far away in the Azure Sky Realm, the Chu clan had no idea that their sky was about to fall. Damn, it's still my cheap old man. Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi were strong enough, but compared to Chen Badao, they were truly small fry. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Chen Wen walked towards the pale-faced Qin Mu and others. Watching Chen Wen approach step by step, Qin Mu and the others instinctively huddled together. At this moment, they were truly afraid. Three little brothers, have you waited long? Chen Wen stopped and looked at the three, speaking leisurely. Qin Mu and the others opened their mouths, but due to extreme fear, they couldn't make a sound. Look at you. So tense. Where did that strength of drawing my blood just now go? Chen Wen leaned closer to Qin Mu, speaking leisurely. Qin Mu's face was as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. Brother Luo, what do you think? Chen Wen suddenly turned to look at Luo Hao. I was wrong, really wrong. Luo Hao immediately got up and heavily bowed his head to Chen Wen, blood on his face without him realizing. Chen Wen shook his head. No, you are not wrong. Chen Wen, am the one who is wrong. After all, I'm just an ant without power, influence, or background. How can I compare with you from the Tai E Palace? Don't mention my divine body. Even a single hair on me belongs to the Tai E Palace. Brother Luo, am I being so arrogant? Does it have a bit of your style? Chen Wen leaned towards the bowing Luo Hao, speaking leisurely. Luo Hao instantly froze. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Soon, Luo Hao began to frantically bow his head again. You can go down now. Chen Wen's face turned cold, and at the moment Luo Hao bowed his head, he stomped down. Bang! Luo Hao's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering everywhere. And Luo Hao's body was slanted on the ground, still with a look of remorse. The scene was extremely tragic. Now it's your turn. If anyone is hated the most, it's undoubtedly Qin Mu for Chen Wen, because all the torment he suffered while he was conscious came from Qin Mu. No! Seeing Luo Hao's tragic state, Qin Mu instinctively started to back away. Wanna run? Chen Wen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he grabbed Qin Mu. No! Under Qin Mu's extreme terror, Chen Wen reached out towards Qin Mu's chest. In an instant, the entire venue echoed with Qin Mu's screams. As Chen Wen continued to dig, Qin Mu trembled continuously, his whole body spasming uncontrollably. Blood dripped from his body and clothes like rain. Unlike Luo Hao and Qin Mu, who used methods to dig for the source, Chen Wen was literally digging in with his hands. It was no longer about obtaining the source, but purely about tormenting for the sake of tormenting. Qin Mu's heart-wrenching screams lasted for nearly 100 breaths before he painfully died. It was truly unbearable. Chen Wen calmly tossed the lifeless Qin Mu onto the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Beiqiong fainted from fear. The crowd present felt their scalps tingle at Chen Wen's methods. Chen Wen glanced at Chu Beiqiong and stepped on his third leg. Chu Beiqiong instantly woke up from his faint due to the pain, screaming in agony. When he saw Chen Wen, His expression changed wildly, and endless fear washed over him. What about Chu Tianlong? Chen Wen suddenly asked. Chu Tianlong? Chu Beiqiong dared not be negligent, and quickly replied, That's the child brought back by my clan's Chu Beiqing, said to be his biological child. What about Chu Beiqing? Chen Wen asked again. He's dead, Chu Beiqiong responded. Gone? Chen Wen's brows furrowed. My lord, I truly haven't lied to you. I only know this little about Chu Tianlong. That kid was mature beyond his years, and he only stayed in the Chu clan for half a year before disappearing completely. Seeing Chen Wen's expression change. Chu Baikong Hu Di Den Et Lai. Then you can die. Chen Wen lifted his foot and stomped down onto Chu Beiqiong's head. No. Please. Bang. With one stomp, Chu Beiqiong's head was crushed into a pulp. What a clever Chu Tianlong, hiding so deeply. Chen Wen sneered coldly in his heart. At that moment, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, and over a dozen massive cracks rapidly opened up. Seeing this scene, Chen Bidao and Yi Chunyin slightly curved their lips. These old dogs finally couldn't hold back, huh? It's good that they came. They had waited 16 years for this moment. Chapter 15. Today, all of you have to die here. This is never-ending, is it? Jiang Taichu looked at the situation, his mind turning into a mess. As for Mu Chun and the others, they were already trembling in fear. They were not fools and could naturally sense that the newcomers were not much weaker than Chen Badao. Most importantly, there were not just one, but a total of 16 people. However, what they didn't know was who these people were actually targeting. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi instinctively protected Chen when behind them. Damn, these people can't be coming for me, right? A terrifying thought suddenly arose in Chen Wen's mind. No, Sister Shaozi, didn't you say that the Destiny Great Furnace can shield the heavenly secrets? I just pretended for half an episode and got discovered? Don't you think you're boasting a bit too much? Obviously, Chen Wen thought that it was because his chaotic sequence body was discovered that enemies came. First, I am Xiao of Xiaoyao, not Spoon of Shovel. Second, this is not a matter of the Destiny Great Furnace, but that you have already violated the Destiny yourself. Third, if you call me Sister Shaozi again, I'll blow your head off. No, what do you mean I have violated the Destiny myself? Chen Wen was confused. Go ask your parents. Xianhong Xiao said. Can't you just explain it a bit clearer? Chen Wen was bewildered, maybe noticing the change in Chen Wen's expression. Chen Hongmian spoke softly. Some things cannot be explained in a few words, but don't worry. With us here, no one can harm you. This is the battlefield of your father and mother. We just need to watch. Chen Wudi echoed, just as Chen Wen wanted to ask what it meant. The turbulent phenomena in the heavens and earth interrupted his thoughts. He saw the sky begin to surge with lines of rule chains, constantly interweaving and shining. At first glance, it looked mottled, but it flowed with ancient and mysterious rhythms of destiny. When the rules reached their extreme and sealed the entire world, the 16 cracks finally opened outward. In the next moment, tall figures, both male and female, exuding overwhelming aura, stepped out. The moment they stepped into the ancient Yuan realm, the entire realm trembled. An endless spatial turbulence boiled. If it weren't for the destiny laws established beforehand, the entire ancient Yuan realm would have collapsed. These 16 men and women had eyes like the sea, looking down on everything, appearing noble and supreme, making it impossible for people to look up to them. The group of cultivators kneeling on the ground felt nothing but endless fear. At this moment, they truly felt like a grain of sand in the world, small and powerless. Chen Badao and Yi Chunyin suddenly moved, soaring into the air, their auras rolling up. One was surrounded by heavenly thunder, countless thunders roaring and rampaging. The other was engulfed in heavenly fire, flames surging and raging. The two supported half of the sky, facing the 16 strong ones ahead, neither yielding, forming an invisible confrontation. The elder with gray hair and a youthful face at the forefront finally spoke. Chen Badao, you have gone beyond the rules. This elder came from the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Dragon Clan, and was called Long Outyin. However, compared to Chen Badao, he held more prestige in the Dragon Clan and the entire Destiny forces. This was due to his seniority, personal strength, and fair conduct. The last time Chen Wen was forced down, it was also at the hands of Long Outyin. Clearly, he was the one to settle this matter again. Chen Badao said lightly yes. I have gone beyond the rules. His attitude was very casual, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" "Impudent!" Long Outyin suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Chun Badao's eyes exploded with 1,000 zhong of thunder. "Then I'll be impudent. What can you do to me?" Long Outyin stared hard at Chun Badao. "Do you know what you are doing? No one knows better than I do." Saying this, Chun Badao's voice became deep. "Do you know what I regret the most? First, I couldn't protect my son, letting him live without parents for 16 years. Second, I couldn't protect my wife, letting her slap herself in the face for me. As a father, I am unqualified. As a husband, I am still unqualified." Saying this, Chun Badao suddenly raised his voice. "For this day, I have waited a full 16 years. Today, all of you, one and all, must die here." Boom! As the words fell, the aura of half-step Emperor Realm burst forth, and it was rapidly rising. Yi Chenyan glanced at her husband and also released all her power. Long Outyin's eyelids twitched. He could feel the fearlessness of Chun Badao and Yi Chenyan. Also, when did these two become this strong? Soon, Long Outyin's gaze passed over the two and fell on Chen Wen. At this moment, Chen Wen's eyes were red, fists clenched tightly. The fiery love of Chun Badao and Yi Chenyan moved him, filling every pore with excitement. With such family, even if he died here today, it would not be in vain for him to have crossed over. The source of the ancient killing body has been lost. Soon, Long Outyin confirmed Chen Wen's current state. As for the chaotic sequence body, it had long been shielded by the Destiny Great Furnace. Being only a half-step Emperor Realm, Long Outyin naturally could not see through it. Long Outyin slowly withdrew his gaze and fell once again on Chun Badao and Yi Chenyan. "I can understand your feelings, but rules are rules after all. Your son was born to be doomed. This is an ironclad fact. Death is his only destination. Last time, constrained by the power struggle of your two clans, he had an additional 16 years of life. Living for 16 more years is already a great grace. And you don't need to be too obsessed with this. Think about your family. The destiny given is our greatest honor. Is it really worth it to disregard the foundation of your entire family that has lasted for tens of thousands of years for one son?" At this time, the crowd was also shocked. At this moment, they finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that the reason Chen Wen was demoted was that he was doomed from birth. This was indeed a doom, as it was said that such people could overturn destiny and bring about catastrophic disasters. Therefore, such people must not live, otherwise, it would be them who would suffer in the future. So that's how it is. I wondered why these dogs wanted to eliminate me. Chen Wen gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. "To hell with the foundation. Let them all die." Chun Badao shouted in a deep voice and charged forward. Immediately, his whole body roared with thunder, crashing down from midair, with bolts of tribulation lightning colliding. At the same time, an invisible law was rapidly forming. Layers of imperial might blossoming, constantly pressing down on the entire world. In an instant, the heavens and earth echoed endlessly, as if roaring, as if howling. Chapter 16, No one in this world can threaten me. No one. Long Outyin's expression immediately darkened. The powerful figures of the Destiny forces behind him also lost their patience at this moment. For them, being able to speak to Chun Badao so calmly was already the biggest concession. But Chun Badao, oblivious to the situation, boldly declared that he would kill them. Simply audacious. "Go ahead." Long Outyin waved his hand grandly. "Good." The strong figures behind him responded in unison. They each formed seals, and the power of the universe surged forth, rapidly generating half-step Emperor rules. Ancient, domineering, mysterious, and unmatched. This was what everyone below felt. If it weren't for the deliberate suppression by Long Outyin and others, the residual might of these rules could have turned them to ashes. Soon, the sky above the ancient Yuan realm was torn open, creating an extraterritorial battlefield. The rules of the entire ancient Yuan realm simply couldn't withstand the battle of these 18 individuals. If they wished, annihilating an ancient Yuan realm would be merely a matter of raising a hand. "Little brother, little sister, protect our brother, and we will go home together later." Yi Chenyan suddenly turned her head, looked at the three below, dropped a sentence, and then charged up. "Don't!" Chen Wen was suddenly anxious. 2 against 16. How could they fight? Even if he were a fool, he would know this was a death sentence. Moreover, it was a death sentence for him. "Little brother, don't be impulsive. Our parents are much stronger than you think. Seeing Chen Wen about to rush over, Chen Hongyan stopped him. Just some insignificant characters. Our parents can suppress them with a wave of their hands. Chen Wudi added calmly from his side. Watching the two remain composed, Chen Wen's agitated emotions suddenly halted. He then looked up at the battlefield in midair. It didn't matter if he didn't look. Once he glanced, he was dumbfounded. He saw Chen Bideo's imperial rules erupt violently. Holding a towering thunderbolt in one hand and pressing out a world of countless illusions in the other. In an instant, he shattered the imperial domain built by Long Outyin and others. Even the chains of rules beside them shattered into dust. You are far from enough, Chen Bideo coldly shouted, and a heavy punch fell, causing the space to explode continuously, sweeping up chaotic currents throughout the sky. How is this possible? The 8 middle-aged men and women confronting Chen Bideo changed their expressions drastically and instinctively launched a barrage of attacks. But their attacks were instantly shattered, and they were directly sent flying by a single punch. Chen Bideo stepped forward, his aura surging, divine thunder descending, turning the entire heavenly domain into a purgatory. Boom! Unmatched power surged forth, pressing down on everything ahead. Not good, retreat quickly. At this moment, even Long Outyin's expression changed, and he instinctively shouted. But it was too late. Under the onslaught of that power, 3 middle-aged men and women were directly blasted into blood mist, their souls crushed to ashes. Yi Qinyin's methods were no less impressive than Chen Bideo's, as an ancient heavenly phoenix rose amidst the endless fire domain. An ancient and mysterious pressure engulfed the entire battlefield, incinerating every trace of energy into nothingness. The 8 people surrounding her were all suppressed, unable to resist under the scorching flames. Da Yul Hak, Yi Qianyan, like a female war god, swept her spear, causing the heavens and earth to collapse, stars to fall, and countless beings to turn to ashes. Bang! The group of 8, led by Murong Jio, were directly swept away by a single strike, their defenses obliterated. At this moment, they could no longer hold back and spewed out blood. Gather, let's gather first. Seeing this, Long Outyin finally felt fear and shouted urgently. At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Bideo said he had waited for 16 years. It was to take revenge for their previous joint punishment of Chen Wen. Such terrifying patience. Such terrifying talent. In just 16 years, he had already surpassed them, and it was an absolute suppression. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichu and others were numbly watching everything unfold. At this moment, they only felt their scalps go numb, shocked to the point of being unable to breathe. So this couple was so formidable. 1 against 8. Truly 1 against 8. Thankfully, they hadn't acted foolishly for so-called dignity. What if you all come at once? Chen Bideo coldly shouted, endless killing intent erupting from his eyes. Da you old hag. Chen Bideo stepped forward again, using the momentum of his stride to reach out towards Long Outyin and the others. A gigantic hand that blotted out the sky, entwined with imperial rules and imperial blood divine body, surged forth, various ancient Tao rhythms flowing upon it. Ancient battlefields and ancient beings burst forth from within, appearing supremely dominant and invincible. Not good, quick, strike with all your might. Long Outyin could see the terrifying nature of this giant hand and shouted urgently. The others also did not dare to be negligent, quickly unleashing their own imperial rules. Their bodies resonating like war thunder, their radiance soaring into the sky. The heavens and earth transformed into layers of protective shields. As the terrifying imperial wall trembled, the surrounding space twisted, then shattered into ashes. At first glance, it was astonishing and extremely shocking. Is that all? Then you can all die. Chen Bideo shouted loudly as his giant hand collided heavily with the imperial rules. Boom! The two forces exploded, the celestial illusions instantly shattering. Half of the extraterritorial battlefield also being crushed by the overwhelming power. No! At this moment, the voices of Long Outyin and others urgently shouted. A giant hand crushed all resistance, descending with the fastest speed upon the imperial wall in front of them. This imperial wall was their last line of defense. Crack, crack, bang. The imperial wall only held for a few breaths before being crushed, endless torrents of power rampaging everywhere. Under the pressure of that hand's power, except for Long Outyin, who barely managed to hold on, the remaining four were all blown to clusters of blood mist. A single residual force killed 4 half-step Emperor realms. Terrifying. Damn it, hold on. Long Outyin suppressed his collapsing body and quickly unleashed his imperial body, his eyes blood red. Every half-step Emperor would condense an imperial body. This was equivalent to their second life. It was also their final defense. Long Outyin watched in shock as his imperial body was crushed one by one, exploding into countless particles of dust. How is this possible? Long Outyin was numb, and he was scared. Chen Wen coldly snorted, suddenly grabbing down, forcefully crushing Long Outyin's surrounding power into nothingness. Long Outyin was like a dead dog, being firmly grasped by the neck, blood streaming down from him. But a half-step Emperor was still a half-step Emperor. The drops of imperial blood splattering on the battlefield also caused a shocking phenomenon, everything collapsing. At first glance, it was still suffocating. At this moment, a gunlight capable of piercing through eternity shot across from the other side of the battlefield. 8 figures exploded like fireballs. This, gulp. The crowd at the scene didn't dare to breathe. It was too outrageous. The half-step Emperor realm could kill at will, and not just one. The most important thing was that they witnessed it with their own eyes. This scene, which was only found in legends, was unexpectedly witnessed today. This couple is invincible. You old hag. Chen Wen pulled Long Outyin to him from a distance. Long Outyin's pupils were filled with terror as he repeatedly cried, "Brother, save me, save me. You dare." A cold roar echoed from the boundless void. The sound was like thunder crashing down, shaking the entire ancient Yuan realm relentlessly. Space cracks were opened, revealing the ascended cultivators and spatial beings being turned into blood mist one by one. The entire ancient Yuan realm fell into a state of slaughter, with all the cultivators from the heavens prostrating themselves. No one in this world can threaten me. A shocking killing intent surged in Chen Badao's eyes as he suddenly clenched his hand tightly in the vast void. Bang! Long Outyin was crushed into a mass of blood mist just like that. Chapter 17. No one can stop the person Laozi wants to kill you or looking for death. Endless rage accompanied by heavenly might exploded from the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a cloud of dust. The overwhelming pressure transformed into a cold, killing intent, pressing down towards Yi Chenyan. Undoubtedly, Long Qingbei had developed a murderous intent towards Chen Wen. Killing his brother in front of him, ignoring his warning, was a death sentence. The might of Long Qingbei could not be provoked. Want to kill Laozi? You're far from it. Chen Wen's power erupted, and the sky was filled with thunder. A Thunder Emperor's body rose to the heavens, unleashing the laws of thunder, filling the world with a chilling aura. The sound of thunder like war drums resonated through the heavens and earth, shaking and roaring. Thunder God's Warhammer. Battle the heavens, suppress the ages. Chen Wen suddenly transformed into the Thunder God, wielding the heavenly thunder hammer, and struck down fiercely into the sky. The entire sky was like a calm sea, suddenly erupting into monstrous waves, with endless thunder essence rampaging above. In an instant, the descending heavenly might was shattered by a single blow, and the infinite void was pierced through. Those present saw a shadow that was extremely grim through the torn space of heaven and earth. This person was none other than Long Qingbei. This is terrifying. A single strike pierced through the barrier of realms, reaching the upper realm beyond countless territories. Jiang Taichu and the others had their worldview shattered once again. Chen Wudi had once crushed the Tai Palace from 1,000,000 territories away with a single hand. But compared to Chen Wen, it was like comparing a minor witch to a great witch, truly far apart. My cheap old man is truly impressive. Chen Wen couldn't find words to describe his feelings, nor could he express the strength of his father. What is confidence? This is it. What is dominance? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. What a Chen Wen, you are courting your own death. Long Qingbei's voice of fury rang out again. The cowardly clown. Come out and face me. As Chen Wen roared, the imperial patterns around him released, and ancient power surged forth. His body suddenly expanded, gradually transforming into a colossal figure that reached the heavens, resonating with the heavenly might. In the next moment, Hehehe made his move, his speed reaching its peak. Another massive heavenly thunder hammer struck down into the sky. This time, the barrier between realms shattered, unable to withstand this unmatched power. Qin, standing in the ancient realm, was completely unprepared for this. It was truly Hehehe's speed that was too fast. By the time Qin reacted, he had already been struck from the ancient realm down to the ancient primordial realm. Ancient beings emerged from between the realms, looking at this scene in shock. But they dared not make a sound, fearing they would be affected. This, Jiang Taichu and the others were at a loss for words. Their worldview had already collapsed. They were no longer surprised by what was happening. Falling into the ancient realm, Qin's white hair was in disarray, and his aura was in turmoil, looking somewhat disheveled. "I was waiting for you." Hehehe instantly appeared beside Qin, his voice echoing. The person who acted back then was Qin. Qin's hair stood on end, his anger instantly transformed into endless fear. When did Hehehe arrive beside him? He hadn't reacted at all. His speed, the strength, truly terrifying. Back then, Hehehe was suppressed by him, unable to move, forced to submit and accept the fact that his son was demoted. But how long has it been? And the other party has already grown to this extent. Bang! Hehehe suddenly struck down on Qin's chest. Qin's imperial body was shattered by a single strike, and his power was scattered. Puff! Qin spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying by a palm strike. Hehehe stepped forward, once again appearing in front of Qin, raising the hammer high. "No, I was wrong." In that moment, Qin finally feared, screaming in terror. Now he realized that Hehehe had never been using his full strength, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Wrong? No. You only know that you are about to die. Hehehe sneered coldly. Enough. Just then the true big shot could no longer sit still, and with a cold shout, the heavens and earth were all bound. Hehehe was also restrained. Hearing this, Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Hehehe was, he couldn't be stronger than the big shot behind him. The person I want to kill, no one can stop. Hehehe trembled, and the chains of binding suddenly shattered. A killing intent surged in Hehehe's eyes as he struck down towards Qin with a hammer. Hehehe, I will give you one more chance. Stop immediately. Otherwise, the armies of the 16 great fated powers will launch a massive attack on the lower realm. At that time, not only will you die, but your entire family will die. I'll screw your grandfather. As Hehehe roared, he smashed Qin into a bloody mist with a single blow. The overwhelming aftermath shook the heavens and earth incessantly, launching a massive attack on the lower realm. Do you think I would be afraid? Where's the Chen clan? Where's the Yi clan? Here. One after another, towering figures surged into the sky, and a mighty voice echoed through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with dark figures. The laws of heaven and earth were stretched taut at this moment, even feeling as if they might shatter. Someone wants to kill your clan's younger brother. What should we do? Hehehe shouted. Kill. Fight. In an instant, the cries of killing filled the sky, echoing endlessly in the heavens. Is this my father's clan and my mother's clan? So united, so powerful. Chen Wen felt an inexplicable surge of blood boiling at this moment. The people behind him fell silent. Clearly, they hadn't expected the Yi and Chen clans to act together so forcefully. Most importantly, they could feel that both the Chen clan and the Yi clan were significantly stronger than they had been in the past 16 years. Aren't you trying to kill me? Come on. Hehehe shouted at the vast void, his momentum overwhelming, his power unmatched. The people behind remained silent. After a long time, the person in charge, Long Tianjin, finally spoke. Are you two also of this opinion? The two people referred to were naturally Chen Wen's cheap grandfather and maternal grandfather. They had been paying attention to everything happening in the ancient primordial realm. Chen Wudao said calmly, I have waited 16 years for this day. My Qin clan has also waited 16 years for this day. What do you mean? Long Tianjin took a deep breath. It means to do what you intend to do. Do you understand? Chen Wudao's voice suddenly turned cold, becoming extremely domineering. Long Tianjin immediately coldly shouted, Chen Wudao, don't forget, the Qin clan is also a fated power and has the obligation to uphold the righteous path of fate. For the sake of a calamity, you actually want to fight us to the death. Are you not insane? Chen Wudao coldly replied, whether my Qin clan's disciples are a calamity or not, we will decide. The heavens cannot determine it, and you cannot determine it either. What a Qin clan! It seems you really want to overturn the heavens. Long Tianjin was both angry and furious. Oh, just overturn the heavens. What can you do about it? Chen Wudao coldly shouted, damn, is this whole family so domineering? Jiang Taichu and the others were all shaken. Long Tianjin knew that Chen Wudao was determined to fight them to the end, and his expression became gloomy and uncertain. Although their Long clan now represented the fated powers. This time, it was more about their Long clan taking the lead, while the other powers were merely assisting. Once the fight starts, they may not necessarily be a match for the Yi and Chen clans. The most important thing is that Chen Wudao is very confident. He has probably been preparing for this battle for a long time. Just for this reason, they do not dare to act impulsively. The wisest choice is to take a step back and wait until they're fully prepared to regain their ground. With this in mind, Long Tianjin made his decision. If you Yi and Chen clans insist on this, then we'll just watch for now. I hope you do not regret this decision made today. As he spoke, Long Tianjin's voice began to fade away. Clearly, the representatives of the heavenly mandate forces chose to back down. Whether this matter should end here or not, it is up to me to decide. Chen Wudao's voice echoed calmly. Come on, buddy, have you really become this arrogant? Jiang Taichu and the others who were kneeling on the ground were already numb. Chapter 18. The Strong Might of the Destiny Emperor Clan. Killing until you have no retreat, Chen Wudao. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Long Tianjin was extremely furious. Countless Destiny Calamity thunderbolts bombarded the area, seemingly to intimidate, but more like a warning. Kill! Chen Wudao coldly shouted, without a hint of hesitation. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the world reverberated with the sounds of slaughter. Shadows of figures charged out, reflecting in midair. The scene was extremely shocking. Before long, wails filled the sky, with blood and corpses continuously falling between realms like a rain of bodies. Wow, I'm going to get rich. Chen Wen looked at the falling corpses, many of which belonged to the children of destiny. Senior, can we refine these corpses? Of course. At this point, Xian Hongxiao changed her tone, but after a person dies, their destiny and luck will gradually fade. If you want to refine them, you must hurry. After Xian Hongxiao's words, Chen Wen suddenly noticed that the life souls on these people's heads were fading at an alarming speed, even quicker than he had imagined. Seeing this, Chen Wen became anxious. This is a gold mine, but even if these people are dead, the residual power on their bodies is beyond his reach. Moreover, if he acted, he would become too conspicuous and easily attract unwanted attention. The Destiny Great Furnace is his greatest trump card. Right, I got it. Sister, can you help me with something? Chen Wen's eyes shifted as he looked at Chen Hongyan. Chen Hongyan replied, speak. Help me collect those corpses. I have great use for them, Chen Wen hurriedly said. Okay. Although Chen Hongyan was puzzled, she still agreed. This sister is really good. She helps when there's something to do. Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh. Stop. Speak. How do you want to negotiate? Once the fighting began, Long Tianjin realized that elders and disciples from the Yi and Chen clans had already ambushed him in the area. Meanwhile, Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang were stationed across from him. He wanted to rescue his subordinates, but he couldn't find the opportunity. He could only watch as his disciples fell one by one, their screams echoing endlessly. It's important to know that many of these disciples and elders were core members of the clan. If this continued, the losses would be tremendous. Chen Wudao looked at Long Tianjin with indifference. Now you want to negotiate? It's too late. Keep killing for me. Kill. With Chen Wudao's command, the killing intent of the elders from both clans intensified, like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Do you want it to be to the death? Long Tianjin roared, his eyes blood red. Chen Wudao raised an eyebrow. Haven't we already reached that point? Fine, we admit defeat. Speak. What compensation do you want? Long Tianjin forcefully suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. Admit defeat? Compensation? Chen Wudao laughed coldly. Do our Yi and Qin clans lack a few trifles? What I want today is the lives of all of you. Kill, leave none alive. At this point, Chen Wudao suddenly roared, the killing intent surging. In an instant, the slaughter began anew. This time, it was completely one-sided. Watching his elders and disciples fell, Long Tianjin felt his heart bleed. His eyes turned crimson. Grandpa, save me. Ancestor, help. No. Ah. Listening to the continuous cries of despair around him, Long Tianjin could no longer hold back. You two are going too far, die for me. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang, his power erupting, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, he had only one thought. Even if he had to die, he would make Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang pay the price. Old man, are you coming or am I? Chen Wudao looked at Yi Kuang. Today is your home turf, so you go ahead. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. Then I want to hold back. Chen Wudao also laughed loudly. Swish. In response, Chen Wudao charged forward. In an instant, both of their powers clashed, creating a strong divide in the space around them, the skyline rapidly tearing apart. They unleashed imperial laws, cutting through space, with chaotic currents raging. The two grew more and more ferocious as layers of realms were shattered, falling from the sky like celestial debris. Beings from other spaces suffered heavy casualties, with countless corpses floating for millions of miles. This battle lasted for several hundred breaths before it finally came to a stop. Under Chen Wudao's full-on assault, Long Tianjin was ultimately slain in the River of Time. His half-step emperor body collapsed the vast expanse of time and space, sinking into the boundless abyss. I hate it. Long Tianjin's desperate voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, the world lamented, thunder rolling, resonating beyond the nine heavens. Chen Wudao stood alone in the River of Time, overlooking all of this. From then on, all the forces of destiny that came were completely annihilated. What level of battle is this? Jiang Taichu and others were already numb, unable to describe everything before their eyes in words. Because, compared to the battle between Chen Badeo and Long Outyin, this battle was on an entirely different level. The peak of the world was so far away from them. Regarding this, Chen Badeo and Yi Chunyun exchanged smiles. For this moment, they had waited 16 years. Their Yi and Chen clans had also waited 16 years. Is this my grandfather? So powerful, so domineering. Chen Wen was also astonished, watching everything unfold, his agitated heart unable to calm down for a long time. Stop sighing. Soon the destiny and luck from those corpses will drain away. Xian Hongxiao interrupted Chen Wen's thoughts. Right, the destiny and luck are the most important. Chen Wen immediately reacted. Looking at Chen Hongyan, who had already collected the corpses, Sister, give me the corpses. Be careful. Those corpses include disciples of the Saint Realm. Even a residual aura could kill you. Chen Hongyan still did not ask Chen Wen's purpose, only offering her warning. Understood, understood. Chen Wen responded repeatedly. Chen Hongyan said nothing more and directly tossed the spatial ring containing the corpses to Chen Wen. Chen Wen caught the spatial ring with one hand and quickly opened the destiny furnace. Yellow destiny refinement completed. Congratulations. You have obtained a portion of yellow destiny nirvana liquid. Yellow destiny refinement completed. Congratulations. You have obtained a portion of yellow destiny nirvana liquid. Green destiny refinement completed. Congratulations. You have obtained a portion of green destiny nirvana liquid. Purple destiny refinement completed. Congratulations. You have obtained a portion of purple destiny nirvana liquid. A series of prompt sounds rang out. From dozens of corpses, there were only 10 portions of destiny elixir in the end. What does this mean? Only 10 portions? Wait, weren't these people all from the destiny forces? Are you kidding me? Chen Wen was momentarily stunned. Do you really think the children of destiny are everywhere? Xian Hongxiao rolled her eyes at Chen Wen and continued. Not everyone who is strong is a child of destiny. It depends on whether they have that fate. Just like the people on your blue star, there should be plenty of smart individuals, but can every one of them become wealthy? Ultimately, it's about luck. The children of destiny are not related to strength or the forces they belong to. It's also about a person's fate. Then what about achieving new accomplishments and rewards? Why is there none of that? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. Part of these people's destiny and luck has dissipated. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered half an accomplishment. Xian Hongxiao replied. Are you playing with concepts? Chen Wen was speechless. It can actually be played like this. The rules are like this. I can't help it. Speaking of which, Xian Hongxiao changed the subject. Don't get too hung up on it. You'll unlock these achievements sooner or later, and the rewards will come. All right, Chen Wen sighed helplessly, although he felt regretful about it. When he saw a drop of purple Destiny Nirvana, he still let out a long sigh of relief. This time, it wasn't in vain after all. At that moment, Chen Ba Dao and Yi Chun Yin also slowly descended from the air. Xiao Wen, you weren't scared just now, were you? Yi Chun Yin quickly approached Chen Wen and said softly. At this moment, Yi Chun Yin was no longer the domineering figure she had been before. Chen Wen shook his head. I just didn't expect our paternal and maternal families to be this strong. This is just the beginning. As long as you want, Xiao Wen, you can walk sideways in this world, Yi Chun Yin said with a light laugh. Walk sideways? I would love that. Chen Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Mom, I plan to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days, Chen Wen suddenly said. Now, he couldn't wait to know the effects of the Destiny Nirvana liquid. That's great. Our whole family will protect your path, Yi Chun Yin replied eagerly. A small shrimp goes into closed-door cultivation, and a whole family of big shots guards the way. Look, this is the importance of being born into the right family. Jiang Tai Chu and others looked at Chen Wen enviously. Chapter 19. Chen Wen's initial battle. Dominance on display. Is this the Destiny Nirvana liquid? Chen Wen flipped his hand, and 11 drops of glass-like liquid hovered in his palm. Among these liquids, he felt a strong fluctuation of power, with mysterious Tao rhythms circulating. Especially that drop of purple Nirvana liquid. Its Tao rhythm was extremely ancient and terrifying. He even had a feeling that even if the Tao rhythms contained in the other 6 drops were combined, they wouldn't match the power of this purple drop. Sister Xiaozi, how do I use this? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. Just take it directly, Xian Hong, Xiao said lightly. Is it really that simple? Chen Wen looked at it with half-belief. In the end, he still swallowed the drop of Destiny Nirvana liquid. Although Xian Hong, Xiao didn't seem very reliable. He chose to trust her this once. The moment the Destiny Nirvana liquid entered his abdomen, a rich power suddenly exploded. However, the medicinal power was gentle and refreshing, like a heavenly rain, cleansing his body inside and out. At the same time, his chaotic sequence body erupted with 9-colored chaotic light, and chains of sequence shackles flew out, intertwining in mid-air, reflecting various ancient celestial phenomena. Boom! The next moment, Chen Wen's body shook violently, waves of blood and energy surged out, and his aura began to rise steadily. Although he did not complete a breakthrough, his strength had noticeably improved. This is a good thing. Once everything calmed down, Chen Wen's eyes lit up. Before using the Destiny Nirvana liquid, he knew it could be used to unlock sequence shackles to aid the growth of his chaotic sequence body. But he didn't expect it would also have such great benefits for his cultivation. For this time alone, it could be equivalent to a month's worth of his cultivation results. If this Destiny Nirvana liquid is inexhaustible, wouldn't his cultivation speed just skyrocket? Thinking of this, Chen Wen's eyes suddenly sparkled. Xian Hong Xiao said leisurely, the idea is good. But don't forget that the stronger your strength, the more Destiny Nirvana liquid you will need later on. That's fine. There are plenty of Destiny children in the world anyway. Chen Wen chuckled. Let's do it again. Without hesitation, Chen Wen swallowed the remaining 10 drops of Nirvana liquid in one go. In an instant, the power of the 10 drops of Nirvana liquid exploded within him. With the experience of the first drop, this time Chen Wen absorbed the power of the Nirvana liquid much more smoothly. Boom! As Chen Wen absorbed the last bit of power, the barrier of his realm was finally broken. He saw the spiritual energy in midair rapidly gathering and violently pulsating, as if boiling like water. But this was not the end. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the first sequence shackle within Chen Wen finally loosened. Ancient and mysterious chaotic sequence energy surged out. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and the primal energy exploded like sparks in midair, radiating outward in circles. In the depths of the endless sky, countless chaotic energies spread out. Ancient phantoms were drawn out, and 9 chaotic giant dragons dragged the chaotic battlefield, roaring in the boundless deep space. What kind of aura is this? At this moment, Chen Wen and others were also alarmed, staring in shock at this scene. Even though they had seen a lot, they had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Suddenly, the sky changed. Endless calamity, thunder emerged from the depths of the heavens, manifesting as divine demons holding black prison thunder. Not good. This is the divine demon prison thunder. Such calamity, thunder, only appears when one transcends to become a saint. How could a mere yin-yang realm produce such calamity thunder? Could it be that little Wen's physique is too strong? Chen Wen's expression changed dramatically. Dad, I'm going to help little one, Chen Wen immediately said. Chen Wen was about to agree when Chen Wen's voice came out, little calamity thunder. There's no need for my brother to intervene. After saying that, a figure surrounded by 9 colored heavenly clouds charged toward the calamity thunder in midair. Boom! The divine demon calamity thunder seemed to sense the provocation and struck down toward Chen Wen with a hammer. The black prison thunder descended with overwhelming heavenly might. Ha! Come on! Chen Wen laughed wildly, charging up to meet it. The chaotic sequence body shield shook, blocking the falling prison thunder. Chaotic horizontal sky hand. Chen Wen dashed forward, one hand slamming down toward the divine demon, a giant hand that overshadowed everything in its path, crushing all obstacles. Bang! With a single strike, the divine demon was shattered, turning into countless black thunders that rampaged everywhere. Sister, lend me your spear. Chen Wen knew that to deal with these calamity thunders, he needed a weapon of the same level. Then, without hesitation, Chen Wen threw the Red Lotus Prison Suppression Spear to Chen Wen. Good spear. The moment the spear was in hand, Chen Wen felt the surging power within it. Perhaps because it resonated with its master, the spear's power began to mobilize on its own, allowing him to wield it without worrying about his lower realm. Please assist me in battle. Chen Wen focused his mind, and the chaotic power quickly spread throughout the spear. The spear responded to Chen Wen, vibrating continuously and emitting a roaring sound. With the Red Lotus Prison fire ready to unleash. Little brother, not bad at all, Chen Wen said leisurely. He had borrowed the Red Lotus Prison Suppression Spear before, but its spirit was quite proud, even ignoring him. He never expected it could be used by Chen Wen and even connect with him. Chen Wen rolled her eyes at Chen Wen, saying, "You're just ugly." Chen Wen was stunned. Ugly? Me? Although he wasn't as handsome as Chen Wen, he certainly didn't fall into the ugly category. Chen Wen may have said that, but the shock she felt was no less than that of Chen Wen, because she was the one who knew her spirit spear best. It was so proud. Not to mention Chen Wen, even stronger people would be ignored by it. But why could it connect with Chen Wen? That she couldn't understand. Then let us make a big commotion. Chen Wen felt the excitement from a spear and couldn't help but feel his fighting spirit surge. As he spoke, Chen Wen charged up, the spear shaking and unleashing countless red Lotus Prison fires, a terrifying aura erupting. The 9 divine demon calamity thunders were once again provoked. In an instant, they unleashed overwhelming heavenly might, filling the entire sky with black prison thunder. The heavens and earth shook violently, as if a natural disaster had descended. Come on! Watching the calamity thunders falling, Chen Wen suddenly thrust the spear, his momentum soaring, incredibly terrifying. Chaotic power entwined with the Red Lotus Prison fire, shattering all the calamity thunders, even piercing through the entire sky with a single thrust. At that moment, Chen Wen's aura surged to its peak, chaotic light illuminating the sky. It's your turn now. Chen Wen instantly charged in front of the divine demons, thrusting the spear down again, looking extremely violent. This thrust nearly exhausted all of Chen Wen's strength, and the spear responded to his resolve. A gigantic red lotus flame surged forth, pressing down toward the 9 divine demons. Boom! With a single thrust, the 9 divine demons were directly shattered, and the rampaging thunder essence was burned to nothingness by the red lotus. From then on, the divine demon prison thunder vanished without a trace. Chen Wen stood holding the spear in the sky, his figure reflected in the heavens and earth, his dominance beginning to show. Is this whole family a freak? Jiang Taichu and others could only feel their scalps tingle as they watched everything unfold. One must ask, how many people in the world can withstand a heavenly tribulation at the yin-yang realm? Especially Chen Wen's physical strength, even half a sky away. They could feel the surging blood energy within him. This demonstrated just how strong this person's body must be. Chapter 20. Rising 9 Small Realms. Another absolute talent. After doing all this, Chen Wen did not linger and rushed down toward the training room once again. Good, as expected of my son, Chimbadeo. Chimbadeo was so excited that his big hand shook. Yi Chenyin rolled her eyes at Chimbadeo, seeing how smug he was. But one could see that the smile on her face was as radiant as could be. He is my son. How could he be called smug? Chimbadeo murmured discontentedly. Yi Chenyin glanced at Chimbadeo. Oh, I spoke too much. Ahem. Chimbadeo cleared his throat and then said, actually, I was a bit smug. Only then did Yi Chenyin retract her kind gaze. This is the family emperor's position. Chimbadeo couldn't help but exhale a sigh of turbid air. On the other side, after Chen Wen returned to his room, his realm had stabilized. He had broken through from the first level of yin-yang realm to the 10th level of yin-yang realm. In addition, his first sequence shackles had also been unlocked. The absolute talent he obtained this time was called Absolute Combat Power. This talent could infinitely enhance his combat power until his body collapsed. Just now, he resisted the heavenly tribulation with the power of the 10th level of yin-yang realm using this absolute combat power. But without a doubt, his physical limit could still support him to further break through the barriers of combat power. It was just unnecessary because too much is as bad as not enough. How about it? This absolute talent is not worse than absolute fire seed, right? Xian Hongxiao spoke. Each has its own strengths, Chen Wen replied repeatedly. From this moment on, he finally had the ability to stand firm in this cruel fantasy world. As a seasoned fan of fantasy novels, he understood this well. While having a strong background is important, what matters most is having solid personal strength. Only in this way can you truly have everything in your hands. Future absolute talents will only get stronger. Speaking of this, Xian Hongxiao changed her tone, but I must say this up front. Don't think you got a bargain this time and become complacent. The subsequent unlocking of shackles will only get harder, but correspondingly, the rewards you gain will also be higher. Especially the hidden benefits brought by the chaotic sequence itself are far beyond what absolute talents can compare to. You need to keep your long-term vision. Don't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Understood. Chen Wen nodded heavily. He could naturally appreciate Xian Hongxiao's reminder. The real power of the chaotic sequence lies in the constitution itself, not in the absolute talent it carries. Whether these so-called talents can take effect and how much effect they can exert depends on the degree of development of the constitution. By the way, Sister Xiaozi, why do I feel that the power contained in the fate and luck of the same level is somewhat different? Is it that the strength of the nirvana liquid refined depends on the cultivation level of that fated child? Chen Wen thought for a moment and asked out his doubt. Yes, the cultivation and foundation of the fated child are different, and the nirvana liquid refined is also different. However, this only has comparability at the same level. While the nirvana liquid refined from higher-level fate souls is always stronger than that from lower levels. Moreover, the higher the level, the greater the difference between the two, which cannot even be measured by multiples. Xian Hongxiao replied. So that's how it is. Chen Wen sighed helplessly. It's just that high-level fate is indeed too rare. If he had a few more high-level fates, he would have the confidence to upgrade to a higher realm. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's thoughts, Xian Hongxiao warned again. The nirvana liquid has no side effects and no barriers to enhancement. But don't forget a fundamental issue. Your personal enhancement does have barriers. It's better to be practical and not think of some irrelevant things. Wait until your chaotic sequence body reaches great perfection. Then you can truly have no realm barriers. Understood. Chen Wen nodded and then focused his mind on a random reward draw. This was the draw opportunity he received when he first refined the fated child. Draw. With Chen Wen silently chanting, the random draw was activated. After a few breaths, a series of prompts sounded. Congratulations on completing the first draw. You have obtained a King-level formation, 9 Extremes Town King Formation Experience card, which can kill any cultivator below the Heavenly King realm. Note, this formation is a one-time consumable with no activation restrictions. Wow, a draw for a king-level formation? Awesome. What he lacked the most right now was such an unparalleled killing move. Although it was just a one-time consumable, its defiance lay in the fact that it had no restrictions. It's like having an Imperial artifact right in front of him, available for his use. Not to mention whether he could use it. Even if he could barely use it, he wouldn't be able to exert its true power. So, when it comes down to it, this formation is still the most useful. As for his sister's Red Lotus Town prison gun, that was just an exception. 1. He had obtained permission from Chen Wen. 2. The gun's spirit recognized him. Although he didn't know why, that was the fact. In the end, the strength he could exert was also due to its autonomous enhancement. Phew, this feels great. If only I could have 100 more of these. It would be even better. Chen Wen exhaled a long breath, a smile that couldn't be concealed on his face. Let me take another look at what the orange fate treasure chest is. Chen Wen opened it with his hands. A piece of information flooded into his mind. Heavenly Sword Technique, Holy Grade Sword Technique, can continuously upgrade. A sword technique that combines speed and strength can open the heavens with a single sword when cultivated to the extreme. This sword technique is a good thing. Chen Wen's eyes lit up again. The starting point of a holy grade sword technique is not very high, but it is suitable for his current stage. The most valuable part is that it can continuously upgrade, and reaching the Imperial grade in the end is not impossible. This is a big win. Chu Yue, oh Chu Yue, you finally have a bit of use. It's not in vain that I personally sent you to the afterlife. However, it's time to go out. My parents should be waiting anxiously. With this in mind, Chen Wen got up and opened the door. In his sight, there were 4 figures guarding outside the door. Seeing this, Chen Wen couldn't help but smile. This is family, right? No matter how long they wait, they won't go far. At the same time, Chen Bideo and the others all looked at Chen Wen in unison. Rising 9 small realms? And there is not a hint of superficiality in his realm? What kind of monster is this? Chen Wudi gasped. As someone who had been through it, he naturally knew how astonishing it was to rise 9 small realms. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as impossible. Chen Wen was also stunned, or rather shocked. Haha, truly, he is my Yi Qinyun son. Yi Qinyun immediately chuckled, her gaze at Chen Wen filled with pride. Hey, why is it that when you say it, it's fine, but when I say it, it's being smug? Chen Bideo was dumbfounded, but he did not dare to question it. I am far behind compared to brother and sister, Chen Wen said with a smile. Those two. Yi Qinyun shook her head, best not to mention it. Chen Wen and Chen Wudi were also dumbfounded. What do you mean, best not to mention it? Are we that pathetic? Mom, if you say that, I have to argue with you. Chen Wen leaned over, looking like she was ready to argue. Go away, just seeing you annoys me. Yi Qinyun pushed Chen Wen's face away. Oh my, look at my temper. Chen Wen suddenly felt an impulse to roll up her sleeves. Chen Wen immediately said, Sister, this is your gun. Chen Wen subconsciously took it. Right? How did you communicate with it? Chen Wudi also looked over. For this, he was still concerned. You just have to hold it to communicate, Chen Wen said honestly. Just that? Chen Wen had not spoken yet, when Chen Wudi took the initiative to ask. Is that it? Is there a problem? Chen Wen retorted. No problem, it's great, really great, Chen Wudi replied with a smile, although his smile seemed a bit stiff. Phew, that feels good, Chen Wen sighed deeply. The critical damage had been dealt. Someone was hurt, even more than her. All right, my dad and the others are still waiting for Xiao Wen. Chun Bad, Dao, finally spoke up when the playful banter had calmed down. Grandpa is waiting for me? Chen Wen's body shook, and his heart couldn't help but race. Chapter 21. The opportunity to return to the Imperial Clan early and participate in the Sacred War. I have a deep impression of this grandfather. Overbearing, powerful, and extremely protective. He suppresses the 16 major fated powers, killing at will, a truly rare boldness in the world. However, the fact that he specifically sought me out made me think more. All right, no need to fuss, just listen to a few words from the old man. At this moment, Chen Wudao's voice echoed in the hall. Chen Bideo immediately bowed to the void. Son, I pay my respects to you. Chen Wen and the others hurriedly followed suit. We pay our respects to grandfather. Chen Wudao said lightly, his voice devoid of emotion. This grandfather is unexpectedly so aloof, but it does match the demeanor of a great person. Chen Wen's heart stirred. He had a new perspective on his grandfather. Wen, you have truly suffered these past 16 years. As he spoke, Chen Wudao's tone shifted. But only those who endure hardship can become extraordinary. This old man. Chen Wen silently withdrew a feeling of being moved. Thank you. Why are you just standing there? Chen Hongyan lightly nudged Chen Wen and whispered, I. Chen Wen, who was cursing silently in his heart, forced a smile and said, Grandfather's teachings will be remembered by the grandson. Good. Chen Wudao nodded, then continued. Next, I want to talk about the clan rules. Our Chen clan has an unchangeable rule since ancient times. The younger generation must undergo practical training before reaching adulthood, only returning on their 18th birthday. However, considering Wen's special circumstances and the fact that he's been outside for 16 years, we have specially approved his early return. At that time, he can participate in the clan's coming-of-age ceremony to determine his imperial son ranking. What about compensation? You don't think this matter will just end like this, do you? As soon as Chen Wudao finished speaking, Yi Qinyang immediately spoke up. With that, her voice suddenly rose. Don't forget, my son suffered for 16 years because of the clan's incompetence. Old man, Wen has indeed suffered. Chen Bidao took a deep breath and said, ignoring Chen Bidao's plea. Chen Wudao turned to Yi Qinyang. Xiao Yi, what kind of compensation do you want? Directly determine the imperial son ranking, 10 entries to the ancestral land, 2 opportunities to participate in the sacred war, and a reward of 10 billion divine sources. For now, that's it. I will bring it up again if I think of anything later. Chen Wudao's mouth twitched incessantly. This isn't compensation. This is a division of the family. After a long while, Chen Wudao finally said slowly, Xiao Yi, I can understand your concern for your son, and we did indeed let Wen suffer. But everything the clan does is to ensure its longevity, so I hope you can understand the clan's difficulties. Yi Qinyang shook her head. I can understand. But as a mother, I cannot agree. If a mother cannot fight for her child's rights, what is the point? After a long silence, Chen Wudao said, how about this? 1 opportunity for the sacred war, or 1 chance to enter the ancestral land for training. You can choose one. This is the maximum compensation I can secure for Wen. A spot for the sacred war? What is that? Chen Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chen Hongyan began to explain. That is a remnant from the ancient times. If traced back, it may even go back to the era of the ancient immortals. It is said that those who can participate in the sacred war have a chance to obtain unparalleled inheritance and find opportunities to break through to the emperor level. Saying this, Chen Hongyan took a deep breath. There's even a chance to challenge the legendary realm. This sacred war only opens once every 10 years. And even our fated Imperial Clan only has 20 spots. To obtain this spot, everyone in the clan is putting in all their effort to cultivate. Now that grandfather is willing to offer a spot, that is already incredibly unbelievable. As for entering the ancestral land for training, that is also a great opportunity, but it pales in comparison to the spot for the sacred war. I see. Then I must go to this sacred war. In an instant, Chen Wen had made his decision. Yi Qinyang fell silent this time. She also knew that one must not go too far. There must be a limit. Entering the ancestral land for training is an excellent opportunity to become stronger, and there is not much danger. As for the sacred war spot, it goes without saying, it is a holy land that all cultivators yearn for. But it is very dangerous. That said, a mother's love for her children is not wrong, but must not stifle their future. With the talent Chen Wen is shown now, he should be able to participate in the sacred war after a year. Let my son decide for himself. Chen Bidao spoke up at the right moment. Yi Qinyang nodded and then looked at Chen Wen. Son, what are your thoughts? There are no other people here. You don't need to hold back too much. Chen Bidao also echoed. Mom, I understand your feelings, but I want to become someone who can protect you. Saying this, Chen Wen looked up at the void, grandfather, as a member of the clan. I will naturally abide by all the clan's decisions. As for the spot for the sacred war, I will not refuse. This kid, Chen Wudao, was momentarily speechless. Just now, he really thought Chen Wen would reject the spot. Who would have thought he suddenly hit the brakes? Phew, you scare me to death. Chen Bidao sighed in relief. He was genuinely afraid Chen Wen would refuse. Fortunately, he is not a fool. All right, grandfather will wait for you to come home in the clan. Saying this, Chen Wudao shifted the topic. Now that this matter is settled, you should hurry back. The clan cannot be left without a leader for a day. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. Chen and the others bowed and respectfully sent Chen Wudao off. Once everything returned to calm, Yi Qinyang said, "Xiao Wen, let's go home together." Chen Wen shook his head. "There is still one thing I need to take care of before going back. It's about the Imperial bone, right?" Chen Wudi suddenly spoke up. Chen Wen looked at Chen Wudi, somewhat surprised. "Brother, how did you know? The only thing missing from you is the Imperial bone. And now you say there are things to take care of. Combine the 2 points, and isn't it clear?" Chen Wudi spoke again. "This big brother is not simple at all." Chen Wen took a deep breath. "Yes, it was a young man named Chu Tianlong. He must have someone behind him who is familiar with my identity, which is why he didn't kill me. As for their purpose, I shouldn't need to elaborate." Once this was said, Chen Badeo and the others' expressions turned cold, especially Yi Qinyang, who felt an urge to devour someone. "I don't care what methods you use. You must dig out those involved. I want them all to regret living in this world." Yi Qinyang gritted her teeth and shouted. Chen Badeo took a deep breath. "Do you have any news on that bastard?" "Not yet, but I will dig him out sooner or later, along with the person behind him." Chen Wen shook his head. "Jiang Taichu is not outside. It should still be easy to find someone with the Lord of the Ancient Yuan realm beside him." Chen Wudi suddenly spoke. "Jiang Taichu, get in here." Chen Badeo shouted directly. Chapter 22, Another Chen Wen, a usurped identity. The petty man, having met several lords, stumbled into the room and quickly prostrated himself on the ground. "This seat asks you, in the ancient Yuan realm, is there a youth named Chu Tianlong, about the same age as my son Chen Wen?" Chen Badeo stared coldly at Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu was dumbfounded. Yes, he was the master of the Realm Guardian Palace, overseeing the entire ancient Yuan realm. However, he did not control the population. He couldn't possibly know every single person. Yet, he couldn't fail to provide a satisfactory answer to Chen Badeo's question. After pondering Chen Badeo's intentions, Jiang Taichu finally spoke. "As long as you give me a month." "No, 10 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. 5 days, if you can't find him, you die," Chen Badeo said coldly. Jiang Taichu really felt an urge to curse. How could this be done? With only a name and age, where could he find him in 5 days? Right? When Chen Wen killed Chu Beiqiong, he had asked about Chu Tianlong's whereabouts. It seemed Chu Beiqiong had said he was the son brought back by Chu Beiqing, staying in the Chu clan for half a year. Could it be that this Chu Tianlong also offended Chen Wen? Yes. Otherwise, how would someone as powerful as Chen Badeo pay attention to a lower realm youth? Wait, Chen Wen? A child of the Imperial Clan. I think I've heard this name before. From whom? My sister. Yes, it was my sister who mentioned it. If this is true, then this matter is really serious. Thinking of this, Jiang Taichu's heart began to tremble. He quietly took a deep breath and mustered his courage to say, "Can I first confirm one thing? It's very important, and it may relate to the person you are looking for." Chen Badeo stared at Jiang Taichu and, after a long while, replied, "It's best if that's the case." Jiang Taichu trembled as he took out a sound transmission talisman and quietly infused it with spiritual power. After a while, a slightly soft female voice came through. "Brother, are you looking for me?" "Brother has something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully," Jiang Taichu said, taking a deep breath. "Okay." Jiang Qingren also sensed Jiang Taichu's serious tone and immediately straightened up. "You once told me that there's a holy son named Chen Wen in your holy land, and he comes from the upper realm Imperial Clan, right?" Jiang Taichu spoke. Jiang Qingren fell silent for a moment before saying, "Yes, our holy son is indeed named Chen Wen and also comes from the upper realm Imperial Clan. But the holy son is low-key and does not like outsiders to disturb him unless he invites them himself. Therefore, many forces, even if they know his identity, would not publicly proclaim it. If you want to meet him, I can help you mention it when the opportunity arises. As for whether he will agree, I don't know." At this moment, Jiang Taichu felt numb. His mind was buzzing. Indeed, someone had such audacity. Not only did they offend a true imperial son, but they also impersonated his identity. "Brother, what's wrong? Say something." Seeing Jiang Taichu remain silent for a long time, Jiang Qingren called out several times. "Is he at the Holy Land?" Chen Badeo's voice reached Jiang Taichu's ears. "Right? Is your holy son at the Holy Land?" "I'm thinking of finding a suitable time to pay him a visit," Jiang Taichu said again. "I don't know. His whereabouts have always been known to very few people. Even our holy master, Jiang Qingren, replied. When I see him next, I will ask for you. This matter cannot be rushed. Okay, just let me know when that time comes. Jiang Qingren no longer had any doubts. You go ahead. I have things to attend to. Jiang Taichu said. All right. Jiang Qingren cut off the connection. Phew. Jiang Taichu let out a long sigh of relief, finally having passed this test. He was truly afraid of alarming the snake, who knew what was going on behind the scenes. At this moment, the scene fell silent. The current situation was neither good nor bad. They could only pray that Chu Tianlong had not received news from his backers, or that he had not been silenced. You did well. Chen Wen spoke. Jiang Taichu quickly replied, This is what I should do. Is it the holy land of the heavenly maiden? Chen Wen suddenly asked. Although Jiang Taichu was shocked by how Chen Wen knew, he still nodded yes. Hehe, this is really quite bold, Chen Wen said coldly. Jiang Taichu did not dare to speak, lowering his head as much as possible. Go wait outside. Chen Wen suddenly waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Jiang Taichu did not dare to delay and quickly retreated. Once everything was calm again, Chen Wen leisurely said, Little one, do you know you haven't fiancé? Fiancé? Chen Wen frowned, not understanding why Chen Wen suddenly brought this up. Your fiancé, he comes from the ancient country of Lulan, a hidden power that has inherited for millions of years. Not only does she have a powerful backing, but her own talent is also exceptionally rare, and her looks are naturally outstanding. She is currently in training, and the training location is the Holy Land of the Heavenly Maiden. Hearing this, Chen Wen was stunned and understood the implication of Chen Wen's words. Chu Tianlong was not only impersonating his identity, but also attempting to claim his fiancée. As for how far things have developed, that was uncertain. Just now you mentioned familiar faces committing the crime. Now I believe it, even knowing about your engagement. Chen Wen suddenly sneered. Chen Wen suddenly had a terrifying guess. Father, is there a token among the things you left for me? There is. A unique imperial dragon pendant made from the essence of a true dragon that is millions of years old, Chen Wen replied. Then this matter is indeed meticulously planned. My unique imperial bone, token, and age. As he spoke, Chen Wen's mouth curved into a smile. It probably wouldn't be long before he could return to the clan in a dignified manner. What was fake would become real. Once these words were spoken, Chen Wen and the others' expressions turned even colder. Because in such a situation, it was not impossible. The imperial bone itself was unique and capable of creating bloodlines. With a little manipulation over time, this matter could indeed succeed. Chen Wen glanced at everyone and continued, combining the existing clues. The one behind all this manipulation is likely within our Qin clan. Now that you have come down in force, they must have received the news. Their best course of action would be to kill Chu Tianlong before I can react and destroy the imperial bone. That way, all the clues will vanish into thin air. At this point, Chen Wen paused, but in fact, he could still sense the presence of the imperial bone and had already grown to a certain extent. Therefore, the current situation was likely that those people had not contacted Chu Tianlong in time. Chen Wudi's eyes brightened. That means they have lost their best opportunity to act. In this case, they would never dare to act again, not even with a simple hint, because they were also afraid of us luring them out and exposing their identities. Chen Wen nodded. That's right. Now we can only hope that Chu Tianlong holds some clues. As long as he has clues in hand, none of those people will escape. Hearing this, Chen Wen made a decisive decision. Then I and your mother will return to the clan first. On one hand, we need to prevent certain people from acting recklessly and taking the opportunity to create chaos. On the other hand, we will secretly set up everything and seal off the entire ancient Yuan realm. At that time, as long as they dare to make a move, they will all die. Xiao Di and Xiao Mian, you two go investigate the people from the upper realm who have entered the ancient Yuan realm in the past few days, and keep an eye on them. Once they show any unusual movements, control them immediately. I will take care of everything. Understood? Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi nodded in succession. As for you, Xiao Wen, you have two choices. One is to go to the Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land to see what the situation is there. If all goes well, you'll have a chance to take revenge yourself. The second option is to come back with us. We will hand over Chu Tianlong to you once we capture him, so you can take revenge yourself. Chen Wen said without hesitation, I will go to the Heavenly Maiden's sacred land. I also want to meet that Chu Tianlong. Compared to achieving his goals through others, he enjoys the process of driving Chu Tianlong to despair and death even more. Only then can he give himself and his original self an explanation. Chapter 23. Companion Emperor Weapon. Hundreds of marriages. Chen Badao nodded and said, Good. I will send a helper named Chen Nu to you. His strength is such that even few from the upper realm can match him. As for how to arrange him afterwards, you can decide for yourself. Chen Wen quickly nodded. That sounds good. Once everything was arranged, Chen Badao said, You can come in now. Jiang Taichu, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly opened the door and entered. Little one, I greet the 5 lords. Jiang Taichu bowed again. Chen Badao glanced at Jiang Taichu and continued, Next, you will take my son to the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. You just need to follow his orders. If you do this well, I will not hold past grievances against you and will also acknowledge your contribution. If anything happens to him, then everyone related to you must die. Jiang Taichu was both shocked and frightened. I will definitely not let you down. Please rest assured, my lord. Go prepare. Chen Badao waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Jiang Taichu solemnly bowed and then quickly left. By the way, your fiancée, he is named Lulan Xingxue. If you confirm that she's involved with that kid, just divorce her directly. Of course, if she aids the enemy, then just kill her. At this point, Chen Badao was imposing. As a son of the Qin clan, we will not compromise and are not afraid of any force. Father, so majestic. Hearing this, Chen Wen truly wanted to give Chen Badao a thumbs up. However, on the other hand, if Lulan Xingxue was really involved with Chu Tianlong, then there would be no room for negotiation. Without Chen Badao saying it, he absolutely would not allow her to exist. Yi Qingyan then spoke, Son, your father is right. This is a bottom line that no one can overstep. No matter what princess of a hidden ancient country she is, she must die if she crosses that line. When the time comes for your coming-of-age ceremony, I will arrange hundreds of potential in-laws for you to choose from until you are satisfied. Even if you want them all, I can make it happen. Hundreds of in-laws? You can really make that happen? Chen Wen took a deep breath and said, Father, Mother, I understand what to do. I will definitely handle this matter properly. That's good. Very good. Yi Qingyan patted Chen Wen's hand repeatedly. By the way, here is your companion emperor sword, which has been kept by your father for you. It's time to return it to you. Saying this, Chen Badao handed a spatial ring to Chen Wen. Companion emperor weapon? I have something so powerful. As a fan of fantasy novels, Chen Wen naturally knew what an emperor weapon represented. Moreover, companion emperor weapons were extremely rare and only possessed by extraordinary geniuses. After receiving the spatial ring, Chen Wen probed his consciousness inside. Not looking was fine, but seeing it shocked him. Inside, the top-quality spirit crystals and divine sources were piled up like mountains, all adding up to definitely over 1 million. 1 million? Which force in the ancient Yuan realm has top-quality spirit crystals exceeding 1 million? Not to mention, there were also top-quality divine sources. In addition, various spirit pills and materials were countless. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now eat spirit pills like beans without any problem. Suddenly, Chen Wen's pupils constricted. His gaze fell on a sword blade, unmatched in momentum, with imperial light flowing and divine aura surging. This can't be my companion emperor weapon, can it? At that moment, his consciousness was pulled into an alternate space. What he saw was the emperor's sword trembling wildly, an overwhelming imperial might spilling out, breaking the laws of the universe. In an instant, all the spiritual weapons around bowed down, trembling madly. Then, the sword light that was contained on the blade erupted with a bang, instantly piercing through the ancient void, reaching the boundless expanse. In the next moment, a towering figure holding an emperor's sword could be seen standing between heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming aura, looking down upon the world. The scene was so unique and supreme that it made one afraid to look up. This emperor's sword, how terrifying. But who is this person? Why do I feel that even my father is far from being his opponent? Chen Wen was stunned by everything in front of him and took a long time to recover. Actually, through the memories of his original self, he understood quite a bit about the current world. Don't be fooled by the current multitude of races and the various ancient traditions. Truly existing emperor weapons with divine aura can be counted on one hand. Moreover, the current top forces have lost the ability to forge top-tier Emperor weapons. Therefore, the value of such an Emperor weapon is self-evident. At this time, the trembling of the Emperor's sword gradually subsided, and all the astonishing phenomena retreated into the blade. Chen Wen's consciousness was also gradually returning. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Father, can I use this Emperor's sword?" "No problem. It is born to accompany you, and the imperial might within the sword will not harm you," Chen Dao replied lightly. Chen Wen no longer doubted it and reached out towards the Emperor's sword standing in the spatial ring. As he drew closer, the sword showed no reaction and completely accepted him. This is promising. Chen Wen's eyes brightened, and he instinctively quickened his pace. Grasping the sword, he felt a chill. A sharp and fierce killing intent burst forth from the blade, sending chills down his spine. What a good sword! Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh again. Although the imperial might had retracted, he could still feel the terrifying power contained within it. Especially when held in hand, it felt as if all his strength was boiling up. "Father, how much power can I unleash from it?" Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. Chen Dao answered, "Let me put it this way, it's different from ordinary Emperor weapons. It's akin to a special life form. For so many years, it hasn't been by your side, and it hasn't grown. Right now, it is equivalent to a human in its childhood, with enormous potential for growth. Its limits are likely beyond just being an Emperor weapon. As for how much power you can unleash, it depends on your strength as its master and how you nurture it. Don't ask me how to nurture it. Something with spirit will communicate with its master, and it will know what it needs to know when the time comes." "That's great." Chen Wen's eyes lit up. "But don't think too much about relying on it, or it may become a stumbling block in your cultivation journey." Chen Dao timely doused Chen Wen with cold water. He understood this principle well. Chen Wen smiled lightly. With his current resources and background, improving his cultivation was not a difficult task. He would take the Emperor's sword, and he would not fall behind in increasing his own strength either. "What's this?" Chen Wen's gaze suddenly stopped, landing on the top of the sword blade, where two elegant and flowing characters caught his eye. "Ziju." Could this be the name of this Emperor's sword? However, why does it feel like it's meant to commemorate that damned love? Chen Wen's mind immediately rose with this thought. As someone who has been through it, he could easily discern such matters. But it shouldn't be like this. Why would such a companion Emperor weapon have characters? Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's thoughts, Chen Dao spoke again. "Some things exist for a reason. If you deliberately pursue the truth at the wrong time, it will only lead to losses." "All right." Chen Wen immediately woke up and let out a long sigh of relief. "It's about time. We should all prepare. After the matter is settled, we will return home at the first opportunity." Chen Dao looked at Chen Wen and said, "Don't worry. I was thinking of returning to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony." Chen Wen replied with a light smile. Chen Dao and the others did not hesitate any longer and turned to leave. After watching the four leave, the smile in Chen Wen's eyes gradually turned cold. "It was not easy to cross over, yet I ended up suffering such a huge loss. If I don't make Chu Tianlong vomit out what he swallowed bit by bit, how can I face living in this world? As for the people behind him, none of them should think they can escape alive." Chapter 24, Ascending the Sacred Land of the Celestial Maidens. The Legacy of the First Holy Lord. Half an hour later, Chen Wen arrived outside the Chu clan. At this time, only Jiang Taichu was present. The others had already been dispersed. As soon as Jiang Taichu saw Chen Wen, he immediately approached. "Young Master Chen, I greet you." At the same time, he noticed that Chen Dao was no longer there and silently breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing Chen Dao was simply overwhelming. "MHM." Chen Wen nodded. "May I ask, young Master Chen, are we leaving now?" Jiang Taichu asked. "Let's go." Chen Wen replied. "Then please follow me, young Master Chen." Jiang Taichu gestured, and a massive spiritual ship that had been hovering in the air slowly descended, appearing quite majestic. What Chen Wen did not know was that this was a holy-grade spiritual ship, the highest level of flying tool from the Guardian Hall, specially dispatched by Jiang Taichu from the main hall. In his eyes, no matter what Chen Wen intended to do, it had to be treated with the highest standards. He really did not want to experience everything that had happened before again. Just thinking about it now made his scalp tingle. Chen Wen's gaze fell on the spiritual ship. Nodding slightly, indicating it was well done. As long as young Master Chen is satisfied. Jiang Taichu dared not take credit. Chen Wen did not say much. He lightly stepped and boarded the spiritual ship. Jiang Taichu quickly followed suit. Soon, the ship flew through the clouds, disappearing into the sky. At the same time, on the ship, young master, what do you wish to do? Jiang Taichu asked in a low voice. Act high profile and say I'm here for the hidden forces. Just make sure my identity isn't exposed. Also, investigate Chu Tianlong's forces and related people for me. I want to take them all down. A slight smile appeared on Chen Wen's lips. As for whether anyone would inform Chu Tianlong in advance to sabotage everything, he was not worried at all. His father had already laid out plans for the entire ancient Yuan realm. Once those people made any moves, they would be discovered immediately. At that time, things would be simpler. They would just need to follow the clues to catch them all. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Jiang Taichu replied repeatedly. By the way, my surname is Yi. Remember that. Chen Wen suddenly said. There were quite a few hidden forces in the upper realm, and there happened to be a Yi clan ranked relatively low. This hidden force was weaker compared to the Destiny forces, and the Yi clan was ranked lower. Using this identity to deal with Chu Tianlong was just right. Yes, young Master Yi, Jiang Taichu responded repeatedly. All right, you may go. Chen Wen waved his hand. Yes. Jiang Taichu nodded and exited the room. Chen Wen did not keep him, turning to walk towards the room. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Wen immediately entered a state of cultivation. Although Chu Tianlong's forces were not as strong as his, he had been using his imperial bone to cultivate for the past 6 years. It was easy to imagine that Chu Tianlong had reached an incredibly powerful realm. Therefore, he had to take every moment to cultivate. He still wanted to kill Chu Tianlong with his own hands. Time flew by. 3 days later, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. Upon closer inspection, one could see a thick layer of white powder piled up at his feet. In 3 days, he had consumed nearly 100,000 high-grade spiritual crystals and divine sources. Even so, his realm had only just reached the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm, and he still needed some time to break through. The Nirvana liquid was indeed essential. Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh. Now, he was even more eager to reach the sacred land of the celestial maidens. There should be quite a few blessed children there. Killing Chu Tianlong was one aspect. Reaping a wave of blessed children was another. Thinking of this, a slight smile crept onto his lips, and his mood lightened. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Wen stopped his cultivation and stepped out of the training room. As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Taichu's figure appeared before him. Young man, I greet you. Jiang Taichu's gaze fell on Chen Wen, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. As a king realm cultivator, he immediately noticed the change in Chen Wen. His blood surged like a tide, and his aura was profound like the sea, much stronger than 3 days ago. Especially since this was still without Chen Wen breaking through. This clearly showed how extraordinary Chen Wen's physique and foundation were. What's wrong? Chen Wen noticed the fluctuation in Jiang Taichu's emotions and spoke up. Jiang Taichu quickly suppressed the turmoil within him. I was distracted. Please forgive me, young master. He was not a novice and naturally knew not to directly mention Chen Wen's changes, even if that was what he observed. As a servant, one must have the awareness of a servant. Is there something? Chen Wen did not expose Jiang Taichu's little thoughts. Jiang Taichu immediately straightened up. The sacred land of the celestial maidens has arrived. Please accompany me, young master. Have we arrived? Chu Tianlong, we will meet soon. A smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips. Jiang Taichu naturally noticed Chen Wen's expression. However, inexplicably, a chill ran down his back. Is everything arranged? Chen Wen asked. Your identity has already been reported to the Sacred Land's Lord. And as for Chu Tianlong's forces and related individuals, we have basically figured it out. It won't be long before we can give you a satisfactory answer, young master. Jiang Taichu hurriedly replied. MHM, well done. Lead the way. Chen Wen reined in his emotions and spoke. Please this way, young master. Jiang Taichu quickly cleared a path. As Chen Wen stepped out of the room, he immediately saw the continuous mountain range ahead. In the middle of the mountains stood a palace, and spiritual clouds were gathering in the sky, reflecting various phenomena. Within the gathering spiritual clouds, one could also see spiritual cranes flying, lightly tracing streams of light. everything appearing dreamlike. Quite impressive. Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh. The Chu clan in Qin Shi Town was decent, but compared to the sacred land of the celestial maidens before him, it was truly lacking by a wide margin. As the spiritual ship gradually descended, the mountain gate of the sacred land of the celestial maidens came into view and continued to enlarge. Why does the four-character sacred land of the celestial maidens feel like they hide a mysterious Tao rhythm? Chen Wen wondered. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's reaction, Jiang Taichu explained. This is the Tao rhythm left by the first Holy Lord for future disciples to comprehend. However, to this day, no one has been able to inherit this Tao. It's truly a pity for such a Tao rhythm. Saying this, Jiang Taichu couldn't help but sigh in regret. Even Chu Tianlong can't? Chen Wen felt a bit surprised. Yes, he can't either, Jiang Taichu replied. Then I would like to see what kind of thing could make even Chu Tianlong hesitate. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. However, he did not attempt to do so immediately. His primary goal now was to meet Chu Tianlong and see what kind of person would dare to impersonate his identity. Chapter 25. Kneeling only to heaven and earth, not to beings. Meanwhile, the disciples at the mountain gate were captivated by the slowly descending spiritual vessel. As they speculated about which prominent figure was arriving at the sacred ground, the sacred site suddenly became turbulent. Shadows rushed out from deep within the sacred land, heading towards the mountain gate. What's going on? Why are the holy masters all coming out? The familiar yet strange figures startled the disciples present, their faces filled with shock. This matter was something I had a bit of knowledge about. At this moment, a man with a sword in his arms and an aloof demeanor spoke lightly. What is the matter? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chang'e. It was no secret that he came from an extraordinary background, so not many dared to offend him in the sacred land. However, it had to be admitted that he had access to information they did not. This spiritual vessel belongs to the Realm Protection Hall. I once visited there as a guest with the elders of my clan. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance appeared at the corner of Chu Chang'e's mouth. At that time, the Hall Master of the Realm Protection Hall personally used this vessel to transport us. Damn, this bastard is showing off again. Everyone couldn't help but feel exasperated at Chu Chang'e's arrogance. I heard from the elders of my clan that our Holy Master has invited Hall Master Jiang over to be an honorary Holy Master more than once. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The Hall Master of the Realm Protection Hall is surnamed Jiang. You understand, right? Everyone forced out stiff smiles in response to Chu Chang'e's pretentiousness. Chu Chang'e was quite satisfied with their reaction and continued, if I'm not mistaken. Hall Master Jiang should have agreed to our Holy Master's request. So it's not surprising that the entire clan has come to welcome him. So that is how it is. I was wondering why our Holy Masters would come out to greet him. The crowd gradually began to grasp the situation, their expressions becoming solemn. The lower realm barbarians are still barbarians. The Realm Protection Hall is nothing but a gatekeeper. The truly powerful forces are still those primitive races from the upper realm. Chu Chang'e shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Naturally, the holy masters and elders were unaware of Chu Chang'e and the others' thoughts. At this moment, they were solemnly bowing their bodies in respectful welcome, especially the holy master Yue, who had received a sound transmission from Jiang Taichu, saying that the young master of a hidden upper realm clan was coming to experience training in their humble place. Upon hearing this news, she was so frightened that she jumped out of her coffin, not daring to continue her secluded cultivation. A young master from a prestigious hidden clan coming to train in their small faction was nothing short of absurd. The worst part was, where was the dignity in this kind of training? Rather than training, it felt more like coming to show off. If she didn't know his identity, she could still act crazy or foolish. But now who would dare to act? Nevertheless, no matter what, she had to serve this young master well. Even if it meant offering her bed. The longer one cultivates, the more one realizes the terror of those great powers. Thinking of this, Yue couldn't help but lower her spine even further. On the spiritual vessel, young master, we can disembark now, Jiang Taichu said beside him. Okay, Chen Wen nodded. The first to appear in the sight of the crowd was Jiang Taichu. As soon as he appeared, the hidden yet powerful aura caused the atmospheric pressure at the scene to drop several notches. The oppressive force of the Heavenly King realm felt like a celestial collapse to those present. So this is the Hall Master of the Realm Protection Hall. Truly terrifying. The crowd held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Chu Chang'e had also seen Jiang Taichu before, so he immediately recognized him. However, his expression was not as shocked as the others. He remained calm and composed. In his view, these barbarians were overreacting. They had never seen any real prominent figures. Wait, something is not right. Why is Jiang Taichu bending over? The crowd quickly noticed this strange situation, their eyes filled with confusion. Amidst their bewilderment, Chen Wen stepped out, gradually coming into view, dressed in white, with a face like a jade crown and an imposing demeanor. He exuded an extraordinary, scholar-like aura. Chen Wen walked forward with an unruffled expression, finally stopping at the edge of the spiritual vessel, looking down at everything below. Jiang Taichu hurriedly stepped back, his body half-bent, wearing a serious expression. In addition, he had immediately suppressed his aura to the utmost limit, making it impossible to detect the unique presence of a Heavenly King realm. At this moment, Jiang Taichu's aura was completely overshadowed, as if he were truly a servant. Oh, what is going on? Wasn't he had agreed that we would come to welcome home Master Jiang? The crowd was astonished, staring at the scene before them. Chu Chang'e's expression also slightly changed as his eyes fixed on Chen Wen, seemingly trying to ascertain the truth of the situation before him. We respectfully welcome young Master Yi. At that moment, a group led by Ji Yue all bowed their bodies and spoke in unison. Their voices rolled like thunder, echoing in the air, suddenly spreading throughout the entire sacred land. Young Master Yi? Who is this person? Even our holy master and home Master Jiang, such figures, must bow their heads in submission. At the same time, many disciples looked toward Chu Chang'e as if to say, "Aren't you the one who said you understood everything? Didn't you say the holy masters were here to welcome home Master Jiang? How do you explain the situation now?" Chu Chang'e naturally noticed the mocking gazes from the crowd, and his expression suddenly became a bit awkward. He, Chu Chang'e, a dignified disciple of the Holy Clan, had never suffered such humiliation. As a mere attendant of an imperial son, he had never been treated like this either. "What are you doing? Kneel." Seeing the disciples in the audience stunned, some peak masters and elders immediately became exasperated. "What are your identities? This is someone even I must kneel to. How dare you stand?" The more they thought about it, the more they felt an urge to slap these foolish disciples. In an instant, the entire training ground was filled with kneeling figures. It looked incredibly shocking. "We have seen young Master Yi." Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, echoing without end. Yet among the kneeling disciples, one person stood out as incongruous. This disciple held his spine straight, sword in hand, with an unruly expression, as if he possessed an indomitable spirit against the world. The elder who had just relaxed nearly died of anger upon seeing the situation. He recognized the disciple before him. He was from the sixth peak, a disciple of Lu Piao, coming from a major power in the upper realm, and was used to looking down on others. Of course, as elders, they didn't plan to suppress these gilded youths from powerful families. After all, avoiding trouble was better than inviting it. Their sacred land had no need to get embroiled in conflicts. But what time is it now? Still showing off your personality? Is there only one clever person in the world, and that's you? Damn it. Ji Yue's expression darkened as she coldly glared at Lu Piao. Lu Piao stiffened. She realized that her holy master was genuinely furious. If she didn't handle this matter well, it would truly become a big problem. Huff. Lu Piao took a deep breath and subtly moved back to Chu Chang'e's side, suppressing her anger as she growled, "Kneel down. Did you hear me? I'm afraid I cannot obey." As she spoke, Chu Chang'e's voice gradually rose, and he raised his proud head to look at where Chen Wen was. "I, Chu Chang'e, have only knelt to heaven and earth, not to beings, and he is simply not worthy." Chapter 26. There's always a fool in a sect. Chu Chang'e's voice, though not loud, sounded extremely resonant in the solemn atmosphere. Lu Piao was stunned. What kind of fool is this? He can't even understand such an obvious hint. He even said he only kneels to heaven and earth, not to living beings. If you want to act tough, at least cut ties with me first. Don't drag me down with you. Meanwhile, Ji Yue and the others were frozen in place, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. their bodies chilled to the bone. At that moment, Chu Chang's not-so-loud voice had already echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. They could no longer hide this rebellious act. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Chu Chang'e. He saw an orange soul mark appearing above his head. At the same time, basic information appeared before his eyes. Name, Chu Chang'e. Age, 23. Personality, self-important, unruly, extremely jealous. Identity, third son of the Chu clan leader from the Holy Clan of the Qin Tian realm. Soul mark, orange. Physique, ancient true dragon body. Realm, third heaven human realm. So that's why his personality is unruly. It turns out he comes from an extraordinary background and possesses the ancient true dragon body. The ancient true dragon body is even a renowned existence in the divine body rankings. When fully cultivated, one can resist ancient divine beasts, and their dragon power can shake the heavens. He indeed has the capital to be unyielding. Just right. I, Chen Wen, enjoy tackling tough challenges. Thinking of this, a faint smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips. Through some investigations, he found out that Chu Chang'e had secretly allied with Chu Tianlong, making him one of his trusted aides. Their relationship had been kept under wraps, known only to a few core confidants of Chu Tianlong in the entire Holy Land. Chu Tianlong mainly used the power backing Chu Chang'e to manage the development of the Qin Tian realm's forces. Also, Chu Chang'e and Chu Yue were siblings. Jiang Taichu quietly recounted the findings. Oh, does this count as a full buff? If you don't die, who will? The curve of Chen Wen's mouth deepened. At this moment, Lu Piaomiao realized that if Chu Chang'e continued his nonsense, their entire Holy Land might be implicated. So, suppressing her anger once again, she said, "Rebellious disciple. Do you know who young Master Yi is? He comes from." Chu Chang'e directly interrupted Lu Piaomiao, a hint of arrogance at the corner of his mouth. "Master, you may not know, but I come from a holy clan of the Qin Tian realm, and I'm the third son of the clan leader. In the clan, I rank third, and the only reason I am here in the Holy Land of the Celestial Maiden is to train as per clan rules. Can he compare to me in terms of identity? Master, you can stand up. This time I will take charge for you." As he spoke, Chu Chang'e raised his head slightly, the rebelliousness on his face fully displayed. Upon hearing this, Lu Piaomiao felt her mind explode with anger. "Shut up, you fool!" Lu Piaomiao immediately roared, like an enraged lioness. At the same time, her pressure from the life and death realm surged toward Chu Chang'e. At this moment, she truly wanted to hate Chu Chang'e to the core. What does the Holy Clan count for? How dare you act tough in front of others' hidden forces, and shamelessly say you would take charge for her? Are you really taking charge for me, or do you just want me dead? At the same time, she abandoned the thought of revealing Chen Wen's identity to Chu Chang'e. This Chu Chang'e had already offended everyone. If she was seen as intentionally helping him, she would also be doomed. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Chang'e's body trembled incessantly. Under the terrifying pressure, he began to sink little by little. Thud! In the end, Chu Chang'e couldn't help but kneel on one knee on the ground, which exploded into powder upon impact. But even so, he remained unyielding, desperately trying to stand up. As the force continued to strike, a green glow surged around him, and dragon roars echoed from within. "You, a mere elder of the Holy Land, dare to humiliate me? You will pay for this. And you, today as humiliation, is all because of you. I swear I will not rest until I take revenge." Chu Chang'e suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, looking extremely deranged. At that moment, the endless humiliation and anger had consumed his reason. Since he came into this world, no one had ever dared to treat him like this, never. He wanted everyone to die, everyone. This person has gone mad. Watching Chu Chang'e not realizing the situation, the disciples were stunned. Elder Lu is clearly trying to save you. Yet you not only threaten her, but also that person. A person like you living is just a waste of food, too damn stupid. Fool, Godi. Lu Piaomiao growled fiercely, her internal momentum increasing once again. Boom! Chu Chang'e's straightened back was bent once more under the pressure, and the ground exploded into white powder under the force. Yet even so, Chu Chang'e still held on. Even his blood began to seep from his pores. Just then, Chen Wen, who had been silent, finally spoke. "That's enough." Lu Piaomiao, was momentarily taken aback. But looking at Chen Wen, who wore a faint smile, she inexplicably felt a chill. Thus, she involuntarily stopped her actions. Chu Chang'e felt the pressure ease and suddenly straightened his body, his eyes crimson as he stared at Chen Wen. Chu Chang'e, right? Chen Wen said slowly. Chu Chang'e coldly replied, his demeanor extremely unruly. So what if I am? This fool is beyond saving. Lu Piao was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling. She believed she had tried her best, but unfortunately, she encountered a self-righteous fool. Chen Wen remained expressionless, saying lightly, the type of genius I admire most in my life is precisely someone like you, unruly and proud. But do you know? Those who threaten me are all dead. At this point, Chen Wen's voice turned cold, and the smile on his face vanished. Kill me? Just you? Ha ha ha. Chu Chang'e suddenly burst into wild laughter, his face full of disdain, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Not to mention his backing from the Imperial Clan. Just the fact that he stood behind the Holy Clan meant that no one could kill him. Who in the world would dare to offend the Imperial Clan's prince? Guf felt numb. Even at this moment, how could this fool still have such confidence? Can't he see their actions? He already said he comes from the Holy Clan. And isn't he still being humiliated? As long as one isn't a fool, they can understand that they have made a choice between the two. Chen Wen, throughout, maintained a neutral expression, watching Chu Chang'e laugh maniacally. Soon, Chu Chang'e's laughter subsided, his face contorted with malice. You all can count yourselves as finished. Especially you. Try to use your background to pressure me. Today I will let you know what despair is. As he lowly growled, he took out a directional teleportation token with one hand. This, won't he really play to the end? The onlookers' expressions changed instantly. Clearly, Chu Chang'e was about to make a move. Chapter 27. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die far away. My damn Chu clan is about to be no more instinctively. They looked towards Chen Wen on the spirit boat. Chen Wen had his hands clasped behind his back, his expression remarkably calm, and his white robes fluttered gracefully in the gentle breeze. Is he really that confident? The disciples couldn't help but take a deep breath. They then glanced at their own lord and elders, only to find that the corners of their mouths bore a cold smile, showing no sign of fear at all. Huh. It seems that kid's background is indeed substantial. The disciples' anxious hearts settled down. Now they were with Chen Wen. If someone had to die, it would be their foolish senior brother from the Chu clan. Seeing that everyone showed no signs of regret, Chu Chang'e's anger grew even stronger. Still pretending, huh? Everyone, just die for me. He then focused his energy into the directional teleportation talisman. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted, and spiritual energy surged wildly through the talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Until 10 breaths passed, there was still no response. Chu Chang'e's expression stiffened. But soon, he took out another directional teleportation talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Another 10 breaths passed, and still no response. How is this possible? Chu Chang'e's expression finally changed as he stared intensely at the 2 directional teleportation talismans in his hand. Could it be that the amount of spiritual energy infused was insufficient? He then frantically poured more spiritual energy into them. As the energy increased, Chu Chang'e's complexion grew paler, and his expression visibly turned frantic. Haha, this is hilarious. Even shaking people doesn't work. Still calling yourself a Holy Clan disciple. You can only brag. The disciples burst into laughter. Gui and the others, however, weren't as naive as the other disciples. They knew that Chu Chang'e had a significant background. They just couldn't understand why there was no reaction. This shouldn't be happening. With this thought, they looked towards Chen Wen on the spirit boat, their gazes carrying a hint of inquiry. Could it be that he had foreseen everything? Which is why he remained so calm. At this moment, beads of sweat had gathered on Chu Chang'e's forehead, and he frantically took out a sound transmission talisman from his robe. Then he suddenly infused it with spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and just when Chu Chang'e was about to despair, the sound transmission talisman lit up. Chu Chang'e was instantly filled with joy. He had connected, finally connected. Just as he was about to speak for help, a furious roar came from the talisman. Is this never-ending? If you're going to die, die far away. Chu Chang'e's smile froze on his face, and he immediately asked, Dad, what do you mean by that? It means for you to die, you idiot. Do you understand? The sound transmission talisman roared again. Chu Chang'e took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, Dad, I don't know what you've encountered, but please calm down and listen to me. The Chu clan is about to be finished, and you want me to calm down? Calm down my ass. One by one, you're all troublemakers, damn it. Roaring, Chu Beifeng directly cut off the connection. Chu Chang'e felt numb. Their Chu clan was about to be finished? What in the world was going on? At this moment, his mind was in chaos. The entire scene fell into silence. They naturally heard Chu Beifeng's furious roar. Ji Yue and the others cast a deep glance at Chen Wen, their eyes filled with shock, inquiry, and fear. If all of this was indeed within Chen Wen's foresight, then this person was truly terrifying. At this moment, Chen Wen spoke leisurely. Aren't you going to pressure me with your background? May I ask, where's your background? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards Chu Chang'e. It was as if they were also asking, Hey, background guy, where's your background? Chu Chang'e's fists clenched tightly, and his expression regained its arrogance. Do you really think that if my family is gone, you can put me to death? You're simply too ignorant. Do you know who the Emperor's attendants are? I am the attendant of the Emperor, and our Emperor, Chen Wen, comes from the Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan and is also the oldest and most domineering Qin clan. As he spoke, Chu Chang'e's cold gaze locked onto Chen Wen. You want a background, is this enough? And you can also tell this kid, is my identity enough? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence. Ji Yue and the others were also stunned. The Holy Land's holy son is the Emperor's son, coming from the Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan. This was no secret. They just didn't expect that Chu Chang'e would actually be associated with the Emperor, and that it had been hidden so deeply. In such a situation, there was only one explanation. That was Chu Chang'e's status in Chu Tianlong's eyes was not ordinary, and there were undisclosed dealings involved. No wonder Chu Chang'e had been so confident from the beginning. No wonder he remained unmoved even when they constantly hinted at him. If it were them, if they were the Emperor's people, they wouldn't have to fear any force, because it represented the Emperor's face outside. The Emperor is nothing in front of me. Chen Wen's voice slowly rang out, breaking the dead silence in the scene. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The Emperor is nothing in front of him? Damn, how dare he say that? Especially for Ji Yue and others who knew Chen Wen's identity, their minds buzzed. They originally thought Chu Chang'e was arrogant enough, but now here comes someone even more arrogant and foolish. What do you mean the Emperor is nothing? Your hidden sect is nothing in front of the Imperial Clan, right? Do you know what you're saying? Chu Chang'e's expression suddenly turned cold. In his mind, the Emperor could not be insulted. In fact, in the minds of all the disciples in the Holy Land, the Emperor could not be insulted either. It is not an exaggeration to say that even the Holy Lord does not have the prestige of the Emperor in the Holy Land. I not only know what I'm saying, but I also know what I'm doing. Saying this, Chen Wen's smile completely vanished. Elder Jiang, break all his bones for me. I want to see if that damn Emperor can protect him. Understood. Jiang Taichu stepped forward, and the power of the Heavenly King realm erupted violently, scattering the clouds in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Chu Chang'e, and the surrounding dust exploded, causing the space to twist incessantly. No! Chu Chang'e's face changed drastically, and he felt suffocated. He never expected that Chen Wen would dare to act and disregard the Emperor's authority. At the moment the terrifying kingly force pressed down, his ancient dragon body was shattered, his flesh bursting and blood splattering everywhere. Boom! In an instant, Chu Chang'e's knees buckled, crashing to the ground, which exploded into a fine powder. Puff! At that moment, Chu Chang'e could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly miserable. At this time, Jiang Taichu stepped forward again, his internal power surging once more, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He really dares to act. He's gone crazy. This kid is definitely crazy. The crowd was trembling with fear, their eyelids twitching. In their eyes, Chen Wen was seeking death. You must know that from the moment Chu Chang'e's identity was exposed, moving against him was equivalent to moving against the Emperor. Crack! The force that pressed down again made Chu Chang'e unable to withstand it any longer, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed through the air. This was the rhythm of his bones shattering. Chu Chang'e finally became afraid. If his bones shattered, what use would he have left? I was wrong. I'm willing to kneel down, no. I will lie down. I'm willing to lie down, as long as you can spare me. It seems your Emperor Master is not of much use either. He doesn't dare to say a word, Chen Wen said leisurely. Because the Emperor was not in the Holy Land. Chen Wen's expression turned cold as he continued. I don't want to see a single complete bone left on him. All right, Jiang Taichu replied, and exerted more force once again. No, you can't do this. Chu Chang'e's terrified scream was instantly drowned out by that heart-wrenching cry. Chapter 28, Are you messing with me? Do you know who Chu Yue is? I killed him. Crack, crack, crack. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Soon, a series of bone-crunching sounds echoed through the scene, accompanied by bursts of blood flowers. Before long, the ground was soaked with blood, and Chu Chang'e lay limp on the ground like a pile of rotten mud, with only a faint breath left. The scene looked both bloody and cruel. What a ruthless method. Looking at Chu Chang'e's condition, everyone couldn't help but glance at Chen Wen. Chen Wen still wore a faint smile, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. Yet, this handsome and gentle smile sent chills down their spines, causing goosebumps to rise. Naturally, the change in the crowd's emotions did not escape Chen Wen's notice. He didn't care at all. What if everyone in the world feared him? They were all people who had lived again. He didn't need to, nor did he want to deliberately please anyone anymore. Seeing that the scene remained quiet, Chen Wen frowned slightly. In such a situation, either Chu Tianlong was not in the Holy Land, or Chu Chang'e was not worth mentioning. What a pity. However, I have plenty of time to play with you. With that thought, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Wen's lips. Back, young master. Chu Chang'e's bones are all shattered. Not a piece left. Jiang Taichu half-bowed and reported to Chen Wen. Well done. Chen Wen nodded. It is the honor of a lowly person to serve the young master. Jiang Taichu hurriedly said. Chen Wen did not respond, but slowly descended towards the mountain gate, his extraordinary aura evident. He's here. Everyone's breathing quickened, and they instinctively bowed down, almost lying flat on the ground. For some reason, the moment Chen Wen touched the ground, their anxious hearts began to race rapidly. It felt as though an invisible momentum was pressing down on them. Chen Wen did not pause, stepping towards where Chu Chang'e was. Upon seeing this, the young disciples silently retreated to the sides, immediately clearing a path. From the horizon, Chu Chang'e could only see that figure growing larger and looking down at him. At this moment, there was no longer any rebelliousness in his eyes, only fear. Even with all his bones shattered, he still did not want to die. Because once life was lost, nothing else mattered. After reaching Chu Chang'e's side, Chen Wen waved his hand, and a stream of power wrapped around Chu Chang'e, lifting him up. It seems your master has abandoned you, Chen Wen said leisurely. Chu Chang'e's eyes revealed a plea for mercy. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't manage it. Only blood flowed from his mouth. Do you know Chu Yue? I killed him. Chen Wen's eerie voice suddenly reached Chu Chang'e's ears. Chu Yue, isn't that my sister whom I've never met? Chu Chang'e was taken aback. What does he mean? Could it be that the family was annihilated because of his sister? With this thought, Chu Chang'e's mind went blank, buzzing with confusion. It turned out that the other party had known everything all along and had been toying with him from the beginning. Chen Wen's voice echoed in Chu Chang'e's ears again. Just as you guessed, the Chu clan was exterminated by my family. In fact, when he learned the basic information about Chu Chang'e, he already had a suspicion about the relationship between Chu Chang'e and Chu Yue. But it was amusing to think that both siblings were of the same ilk and had fallen into his hands. But he had to admit that he had a peculiar fate with the people of the Chu clan. Upon confirming his suspicion from Chen Wen's mouth, the anxiety in Chu Chang'e's heart vanished. Good night, brother. Don't follow the wrong master in the future. Chen Wen reached out, enveloping Chu Chang'e with his power. Chu Chang'e's pupils trembled. Fear, regret, and unwillingness surged forth. At this moment, he truly regretted and was afraid. Already tortured to the brink of death, Chu Chang'e's body exploded under the pressure of Chen Wen's power. Blood rained down, splattering on the ground. In silence, Chen Wen directly activated the Fate Great Furnace, refining Chu Chang'e's life soul away. Furnace completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a portion of orange fate nirvana liquid. Huh, that feels good. A smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips. With this fate nirvana liquid, plus a large number of spirit crystals and divine sources, he was confident he could break through to the celestial human realm. After placing the fate nirvana liquid into his storage space, Chen Wen turned to look at Ji Yue and the others. At this time, Ji Yue and the others had already adjusted their weapons and moved closer to Chen Wen. You don't need to kneel anymore. Get up, Chen Wen said with a light smile. Seeing Chen Wen's expression didn't seem fake. Ji Yue signaled the elders and disciples below to stand up. In their eyes, even if Chen Wen offended the Emperor's son, it was not something they could afford to offend. They only needed to serve both factions well. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with them. Young master, if you have any needs, you can tell me. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Ji Yue took a deep breath before speaking. Chen Wen's gaze swept over everyone, finally locking onto a stunning woman with a graceful figure and a soft, flowing temperament. This woman had a voluptuous figure, perfectly combining charm and gentleness, clearly a rare gem. Chen Wen's gaze naturally caught the attention of everyone. Could it be that the young master has a taste for this? But that wouldn't be a problem. Ji Yue's gaze swept over Jiang Qingrun, and she began to calculate in her heart. Damn beast. The mentality of the disciples was different from that of Ji Yue and the others. They started to curse. Who is Jiang Qingrun? The peak master of Fairy Peak. Her beauty, character, and figure are all top-notch, especially her charm and soft temperament. She was the object of admiration for all male disciples. Upon seeing Chen Wen actually taking an interest in Jiang Qingrun, they all felt indignant. Jiang Qingrun felt very uncomfortable being scrutinized by Chen Wen. Her hands clenched tightly under her sleeves, barely holding back her dissatisfaction. Chen Wen smiled lightly and calmly withdrew his gaze. In fact, he wasn't looking at Jiang Qingrun herself, but rather her life soul above her head. It could be said that among everyone present, there was only one child of destiny, and that was Jiang Qingrun. Moreover, her life soul was not low, reaching the green level. He pondered whether he should find an opportunity to make a move on her. Young master, that is a lowly person's sister. If you're interested, I can help persuade her. As he spoke, Jiang Taichu smiled wryly again. My sister may look soft as water, but her temperament is actually more stubborn than a bull. All right, I understand your little thoughts. I'm not interested in your sister. Chen Wen waved his hand. It's the lowly person's fault for speaking out of turn. Jiang Taichu promptly closed his mouth. As for Chen Wen saying he wasn't interested, he didn't believe it. He might not understand women, but he certainly understood men. Chen Wen ignored what Jiang Taichu was thinking and transmitted, Speak, who else here is related to Chu Tianlong? Today, he would collect a little interest first. Chapter 29, Ruthless and Merciless. All killed, there's still 15 left, 2 of whom are peak masters, Jiang Taichu said. Kill them all, but leave the bodies. Chen Wen said. Okay. Jiang Taichu acted without any hesitation and struck out. Instantly, the aura of the King realm erupted again, and the terrifying power enveloped everyone. What's going on? Ji Yue and the others' faces changed drastically. The sudden change left them somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Jiang Taichu moved, reaching out toward an elder, his hand entwined with terrifying power, tearing through layers of space. No! The elder's face changed dramatically, instinctively expressing fear. Crack! With a single tremor, the elder's head was crushed in Jiang Taichu's grasp, blood splattering onto Ji Yue's face. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. Both the elders and disciples became anxious. Some even had fighting spirit surging in their eyes. Ji Yue's pupils shook violently as she shouted to the elders and disciples below, Don't move. I will handle everything. Once everyone barely calmed down, Ji Yue turned to Chen Wen, Young Master Yi. We haven't offended you, have we? You have not offended me, but they have. Continue killing, Chen Wen said, his voice devoid of any emotion. No, you can't do this. Ji Yue became extremely agitated and was about to struggle to stand up. Seeing this, Jiang Taichu pressed his hand against Ji Yue's forehead. Do you also wish to die? Ji Yue's face suddenly turned pale. But after a moment, she gathered her courage. As the master of the Holy Land, I cannot just watch the elders beside me die. even if it means going against the world. This is my responsibility. I hope that Lord Jiang can consider this and give me an answer." Jiang Taichu remained silent and looked at Chen Wen, as if asking, "Young master, how do you want to respond?" Chen Wen glanced at Ji Yue. "I am not unreasonable. Since Holy Master Ji wants an answer, let us give her one." "All right." Jiang Taichu responded and threw a spirit slip containing a list of 15 names and their deeds to Ji Yue. This action drew everyone's attention, and they all stared intently at the spirit slip. Ji Yue did not speak, but trembled as she took the spirit slip into her hands. In an instant, the 15 names came into view, including 2 peak masters. When she saw this, Ji Yue's pupils suddenly constricted. Originally, she just wanted to ask why Jiang Taichu wanted to kill Elder Zhao. But upon seeing the list, she realized Jiang Taichu intended to kill 15 people. This shattered her worldview and refreshed her acceptance limits. However, she was not a naive person. She quickly suppressed her shock and read through all the information. By the time she finished, she was numb. Each of these 15 people, without exception, had betrayed the Holy Land, using its resources to benefit the Imperial Sun. Some of them had committed heinous acts, and many disciples of the Holy Land had died at their hands. The incidents were so shocking that it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as heart-stopping. Of course, if these people were truly dealt with by their Holy Land, it would be difficult to handle. Firstly, they wouldn't risk offending the Imperial Sun for the Holy Land's ironclad rules. It is not an exaggeration to say that if this matter reached the Elder Council, many Supreme Elders would likely support this decision, as it was seen as a way to curry favor with the Imperial Sun. Secondly, how many cultivators are genuinely good people? They would do anything to achieve their goals. So, the evil deeds of these people were not considered much. But in young Master Ye's eyes, it was different. Since they had already offended the Imperial Sun, why not take the opportunity to eradicate the root and weaken the opponent's power to the greatest extent? These people could not be saved. Thinking of this, Ji Yue sat down on the ground, her eyes filled with both daze and powerlessness. "Understood? Any dissent?" Jiang Taichu coldly asked. In Ji Yue's hollow expression, there was no trace of emotional fluctuation left. "What do you mean by no? What exactly is inside? Could it be that Elder Zhao really offended this young Master Yi?" Everyone looked at this scene in shock, some unable to believe what was happening. Jiang Taichu glanced at Ji Yue and then struck out again. "No!" Crack! Bang! Another elder was killed with a single palm strike, exploding into a shower of blood. After killing one elder, Jiang Taichu did not stop but continued to strike out, and his speed increased. "You can't touch me. I am a person of the Imperial Sun. Holy Master, save me." Soon, the scene was filled with screams, making people's faces change color. The elders and disciples at the scene had become numb, their faces filled only with fear. Under the overwhelming king's might, they couldn't even move, let alone save anyone. After dozens of breaths, Jiang Taichu's slaughter finally stopped. There were a total of 16 corpses lying before everyone, in disarray, with gruesome deaths. Even then, no one stepped forward. It seemed that this Chu Tianlong was either a ninja turtle or not present in the Holy Land. Chen Wen once again confirmed his suspicion. But thinking about it, it made sense. If Chu Tianlong were truly in the Holy Land, he would have likely been silenced before Jiang Taichu arrived. "Young Master, all the people have been killed, and the bodies are intact," Jiang Taichu said. "Did you see that holy monument? Nail them to it so everyone can see," Chen Wen said. Jiang Taichu immediately understood Chen Wen's intention. This was meant to humiliate Chu Tianlong. What did Chu Tianlong care about the most? It was nothing more than face and external image. His subordinates were killed and humiliated like this. Even to maintain his own face, he would definitely not let Chen Wen off. In that case, wouldn't this work? "Understood. I will take care of it right away," Jiang Taichu responded promptly. As everyone watched Jiang Taichu begin to raise the corpses, their expressions changed again. What is he going to do? Is he not going to let them go even after this? Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Jiang Taichu nailed the corpses to the distant holy monument from afar. The blood flowed down the stone monument, a scene that pierced the eyes of everyone present. At the same time, it added a chilling and murderous atmosphere to the previously silent scene. At this point, Ji Yue could no longer hold back. "Young Master Yi, Isn't this a bit excessive? Chen Wen's. Guf felt a chill all over her body. Chen Wen coldly said, "The reason I just gave you face is that you received us with due respect. But that does not give you the reason to take advantage. Do you understand?" At this point, Chen Wen's tone shifted. "If you really want to die, this young master won't mind fulfilling your wish." As he finished speaking, killing intent surged. Gu's face changed. In that instant, she felt as if a blade was pressed against her throat. Terrifying, very terrifying. At this moment, her perception of Chen Wen changed once again. Gu took a deep breath before speaking. I understand, I was reckless. After nailing everyone to the holy monument, Jiang Taichu came at Chen Wen's side. Everyone is nailed up now. Well done, Chen Wen nodded. Jiang Taichu did not seek credit, but silently stood to the side. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Wen, their eyes filled with fear. If before, they had to lower themselves due to Chen Wen's identity, now, they are completely terrified because of Chen Wen's ruthlessness. I heard that your saintess is known as the most beautiful in Qingzhou, right? I wonder which one it is. Chen Wen looked at Ji Yue and said leisurely, Chapter 30, it's over. This demon is coming for our saintess. He's quite interested in his fiancée, He wants to see what the situation is, whether she has already been conquered. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Their saintess is called Lulan Shengxue. She is like a transcendent fairy. If Jiang Qingrun makes people feel captivated due to her contradictory temperament, then Lulan Shengxue is truly mesmerizing because of her breathtaking beauty. It can be said that she is a celestial being who makes one overlook her cultivation and talent. However, her talent is also unparalleled in the holy land of heavenly maidens, with only the Holy Sun being able to barely compare with her. It's over. This demon is also coming for senior sister Lulan. Many disciples at the scene reacted and became indignant once again. However, they dared not express their anger. Ji Yue took a deep breath and said, Our saintess is called Lulan Shengxue, and she is currently cultivating at the Holy Master Peak. If young Master Yi has something to discuss with her, I can take you there. However, she has absolute freedom here, and I cannot force anything upon her. Understood. This is hinting to me that Lulan Shengshue's identity is not simple, and I should not have any designs on her. But does her identity need me to have designs on her? Chen Wen smirked slightly. This young master is not afraid of the Emperor's son. Do you think I would be afraid of a mere saintess? Ji Yue's face stiffened. This person is indeed audacious. The other disciples felt as if the sky had fallen. They had just said that they had no interest in my sister, Hehehe. Jiang Taichu secretly curled his lips. This young master Yi indeed has a taste for this. I hope Xiao Qing won't be too stubborn. Ji Yue thought secretly. However, she would naturally not oppose Chen Wen's request. Then young Master Yi, please follow me. Chen Wen nodded lightly. The Holy Land of Heavenly Maidens is larger than imagined, with each peak equivalent to a small sect. The 9 peaks belong to the Holy Land of Heavenly Maidens, but are independent of each other. Therefore, competition for resources, both overt and covert, is common. Soon, under Ji Yue's lead, Chen Wen arrived at the location of the Fairy Peak. The environment of the Fairy Peak was better than he had imagined, with spiritual energy swirling like mist, shimmering with hues of dawn, looking quite dreamlike. When the disciples who were cultivating saw the Holy Master personally bringing a male disciple over, and with such a respectful attitude, they couldn't help but stop their actions and were momentarily dumbfounded. This is the peak we have prepared for you, where the spiritual energy is the most abundant in the entire Fairy Peak. Ji Yue said, then change the subject, you can take a look first. If you're not satisfied, I will arrange another for you. Chen Wen did not speak, but instead surveyed the environment in front of him. The peak he was on was surrounded by 9 peaks, with 9 spiritual veins flowing from the air, forming a gathering of spiritual energy like 9 dragons. In addition to its advantageous geographical position, there were also many spiritual herbs planted here, and the faint fragrance of medicine was refreshing. Not bad, indeed thoughtful. Chen Wen nodded silently. What Chen Wen did not know was that although this peak was classified under the Fairy Peak, it was actually the oldest and best-positioned peak in the entire Holy Land, called the Heavenly Maiden Peak. It was left behind by the first Heavenly Maiden, and after she ascended to the upper realm, it was left vacant. Even when successive holy masters took office, none had moved in. Now that Chen Wen had come and coincidentally chosen the Fairy Peak, they naturally did not dare to place Chen Wen in any other location. If Chen Wen thought they were disregarding him, they would be finished. This will do. Chen Wen nodded. All right, then this will be your residence, young Master Yi. Ji sighed in relief, but also felt quite disappointed. She did not expect that a place that had been contended internally for so long would settle in this way. You can all leave. I like peace and quiet, Chen Wen said. Then young Master Yi, please rest. If you need anything, just let me know, Ji said, handing over a token. Chen Wen did not refuse and took it directly. Jiang Taichu saw that everyone had left and asked, what should I do next? Of course. Continue until we anger Chu Tianlong's true confidants. One of my goals is to force them to gather all their forces to kill me. At that time, I will make Chu Tianlong watch everything he has painstakingly built turn to nothing. The little one understands. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Jiang Taichu said, why don't you stay here? Chen Wen thought for a moment and said. Jiang Taichu quickly shook his head. I will be in the nearby Qinyuan Peak. If you need anything, just call me. Saying this, Jiang Taichu also handed over a token. Chen Wen did not refuse. In that case, I will not insist. Also, you did very well. Keep it up. Jiang Taichu was immediately shocked and said excitedly, to serve young master is my honor. At this moment, he was genuinely excited. He had worked hard for so long for this moment. Don't underestimate the weight of a single sentence from a member of the imperial family. Go ahead. Chen Wen waved his hand. All right, I will not disturb you. Saying this, Jiang Taichu turned to leave. Chen Wen smiled at this. Properly giving someone a sweet date indeed can motivate people. With this in mind, he did not linger further and walked towards the training room in the palace. He was eager to absorb the nirvana liquid. This was an excellent opportunity to enhance his cultivation. As soon as Jiang Taichu walked down the peak, he suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face abruptly vanished. Wait a minute. Just now, what did he mean by keep it up? Is he hinting at something? Soon, Jiang Taichu's pupils widened. That's right. He must be hinting at my sister. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. No, I have to go do some work for her. Being noticed by young Master Yi is a tremendous blessing. Why be so reserved? Thinking of this, Jiang Taichu couldn't help but quicken his pace, looking quite anxious. Chapter 31. The Beauty of the World. Lolan's victory over Snow at the same time. Chen Wen's misdeeds spread to every corner of the Holy Land. The Holy Master Peak and the Holy Maiden Peak. Miss, it's quite lively outside today. That little brat Chu Chang'e is trying to show off. And guess what happened? At this moment, a lively girl in a green dress looked at the woman in front of her who was studying the chessboard. The woman was dressed in simple black clothing, her skin fairer than snow, with a simple hairpin holding up her hair. Apart from that, she wore no other adornments. Although the woman was dressed plainly, her beauty was undeniable. Oh, what could have happened to make our greens so excited? The woman gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing half of her stunning face. The corners of her eyes and brows held a faint smile, adding an irresistible charm to her presence. The only less appealing feature was that her eyes were slightly elongated and sharp, indicating that she was a woman with strong opinions and purpose. It's like this. A young Master Yi just arrived at the Holy Land, and the Holy Master and the others all went out to greet him. Seeing that her miss was interested, Lulan Green quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Lulan Xingxue paused her hand that was holding a black piece. That young Master Yi openly provoked the Holy Sun and even nailed the people he killed to the Holy Steel? Yes, what's wrong? Lulan Green replied. Seeing that Lulan Xingxue did not respond for a while, she added, by the way, that young Master Yi also asked the Holy Master to pass a message to you, saying he has something to discuss with you and wants you to meet him. He also said that if you don't go, you'll have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Lulan Green sneered. What does he think he is? Provoking the Holy Sun is one thing, but he actually dares to offend our Mississippi. I think we should just let Wan Lao deal with him and get rid of such an ignorant little ant. Hehe, it's interesting. Knowing the identity of the Holy Sun, he still dares to be so reckless. After all is said and done, he has set his sights on me. Whatever the young Master Ye's intentions are, with such courage, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. Lulan Shengxue's expression was calm as she casually placed the black piece down. Who was the Holy Sun? He is my future husband. From Lulan Green's words, it was easy to deduce that this young Master Yi was likely targeting her future husband intentionally. Therefore, for this reason alone, she had to meet Chen Wen. Haha, what do you mean? Now it was Lulan Green's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect her miss to really intend to go. Just what it sounds like, come with me for a trip. Lulan Xingxue stood up, her wise and intellectual aura retracted, replaced by an air of nobility that resembled an otherworldly being, making it hard for others to approach. On the other side, Jiang Taichu descended from the Heavenly Maiden Peak and headed towards the main hall where Jiang Qingren was located. Brother, why are you here? Seeing the hurried Jiang Taichu, Jiang Qingren was momentarily stunned and instinctively called out. Come here. I need to talk to you. Jiang Taichu grabbed Jiang Qingren's hand and walked towards the inner hall. Jiang Qingren looked confused. What could be so important that it couldn't be said in the main hall? However, seeing Jiang Taichu's serious expression, she didn't refuse and allowed him to pull her into the inner hall. Sit down. I have something very important to discuss with you. At this point, Jiang Taichu took a deep breath. This matter concerns your future, as well as mine, and even the future of our family. So you must consider it carefully, absolutely. Brother, what is it? I'm completely confused. Jiang Qingren was speechless. Our young Master Yi seems to have taken a liking to you. As long as you. Before Jiang Taichu could finish, Jiang Qingren's expression changed. Get out right now. You. Jiang Taichu took a deep breath. Shao Qing. This is not the time to care about face. That's young Master Yi, the son of a top power. Once you become a Dao partner with him, not only will you rise to greatness, but our entire Jiang clan will also thrive. What have we cultivators worked so hard for if not for this? Jiang Qingren coldly stared at Jiang Taichu. Did he send you here? Well, you could say that Jiang Taichu believed Chen Wen had hinted at this, so he thought it wasn't unreasonable. Get lost. Tell him to get lost. Jiang Qingren became furious. Even if I, Jiang Qingren, stop cultivating, I will never trade my body for gain. What you're doing only makes me feel dirty and disgusted. What are you doing? Jiang Taichu was startled. Seeing her brother's cowardly demeanor, Jiang Qingren's anger surged. Get lost, you too. Seeing Jiang Qingren so enraged, Jiang Taichu decided not to continue and instead said, I know it's hard for you to understand and accept this right now, but think about it carefully. There's no need to rush your response. Get lost. Did you hear me? Are you serious? Ouch, that hurts. After Jiang Taichu crawled out, Jiang Qingren sat down heavily in a chair. How could she not understand Jiang Taichu's words? She was well aware of the stakes involved. But Jiang Qingren had never been someone who sought glory through her body. So what if he was young Master Yi? She didn't care at all. Besides, a person who couldn't move on seeing women, no matter how big their background, was still a scoundrel. Especially with what Chen Wen had done recently. It only solidified her belief that he was a ruthless and heartless demon. At this moment, the Heavenly Maiden Peak suddenly became lively. A group of disciples rushed towards the Heavenly Maiden Peak upon hearing about Lulan Xingxue's presence. Peak Master, it's bad, it's bad. A voice of urgency interrupted Jiang Qingren's thoughts. She quickly collected her emotions and said, Come in. Instantly, a servant entered. Speak, what is the matter? Jiang Qingren glanced at the newcomer. Lulan Xingxue is here. She just entered our peak. The servant replied. Jiang Qingren frowned. Who is Lulan Xingxue? She has never been someone to recklessly intrude into other peaks. Moreover, given Lulan Xingxue's status, she rarely communicates with others and seldom makes enemies. Even our peak master and elders aren't familiar with her. But why would she suddenly come to my Heavenly Maiden Peak? Could it be because of that demon's words? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment, Jiang Qingren suppressed the turmoil within her. All right, I understand. You may leave. Yes, Peak Master. After the servant left, Jiang Qingren sighed and decided to leave the Peak Master's hall. Regardless of whether Lulan Xingxue was coming for this young Master Yi, she had to take a look. Chapter 32. Lulan Xingxue comes to find Chen Wen. The Holy Land trembles on the other side. Lulan Xingxue, led by El Air, was heading towards the direction of Tian in Peak. Sister Lulan, where are we going? I don't remember the Peak Master's hall being in that direction. Is she looking for a disciple? But that doesn't make sense. There's only the empty Tian in Peak in that direction. You don't know? That young Master Yi just settled at Tian in Peak. What? No way. Absolutely impossible. Some male disciples immediately lamented, unable to accept this fact. Hehe, who just said that if Sister Lulan came looking for him, he would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. You're the one with a good memory. Get lost. Upon realizing that Lulan Shingshu might be looking for Chen Wen, the already noisy scene erupted into chaos. This news spread like wildfire, quickly sweeping through the entire Holy Land. The Holy Maiden personally came to find Chen Wen. Who is a Holy Maiden? She is a celestial being. Therefore, this was no less than a thunderclap in the Holy Land, leaving everyone stunned. But when Lulan Xingxue reached the foot of the mountain, Jiang Taichu blocked her path. Jiang Taichu glanced at Lulan Xingxue and said, "Stop right there. Do you know who my lady is?" Elle immédiatement snapped. "Elle, step back," Lulan Xingxue said. "Yes." Elle puffed her cheeks, but silently retreated behind her. Lulan Xingxue clasped her fists and said, "This is Lulan Xingxue. To meet young Master Yi. Please inform him." Lulan Xingxue? The holy maiden that young Master Yi just mentioned? Jiang Taichu was taken aback. Wow, she really took the initiative to come. Young Master, impressive. Thinking of this, Jiang Taichu felt a mix of admiration and frustration. His own sister was so thick-headed that she couldn't even get the attention of someone. Look at the holy maiden. Her beauty and talent were clearly a level above his sister's. She came looking for him, and yet his sister was being so pretentious. Is it unclear what this girl said? Seeing Jiang Taichu lost in thought, Lulan Xingxue spoke again. Jiang Taichu snapped back to reality and replied to Lulan Xingxue with a clasped fist, "This is quite unfortunate. Young Master Yi is in closed-door cultivation. How long will it take?" Lulan Xingxue thought for a moment and asked. Jiang Taichu shook his head. "I really don't know." "That's troublesome." Lulan Xingxue slightly bowed, intending to leave first. At that moment, Jiang Qingren arrived. The gathered disciples immediately made way. Jiang Qingren approached Lulan Xingxue and asked, "May I ask why the Holy Maiden has come?" Jiang Taichu shot a glance at his sister, thinking, "Isn't this a question you already know the answer to?" Lulan Xingxue replied, "I heard that young Master Yi has something to discuss with me, so I came. If I caused any trouble for Peak Master Jiang, I apologize in advance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at this. Same gender, yet the gap is so wide. If I were the young master, I would definitely choose her. Not you," Jiang Taichu thought to himself. At the same time, he was also guessing whether this woman really came because of Chen Wen's words. Was there something else going on? "Do you know each other?" Jiang Qingren asked instinctively, not knowing why. She had the same thoughts as Jiang Taichu, believing that with Lulan Xingxue's character, she had no reason to care about Chen Wen. Lulan Xingxue discreetly glanced at Jiang Qingren, thinking this matter should be outside Peak Master Jiang's inquiry. "No, why do I feel like something is off?" Jiang Taichu frowned. The disciples present also noticed this, and their eyes shifted back and forth between the two, seemingly trying to discern something. Jiang Qingren's expression froze, and she took a deep breath. "As your elder, let me say one more thing, that young Master Yi is not a good person." "What the hell is my stupid sister saying?" Jiang Taichu was shocked. "Get back right now." Jiang Taichu stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Qingren's hand and growling fiercely. At this moment, Jiang Qingren realized she had misspoken, so she didn't immediately retort. Lulan Xingxue was quite interested in watching Jiang Qingren. She didn't care whether Chen Wen was a good person. If it weren't for Chu Tianlong and Chen Wen's unusual actions, she wouldn't have come at all. Instead, Jiang Qingren's excessive reaction made her feel somewhat amused. Boom! At that moment, endless spiritual energy gathered in the sky, spreading outward into the boundless void, seemingly endless. Is young Master Yi about to break through? The amount of spiritual energy gathering is terrifying. As everyone watched the increasing spiritual energy, they revealed shocked expressions. Lulan Xingxue also fixed her gaze on the sky, her eyes flashing with a strange light. Such a massive amount of spiritual energy was only present when she broke through to the life and death realm. But she wondered which realm this young Master Yi was breaking through to. Compared to Lulan Xingxue, Jiang Qingren knew Chen Wen's true realm, tenfold yin-yang realm. Now breaking through meant that Chen Wen was advancing to the celestial realm. What did it signify to attract such a massive amount of spiritual energy to break through the celestial realm? She understood it all too well. Realizing this, Jiang Qingren's face suddenly changed. Now you see, it's a blessing that young Master Yi has taken a liking to you. Stop being pretentious. After recovering from the shock, Jiang Taichu couldn't help but feel exasperated with Jiang Qingren. Jiang Qingren tightly pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She admitted that she had underestimated Chen Wen and his talent. But that still didn't change the fact that he was a playboy who was easily swayed by appearances. Was it wrong for her not to like such a person? Seeing his sister like this, Jiang Taichu knew what she was thinking but could only sigh helplessly. If you were my sister, I would have long since dealt with her. Foolish girl, living is just wasting food. As the spiritual energy gathered more and more densely, eventually stretching for miles, the surging energy resembled a natural disaster, creating a terrifying scene. At that moment, the gathering of spiritual energy reached its limit. It's coming. Is it a dragon or a worm? The moment of revelation is here. Lulan Xingxue thought to herself. Just then, a powerful aura erupted from deep within Tianan Peak, sweeping away the cloud for thousands of miles. It's the aura of the Yin-Yang realm. How is that possible? Lulan Xingxue gasped, her face filled with astonishment. Because this level of talent not only surpassed hers, but even that of her future husband. To know that her future husband possessed rare, imperial bones and was destined to become a great emperor. Now, a suddenly arriving young man had surpassed them all at once. What did this represent? As she thought about this, the astonishment in her eyes deepened. Chapter 33. Who the hell absorbed all the spiritual energy? The next moment, the boiling spiritual energy began to move. Instantly, it surged like a tidal wave, rushing deep into the Tiannu Peak. The surrounding spiritual energy was also visibly disappearing at a rapid pace. This level of absorption, this speed of absorption, is he really breaking through to the celestial realm? Everyone present watched in awe, their breaths quickening, due to the anomaly in the spiritual energy of the Tiannu sacred land. Ji Yue and others were also disturbed and rushed out from their respective peaks. Upon witnessing the astonishing phenomenon in the sky, they all revealed expressions of shock. Is this young Master Yi breaking through? Such terrifying talent. Ji Yue and the others did not delay, swiftly heading towards Tiannu Peak. In just a few dozen breaths, the spiritual energy that had gathered in the air was completely absorbed. Even the remaining spiritual energy of the Tiannu sacred land was forcibly drawn over and consumed. Boom! With a loud explosion, Chen Wen finally achieved his breakthrough. The yin and yang energies within him evolving into celestial power. One after another, celestial manifestations appeared in the air. Among these manifestations, there was an unparalleled warrior who could stand against thousands, an invincible sword god who could split the heavens, and an ancient deity who could break all laws and evolve supreme martial arts. In the end, the number of celestial manifestations reached a staggering 99. Shaking the vast celestial domain and provoking ancient calamities. 99 celestial manifestations? What kind of monster is this? Ji Yue and the others looked on in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even in human legends, there has never been anything like 99 celestial manifestations. It could be said that what they were witnessing now had surpassed their current understanding. Lulan Xingxue stared blankly, her astonishment beyond words. 99 celestial manifestations, and not a single one was a duplicate. That is the most terrifying part. She had only managed to evolve 59 manifestations back then. Because of this, the ancient Lulan kingdom had specially raised her status to that of a saintess and conferred upon her the title of First Sequence. Compared to this young Master Yi, was she truly a genius? At this moment, even someone as wise as her couldn't help but doubt herself. Who the hell absorbed all the spiritual energy? Just as everyone was in shock, a furious roar erupted, resonating in everyone's ears. The crowd turned to look. Boom! Suddenly, the sky erupted. A terrifying force of life and death sweeping through. A blood-red killing intent filled the air, dyeing half the sky crimson. Who is this person? Such a terrifying killing intent. The disciples' hearts sank, and they all share the same thought. Bang! The next moment, a figure surrounded by blood-red, killing intent charged out from not far away. Shaking the heavens, This person doesn't seem to be one of our sect as disciples. When they saw the figure clearly, the faces of the disciples changed. Ji Yue and the others looked as grim as water. Just a moment ago, they really thought that one of their own sect's disciples had acted foolishly again. But when they saw that the newcomer was not one of their own, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Who is this person? Do you recognize him? Ji Yue turned to Jiang Qingren, because this person had charged out from the Immortal Maiden Peak. Jiang Qingren hurriedly replied, his name is Zhao Tianlong, a disciple I met during a trial. Among his peers, he not only possesses a strong sense of self-respect and self-improvement, but also has exceptional talent. I believe he is a rare talent, which is why I took the initiative to bring him back to the peak. Then why didn't you report it? Ji Yue asked in a deep voice. Because young Master Yi happened to bump into him, so I forgot to do so, Jiang Qingren quickly explained. Have you looked into his background? Ji Yue asked again. Jiang Qingren nodded quickly, confirming that he is just a disciple from a humble background. Ji Yue gave Jiang Qingren a deep look. Jiang Qingren is good in many ways, but she is too cynical, especially toward those who are self-respecting and come from humble beginnings. She has a natural fondness. If it weren't for her brother Jiang Taichu, she would have expelled him long ago. Because such people have their strengths, but their weaknesses are more obvious, making them very likely to attract disaster. Considering this, Ji Yue still intended to give Jiang Qingren a chance. Handle this well. I don't want him to disturb young Master Yi. Otherwise, you'll both pay with your lives. Understood. Jiang Qingren quickly replied. So it turns out a mere ant who just broke through to the celestial realm stole my spiritual energy. And he even evolved 99 celestial manifestations. A genius. And a peerless genius at that. As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong's voice turned cold. I, Zhao Tianlong, enjoy killing such peerless geniuses. As he finished speaking, his overwhelming killing intent erupted once more. Seeing Zhao Tianlong in this state, Jiang Qingren's expression changed slightly. In her impression, Zhao Tianlong had always been a sunny, self-respecting, and caring big boy. How did he suddenly become so cold and jealous? However, Jiang Qingren quickly began to reassure herself. Zhao Tianlong's anger was understandable. After all, anyone would react the same way if their spiritual energy was stolen during a breakthrough. With that in mind, Jiang Qingren stepped forward to block Zhao Tianlong. Are you trying to stop me? Zhao Tianlong's cold gaze locked onto Jiang Qingren. You. Seeing Zhao Tianlong treat her this way, Jiang Qingren felt both angry and upset, but she still took a deep breath and said, I'm trying to save you. Ha. Save me? You're too full of yourself, bitch. Zhao Tianlong became arrogant as he spoke. Since he intended to tear the facade with the Tian new sacred land, he no longer planned to pretend. At worst, he would just kidnap Jiang Qingren. That would have the same effect. Do you really think you're a reincarnation of a saint? Do you know the ideas you've been instilling in me along the way make me want to vomit? If it weren't for the fact that your body still has some value, I would have wanted to try something new. Do you really think I would just follow you? Get the hell out of my way, or I'll punish you later, Zhao Tianlong coldly shouted. You. Shameless. Jiang Qingren pointed at Zhao Tianlong, her finger trembling. She had never heard such crude words before, nor had she ever been treated like this. Most importantly, she had truly regarded Zhao Tianlong as a brother. She never expected him to show such a side. At that moment, her worldview collapsed. Step aside, I'll handle this. Jiang Taichu came to Jiang Qingren's side and patted her shoulder. At this moment, Jiang Taichu's expression turned extremely cold. For him, whether it was to defend his sister's honor or to protect young Master Yi, the best solution was to kill Zhao Tianlong directly. Otherwise, if young Master Yi were endangered, things would escalate. Brother, Jiang Qingren looked at Jiang Taichu with red eyes. Listen, I'll handle this. Jiang Taichu spoke again. All right. Jiang Qingren stepped aside. The Celestial King realm? This is getting interesting. Zhao Tianlong smirked, then turned to Jiang Taichu. This person is yours to deal with. All right. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from the void. Chapter 34. Breaking out of the barrier, the ancient overlord killing body as the words fell, a figure gradually took shape. That terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Tian, causing every thread of energy to turn cold. Eighth layer of the Heavenly King realm. Upon sensing the visitor's realm, Jiang Taichu, who was only at the 6th layer of the Heavenly King realm, changed his expression drastically. One must understand that at their level, even a small difference in realm equates to a chasm. Ji Yue and the others also showed expressions of shock. If the visitor truly caused chaos, they would not be able to contain it. How could he not have a background? How could this happen? Jiang Qingren trembled all over, her face gradually turning pale. Realizing that she had brought disaster back to the Tian, she felt an even deeper sense of regret. Li Yunyo's gaze swept across the scene, finally landing on Zhao Tianlong, and said, "One disciple dies, or one holy land is preserved, you choose." As his words fell, his aura erupted once again, strands of Heavenly King power sweeping out, pressing down towards Jiang Taichu and the others. Not good. Jiang Taichu's expression changed, wanting to withdraw, but he suddenly realized he was being suppressed. The power within him felt as if it had been silenced, unable to do anything but collide wildly. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong became even more arrogant. "Ha ha! The dignified Tian is nothing at all. And you, dog, keep pretending in front of me. If I can't deal with you, can my master not handle you?" As he spoke, a murderous intent surged around Zhao Tianlong. "Today, I'll kill someone right in front of you. What can you do about it?" With that, Zhao Tianlong charged towards where Chen Wen was located. "Not good. Protect the young master," Jiang Taichu instinctively shouted. Upon hearing this, Ji Yue and the others began to struggle frantically, but still couldn't break free from Li Yunyo's confinement. If the young master of the hidden world forces died at the Holy Land, their troubles would be immense. "Ha ha ha, it's too late." Zhao Tianlong, seeing Jiang Taichu and the others so agitated, became even more arrogant. He delighted in seeing others crumble and feel helpless. It made killing all the more pleasurable. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying power of the celestial emerged from the depths of Tian, dominating the heavens and the earth. "Are you here to kill me? How interesting." A leisurely voice echoed. Everyone instinctively stopped their movements and looked towards the source of the voice. At that moment, a figure with an ethereal presence, like an immortal descending, gradually came into view. Chen Wen, who had broken through to the celestial realm, had already reached a state of unity with the celestial. His aura was restrained. His body was as smooth and lustrous as jade, radiating a 9-colored brilliance. As the faint aura spread, it was ancient and mysterious, and the invisible pressure made people dare not look up. When did the first layer of the celestial realm become so terrifying? Everyone couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Li Yunyo's gaze also fell on Chen Wen. This power fluctuation, this is an extraordinary aura. What a remarkable young man. After scanning Chen Wen, Li Yunyu couldn't help but sigh. Coming from the holy clan of the upper realm, he had seen many young talents, but very few could shock him at first glance. Zhao Tianlong, his disciple, could also be considered a dragon among men, having broken through to the first layer of the death realm at a young age. Moreover, he achieved this from a humble background, relying on his own strength. However, compared to the young man before him, aside from slightly surpassing in cultivation, he fell far short in other aspects. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was crushed. Zhao Tianlong stared at Chen Wen, his murderous intent instantly turning into intense jealousy. Coming from a low background, his aura always had been his shortcoming, especially since Chen Wen was so handsome. It struck at his fragile and sensitive heart. If before, he had developed a killing intent because of his spirit energy being robbed, now it was purely because he wanted to kill Chen Wen. At the same time, Chen Wen's gaze fell on Zhao Tianlong. Name: Zhao Tianlong. Age: 23. Personality: self-important, unruly, jealous. Identity: a humble youth from a border town. Destiny soul: yellow. Physique: ancient overlord killing body. Realm: first layer of the death realm. Yellow destiny soul? Ancient overlord killing body? Good heavens! This is an existence even more outstanding than Chu Chang'e. At the same age, his strength had already reached the first layer of the death realm, and he possessed the legendary ancient overlord killing body. If it is said that if Chu Chang'e's primordial true dragon body could transform into a human-shaped true dragon, then the ancient overlord killing body, when fully developed, could indeed stand against the primordial true dragon and tear apart the primordial true phoenix. Practicing that killing intent to the extreme could even lead to killing to stop killing, achieving the status of a primordial killing god. It is not an exaggeration to say that such a person is a born killing god. However, your fate is truly unfortunate. You encountered me. Thinking of this, Chen Wen couldn't help but smile faintly, especially since Zhao Tianlong had a yellow destiny soul. The first time refining a yellow destiny soul could unlock new achievements. Now he was beginning to anticipate what rewards the yellow heavenly destiny treasure chest would hold. Seeing Chen Wen's gaze suddenly filled with heat, Zhao Tianlong's overwhelming killing intent surged to his mind, unaware of his own demise. As the words fell, the power of life and death from all around entangled with the killing intent, violently erupting from Zhao Tianlong's body. In an instant, it pierced through the clouds, dyeing the sky blood red, with endless horrifying sounds echoing in the blood mist. This person is terrifying. The disciples looked at Zhao Tianlong, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, they were somewhat worried for Chen Wen. The first layer of the celestial realm and the first layer of the death realm differed by a major realm. Despite Chen Wen's extraordinary background, battles truly do not consider backgrounds. Hopefully, the person behind this young Master Chen can step in. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Miss, who do you think will win? Lulan Lvy asked softly. Lulan Shengshu had blinker eyes, looking pensive. If he loses, then I came to the wrong place today. Then miss, do you hope he wins or loses? Lulan Lvy blinked her eyes. Lulan Shengshu's expression remained unchanged. Actually, winning or losing doesn't matter much to me. Lvy hopes he loses. It would be better for such a demon to die. Lulan Lvy pouted. Facing Zhao Tianlong's rampant killing intent, Chen Wen remained calm and composed, without a hint of panic. Kid, die for me. Seeing Chen Wen still pretending, Zhao Tianlong reached out towards him, his hands wrapped in killing intent. The power of life and death tearing apart all space. Wait. At that moment, Li Yunyu spoke up. Zhao Tianlong's menacing expression froze, suddenly looking towards Li Yunyu as if asking why. Li Yunyu ignored Zhao Tianlong's gaze and instead looked at Chen Wen. Kid, you're quite good. Where do you come from? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Chen Wen replied leisurely. Everyone else turned their gaze towards Li Yunyu, their eyes filled with the same confusion. Li Yunyu's expression remained unchanged. I come from the Holy Clan of the Upper Realm, one of the top-tier holy forces. If you agree, we can put an end to this matter today, and I can take you as my disciple. Only by going to the Upper Realm can your talents be fully realized. Think carefully. This might be the greatest opportunity of your life. Chapter 35. The Imperial Sword Drawn. Identity Speculation. Is this person an idiot? Jiang Taichu was stunned. He thought Li Yunyu was going to say something significant, but this was it. The group from the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land also looked at him, as if he were a fool. Come on, after all this, you're just a member of the Holy Clan? The last person who bragged about being from the Holy Clan has already had their Meng soup. And what about taking others as disciples? I'm really speechless. When he saw the reactions of the crowd, Li Yunyu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that something was off. Shouldn't the normal reaction be one of shock? What kind of place is the Upper Realm? And what kind of power is the Holy Clan in the Upper Realm? How could a small lower realm possibly look down on the Holy Clan of the Upper Realm? On the contrary, the one who reacted the most was Zhao Tianlong. Being accepted as a disciple by Li Yunyu and joining the Holy Clan of the Upper Realm had always been his greatest achievement. It was also what gave him the capital to look down on all the barbaric beings in the lower realm. Now he heard something. His master seemed to hold the young man in front of him in high regard and planned to take him as a disciple. What does that make him? What does his hard-won recognition count for now? Thinking of this, Zhao Tianlong's eyes turned crimson, and jealousy instantly consumed his mind. No, he absolutely cannot let this kid become his junior brother. No matter the cost, this kid must die. Perhaps noticing Zhao Tianlong's emotional shift, Chen Wen smirked slightly and said, "It seems your disciple is not quite in agreement. Just look at his twisted face. This bastard is definitely doing it on purpose." Zhao Tianlong was so furious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Yet in front of Li Yunyu, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Even though he wanted to kill Chen Wen, he had to hold it in. Li Yunyu glanced at Zhao Tianlong indifferently. His opinion didn't matter. Oh, but I'm afraid I might be assassinated before I even join. Chen Wen shook his head. So, are you saying without him, you would become my disciple? Li Yunyu looked at Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded leisurely. You can understand it that way. Without hesitation, Li Yunyu said, Good, then from today on, he is no longer my disciple. Master. Zhao Tianlong's face changed drastically as he looked at Li Yunyu in disbelief. Considering our master-disciple relationship, now get lost. Li Yunyu's cold voice rang out. No. Master, you can't do this, you can't. Zhao Tianlong's face went pale. Without Li Yunyu's backing, all his misdeeds would turn into a death sentence. He didn't believe that as a mere life and death realm cultivator, he could withstand the revenge of these people. Realizing this, Zhao Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes losing their light. Seeing this, Chen Wen's smirk grew wider. It's indeed entertaining to toy with this master-disciple pair. As for Zhao Tianlong, he had to die here. Come over and bow to this king. Li Yunyu stood with his hands behind his back, adopting an imposing posture. He was somewhat satisfied with Zhao Tianlong. But compared to Chen Wen, it was no contest. Although Chen Wen's cultivation was weaker than Zhao Tianlong's, he was much younger. Their holy clan lacked resources, but was in dire need of true geniuses. Unexpectedly, this trip to the lower realm yielded such a harvest. Not bad at all. Thinking of this, a smile gradually appeared on Li Yunyu's face. But after a few breaths, the scene remained still. Chen Wen, on the other hand, looked at them as if they were fools, showing no signs of action. Li Yunyu's expression gradually turned cold. What do you mean? The people around also looked at Chen Wen, clearly wanting to know what he meant. With a mocking smile, Chen Wen leisurely said, Of course, I'm playing with you, idiot. Kill him for me. In an instant, Li Yunyu was furious, his killing intent boiling, and his face twisted to the extreme. No one had ever dared to mock him like this. Never. You bastat, di. Zhao Tianlong, who had already been desperate, suddenly surged up, enveloped in a terrifying killing aura, looking like a god of death emerging from hell. At this moment, he was filled with the same murderous intent as Li Yunyu. All right, I'll use you to test my sword. Chen Wen extended his hand, drawing the Imperial sword. As the Imperial sword was unsheathed, two beams of sword light shot into the sky, transforming into an Imperial dragon and an Imperial phoenix. The two powers fused together, indistinguishable from one another, naturally harmonious. The sword energy shattered the 9 heavens. At that moment, it seemed the sky was splitting apart and chaotic space currents spread in all directions. The remaining 1% of Imperial might also press down in an instant. All weapons trembled, soaring into the sky, creating an extremely shocking scene. What kind of sword is this? How terrifying! The crowd watched in terror, feeling their scalps tingle and struggling to breathe. The Imperial sword, it must be the Imperial sword. Although they had never seen an Imperial weapon, upon recalling Chen Wen's background, Jiang Taichu immediately became certain. This sword, the sword body appeared as if it were made of, with a handle featuring a fusion of dragon and phoenix, and its sword energy was unique. Li Yunyu, who was also staring at the Imperial sword, suddenly felt a jolt in his pupils. It is definitely the Imperial sword, without a doubt. As for whether it's a defective product, he didn't know, because even his own family did not possess Imperial weapons, not even half-step Imperial weapons. And those who had half-step Imperial weapons, or even Imperial weapons, were not something their holy clan could provoke. Could it be that I've pierced the heavens? Thinking of this, Li Yunyu's scalp tingled, and his entire body involuntarily trembled. Just then, Chen Wen moved. As he raised his sword, the power within him surged like a torrent. Vast as the sea, terrifyingly unmatched. The 9-colored chaotic sequence light burst forth, akin to a sword blade that could cleave the heavens, stirring the surrounding space into dust. In an instant, Zhao Qianlong's momentum was crushed into nothingness, like a grain of rice's light completely obscured by the brilliance of the full moon. Is this power something a heavenly being can possess? Once again, the crowd was shocked by Chen Wen. He was this strong? The most shocked was Jiang Qingren. Originally, she thought Chen Wen was just a reckless scion relying on his family's background to bully others. Now, she realized she was wrong, and she was extremely wrong. He was already a vast moon. Why would he need to borrow the might of his family? This young master grants you death. Heaven-splitting sword technique. Slash. Chen Wen's expression changed. His gaze turned icy, and the sword exuded a chilling aura. With a single sword strike, all brilliance was cleaved away in that moment. In the world, it seemed there was only this sword left. Bastard, even with a superior spiritual sword, I, Zhao Tianlong, will not lose to you. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Tianlong's killing intent surged, roaring to the extreme. He then activated the ancient overlord body to its limit, the power of domination surging around him, and a black-red divine light burst forth. Boom! Facing Chen Wen's descending sword strike, Zhao Tianlong threw a heavy punch. The heavens and earth trembled, and a massive shadow of domination reflected in the world. Stop it right now, Li Yunyu shouted in shock, instinctively striking a palm towards Zhao Tianlong. At this moment, he could only kill Zhao Tianlong, because if Chen Wen was harmed, no one in the entire place would survive. That was a disciple stronger than the Holy Clan's influence. But Chen Wen's killing move was faster and more ruthless. Are you kidding me? If you kill him, then my achievement will be ruined. Bang! A sword struck down. Zhao Tianlong's towering figure was instantly slashed into blood mist. And even the small success of the ancient overlord body could not withstand a single blow. Rain poured down in the world, dripping onto everyone's shocked hearts. The life and death realm, just like that, was cut down by a single sword. What the hell is this? Everyone only feels an endless chill, flowing from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, leaving their bodies completely cold. What kind of power could raise such a disciple? An ancient hidden nation? The Qin dynasty? Or the most terrifying Destiny Imperial Clan? It's all over now, completely over. Li Yunyu stared in a daze at all of this, and his movements came to a halt. No, I can't just sit and wait for death. I must find a way to save myself. Soon, Li Yunyu began to tremble, hurriedly reaching into his bosom. Chapter 36. Deadbeat Son. The entire Li clan has been ruined by you. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of yellow destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations. You have achieved an accomplishment and received a yellow destiny treasure chest. Huff, it's that simple. Qin Shi lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At the same time, Li Yunyu had already taken out a sound transmission talisman and immediately infused it with spiritual power. Brotherly? A clear male voice came from the sound transmission talisman. Yes, Brother Gu, it's me. I have something I would like to ask for your help. Li Yunyu said repeatedly. You're being too polite. Just tell me what it is. I may not have much else, but I do have some connections. Huff, I knew you were a righteous brother. It's like this. Your sister is acquainted with some Imperial Clan youngsters. I wonder if you could help me ask for a favor? Silence. A deathly silence. Who the hell are you? Do we know each other? Get lost. In an instant, the other party decisively cut off the connection. Li Yunyu's entire body stiffened, a chill wind blowing past him. Everyone watched this scene and felt it was ridiculous. Now you know fear? Where did that arrogance go? Huff. Soon, Li Yunyu took a deep breath and took out another sound transmission talisman. Brother Zhao, it's me, Li Yunyu. Ha. Of course I know it's you, Brother Li. Is there something you need? I would like to ask for your help. Don't be polite. We don't need to use that word between us. Just tell me what you need. I heard you know some people in the hidden world, right? I wonder if you can help me ask for a favor? What do you mean? Did you offend someone from the hidden world? Maybe. That's why I want to ask. Are you crazy? You offended someone from the hidden world, and you come looking for me? Damn. Li Yunyu tightly clenched the sound transmission talisman that had already cut off, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Don't look for me. Buddy, that demon doesn't care about human feelings at all. Take my advice, go for broke. There's still a glimmer of hope. Everyone watched Li Yunyu's actions and couldn't help but sigh. Right, I'll go find my dad. Maybe he has a way. Thinking of this, Li Yunyu hurriedly took out another sound transmission talisman. This was his last hope. After taking a deep breath, Li Yunyu infused it with spiritual energy. Shall you? Dad, I made a huge mistake. Li Yunyu called out anxiously, trembling. Don't panic. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. I will back you up, Li Qingsong said with a calm smile. Clearly very confident. I offended a force that possesses an imperial weapon. Li Qingsong took a deep breath. In an instant, a loud explosion came from the other end. Tables and chairs along with half of the great hall were turned to dust. Deadbeat son, Do you know you've ruined the entire Li clan? Damn! Li Qing immediately roared like an enraged lion into the sound transmission talisman. I. Li Yunyu trembled, his face as pale as paper. Immediately go die. Do you understand? Go die. Li Qing shouted again. Li Yunyu, trembling, said, Dad, you said you would support me in everything, right? Where's my son? Get lost. Li Qing was nearly driven to the brink of death by anger. Li Yunyu felt them all over. How about giving you a little more time? Chen Wen's voice floated into Li Yunyu's ears. Li Yunyu's rigid body suddenly shivered. Bam! Without hesitation, Li Yunyu knelt on the ground. I was blind and failed to recognize the great man. Please forgive me, my lord. Then, he began to knock his head wildly. Forgive you? What fresh term? As he spoke, Chen Wen's eyes gradually turned cold. This young master truly does not know what that means. Li Yunyu felt the sky had fallen. Kill him, Chen Wen coldly stated. Wait. Li Yunyu quickly spoke. I am willing to be a servant. Just ask my lord to spare my life. You absolutely should not have harbored murderous intent toward me. Chen Wen coldly stated, just for this point, you are already dead. Li Yunyu lowered his head, his eyes flashing with endless madness. Since I'm going to die anyway, I will drag you down with me. In an instant, Li Yunyu charged up, killing intent boiling. Be careful, my lord. Jiang Taichu exclaimed in shock, his face filled with fear. Ji Yue and the others were instantly terrified, feeling a chill throughout their bodies. If Chen Wen dies here, the entire heavenly maiden holy land will turn to ashes, and everyone present, as well as their families, will die. Die for me. Li Yunyu roared with madness in his eyes. Faced with this, Chen Wen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Just when everyone thought Chen Wen was doomed, a thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky. Boom! Li Yunyu was blown to ashes, leaving not even a trace of energy. The heavenly maiden peak was also directly blasted into a huge pit by this thunder, half of the peak turning to dust. Everyone stared blankly at all of this, unable to swallow. What just happened? In an instant, an 8th-layer king was killed, and half of the heavenly maiden peak was turned to dust. Isn't this too exaggerated? If this thunderbolt were a bit stronger, Wuden Ti, the entire heavenly maiden holy land, turned to ashes as well. I knew it. How could Chimbadeo only place his bets on him? After all, he is his biological son. Jiang Taichu sighed in relief, realizing that his back was already soaked. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. He was not surprised at all. At a critical moment, someone would definitely step in. His life was not something that a mere cat or dog could take. However, today's incident also served as a wake-up call for him. While his own power was strong, he should also cultivate his own influence. Only what he could control was the most powerful. We congratulate the young master on his successful cultivation and achieving the imperial throne soon. After a brief silence, Ji Yue quickly led the others to kneel on the ground. This time, the disciples did not need to be reminded. They knelt down as quickly as possible. Chen Wen looked around and found that only 2 people remained standing, especially that girl in a black gauze dress with a white veil on her face. Such wise and bright eyes. What a celestial-like woman. Chen Wen's gaze swept over Lulan Xingxue, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. The woman in front of him was perfect in every way, whether in figure, temperament, or that slightly concealed beauty. Standing there, she was the natural protagonist, the brightest pearl. Among the women he had seen, only his sister could overshadow the girl before him. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's gaze, Lulan Xingxue appeared poised and graceful. She turned her gaze lightly and calmly met Chen Wen's eyes. Chapter 37. Lulan Xingxue invites. First conversation at the same time. The basic information of Lulan Xingxue also fell into Chen Wen's eyes. Name: Lulan Xingxue. Age: 18. Personality: wise, calm, ambitious, warm on the outside but cold on the inside. Identity: hidden ancient kingdom of the long princess of the Lulan ancient kingdom, the contemporary saintess. Destiny soul: 7 colors. Physique: Destiny Empress body. Realm: ninefold life and death realm. Lulan Xingxue? Isn't this the name of my fiancé? 7 colors, Destiny soul. Destiny Empress body. An 18-year-old in a ninefold life and death realm. This is Invincible. Soon, Chen Wen was captivated by Lulan Xingxue's Destiny soul and physique. A legendary level Destiny soul, It's needless to say how strong that is. But what truly shocked him was still that Destiny Empress body. This could be said to be one of the top physiques, and it is the kind that gathers the highest fortune in one body. When the Empress body reaches full maturity, it can merge the destiny into one, drawing the fortune of heaven and earth, becoming the mother of heaven and earth, unparalleled through the ages. What does it mean to be the true child of destiny? This is it. Chen Wen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and sighed inwardly. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue took the initiative to speak. Lulan Xingxue. Yi Wuqing. Chen Wen collected his thoughts and then spoke. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Lulan Xingxue replied, please. Chen Wen said lightly. Lulan Xingxue's reaction was quite unexpected to him. He was also curious about what attitude Lulan Xingxue really had. Green, wait here. After Lulan Xingxue dropped a sentence, she stepped towards the palace. Interesting. Chen Wen smiled lightly and followed her inside. No, we're still kneeling. The crowd looked confused. What is their relationship? Jiyue looked at Jiang Taichu, as if asking. She had somewhat understood Lulan Xingxue. The two could be said to be both teacher and friend, but she had never seen Lulan Xingxue so proactive. Whether it was the disciples of the sacred land showing goodwill or the deliberate approach of talented disciples from external sects, she had always been indifferent. Her greatest interest, besides cultivation, was playing chess and the piano. As a woman herself, she felt that Lulan Xingxue was a person without flaws. Now, what she couldn't understand was why Lulan Xingxue would invite Chen Wen, and it was also an active invitation. Could it be that she was also attracted by Chen Wen's identity? Jiang Taichu shrugged. He didn't know either. Jiang Qingren's expression was unreadable, not knowing what she was thinking. On the other side, Chen Wen brought Lulan Xingxue into the inner hall. Lulan Xingxue sat down, first pouring a cup of tea for Chen Wen, and then for herself. Chen Wen glanced at Lulan Xingxue and took the tea without hesitation, taking a sip. I heard that young Master Yi is looking for me. I wonder what it is. Lulan Xingxue lightly sipped her tea before speaking. Chen Wen replied with a teasing tone. This young master is in need of someone to warm my bed. And your identity as a saintess barely qualifies you for this young master. So, I just wanted to ask if you have any interest. Young Master Yi, you must be joking. Lulan Xingxue was not angry and replied leisurely, of course, if you really have a need, I can help you find a suitable one. This woman is quite interesting. As a princess of a major power, she remained unflustered even when teased like this. Truly not simple. Chen Wen's lips curved slightly. He had been observing the changes in Lulan Xingxue's expression. However, he found that every word she said was very sincere, with no hint of perfunctoriness. In other words, she genuinely wanted to help him find someone to warm his bed. This fiancé is either not stupid or extremely clever. But what is her purpose? There's no unearned good in this world, nor is there unearned hatred. What if I only have eyes for you? Chen Wen's tone became leisurely, his gaze carrying an aggressive edge. Lulan Xingxue paused for a moment. This young lady already has a marriage contract. I hope, young master, you can understand. What does a marriage contract matter? It can easily be broken. This young master can take it on himself. Saying this, Chen Wen suddenly leaned closer to Lulan Xingxue, his posture slightly ambiguous. Immediately, a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, fresh and pleasant, making one unable to resist taking a deep breath. Due to Chen Wen's encroachment, Lulan Xingxue's expression finally darkened. Young Master Yi, please respect yourself. I do not wish to repeat myself. Chen Wen looked deeply at Lulan Xingxue before sitting back down. You came to find me. It shouldn't just be to hear what I have to say, right? Lulan Xingxue picked up a cup of spirit tea again, took a light sip, and said, since the conversation has come to this, I won't hide it anymore. Saying this, her wise gaze fixed on Chen Wen. You are specifically targeting Chen Wen, aren't you? Of course, the Chen Wen mentioned by Lulan Xingxue referred to the impersonating Chu Tianlong. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? I don't care what your reasons are, nor do I want to know what happened. This matter ends here. Saying this, Lulan Xingxue shifted the topic. I can make the decision. No one will hold you accountable. I hope you can think carefully and not waste your talent. Lulan Xingxue's tone had a hint of concern. Regarding where Chen Wen came from, Lulan Xingxue had some guesses. Perhaps others would be frightened by that imperial sword, but as someone from a hidden ancient kingdom, she was not unfamiliar with true imperial swords. From Chen Wen's imperial sword, she could sense the imperial might, but it was still immature. Using people to compare to imperial weapons, it was still in its juvenile phase. The only possibility for this situation, aside from natural endowment, was none other. Therefore, she could conclude that this was definitely not an imperial weapon passed down from family. Moreover, even if Chen Wen's sword was a family heirloom, it wouldn't be a threat to them, not to mention her origin from a hidden ancient kingdom. Her future husband's paternal clan is the Destiny Imperial Clan, and his maternal clan is also the Destiny Imperial Clan. Combined, the three major powers would not fear any force under heaven. Chen Wen coldly smiled. What makes you think you can make the decision for him? Could it be that your fiancé is him? Qin neither denied nor confirmed. Whether it is or not does not matter to you. Hehe, it seems these two people, even if they haven't hooked up, definitely have some sort of connection. It's just a matter of how far it has developed. Chen Wen's mind flashed with understanding, and he then asked, what if I refuse? Qin glanced at Chen Wen, her eyes showing no fluctuations. I said, how to choose is entirely up to you, but I hope you can bear the consequences. Hehe, if what you said is truly so confident, you wouldn't have come here as a negotiator. Saying this, Chen Wen's tone shifted. I may not have other merits, but I am quite stubborn. I have you all figured out. If you have the ability, just come at me. Qin stared intently at Chen Wen, a coldness surging in her eyes. Interview. Chen Wen was refusing the toast and instead asking for punishment. But soon, her expression returned to calm. Fine, then I'll just watch. Saying this, Qin stood up and walked out. But at the moment she turned around, her brow furrowed, her face full of contemplation, looking at Qin's disappearing back. Chen Wen's eyes narrowed into a line. Just now, he sensed a fleeting killing intent from her. As for whether it was for Chu Tianlong or some other reason, that remained uncertain. But things were getting more and more interesting. I want to see how you will behave after Chu Tianlong's identity is exposed. Similarly, this conversation has also made him give up the idea of revealing his identity to Qin first. Some people are definitely not as they appear. Some things are even more complicated than they seem. He would never be foolish enough to put himself in danger. Young master, I have something important to report. At that moment, Jiang Taichu's voice came in. Chen Wen then retracted his cold demeanor and said, come in. Chapter 38. Going to kill, not afraid of any power soon. Jiang Taichu walked in. What is it? Chen Wen glanced at Jiang Taichu and asked. Jiang Taichu immediately replied, the matter you asked me to investigate has results. Oh, let's hear it. Chen Wen's interest was piqued. In recent years, Chu Tianlong has developed over 100 forces, both openly and secretly, using his identity as a young master. Among them, there are 30 royal families, 15 imperial families, 5 sacred families, and 2 hidden forces. It can be said that Chu Tianlong currently has no rivals in the entire ancient Yuan realm. Chen Wen raised his eyebrows. Oh, he does have some capability. Moreover, Chu Tianlong is very clever. Even though his methods are not very upright behind the scenes, he maintains a good appearance on the surface. Take the sacred land, for example. Almost all disciples support him and are even willing to die for him. The peak masters and elders in the sacred land also like him very much. Any needs he has can be addressed with just a word. At this point, Jiang Taichu paused and did not speak for a long time. What's wrong? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. I also discovered that Chu Tianlong is the only one who can enter Qin's residence, and not just once. However, the two of them seem to have a normal interaction, and Chu Tianlong has publicly stated that they are just friends. The people of the sacred land believe this. In their eyes, Chu Tianlong is not the kind of person who would deceive them. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged as he said, I see. Continue. Regarding this point, he had already prepared himself after speaking with Qin, so Jiang Taichu's words did not have much impact on him. Yes, young master. Jiang Taichu responded, then continued. Aren't you planning to take down all of Chu Tianlong's forces? Now, there's an opportunity. It depends on how you want to handle it. Chen Wen's eyes lit up, finally encountering something interesting. Oh, what opportunity? It's like this. Chu Tianlong has an independent peak vein in the sacred land of Heavenly Maid, located in the most core area of the sacred land. This peak vein is very special. It is struck by heavenly lightning all year round. and it is said that there is a gravity heavenly lightning field above. The rumor is that anyone who can integrate this gravity heavenly lightning field into their body can lightly change their spiritual power attributes or heavily alter their constitution. Over the years, no one has been able to subdue it, and later, Chu Tianlong used his identity to claim it as his own. However, despite his efforts, he cannot subdue it. But he is also clever. Knowing he cannot subdue the gravity heavenly lightning field, he uses it as a tool to win people's hearts. Every year, he holds a tea party there to attract some geniuses, claiming that whoever can subdue it will have it for themselves. Because of this, he has gradually befriended many geniuses and through them, connected with their backing forces. Since Chu Tianlong holds the title of son of the emperor, those forces naturally want to align themselves with the Imperial Clan. Over time, Chu Tianlong's personal power has been continuously growing. Are you saying I can take action at this tea party? Chen Wen understood. Jiang Taichu nodded seriously. Yes, the tea party is happening in the next few days, and the disciples from those forces have already arrived. But this year, Chu Tianlong is not present. His trusted aide is hosting the disciples from those forces. So, this is definitely a very good opportunity. But how to handle it? I leave it to you to decide. Chen Wen understood Jiang Taichu's intention and said, lead the way. Since Chu Tianlong is not here, I, the real Chen Wen, will host this tea party in his place. Young master, please follow me. Jiang Taichu said nothing further and immediately led Chen Wen towards the heavenly lightning peak where Chu Tianlong was located. Soon, the scene of Chen Wen descending the mountain was seen by the passing disciples. Why is this demon coming down the mountain again? Did someone offend him again? Look, which direction is that? No way. Let's go, we should follow and see. Many disciples, suppressing their anxious hearts, quietly followed him. When it was confirmed that Chen Wen was heading to the heavenly lightning peak, the scene exploded with chatter. Thinking of the grudge between Chen Wen and their sacred son, they felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, even the slowest among them realized that Chen Wen was heading for their sacred son. No way. We can't let that guy destroy the heavenly lightning peak. We must inform senior sister Lulan and the sovereign. Realizing this, many disciples quickly took out their communication talismans to notify others. Lulan Xingxue, who had just returned to the heavenly made peak, immediately received a report from Lulan Lvr. Not good, miss, that guy is heading towards the heavenly lightning peak. Lulan Lvr huaritli approachet Lulan Shengixu. As Lulan Xingxue's personal maid, she naturally knew about the subtle relationship between Lulan Xingxue and Chu Tianlong. So, upon receiving this news, she rushed over immediately. Lulan Xingxue frowned, her expression darkening. It seems some people really don't know how to take a hint. Initially, she thought that with her warning, Chen Wen would be more restrained. But she didn't expect that as soon as she left, Chen Wen would head straight towards the heavenly lightning peak. Such audacity is truly seeking death. At the same time, this made her completely lose any goodwill towards Chen Wen. By the way, miss, since you met that guy, did you find out where he comes from? Lulan Lvr suddenly asked. Lulan Xingxue's expression tightened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. I can't tell for now. Should we ask Elder want to kill him? Lulan Lvr followed up. In fact, she had a good impression of Chu Tianlong. Whether it was his appearance or talent, she thought he was worthy of her young mistress. So usually, she often played matchmaker between the two. Now that there was trouble in the peak vein where Chu Tianlong was, she naturally hoped her mistress could help maintain it. Killing him is just a matter of lifting a hand. Let's see what he intends to do first. Lulan Xingxue said indifferently. Understood. Lulan Lvr nodded directly. On the other side, in the Sovereign Hall, reporting to the Sovereign, I have something to report. Ji Yue had just sat down when she found that a servant had come to report again. For this, Ji Yue couldn't help but sigh. There had been too many incidents in the past few days, and she hadn't even had a moment to catch a breath. If this continued, she would definitely collapse. Dealing with someone like Chen Wen, yet she dared not express her anger. Kumein, Ji Yue adjusted her emotions before speaking. Soon, a servant walked in, half bowing on the ground. I have seen the Sovereign. All right, just tell me what it is. Ji Yue waved her hand, reporting to the Sovereign. Young Master Yi is heading towards the heavenly lightning peak. The servant did not dare to slack off and said hurriedly, What did you say? Ji Yue suddenly stood up, her face showing an undeniable shock. The servant swallowed hard and repeated, I said, young master Yi is heading towards the heavenly lightning peak. Damn, is this never-ending? Ji Yue threw out a sentence and hurriedly flew towards the heavenly lightning peak. Chapter 39. Charging up the mountain. The falling world Thunder Pearl under the leadership of Jiang Taichu. Chen Wen quickly arrived at the foot of Tianlai Peak. Behind them followed many disciples, who were more curious to see what Chen Wen intended to do at Tianlai Mountain. Stop. No entry without permission. At the entrance of the mountain range, two guards dressed in sacred clothing blocked Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu. Get lost or die, Jiang Taichu said coldly. The two guards felt the aura emanating from Jiang Taichu and trembled. However, thinking of their position as attendants of the Imperial Sun, they mustered their courage and said, This is the private territory of the Holy Sun. Please leave. Then you can die. Jiang Taichu stepped forward and a terrifying power surged outward. The two guards didn't even have time to react before they were turned into blood mist. This demon is indeed here to kill. The disciples who witnessed this scene trembled uncontrollably. Some guards hiding in the shadows quickly headed towards the main peak, evidently intending to report this incident to the responsible elder. These small movements did not escape the eyes of Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu, but they did not care at all. Young master, this way. Jiang Taichu led the way again. Chen Wen nodded and followed. Let us go, we'll follow. The disciples had no hesitation and quickly pursued after them. Soon, a continuous mountain range appeared before Chen Wen. This mountain range looked very strange, with massive thunderstorms raging in the sky. Lightning arcs continuously fell, resembling a rainstorm of thunder. The scene was incredibly shocking, even giving a chilling sensation. In addition, there was a unique gravity pressing down. This mountain range is interesting. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. This is Tianlai Mountain. The legendary gravity thunder array is up there. However, this is just a legend, and whether it's true, I can't be sure. Jiang Taichu thought for a moment and began to explain to Chen Wen again. What is up? There is not the gravity thunder array. At this moment, Xian Hongxiao spoke up. Chen Wen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, What is it? If I am not mistaken, it should be the falling world Thunder Pearl that was shattered in the ancient times, Xian Hongxiao said leisurely. The falling world Thunder Pearl? Chen Wen instinctively asked. Yes, it is one of the 10 great divine objects of ancient times, containing incredibly terrifying falling world thunder. The renowned Thunder Lord of the ancient times used it to suppress billions of gods and demons. At that time, the falling world thunder swept across millions of miles, turning even the ancient space-time into ashes. However, after that battle, the falling world Thunder Pearl shattered and disappeared with the Thunder Lord into the world. The current falling world Thunder Pearl should have only restored a portion of its power. Chen Wen's eyes immediately brightened. Is there a way to obtain it? Perhaps you can't get the complete falling world Thunder Pearl, but if it has only restored part of its power, that could be another story. Do you see those gathered heavy thunders? Xian Hongxiao said. Chen Wen nodded. That is the phenomenon caused by the Thunder Pearl continuously absorbing the heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens. There is only one way to subdue it. Absorb these heavenly thunders and become a more powerful source of heavenly thunder yourself. Once it detects a new source of heavenly thunder, it will actively enter your body. At that time, you only need to leave a mark on it. However, this process may be dangerous, so think it over before making a decision. Xian Hongxiao slowly explained her method. Can my chaotic sequence body subdue it? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. 10 out of 10. Xian Hongxiao replied calmly. Then it's settled. Even if it's dangerous, I want to give it a try. Chen Wen made his decision directly. Xian Hongxiao did not express any further opinions and allowed Chen Wen to make his own choice. Young master, those people are at the top of this Tianlai peak. Jiang Taichu's voice rang out at the right moment. Let us go. Time to kill. Chen Wen collected his thoughts and nodded. Understood. Jiang Taichu took the lead and walked forward, but after a few steps, he stopped again and said, Oh, I almost forgot to mention. On the way up the mountain, you will be subjected to attacks from gravity and thunder, young master, so keep that in mind. Chen Wen nodded. Jiang Taichu didn't say anything more and continued to lead Chen Wen forward. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. As they approached, they could feel how terrifying the contained thunder and gravity were. especially since some of the thunder had already merged with the gravity, transforming into even more terrifying heavy thunder. This was much stronger than the single attributes of thunder and gravity. At this moment, many disciples were cultivating using the heavy thunder at the foot of the mountain. These disciples were all subservient to Chu Tianlong. For this reason, they were allowed to enter and cultivate. When they saw Chen Wen, they all stopped their actions. They were both amazed and envious of these talented cultivators who had arrived in succession over the past 2 days. They were all the selves they yearned to be. Clearly, they initially thought Chen Wen was a talented young man here to attend the tea party. No, look over there. What is that? At this moment, a disciple exclaimed. Everyone turned to look. What caught their eyes was a large group of disciples from the Holy Land following closely behind. Those are Holy Land disciples. How did they get in? Another exclaimed. Not good. These two might not be here for the tea party. At this point, everyone finally reacted. They quickly gathered and focused intently on Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu, especially the aura swirling around Jiang Taichu, which filled them with dread. Meanwhile, at the peak of Falling God Thunder Mountain, a massive palace stood tall here, surrounded by a golden protective formation that isolated the continuously falling lightning arcs. Inside the palace, nearly 50 young men and women had already arrived. Each of them exuded extraordinary presence and respect, especially the 8 individuals sitting at the head, whose overwhelming aura and profound inner breath could hardly be exaggerated. Among these 8, 2 men stood out particularly. Even while sitting, they exuded an invisible aura that clashed in the air, neither giving way to the other. On the high platform sat 2 elders, their strength not weak, both at the Heavenly King level. At this moment, a guard walked in. He knelt before the 2 elders. Greetings, Elder Feng and Elder Dong, the guard said hurriedly. Speak. What is it? Zhao Feng said lightly. Reporting to the elders, someone has come to stir up trouble, the guard said repeatedly. At this, the disciples present all trembled. They instinctively looked towards the guard. Clearly, they were also curious about who would dare to cause trouble even on the Imperial Sun's territory. Who? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. He was tasked with hosting this tea party by Chu Tianlong. For him, it was a matter of utmost importance. Now that someone had come to stir trouble, it was no different from opposing him. Thus, regardless of who it was, they would have to pay a heavy price. It's that kid who just came to the Holy Land, the one called Young Master Yi, Ning Wei quickly said. Simply asking for death. Zhao Feng slammed his palm on the table, and the table exploded into dust. In fact, they had long received news about Chen when slaughtering Chu Chang'e and nailing the dead elder to the holy monument. He was just busy preparing for the tea party and couldn't spare the time to deal with it. But what he didn't expect was that he hadn't even sought trouble with Chen Wen yet, and the other party had the audacity to come over. Who is that young Master Yi? At this moment, the man dressed in black, surrounded by black mist, Mu Jiuzhou, spoke up. Shimin Zhantian, who was sitting beside him, also slowly lifted his eyelids, his golden eyes flashing. He's a kid who claims to be from Hidden Force, Zhao Feng said coldly. Hidden Force? As soon as this was said, over 60% of the disciples present were taken aback. In contrast, Mu Jiuzhou and Shimin Zhantian remained composed. They were not afraid of disciples from any Hidden Force. At this time, Zhao Feng slowly stood up. Everyone, are you interested in following this old man to watch a killing show? I'm just in time for that. Mu Jiuzhou responded first, his voice deep and causing an involuntary chill. I also want to join in on the fun. Shimin Zhantian stood up as well. Soon, others also began to stand up one after another. Chapter 40. One step onto the invincible path, shocking the world. Look, isn't that Master Zhao? And Master Li is out too. No, it's them and all the talented youths who have come out. As one person exclaimed, everyone at the foot of the mountain reacted. They all looked up at the talented men and women high above, overlooking the world. Chen Wen, who was about to ascend the mountain, also paused his steps. He slightly raised his head, his gaze calm as water, exuding an aura of supremacy. Unconsciously, he formed a confrontational stance against the dozens of geniuses above, showing no sign of backing down. Is that the kid? Mu Jiuzhou and Shimin Zhantian immediately focused on Chen Wen. When they saw Chen Wen's calm demeanor, not bowing to their momentum, they couldn't help but frown slightly. To them, Chen Wen, who was at the first level of the celestial realm, was nothing. But Chen Wen's aura and personal charisma were truly outstanding. Even though they had seen many geniuses, they felt a sense of pressure upon seeing Chen Wen. Chen Wen calmly withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Among the dozens of talented youths, there were 6 who were the chosen ones. 2 of them even had soul levels that reached green. If he guessed correctly, these 2 should be the disciples of the hidden forces mentioned by Jiang Taichu. Then, his gaze shifted to the 2 elders on the other side. He sensed a killing intent from them. Hehe, looks like these 2 intend to kill me. Seeing this, Chen Wen couldn't help but smirk. Young master, those 2 Heavenly King realm are among Chu Tianlong's trusted aides and are highly valued by him. As Jiang Taichu spoke, he shifted his tone. I'll deal with those 2. You take care of the talented youths. As for Chen Wen's safety, I'm not worried at all. Especially after what happened with Li Yunyu, he was even more certain that a true big shot was secretly protecting Chen Wen. Okay, Chen Wen nodded. Among these disciples, the strongest were the 2 standing at the front. But they were only at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. He was absolutely confident he could kill them all. At this moment, Zhao Feng, who was fixated on Chen Wen, spoke up. Are you that young master Yi? Come down and talk. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wen moved, stepping forward in front of everyone. In an instant, the chaos sequence body was activated. An unmatched power surged forth from his feet. Bang! In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, thunder rumbled, and that terrifying power surged forward. The 9-colored power fluctuations, like the chains of heaven and earth, crushed all obstacles and created a massive surge path. Heavenly thunder, rocks, and peaks were all shattered into dust, and the entire mountain range exploded into a cloud. How is this possible? The expressions of Zhao Feng and the others at the highest point changed dramatically, their cold smiles vanishing, replaced by endless shock. In an instant, an invisible force swept over them, forcefully pushing them all back. Bang! They slammed hard against the shield behind them. The force that passed through them shattered the shield along with the palace, sending dust flying everywhere. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were directly pushed down from midair, a massive wave of dust rolling over them. In contrast, Mu Jiuzhou and the other talented youths were quickly engulfed by the dust. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Lulan Shengxue, Ji Yue, Jiang Qingrun, and others who had just arrived. They all showed expressions of shock. 1 foot flattened the mountain range. To them, this was too exaggerated, too brutal. It should be noted that Chen Wen was merely at the 1st level of the celestial realm. No one can look down on me and speak. At that moment, Chen Wen's indifferent voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the shock on everyone's faces deepened. A simple sentence, no one can look down on me and speak, conveyed such arrogance and dominance. Jiang Taichu couldn't help but look at Chen Wen, unable to hide his shock. This method, this handling, he had never even thought of. It could be said that Chen Wen had surprised him once again. Miss, this young master Yi is quite domineering, Lulan Lvy said. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Wen's profile for a moment before saying, he is indeed a dragon among men, but too stubborn. Lulan Lvy fell silent, as she also believed Chen Wen was too self-righteous, knowing he couldn't offend the emperor's son, yet still being so arrogant. For such a person, no matter how domineering or extraordinary, what use was it? Swish, swish, swish. After a few breaths, figures rushed out from the ruins. Except for Shimen Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou, who were not seriously injured, the others were more or less in a state of disarray. Surprisingly, these people did not show anger. Strictly speaking, they were all suppressing their rage. As talented disciples, being stomped on and blown up by a mere celestial realm was embarrassing to say the least. But undoubtedly, Chen Wen had also trampled on their pride. Facing their gazes, Chen Wen casually dug at his ear and said indifferently, now you can talk. How do you want to die? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. This bastard is too arrogant. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were instantly furious, and a terrifying Heavenly King realm power surged forth, opening a massive Heavenly King domain in midair. In an instant, the scene was filled with endless murderous intent, making it hard to breathe. They're coming. The 2 peak masters were finally going to take action. Seeing this, the disciples couldn't help but swallow hard. The peak master of Heavenly Thunder Peak was not comparable to the peak master of Sacred Land Peak. This gap was not only reflected in strength, but also in the inheritance of cultivation. It was no exaggeration to say that even the Lord of the Sacred Land might not be a match for these two peak masters. Bastard, you deserve to die. Zhao Feng suddenly roared, reaching out a hand towards Chen Wen. Zhao Lao, can you listen to this holy lord? Ji Yue, seeing the situation, decided to step in to mediate. After all, if these two sides fought, it would still be the Tiannu Sacred Land that suffers losses. Get lost, or you'll die. Zhao Feng suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto Ji Yue. Ji Yue's face went pale. But thinking of Zhao Feng's backing being the emperor's son, she could only swallow her anger. Come D. Zhao Feng unhesitatingly reached out towards Chen Wen. Terrifying power tore through all obstacles, and the golden heavenly king power danced in his hand like a raging solar stream. Your opponent is me. Jiang Taichu directly confronted him, blocking Zhao Feng's attack with one hand, while sealing off Li Yundong on the other side. Young masters, that bastard is up to you. Zhao Feng threw down this sentence and began to engage Jiang Taichu in battle. They were also aware of Jiang Taichu's strength. Thus, they had placed their hopes on Mu Jiuzhou and the others from the very beginning. They simply didn't believe that so many people couldn't deal with Chen Wen alone. Of course, if they knew that Chen Wen had killed a first-level life in Death Realm with a single sword, they would not have been so confident. Chapter 41. A single palm to kill. I just want to slap you, kid. How do you want to die? As he spoke, Shimin Zhantian's voice turned icy, with a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Shimin Zhantian had taken the first move, Mu Jiuzhou chose not to press further. He knew well how powerful Shimin Zhantian was. This was a good opportunity to see how strong Chen Wen was when he faced an opponent head-on. The other talented disciples also looked at Chen Wen with cold mockery, their high and mighty demeanor on full display. Swish! Suddenly, Chen Wen moved, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. Not good. Both Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou's expressions changed drastically. The other talented disciples didn't even have time to react. When Chen Wen reappeared, one hand was already descending towards Shimin Zhantian. Chaos overhead hand. The hand was like a cover for the sky, with chaotic power spreading from its palm, as the momentum of a million mountains roared back to life. As it descended, the space erupted, and an unmatched, terrifying power rippled outward. A nine-colored wave of light expanded, and Mu Jiuzhou and the others were forcefully knocked away. How is this possible? Shimin Zhantian's face instantly filled with terror. The power that had descended in an instant crushed all of his protective energy. Even the turbulent power within him was forced back in that moment, crashing around inside his body. The next moment, the palm fell, directly slapping down onto the top of Shimin Zhantian's head. No! In his panic, Shimin Zhantian quickly activated his 9 Heavenly Sun body, and the Heavenly Sun power around him erupted like rounds of suns, bursting forth with immense radiance. Waves of divine light continuously struck against the descending chaos overhead hand, attempting to block this attack. Puff! The divine light was crushed into light explosions, and the unmatched power swept through Shimin Zhantian's body. How can it be this strong? Shimin Zhantian felt death approaching and shouted, I am a descendant of an ancient hidden clan. Do you dare to kill me? Chen Wen remained unfazed, his hand directly slapping onto Shimin Zhantian's head. Boom! Shimin Zhantian's entire being exploded into a mist of blood, and the ground was smashed down, revealing a palm-shaped pit. Silence fell, and the surroundings were engulfed in dead silence once more. Every cultivator present showed a look of shock and fear. A single palm strike. A first-tier human realm expert had just killed a third-tier life and death realm genius with a single palm strike. Moreover, there was no resistance whatsoever. This was too exaggerated. Even the Imperial signs could similarly be dealt with, and what were you compared to that? Chen Wen calmly withdrew his hand, and a faint voice echoed in the dead silence. Yet, despite this, no one dared to voice their opposition. Chen Wen, who had just killed Shimin Zhantian with a single palm, had this kind of capital. So strong. Lulan Luer couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was very strong. Lulan Xingxiue took a deep breath, and her gaze towards Chen Wen changed once again. How was this possible? Zhao Feng also noticed this scene, involuntarily stopping his actions. To kill Shimin Zhantian with a single palm was something he simply could not accept. They had originally thought that with Shimin Jiantian and the others, they could easily kill Chen Wen. They only needed to hold Jiang Taichu back. But now it seemed they had greatly underestimated Chen Wen. Haha, what are you looking at? This is just the beginning. Just wait, all of you will die. Jiang Taichu burst into laughter upon seeing Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces change dramatically. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's expressions grew even uglier. Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a green destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations. You have achieved a new accomplishment and received a green destiny treasure chest. People are a bit wasted, but hopefully the chest reward will be good. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. What about you? Do you want to ask me how I want to die? Chen Wen collected his thoughts and looked up at the shocked expressions still lingering on Mu Jiuzhou and the others' faces. Mu Jiuzhou and the others' faces turned extremely ugly, yet they dared not voice their anger. Killing Shimin Jiantian with a single palm was something that, unless he used the strongest means, would be impossible to achieve. But for Chen Wen, from the way he struck, it was evident he found it quite easy. Thus, no matter how much they felt resentment and frustration, they had to admit one fact. In terms of individual strength, none of them were a match for Chen Wen. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing this scene, were once again filled with shock. Just such a simple statement could suppress hundreds of top-tier geniuses on Qingzhou's ground to the point where they didn't even dare to make sound. What is dominance? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. I thought you high and mighty geniuses had so much courage. As he spoke, Chen Wen shook his head. It turned out you were all just weaklings who fear the strong, useless. Mu Jiuzhou gritted his teeth, his fists tightening and loosening repeatedly. Since his emergence, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Although it was infuriating, he dared not disregard everything. Chen Wen's gaze shifted, landing on Mu Jiuzhou. Why don't you come out and take a palm strike from me? To be honest, I wasn't even done having fun just now. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all eyes turned to Mu Jiuzhou, as if saying, why not give it a try? Mu Jiuzhou's lips twitched repeatedly, feeling numb all over. What are you all staring at? Is my life not a life? If you want to try, you go ahead. He suppressed his inner anger and forced a smile. Brother, you're making it difficult for me. At that moment, an idea suddenly popped into Mu Jiuzhou's mind. Brother, if you're really not satisfied, I have a suggestion. You see that thunder domain above? It's said to be a gravity thunder array transformed by the spirits of heaven and earth. As long as you integrate its essence into your soul sea, you will gain unimaginable power. I believe that with your strength, you can definitely seize it. Oh, that could be worth a try. Chen Wen nodded thoughtfully. Phew. Mu Jiuzhou silently breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he began to chuckle coldly in his heart. If that gravity thunder array were so easy to subdue, would it still be your turn? Go on, go on. After you two injure each other, I'll swoop in like a mantis stalking a cicada, waiting for the right moment. At that time, wouldn't I be the biggest winner? Thinking of this, Mu Jiuzhou suddenly felt less hatred towards Chen Wen. But I just want to deal with you now. Just then, Chen Wen's tone shifted, and he suddenly swung his hand towards Mu Jiuzhou's face. Mu Jiuzhou's expression changed wildly. Chen Wen's sudden strike was something he had not anticipated. When he tried to resist, Chen Wen's palm shattered his divine body defense and landed heavily on his face. Bang! Mu Jiuzhou was slapped over, half of his face smashed to pieces. You bastard, you seek death. In an instant, Mu Jiuzhou sprang up from the ground. Surrounding him, black mist surged violently, and a giant shadow of a demon roared in fury. The heavens and earth were suddenly stained with blood and darkness. The atmosphere of slaughter, brutality, and darkness raged wildly. Everyone looked at the scene, shocked. This was the first time they had seen Mu Jiuzhou make a move, and his strength was far superior to Zhao Tianlong's. Now, what would Mu Jiuzhou do? Lulan Xingxue glanced at Mu Jiuzhou before looking towards Chen Wen. Chapter 42. Alone to bury the divine thunder of 9 heavens, breathing the laws of heaven and earth, underestimating oneself. Chen Wen shouted sternly, reaching out a hand towards Mu Jiuzhou. That hand was entwined with the power of the chaos sequence, swiftly piercing through all of Mu Jiuzhou's attacks. Even the towering shadows of gods and demons were penetrated by that single hand. I don't believe it. Mu Jiuzhou roared with a grim voice, his power surging once again, relentlessly squeezing the essence of his divine body. You're still too far off, Chen Wen coldly replied, maintaining his speed, crushing Mu Jiuzhou's counterattack with an unstoppable force. Then, he slammed his hand heavily onto Mu Jiuzhou's head, unmatched power spreading rapidly throughout Mu Jiuzhou's body. Bang! Mu Jiuzhou suddenly knelt on the ground, the earth sinking and erupting into powder. Puffed. Mu Jiuzhou finally couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, his divine body collapsed with a loud bang, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling only an endless chill. Such a Mu Jiuzhou even lacked the strength to resist. What kind of monster is this? They had seen many geniuses from Qingzhou, but had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Lulan Shengxiue's fist tightened slightly. Her gaze toward Chen Wen completely changed. Chen Wen had once again refreshed their understanding. Chen Wen looked down at Mu Jiuzhou and sneered, "You just wanted to lure me into capturing the Thunder Array, so you could profit from it. Your calculations are quite good, but do you think that would be enough to kill me? Fine, today I'll let you kneel and watch how I capture that thing." Saying this, Chen Wen changed his tone. "Everyone here, not one excluded, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Right now, immediately, all of you go and summon people. I alone will challenge all of you." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was shocked. One person challenging everyone, and even asking these talented youths to summon others. It could only be said to be incredibly arrogant. Kneeling on the ground, Mu Jiuzhou, looking ashen, suddenly raised his head in shock. But all he saw was Chen Wen's back, looking down on everything. At that moment, he suddenly felt that not only had he lost in strength, but he had also completely lost in momentum. At this time, Chen Wen disregarded everyone's gazes and walked towards the Thunder Array. Was he really planning to capture that gravity Thunder Array alone? When they saw Chen Wen move, everyone was shocked once more. In fact, many had their eyes on that gravity Thunder Array over the years. But over all these years, how many had succeeded? Even their prince, such a remarkably talented individual, could only look on helplessly. "Miss, do you think he can do it?" Lulanler took a deep breath. The other disciples also looked at Lulan Shengxiu. They had already been convinced by Chen Wen's strength. Like Lulanler, they wanted to hear an answer from Lulan Shengxiu. Lulan Shengxiu shook her head. "I don't know." In fact, she had thought about that gravity Thunder Array too, but had never found a way. Whether it was the killing intent contained within or the unfathomable internal source, it was not something a celestial realm could handle. But this person is Chen Wen, which made her hesitant to make a definitive judgment, because this person had broken her understanding too many times. The last person like this was her fiancé. I understand. It's just a lack of confidence. A realization flashed through Lulanler and the others' minds, and they no longer pressed further. Mu Jiuzhou struggled to stand up, suddenly wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had already risen to directly below the gravity Thunder Array, looking up to see the surging thunder like a vast ocean. Only by getting close could one truly feel the terrifying power of the thunder. The arcs of lightning, as large as pillars, seemed like thunder dragons swimming in a sea of thunder. That violent and incinerating power seemed to be ready to explode. It was no exaggeration to say that if he did not possess the chaos sequence body, he would not even have the qualification to approach. "Sister Xiaozi, what should I do?" Chen Wen took a deep breath. "It's simple. Just rush into this vast sea of thunder, unleash the chaos sequence body, and absorb all this thunder power into your body. You just have to withstand the waves of impact, and the rest will be handled by the chaos sequence body." Xianhong Xiao's voice echoed softly. "Got it." Chen Wen nodded. At that moment, he began to operate the supreme chaos art. Instantly, the power of the chaos sequence within him surged like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, his body began to rhythmically swell with the technique, releasing the power contained within his cells at that moment. This power, so strong, suddenly unleashing his power, Chen Wen stirred up a tremendous wave, an invisible pressure descending, making the world seem to ripple. Bang, bang, bang. Under that invisible pressure, the people below finally couldn't hold on any longer, one by one collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Although Mu Jiuzhou and the others barely managed to withstand it, their bodies still trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, they realized that the power Chen Wen had just used was still far from even a third of what he was capable of now. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Chen Wen moved, diving into the gravity thunder array. At a glance, it looked like a mud cow entering the sea, instantly disappearing without a trace. What is he doing? Is he showing off? Everyone on the scene was stunned. In their eyes, this approach was no different from seeking death. Facing the heavenly thunder alone, especially such a massive amount of it, no matter how strong his physique and strength, he would be blasted to ashes. Lulan Shengxue, who had remained calm throughout, couldn't help but furrow her brows at this moment. Chen Wen's actions also broke her understanding. Even she, born from a supreme power, had never witnessed such a thing. Haha, well done, well done. In contrast, Mu Jojo, after just a moment of daze, became overly excited. Although he hoped Chen Wen would die in the gravity thunder array, it was merely a prayer. He never expected that Chen Wen would actually do as he wished. If Chen Wen doesn't die this time, then he will absorb all that thunder. Boom! At that moment, the gravity thunder array in midair suddenly boiled over. Those arcs of lightning moved as if they were awakened thunder dragons, thrashing about wildly. At that instant, the world was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Endless thunder raging and continuously falling. If the thunder that had fallen before was light rain, then now it was a torrential downpour. This phenomenon rapidly expanded outward, looking incredibly terrifying. What is that? Suddenly, a cry rang out. Everyone turned to look, and what met their eyes was a towering shadow reflected between heaven and earth. That shadow stood tall, exuding an unmatched presence, with endless thunder surging towards it, making the figure appear as if a celestial being had descended. It's that kid. He's not dead. Oh my God, he's absorbing that thunder. As they recognized the towering shadow, another round of cries erupted. How is this possible? Mu Jojo's pupils shrank sharply, and he involuntarily took a step back. Come on. Chen Wen's battle intent surged, roaring against the incoming thunder. His voice rolled like thunder, echoing endlessly, reaching the heavens and the earth. Soon, Chen Wen pushed his technique to its limit, his breath resonating like thunder, shaking the world. The waves of vibrations were like drum beats echoing from the ancient times. All right, bring it on. As more and more thunder surged in, Chen Wen suddenly felt an endless sense of pleasure, and the chaotic sequence body gradually began to respond. Gradually, the thunder in the sky started to diminish, while the nine-colored sequence light began to fill the entire firmament, and various celestial phenomena appeared in succession. Looking at the constantly changing sky and the increasingly powerful aura of Chen Wen, everyone had become numb. Not only did he enter the thunder domain alone, but he also absorbed all the thunder. All of this was beyond what an ordinary person could accomplish. So you were here. A sudden burst of dual beams of light shot from the depths of Chen Wen's eyes. Chapter 43. Strength directly erased a pearl, no larger than an infant's fist, appeared in the spatial rift. If it weren't for Chen Wen's consciousness searching for it, he would not have been able to detect its existence at all. It could only be said that it was hidden deep enough. The pearl was completely black, with only a few strands of black lightning flickering on its surface. With each tremor and movement of the pearl, it resembled a beating heart. However, from within it, Chen Wen could feel a force even more powerful than the thunder of the nine heavens. Whoosh! At that moment, the pearl moved, transforming into a flash of lightning that swiftly entered his body. The heavy thunder pearl was discovered and then vanished in the blink of an eye. This, Chen Wen was instantly shaken. Before he could react, that violent and heavy force exploded within him and surged outward at the fastest speed. Chen Wen let out a howl, his voice filled with extreme pain echoing in the air. Meanwhile, he was rapidly engulfed by black lightning in front of everyone, exploding into a burst of thunderous sparks. What is going on? The crowd was once again dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were still in shock from Chen Wen's presence. But now, everything had changed. In midair, only the suddenly erupting black lightning remained. There was no trace of Chen Wen. Seeing the scene, Mu Jojo was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Although he didn't know what had happened, Chen Wen's aura had completely vanished. In this state, he didn't believe Chen Wen could survive. What does it mean that there's always a way out? This is it. Next, he just needed to wait for the people from the Divine Demon Hall to arrive. The final victor would still be him. With this thought, Mu Jiuzhou's previous despair transformed into exhilaration. Miss, that kid's breath has completely disappeared, Lulan Luer said. Taking a deep breath, Lulan Shengxua's expression also lost its previous calmness. After a moment of silence, she said, "Let us wait and see." Lulan Luer knew that in this situation, Lulan Shengxua couldn't gauge accurately either, which was why she spoke so ambiguously. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn back to the black lightning. The moment the black lightning appeared, the entire spatial situation changed. Originally, the gravitational thunder array only made them feel violent and heavy. But now, just using violent and heavy was completely inadequate to describe everything. One could only say that the surroundings were filled with endless destruction, as if the entire world were submerged in the abyss of hell. Being at the scene, they felt as if they could be bombarded into ashes at any moment. At the same time, Chen Wen had endured the bombardment of the heavy thunder and regained his perception and control over his body. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Chen Wen's chaotic sequence was wildly absorbing the power of the heavy thunder pearl. In contrast, the heavy thunder pearl no longer had its previous arrogance, constantly trying to pull back that power. But facing the thieving nature of the chaotic sequence, it had no strength left to resist, only able to shrink into a corner of Chen Wen's body like a disgruntled little wife. The chaotic sequence is formidable. Seeing all this, Chen Wen felt an urge to laugh. Originally, the heavy thunder pearl was aimed at the source of heavenly thunder within him. Now, it had walked right into a tiger's den, and even the power it had just managed to regain was partially plundered by the sequence. If you don't manage your divine body well, I might even expose all your secrets. Just as Chen Wen was amusedly watching all this, a scolding female voice rang out. Is this the intelligence that Sister Xiaozi mentioned? I wondered why it would autonomously hide in the spatial rift to prevent being discovered by those with ulterior motives. What are you dawdling for? I'm about to die. The female voice sounded again. Chen Wen collected his thoughts. Mind your attitude. Your life and death are now up to me to decide. You. The female voice was both angry and indignant. You little brat. You're ruthless. So what do you want? Surrender to me, Chen Wen said. I've barely come back to life. There's no way I'm becoming anyone's tool. The female voice replied directly. Oh, then you can disappear. Chen Wen directly pushed his body to the limit. Stop. Everything can be discussed. The female voice shouted urgently. Chen Wen did not respond further and instead said, Sister Xiaozi, do you have a way to erase its intelligence? That's quite ruthless. Xianhong Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chen Wen replied calmly, Ruthless? I don't think so. Its previous form was indeed one of the 10 divine objects, but now, it's just a spiritual object with potential. Besides, it rushed into my body, intending to drain me dry. If I didn't have the chaotic sequence, how would I even have the right to bargain with it? Since it can't recognize the situation, I'll just have to send it on its way. I can, but it might cause some damage to the subsequent enhancement of the heavy thunder pearl. You need to think it through, Xianhong Xiao said hesitantly. What kind of damage? Chen Wen frowned. That is, the intelligence will know the enhancement direction of the heavy thunder pearl and consciously allow it to regain its previous strength. Without its presence, how would it enhance? It would completely rely on the heavy thunder pearl's autonomous consciousness. In this case, whether the heavy thunder pearl can fully recover and return to its former state is another question, Xianhong Xiao said leisurely. Isn't that also a kind of fun? Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. All right, you suppress it with the sequence, and I'll handle the rest. Seeing that Chen Wen had made a decision, Xianhong Xiao said no more. What are you doing? No, you can't do this. I am willing to surrender. At the moment Xianhong Xiao struck the heavy thunder pearl with waves of power, that intelligence finally became afraid. It never expected Chen Wen to be this ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Now it regretted and was scared. You only have one chance with me. Since you want freedom, I'll send you to the heavens. In the vast sky and earth, you can roam freely. No. I regret it. I shouldn't have bargained. The female voice quickly begged for mercy. But what responded to it was Chen Wen's silence and decisiveness. No, The intelligence struggled frantically. But no matter how it struggled, it couldn't change this fact. Those outside had no idea what was happening inside the Black Lightning. After seeing Chen Wen remain motionless for so long, any lingering hope they had gradually faded. After all, with no sign of movement from Chen Wen and his aura gone, there was only one possibility left. Chen Wen had died in that Black Lightning. At that moment, a tremendous demonic force suddenly erupted in midair, sweeping through the entire scene at the fastest speed. Yes, here, my master has arrived. Mu Jiuzhou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but become excited. Chapter 44. Major forces arrive. Chen Wen faces a brutal ambush. This is the aura of the Heavenly King realm. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. A strong presence at the Heavenly King level is already at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the ancient Yuan realm. Huh? Jiang Taichu, can you still laugh now? Zhao Feng suddenly burst into loud laughter. Jiang Taichu remained unfazed, with a mocking cold smile at the corner of his mouth, because they were waiting for this moment. The more people that came, the more would die. Only then could they uproot these people and let Chu Tianlong experience despair firsthand. Soon, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, surrounded by black mist, appeared before everyone. This elder was Mu Zhongyun, the master of Mu Jiuzhou and an elder of the hidden ancient clan, the Mu clan. Mu Zhongyun's gaze swept lightly, finally landing on Mu Jiuzhou. When he saw Mu Jiuzhou in ragged clothes and injured, his brows furrowed tightly, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Mu Jiuzhou possessed the heavenly demon ninefold body, which had a ninefold awakening opportunity, with each awakening tripling his power. The only drawback was that it had extremely harsh requirements for resources and cultivation. If one was not careful, it could lead to complete failure. Thus, even as an elder of the Mu clan, he took on the responsibility of protecting Mu Jiuzhou for his safety. However, he never expected that merely attending a tea party would bring such disaster upon Mu Jiuzhou. It was possible that the cultivation efforts the Mu clan had invested in Mu Zhongyun would be in vain because of this. Thinking of this, Mu Zhongyun's killing intent intensified even more. Who did this? As soon as he spoke, the entire scene fell silent, and everyone could feel the overwhelming killing intent pressing down on them. The one who harmed my disciple is already dead, Mu Jiuzhou suddenly said. Dead? Mu Zhongyun's brows furrowed even tighter. What does this mean? Master, look above. Mu Jiuzhou pointed to the sky. Mu Zhongyun looked up, and his pupils instantly contracted. How did this gravity heavenly thunder array become like this? And why have those heavenly thunders turned black? The more he examined, the more shocked Mu Zhongyun became. He had tried to subdue this gravity heavenly thunder array before, but had failed. However, he remembered that the previous heavenly thunders did not have the impact of this black thunder. Just by looking at it, he felt goosebumps all over and his mind fell numb. He was certain that if he got close, he would be blasted to ashes without even a trace of resistance. After suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Mu Zhongyun asked Mu Jiuzhou, how did this gravity heavenly thunder array become like this? Mu Jiuzhou did not hide anything and recounted how the events unfolded in detail. A first-level human realm? First, he killed Shimin Zhantian with a single palm. Then he suppressed his own disciple. After doing all this, he rushed into the gravity heavenly thunder array and forcibly absorbed those heavenly thunders. In the end, he was struck down by those black thunders. His very soul turned to ashes. After hearing everything Mu Jiuzhou said, Mu Zhongyun felt as if he were listening to a celestial book. Leaving aside the matter of a first-level human realm defeating 2 third-level life and death realms, the fact that he rushed into the gravity heavenly thunder array was absurd in itself. But he knew that his disciple would not lie in front of so many people. Moreover, there was no point in deceiving him with this. After a long time, Mu Zhongyun finally digested this information and said, so, the one who came with that kid is him? As he spoke, Mu Zhongyun fixed his gaze on Jiang Taichu, who had a calm expression. He naturally knew that Jiang Taichu was the master of the Realm Guardian Hall. The Realm Guardian Hall was not considered a major force, but Jiang Taichu was quite talented. At not yet 35 years old, he was already at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm, and his individual strength was also formidable. They had crossed paths during an earlier training session, and the two had fought. However, The result was that Mu Zhongyun, relying on his realm advantage, barely managed to achieve a draw. Of course, he had not used his true trump cards, but he also knew that Jiang Taichu had not used his either. So if it came to pure talent comparison, Jiang Taichu was indeed stronger than him. Yes, Mu Jiuzhou quickly responded. Jiang Taichu, is it? I can spare you. But you must tell me the origins of that kid. Mu Zhongyun locked his gaze on Jiang Taichu and spoke. Jiang Taichu glanced at Mu Zhongyun lightly. What if I don't say? A cold glint flashed in Mu Zhongyun's eyes. If you don't say, then you will share the same fate as that kid. The expression on Jiang Taichu's face vanished. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Boom! As his words fell, the aura within him burst forth, clashing powerfully against Mu Zhongyun's momentum. Two unmatched waves of energy erupted, distorting and shattering the space, and the ground exploded into a sky of dust. P.S. Not at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm. How did he suddenly become at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm? Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces changed dramatically as they looked at Jiang Taichu in disbelief. It turned out that Jiang Taichu had not been exerting himself when he fought with them just now. Although the difference between the 6th level and the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm was only 2 small levels, to cultivators, it was like a chasm. Mu Zhongyun was equally shocked. He had not expected that in just a few years, Jiang Taichu had caught up to him in realm. Last time, the two had a difference of 3 small realms. If Jiang Taichu were the same age as him, what would the final outcome be? Thinking of this, Mu Zhongyun felt both shock and jealousy to the point where his eyes nearly bulged. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, another 19 terrifying auras pressed in from the distance. Among these auras were those of the Heavenly King realm and the Nirvana realm, but each one was extremely powerful. What's going on? The onlookers looked towards the distance in shock. What they saw were 19 figures swiftly approaching, rapidly enlarging. Seeing all this, the dozens of talented young disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, their forces had arrived, so they no longer had to worry about meeting their end here. To be honest, Chen Wen had really frightened them just now. Even if Chen Wen might have died in that black thunder, they still felt uneasy. They were afraid that suddenly, Chen Wen would jump out from within. You are indeed a once-in-a-generation genius, and truly not inferior to me. At this point, Mu Zhongyun changed his tone, but now, do you still think that keeping silent is a wise choice? In an instant, everyone looked towards Jiang Taichu. They all wanted to know how Jiang Taichu would respond to such a massive assault. Since you want to know my identity, I might as well tell you myself. Just as Jiang Taichu was about to respond, Chen Wen's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze in place, their pupils shaking uncontrollably. They were very familiar with this voice. In an instant, they all turned to look at the source of the sound. Chapter 45. Have you waited long? I'll send you on your way. In sight was Chen Wen, suspended in midair. At this moment, Chen Wen was wrapped in countless black thunderbolts, his aura overwhelming, causing the surrounding space to twist incessantly. He looked like a god of death returning from hell. Didn't he die? How? Is that possible? As they saw Chen Wen's appearance, the shock on everyone's faces intensified. Lulan Xingxue was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, she thought Chen Wen was doomed. Master, it's him. It's him who wants to kill my disciple. Mu Jiuzhou pointed at Chen Wen and shouted coldly. Mu Chongyun ignored Mu Jiuzhou and directly locked onto Chen Wen's figure. Second Heaven Human Realm. His aura was thick and boundless. He appeared extraordinary, possessing a unique charisma. Apart from the discrepancy in realms compared to what Mu Jiuzhou had said, everything else wasn't too far off. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Zhou. He indeed had the capital. In just a few breaths, Mu Chongyun had formed a preliminary judgment about Chen Wen. Obviously, at this moment, Chen Wen had completed a breakthrough with the aid of the S-power. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the 19 powerful figures had arrived at the scene. They quickly found their respective disciples. When they learned the details of the situation, they were as shocked and disbelieving as Mu Chongyun. Their disciples were considered top talents in their respective factions and throughout the entire ancient Yuan realm. Yet, they were trampled by a mere kid in the human realm, ultimately forced to seek their help. This all sounded too absurd, but it had indeed happened. Now, two very real matters lay before them. One was Chen Wen's background. They couldn't believe that someone with no background could possess such strength. The second was the gravity thunder array in midair. Where did it go? Was it taken by him? If it really was taken, they wouldn't mind keeping Chen Wen here, even if he had a significant background. They didn't believe that the people behind Chen Wen could offend all 20 of their factions at once. At once, many thoughts flashed through their minds, leading them to a preliminary decision. Seeing the bizarre atmosphere at the scene, a senior elder from the Beast God Sect spoke up. I am Zhao Hong, the Grand Elder of the Beast God Sect. Igrit Ildermu. In the eyes of these people, Mu Chongyun, regardless of his identity or strength, was the best among them. Therefore, it was only natural for Mu Chongyun to handle all these matters. It's Elder Zhao. You honor me. Mu Chongyun quickly returned the greeting. How shall we handle this matter? We will listen to you, Zhao Hong said. The others remained silent, but it was clear they also accepted this decision. A flash crossed Mu Chongyun's eyes before he spoke. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will take a bold step. Saying this, he looked up at Chen Wen. I, Mu Chongyun, an elder of a hidden ancient clan, dare ask which faction you come from? Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. It was indeed unexpected that Mu Chongyun could suppress his anger so quickly, but he had no intention of indulging them. Who do you think you're to ask about my identity? Chen Wen replied lazily. Mu Chongyun's expression tightened. Kid, don't ask for trouble. You are just a dead man. Why do you have so much to say? Chen Wen lifted his eyelids and coldly retorted. You're just a hidden ancient clan elder? You're simply embarrassing yourself. Bastard, you're seeking death. In an instant, Mu Chongyun's anger surged, reaching out a hand towards Chen Wen, the power of nirvana raging, piercing through layers of space. Good, kill him. Kill him for me. Seeing his master make a move, Mu Jiuzhou immediately became agitated and a bit frenzied. He couldn't believe that no matter how strong Chen Wen was, he could surpass his master. As long as Chen Wen was dead, he would still be the number one in Qingzhou. Who would dare speak of the humiliation he suffered at Chen Wen's hands? Thunder slash. Chen Wen lightly raised his eyelids and grasped with his hand. Countless black thunders gathered, transforming into a massive thunder sword, an endless aura of violence and destruction swirling around. It looked terrifying. Slash. With a cold voice, Chen Wen swung down the sword. The sword energy was immense, the thunder unyielding. Bang! With one sword stroke, the power in Mu Chongyun's hand was blocked. At the same time, Mu Chongyun was sent flying backward, creating massive craters under his feet. How was this possible? Mu Chongyun's pupils trembled, especially with the pain in his hand reminding him that he had just been forced back. He, a sixth heaven king realm cultivator, had actually been pushed back. Just recently, Zhang Taichu had blocked his offensive aura, which he could barely accept. But now, his attack had not only been blocked, but also directly repelled. And the one who repelled him was just a small second heaven-human realm cultivator. This made him feel like his worldview was collapsing. How is this possible? The others from Zhao Hong's faction were equally shocked. It was their first time witnessing Chen Wen make a move. They hadn't expected Chen Wen to be this powerful. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they certainly wouldn't believe that a human realm could directly repel a king realm. There was an entire 3 major realms separating the two. In contrast, Chen Wen was being pushed back with every step he took, shattering the ground beneath him. Finally, Chen Wen could no longer hold back. A 9-colored wave of light erupted around him, his black hair flying wildly. As expected, facing a king realm was still a bit forced. Chen Wen suppressed the boiling blood energy, his eyes cold. In an instant, Chen Wen moved again, as if turning into a streak of lightning, swiftly disappearing into the air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Mu Jiuzhou. At this moment, Mu Jiuzhou was no longer as frenzied as before, staring blankly at what was happening in front of him. Have you waited long? I'm here to send you on your way. Chen Wen's voice echoed. Mu Jiuzhou's entire body stiffened, his pupils instinctively widening. When he saw Chen Wen, he immediately shouted in panic, Master, save me, you dare. Mu Chongyun shouted loudly, stepping forward, the power within him surging forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, waves surged around him, and the ground was bombarded into clouds of white dust. Chen Wen reached out and seized the already terrified Mu Jiuzhou. Facing the incoming attack, he showed no sign of retreat, grabbing Mu Jiuzhou and pushing forward with one hand. An unmatched power surged forth. The nine-colored sequential power transforming into chains that crossed the heavens, crashing forward. Boom! In a collision, Mu Jojo was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Meanwhile, Chen Wen was directly sent flying backward. In contrast, Mu Chongyan stood there stunned. His disciple had just died before his eyes, and it was at his own hands. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. They were shocked by Mu Jojo's death, and equally astonished by Chen Wen's strength. Just now, Mu Chongyun had absolutely not held back. But the result? Chen Wen was merely sent flying, without even a hint of injury. This could only be described as too exaggerated. Bastard, I want you dead. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Chongyun suddenly surged forward, killing intent boiling. Chapter 46, Extreme Anger. Killing intent soars to the heavens, kill me. Looking at the charging Mu Chongyun, Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. Boom! In an instant, unmatched power erupted from within him, sweeping outward and collapsing everything around. This power is truly terrifying. Everyone watching this scene had their expressions changed drastically. This bastard must die. Otherwise, our divine demon hall will never find peace. Mu Chongyun's eyelids twitched, and the power within him surged once more. A mass of black demonic energy burst forth from his body, transforming into a demonic face in midair, fiercely blocking Chen Wen's oppressive aura. Mu Chongyun broke through the obstruction with a single leap, slamming his palm down towards Chen Wen's head. In the face of this, Chen Wen showed no signs of panic, calmly activating his chaos sequence body. A layer of nine-colored protective aura immediately surged forth, ancient inscriptions resonating endlessly, shaking people's hearts. Bang! Mu Chongyun's palm struck the aura, cold demonic energy raging upon it. But for a moment, even the aura did not break. I don't believe it. Mu Chongyun paused for a moment, then hardened his heart and increased the power in his palm once again. Boom! With another strike, the aura finally created a massive ripple, eventually dissipating into nothingness. At the moment the aura vanished, Chen Wen was forced to retreat several steps, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In contrast, Mu Chongyun was also sent flying by the backlash of the aura, leaving a long trail in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. Once again, Mu Chongyun was defeated. That kid is incredibly strong. Lulan Luer took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim. Lulan Xingxue said nothing, but one could see her hand hidden under her sleeve turning white from gripping too tightly. At this level, she could also achieve it. But let us not forget, she was at the 9th level of life and death realm. This shows just how strong Chen Wen really is. Mu Chongyun had once clashed with her in terms of aura. What does that represent? Even a fool would understand. Seeing his own defense broken, Chen Wen sighed softly. It seems my chaos sequence body still needs to grow. Come on, that was just the automatic defensive protective aura. It can withstand 2 strikes from a king realm. What more do you want? Xianhong Xiao said irritably. Chen Wen chuckled lightly. I was just expressing a little sentiment, nothing more. Kid, I admit you're strong. After stabilizing himself, Mu Chongyun's cold voice rang out again. That said, his tone suddenly shifted, but if you think that alone can defeat me, Mu Chongyun, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I will let you know that the king realm can never be provoked by a mere celestial realm. Boom! As he spoke, Mu Chongyun's eyes turned blood red, and waves of demonic energy surged from his body, ascending into the sky, staining the clouds crimson. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to change at that moment. Bloody, cold, dark, and other negative emotions weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. Mu Chongyun was serious now. Would that kid be able to handle it? The onlookers instinctively looked at Chen Wen, but to their shock, even so, there was still no sign of panic on Chen Wen's face. On the contrary, they sensed a hint of excitement in his expression. Yes, it was excitement. It was as if Chen Wen was looking forward to this battle. Mu Chongyun stepped forward, the surrounding power boiling once more, swirling like a dance of demons. As he continued forming seals, endless demonic energy rapidly converged, integrating together into a massive imprint. The imprint displayed ancient and complex symbols moving across it, exuding a chilling and violent aura. This is getting interesting. At this moment, Chen Wen moved. chaos across the heavens hand. Chen Wen stepped forward, rapidly gathering power in his palm. This bastard, seeing Chen Wen gathering strength, Mu Chongyun was instantly filled with rage, because from this palm, he sensed an extremely domineering force brewing. Without hesitation, Mu Chongyun struck down heavily with the divine demon Fulong Seal towards Chen Wen. Good timing. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. A massive hand that could cover the sky was unleashed, directly crushing a space into pieces. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided fiercely. The terrifying power surged forth, violently shaking everything around, and a cloud of dust filled the air. How is this possible? Mu Chongyun's face changed drastically, because his divine demon Fulong Seal was unable to gain the upper hand. In the next moment, the two opposing forces pressed down on both of them, quickly engulfing them. Mu Chongyun's flesh exploded all over, his spirit body shattered, and he was slammed down to the ground, creating a massive wave. At the same time, Chen Wen was also knocked away by a Fulong Seal, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, unable to react for a long time. Clearly, they had never expected that, even with all his strength, Mu Chongyun would still not gain a significant advantage over Chen Wen. Zhao Hong and the others' expressions changed at this moment. If even Mu Chongyun was no match for Chen Wen, what about them? The answer was painfully obvious. They had initially coveted the gravity thunder formation that Chen Wen had subdued, and now thinking about it made their scalps tingle with fear. Looking at the signs of his body about to crack, Chen Wen's brow suddenly furrowed. It seems that the gap in realms means that even with an extraordinary physique, one cannot endure indefinitely. Boom! In the next moment, Mu Chongyun, who had been slammed to the ground, suddenly charged out. His clothes were tattered, blood streaming from his body, and waves of terrifying demonic power swirled around him, sending chilling sounds echoing. It seems Mu Chongyun is getting serious. Everyone watching Mu Chongyun's state felt a shift in their hearts. Young master, why not let me take over? Jiang Taichu turned to Chen Wen. Chen Wen glanced at his own condition and then said, "That works." Saying this, he took a step back. In his view, he still had trump cards. There was no need to strain himself or fight to the death. Seeing Jiang Taichu replace him, Mu Chongyun's calm demeanor vanished. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help. If I die here today, none of you will escape." His fierce roar echoed in everyone's ears. Zhao Hong and the others exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. Just as Mu Chongyun said, if they did not unite, only death awaited them. After all, Jiang Taichu was not Chen Wen. Moreover, he was at full strength. Mu Chongyun was indeed not Jiang Taichu's opponent. Swish, swish, swish. Thinking this, they no longer hesitated and flew to Mu Chongyun's side. Seeing this, Mu Chongyun's fierce face twisted. "Jiang Taichu, since you insist on protecting that bastard, then you will die here with him. And you bastard, if I don't tear you to pieces today, I won't be able to vent my boundless fury." In an instant, the atmosphere became filled with a murderous intent. Everyone fell silent. Although Mu Chongyun's methods were underhanded, isn't this world just like that? No matter how strong one person is, it is still useless against so many people working together. Alas, what a pity. Thinking this, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly. Chapter 47. Defying the King Realm and remaining unscathed. Grudges further escalate. Do you really think you're the only one with helpers? Jiang Taichu snorted coldly and then waved his hand come out. As he spoke, 10 figures gradually emerged from midair. Everyone was shocked, staring intently at the newcomers. All 10 were at the King Realm and were not much weaker than Jiang Taichu. Mu Zhongyun's arrogance stiffened at that moment, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. These newcomers were all at the King Realm and had been hidden around them, unnoticed. What did this represent? It could only mean that from the very beginning, Jiang Taichu had anticipated all of this. He was just waiting for them to jump in, ready to catch them in a jar. Thinking of this, his expression gradually darkened. Although he didn't want to admit it, this time they were likely to be doomed. At this moment, Zhao Hong, who had been silent, spoke up. "Jiang Taichu, are you really planning to risk the entire Realm Guardian Hall for such a madman? Do you know that every force here is capable of erasing the Realm Guardian Hall from this world? The one who offends us is him, not you. If you leave with these people now, we can let bygones be bygones. Think carefully, Don't end up losing everything in an attempt to gain something. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards Jiang Taichu. Just as Zhao Hong said, the forces behind them were not inferior to the Realm Guardian Hall. Right now, Jiang Taichu was only in control because he had caught them off guard. Even if they fell here, the consequence would be a furious retaliation from dozens of major forces. By then, not only the Realm Guardian Hall, but even the forces behind Chen Wen might not be able to survive. Now it all depended on how Jiang Taichu would choose. However, Jiang Taichu did not respond to Zhao Hong, but instead looked at Chen Wen. Young master, the people are gathered. You. Seeing that he was ignored, Zhao Hong's face darkened, and the flames of rage flickered in his eyes. Chen Wen calmly said, kill them all. What the? You're really going to kill them? The crowd's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at Chen Wen in disbelief. All right, Jiang Taichu responded and waved his hand. Make a move. Leave no one alive. Yes, Hall Master. The elders of the Realm Guardian Hall responded and charged forward. Jiang Taichu did not lag behind and quickly followed suit. Jiang Taichu, don't regret it. Stop talking to me, Dai. No. Soon, the air was filled with urgent cries. The atmosphere became grim and murderous. Chen Wen shifted his gaze to the trembling group of talented disciples. Now it's time to send you to the heavens. You. The faces of those talented disciples changed drastically. Chen Wen coldly spat and then charged up. Upon seeing Chen Wen's movement, the talented disciples were immediately scared out of their wits. Even Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou were killed with a single palm strike. How long could they hold on? Watching the talented disciples fleeing in all directions, Chen Wen smirked, his left hand sweeping across the sky. A giant palm quickly collapsed all space, slamming down on about 20 disciples, turning them into a mist of blood. After doing all this, Chen Wen's hand moved again. The Imperial sword was drawn, and a shocking sword light sliced through half of the sky, causing endless spatial turbulence to erupt. No! Watching the sword light pass by, those disciples couldn't help but scream in terror. You bastard, you dare! Your opponent is me. Jiang Taichu shouted coldly and swiftly charged at Zhao Hong. Under one sword strike, more than 10 disciples were cut in half, blood splattering down like rain. The scene was incredibly bloody. Only 9 of you left. Chen Wen looked at the 9 disciples who were already scared silly and spoke slowly. His voice, though not loud, was like a death sentence in their ears. Don't kill me, please, please. We are willing to submit, willing to be your dog. Yes, yes, we are all willing. As they spoke, the 9 talented disciples quickly knelt on the ground, bowing their heads to Chen Wen. At this moment, they were truly terrified. It was too bloody, too violent. With just 1 palm and 1 sword, they had gone from over 50 to just 9, a power that left them in despair. Chen Wen's lips curled. Sorry, you don't even qualify to be a dog. Chen Wen coldly uttered and raised his hand to slam down. No! With a sound of terror, the 9 talented disciples were once again turned into a mist of blood, leaving no corpses behind. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 portions of Crimson Destiny Nirvana Liquid and 1 portion of Orange Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Congratulations, you have completed the refinement of the Crimson Fate Soul, achieving a new accomplishment and obtained a Crimson Destiny treasure chest. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chen Wen couldn't help but smile slightly. Gulp. The crowd watched this scene and involuntarily swallowed. They had seen many ruthless people, but they had never seen anyone kill nearly 50 people without blinking an eye. At this moment, Chen Wen's image could no longer be described as demonic in their eyes. Miss, that guy's so ruthless. Lulan Levine took a deep breath, her little face slightly pale. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. No, I actually admire him for this. However, this deadly feud has been completely established, and now comes his true purpose. What do you mean? Lulan Levine looked at her miss in confusion. Before this, I, like you, thought he was reckless and ignorant of the world. But now it seems different. Perhaps all of this was intentional on his part. What intentional? Lulan Levine became even more puzzled. This is just my guess. You don't need to pay attention to it. Lulan Xingxue shook her head and then looked at Chen Wen's back, her eyes flashing with unusual light. What kind of grudge do you have with my fiancé that makes you disregard everything? Although his situation is somewhat special, he is not someone you can provoke. In her view, Chen Wen was already considered an extraordinary genius, but he was still far from her fiancé, who possessed the imperial bone. On the other side, the battle involving Jiang Taichu and the others had also come to a close. Everyone on Mu Zhongyun's side, except for Zhao Feng and Li Yundong, was dead. As for Jiang Taichu's side, they had lost one elder and 3 elders were injured. Young master, how should we deal with these two? Jiang Taichu tossed the 2 men, who looked like dead dogs, onto the ground. Chen Wen's gaze fell on the 2 of them. It seems you are not that important. You didn't even come to save them after all this time. Zhao Feng's face changed. The people Chen Wen mentioned were the lurking forces of the Thunder Peak vein, who were under the command of Chu Tianlong. But it didn't matter. They would die sooner or later, and killing you first would be like collecting interest. With that, Chen Wen raised his foot. If we die, Lord Imperial Sun will definitely avenge us. You won't be arrogant for long. Avenge? Chen Wen smirked. That useless egg is probably hiding in some corner, trembling in fear. Don't insult our Imperial Sun. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong immediately became agitated. The expressions of the disciples on site changed as well. Their holy son being humiliated like this did make them somewhat furious. A dog is a good dog, but the master is not human. With that, Chen Wen did not hesitate to stomp down. Bang! With one stomp, the 2 men were directly crushed, their skulls bursting. 3 things. Nail all the remaining corpses to the holy monument. Second, clean up the Thunder Peak and divide the spoils among yourselves. Third, take good care of the deceased elder and ensure his family is worry-free for life. The talented younger generation can enter the realm of guarding the palace and receive the highest level of training. Yes, Jiang Taichu immediately responded. Chen Wen said nothing more and turned to leave. The bait has already been laid out sufficiently. Now, just wait for the big catch to come. His purpose is clear, to let Chu Tianlong witness him having nothing. Ji Yue and the others stared blankly at Chen Wen's back, unsure of what to say. The situation had escalated to this point, and it was beyond anyone's control. All they could do was pray not to be implicated. Chapter 48. The Trace of Chu Tianlong. Accepting the immortal legacy as Chen Wen left, the people on the scene gradually dispersed. The once lively Tianlai Peak became extremely desolate at this moment. Soon, everything on Tianlai Peak was swept away by Jiang Taichu and others, leaving only a wasteland. No one dared to step forward to stop this, nor did anyone have the courage to intervene. In an inner space within the Tianlai Peak vein, dozens of men and women sat together. They were all at the Heavenly King realm, their auras vast like the sea. However, their expressions were extremely grim at this moment. At this time, an elder named Fu Xiao, who sat in the main seat, spoke up. That bastard is too arrogant. We can't let this go. How can we face the Imperial Sun now? Saying this, he slapped the table beside him, shattering it into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to respond. In fact, during the recent battle, they should have gone out to support. But after deliberation, they ultimately chose not to intervene. Because Jiang Taichu's momentum was overwhelming, they couldn't be certain if he had hidden reinforcements. As one of the backup forces for the Imperial Sun, they could not risk annihilation due to a moment's anger. I propose we mobilize the power of the upper realm in the name of the Imperial Sun. Only in this way can we deal with the forces behind that brat. After a brief silence, an elder named Tang Yuan spoke up. I disagree. The upper realm's power can only be mobilized with the Imperial Sun's permission. Otherwise, we cannot bear the responsibility. An elder named He Chong shook his head. Agreed. Agreed. In the end, the majority still supported He Chong's view. I've connected with the Imperial Sun. I've connected with him. Just as the atmosphere fell into silence again, an extremely excited voice rang out. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. In fact, before Chen Wen arrived, they had already tried to contact Chu Tianlong through a unique sound transmission talisman. However, they had been unable to reach him, especially since Chu Tianlong had promised to return to host the tea party but had not shown up for a long time. Their bad premonitions intensified. Now that they had contacted Chu Tianlong, the tension in their hearts was finally alleviated by half. Bring it to me, hurry. Fu Xiao urged repeatedly. Xiaoshan did not dare to delay and quickly handed the sound transmission talisman to Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao took the talisman, took a deep breath, and then infused it with spiritual energy. What is the matter? In an instant, a gentle yet absolutely authoritative male voice sounded. It's the Imperial Son. He is safe. Fu Xiao completely relaxed. It's great that you're okay, Imperial Son. I was in a different space and just woke up not long ago, so it's normal that you couldn't reach me. Chu Tianlong said lightly, his tone showing no significant emotion. That's a relief. Fu Xiao said repeatedly. Speak, what happened? Hearing the unusual tone in Fu Xiao's voice, Chu Tianlong sensed that the other party was not just confirming his safety. Tang Yuan immediately straightened up and recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. At the same time, in another space, a man wrapped in golden tribulation light, with imperial shadows fluttering behind him, had a cold expression and extraordinary brilliance was spreading in his eyes. Surrounding him, golden dust fell, and the space twisted like a collapsing water curtain. The man had long golden hair, an extremely handsome appearance, and a demeanor that was calm yet imposing, making others involuntarily feel submissive. This man was none other than Chu Tianlong. After a long time, Chu Tianlong finally subdued the wild aura within and said lightly, You say this person is called Yi Wuqing and comes from a hidden force? Yes, this information was obtained from Ji Yue. Fu Xiao quickly replied, I still need half a month to accept the legacy and cannot return for now. In this way, you should unite with Mu Jiuzhou and their forces in the name of this Imperial Son. Also, the power of this Imperial Son in the upper realm can also be notified, and they must be in place within half a month. After half a month, this Imperial Son will personally meet that brat. Understood, I will definitely complete the task. Fu Xiao immediately stated, unable to hide his excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. All right, that's it. With that, Chu Tianlong directly severed the connection. He gently squeezed the sound transmission talisman, his eyes becoming cold as he thought, I don't care who you are, or if you were deliberately targeting me. Right now, I no longer need to look at anyone's face nor rely on anyone's power. Just right this time, I will use you, a disciple of a hidden force, as a stepping stone to create momentum for my return to the Imperial Clan. Thinking of this, Chu Tianlong's cold expression gradually faded, returning to silence again. This immortal legacy was extremely important to him. Therefore, this half-month must not be lost. With this legacy, combined with his own physique and imperial bone, even if he returned to the upper realm, he would have the capital to compete with those top talents. Meanwhile, in the upper realm's Tianming Imperial Clan, Chen Bideo also received a sound transmission from Chen Wudi. You say that Chu Tianlong has contacted his subordinates? Chen Wudi nodded yes. Chu Tianlong is currently in a different space. We tried to determine his location, but the time was too short, and we were unsuccessful. When we attempted to investigate again, we found that we had lost all traces. Therefore, I can basically conclude that this space can block all investigations. During this short period, has anyone else contacted him? Chen Bideo asked pointedly. Chen Wudi shook his head, no. It seems that Xiao Wen was right. They really have curled up. Chen Bideo sneered coldly and then asked, What about Xiao Wen? What is the situation now? Without any hesitation, Chen Wudi directly recounted what Chen Wen had been doing during this time. That is quite interesting. Chen Bideo chuckled lightly, then said, Since Xiao Wen wants to play, let us play along. If you can find Chu Tianlong's location, hold off on taking action for now and see how much of a stir he can cause. Understood, Chen Wudi responded. Then continue your investigation. Chen Bideo did not say anything more and directly severed the connection. Naturally, Chen Wen was unaware of all this. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately entered the training room. This time, he not only obtained 6 portions of the Tianming Nirvana liquid, but also received 2 additional Tianming treasure chests. Together with the one from Zhao Tianlong, he now had 7 drops of Tianming Nirvana liquid and 3 Tianming treasure chests. He wanted to see what kind of rewards he could obtain this time. With that in mind, Chen Wen quickly took out the 3 Tianming treasure chests. Chapter 49, Ancient Dan Emperor's Medicine River. Seeking the method of longevity Ding. The red Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a red Destiny Nirvana liquid. Would you like to accept this? Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback, a bit lost in thought. But after considering it, he felt relieved. The Nirvana liquid was one of the most urgently needed items for him. Accept. Chen Wen did not hesitate any longer. Immediately, A portion of red destiny, nirvana, liquid fell into his spatial storage. Next, ding, the orange destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient Dan Emperor's alchemy experience, along with a volume of Medicine River Dan scripture. Would you like to accept? Ancient Dan Emperor's alchemy experience? Wow, this is great stuff. What is most important in alchemy? Without a doubt, it is experience. With this experience, achieving the status of Dan Emperor is just a matter of time, right? Chen Wen's heart stirred. Would you like to accept? Immediately, another stream of information entered Chen Wen's mind. Accept. Chen Wen quickly replied. Upon receiving the command, a flow of information instantly merged into Chen Wen's brain. At the same time, a unique power spread throughout Chen Wen's body, quickly permeating every part of him. It could be seen that a red ethereal glow flickered around Chen Wen, mysterious and ancient. This lasted for 3 hours, and Chen Wen's fluctuating aura gradually calmed down. As Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red, ethereal light vanished. Goodness! Chen Wen let out a low exclamation, his heart filled with uncontainable excitement. When he truly accepted all the information, he realized how extraordinary this Dan Emperor Medicine River was. At 25, he became a Dan Emperor. At 30, he achieved the status of Dan Sage. At 50, he began to practice in the world. At 70, he attained the level of Quasi-Emperor in the Path of Dan. By 90, he became the legendary Dan Emperor, leaving behind a legendary life, disappearing in the Xianhuang star domain. As for the Medicine River Dan scripture, it contained not only the supreme alchemy techniques, but also all the formulas collected throughout Medicine River's life. These formulas, aside from a small portion he created himself, were all gathered from the vast historical river. It can be said that whether they are still in existence or have long been extinct, almost everything is here. This wave has indeed been a huge gain. Thanks to my little brother, Zhao Tianlong, for the warmth he sent. A smile could not be hidden from Chen Wen's face. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Wen did not delay, immediately forming alchemy seals. One after another, the hand seals changed in the air, sparks of fire flickering and transforming into various shapes. Rise! Chen Wen flipped his left hand, and various spirit materials flew out, falling into the seal, continuously being refined. Refining, tempering, blending, merging. The steps were carried out one by one. Half an hour later, Chen Wen shook his hands, flames surging between them, and 6 dragon extreme breaking boundary pills took shape. The spirit pills were the size of dragon eyes, golden brown in color, with pill patterns entwined around them, and faint pill clouds rising. The pill patterns formed clouds and shadows, which was the manifestation of a king pill. He successfully refined a king pill on the first try. Looks like I really am a genius. However, Chen Wen also noticed a flaw. A complete furnace should produce 9 pills at most, which is the pinnacle and the highest quality. Now he only produced 6, partly due to being a first-time attempt, but more so because he lacked a good pill furnace and spiritual fire. These auxiliary tools can improve the success rate and quality of pill refining. It seems I need to find time to look for these 2 items. With that thought, Chen Wen focused again on the Dragon Extreme Breaking Boundary Pill. This is a lost ancient spirit pill. Practitioners below the Heavenly King realm can break through their bottlenecks after taking it, and it has no side effects. But the only downside is that it can only be taken once. Taking more will have no effect. Let us test the effect first. With that in mind, Chen Wen swallowed the Dragon Extreme Breaking Boundary Pill. As the spirit pill entered his belly, a surge of powerful energy exploded within him, crashing wave after wave against his body. Goodness, this medicine is potent. Let's see how much benefit you can bring me. Chen Wen hesitated not at all, quickly operating his technique and driving the chaotic sequence body to the extreme. Instantly, the medicinal power was rapidly absorbed as if being drained from a violently pulled lake. Boom! The surging personal power violently surged upwards, shattering the realm's bottleneck. The oppressive force instantly released, and 9-colored sequence light filled the entire sky. The 3rd level of the heavenly human realm was finally achieved. From then on, his aura gradually subsided. Is that it? Are you kidding me? Chen Wen felt numb, his state of mind like a roller coaster. The legendary Dragon Extreme Breaking Boundary Pill only allowed him to break through a small realm, greatly disappointing his expectations. This is normal. Your foundation thickness is more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. For it to allow you to break through a small realm is already quite difficult. Xianhong Xiao spoke up at the right time. All right, if that is the case. Its effect is still significant. Looking at the 5 spirit pills in his hand, Chen Wen curled his lips. Perhaps the Destiny Nirvana liquid had given him a false sense of expectation, making him subconsciously believe that this ancient spirit pill could bring him unimaginable gains. It should be known that the main function of the Destiny Nirvana liquid is to unlock sequence shackles, and enhancing the body's cultivation is merely an additional effect. Besides that, it can continuously temper the internal quality of the body to strengthen personal foundations. So compared to the Destiny Nirvana liquid, this ancient spirit pill truly falls short. However, just as Xianhong Xiao said, although this ancient spirit pill cannot compare to the Nirvana liquid, it is still quite rare. He should learn to be content. With that thought, Chen Wen's state of mind gradually calmed down again. Now, he was undoubtedly a Dan King. From the experience of Medicine River, he learned a lot of knowledge about the path of Dan. For example, there is a chasm above Dan King. In addition to absolute experience, certain cultivation and soul power strength are also required. Otherwise, it would be like a child with a weapon, yet unable to use it at all. Next, the last remaining green Destiny treasure chest was also the one he anticipated the most. Ding! The green Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have obtained a sacred grade secret method, the longevity and carefree technique, which can be upgraded to Imperial grade and even higher levels. This technique is the initial secret method that integrates breathing techniques with the state of mind, combining combat and cultivation into one. Practicing it allows you to merge breathing techniques with the world, reaching the realm of unity with heaven, where every rise and fall brings forth overwhelming heavenly might, shaking the very heavens with tribulation thunder. When cultivated to the limit, one can soul wander beyond the heavens, freely seeking the method of longevity. Wow, this secret method is impressive. Upon realizing this secret method, Chen Wen was immediately stirred, all his tension dissipating. What does longevity mean? It is not just about eternal life and immortality, but a transcendental realm beyond the world. Powerful beings in the Emperor realm are formidable, but they are still not immortal. This shows how terrifying this secret technique can be when truly cultivated to the extreme. Forget it. Let us practice it first. Chen Wen suppressed his inner excitement and quickly began to cultivate. Chapter 50. The combined assault on Chen Wen. Chu Tianlong finally returns in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. At this moment, Chen Wen's aura had once again undergone a change, becoming reclusive, thick but unyielding, like a surging wave being held back. His breathing resembled that of a bull, panting heavily, the thunderous sound echoing as the surrounding space trembled continuously. The space was unified, heaven and earth merged as one. Everything was mysterious yet natural. After a long time, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long stream of white mist. This technique was indeed powerful, but also too obscure and difficult to comprehend. In just 3 days, he had only barely scratched the surface. However, even so, he felt it was incredibly worthwhile, because this secret method not only fundamentally changed his breathing technique, but it also seemed to reconstruct his very soul. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he continued to cultivate, he might unknowingly forge an entirely new path of cultivation. Besides this breathing method could also be used in combat, further enhancing his personal combat power. Now, he was beginning to anticipate just how magnificent it would be to elevate this technique to its utmost limits. Once his mind was completely settled, Chen Wen finally withdrew from this profound state. What lay ahead was the most important moment for him. He now had 8 drops of Destiny Nirvana liquid. Ultimately, which level he could break through to depended entirely on the feedback from his power. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen did not hesitate any longer. With a flick of his hand, the 8 drops of Destiny Nirvana liquid floated up and swiftly entered his body. 8 terrifying forces exploded the moment they entered, resembling a massive vortex of spiritual energy. In an instant, the chaotic sequence body erupted with 9-colored chaotic light. Chains of the sequence flew out, intertwining in midair, reflecting various ancient phenomena of heaven and earth. At the same time, endless spiritual energy gathered and frantically surged into Chen Wen's body. Boom! Chen Wen's body shook violently. Waves of vitality erupted, and his aura began to rise steadily. Just as Chen Wen was breaking through, outside, chaos had already erupted. Continuous forces descended upon the heavenly maiden holy land, surrounding the area tightly. These forces came from various realms, their presence grand and overwhelming, appearing extremely shocking. As the convener of this gathering, Fu Xiao had also stepped out from the inner space of the Thunder Peak. At this moment, he looked exceptionally spirited, completely devoid of the earlier anger. Oh no, did we offend someone again at the heavenly maiden holy land? Did you see? Even Fu Lao has come out of seclusion. It must be the Emperor's son who summoned him to deal with that kid. Hehe, this is the consequence of being too arrogant. Offending anyone is bad, but offending the Emperor's son is the worst. Just wait. That kid's end will definitely be very miserable. We should have dealt with that kid earlier. Look at how chaotic the heavenly maiden holy land has been these past few days. Observing everything before them, many disciples of the Holy Land were secretly excited. In their view, only if Chen Wen died could the Holy Land return to tranquility. At the same time, on the Holy Master Peak, Ji Yue had also learned of this situation, but she could only sigh softly. In her opinion, this matter was no longer something the Holy Land could intervene in. It was possible that they would be implicated because of it. With this thought, she couldn't help but sigh again. At this moment, Tang Yuan walked in from outside and directly sat down in the main seat. He appeared very aloof, showing no regard for Ji Yue as the Holy Master. Ji Yue quickly collected her thoughts and spoke. What is it? Why did you come to find me? Tang Yuan glanced at Ji Yue, the Emperor's son, by nature benevolent, decided to give the Holy Land a chance. Before the Emperor's son returns, Holy Master Ji can arrange everything. Otherwise, if the entire Holy Land turns to ruins, don't blame us. After a pause, Ji Yue realized she had no choice. At most 5 days, Tang Yuan extended his hand. All right, I will arrange everything within 5 days. Ye Yue responded. Take care of yourself, Tang Yuan said, leaving with an air of superiority. Ji Yue leaned back against her chair, lost in thought. In truth, she was also quite displeased. Why did this matter have to fall upon their holy land? Meanwhile, at the Holy Maiden Peak, Lulong Green rushed into the inner hall again. Miss, something big has happened outside. Lulong Xingxue, who was also playing chess, gently set down her pieces and asked from your excited look. Did the forces that young Master Yi offended come to us? How did you guess that, miss? Lulong Green was taken aback. Lulong Xingxue chuckled lightly. It's not hard to deduce. Then why aren't they attacking? Lulong Green suddenly asked. Lulong Xingxue's lips curled into a smile, because they are still waiting for someone. Green understood. They were waiting for the Emperor's son to return. Lulong Green's eyes lit up. Lulong Xingxue slowly stood up and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. He should indeed return. With his character, this matter will definitely not end well. Then who do you think will win? Lulong Green asked eagerly. That young Master Yi might have his own confidence, but the Imperial Clan is ultimately not someone he can provoke. As she spoke, Lulong Xingxue's tone shifted. Just wait. The Qin clan will definitely not sit idly by. Moreover, he has been growing rapidly these past years. Perhaps the power he possesses is much stronger than we imagine. Haha. Green knew the Emperor's son wouldn't lose. Upon hearing that Lulong Xingxue also stood with Chu Tianlong, Lulong Green couldn't help but feel excited. Undoubtedly, compared to Chen Wen, she had a much better impression of Chu Tianlong. All right, I already know what is going on. You can leave now, Lulong Xingxue suddenly said. Okay, then Green will take her leave. Lulong Green responded and exited the room. Miss, should we take action? After Lulong Green left, an old woman's voice sounded. Lulong Xingxue replied calmly, what do you think? Understood. I will prepare right away. The old woman's voice faded into silence. Lulong Xingxue's eyes flickered, her brows furrowing once more. It seemed she no longer possessed the previous confidence and composure. On the other side, Jiang Taichu was also aware of the forces surrounding the Holy Land. However, he was not the least bit flustered, as everything was under Chen Wen's control. To put it bluntly, everything they had done over the past few days was for this moment. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and now there were as many as 50 forces surrounding the heavenly maiden Holy Land. Those forces that had been offended by Chen Wen had all taken their positions. Yet under Fu Zhao's maneuvering, they still had not made a move, as they were all waiting for Chu Tianlong's return. 2 more days passed, and, at this moment, a figure slowly descended upon the heavenly maiden Holy Land. And at this moment, Chen Wen also completed his breakthrough. Chapter 51. We welcome the Emperor back to the gate. The army marches towards the goddess peak, as Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light burst forth from his pupils, as if piercing through the ages with a stunning divine brilliance. Upon closer inspection, one could see 9 colored chaotic streams enveloping him, mysterious and ancient. That terrifying yet restrained aura was vast like the deep sea, as if gathering the might of myriad phenomena. He had finally completed his breakthrough. Chen Wen exhaled a long breath of turbid air, the aura within and around him converging completely at that moment. This breakthrough had lasted a full half-month, marking the longest time he had taken from absorbing the nirvana liquid to achieving a breakthrough. However, the ultimate gains were quite satisfying. He had broken through 4 minor realms in succession. At this point, he was undoubtedly at the 6th level of the celestial realm. With the addition of the breathing combat technique and his innate absolute combat power, his strength could reach an unimaginable level. The only regret he felt was that the 8 drops of nirvana liquid still could not unlock the 2nd sequence lock. In fact, there were no signs of it being unlocked at all. At this moment, he finally understood what Xian Hongxiao had meant. Indeed, the further one went in unlocking sequence locks, the more difficult it would become. However, on the other hand, if the sequence locks could be easily unlocked, it would be too cheap. With this thought, Chen Wen felt relieved. It was time to leave seclusion. The outside world must have changed significantly by now. When he thought of the events that might soon unfold, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, the figure outside the mountain gate gradually came into the view of everyone. This person had golden hair, an attractive and scholarly appearance, and his eyes were calm and unruffled, yet contained the power of 1,000 thunderbolts. A vast aura of calamity surrounded him, and an ancient presence surged wildly, forming his own unique atmosphere. His every movement exuded an invisible pressure, a long-standing dominance that overshadowed everything around him. This person was none other than Chu Tianlong, returning from another dimension. "Your Excellency, we have met the Emperor," said Fu Zhao, leading a group of people as they arrived at the mountain gate in a grand manner. Upon seeing Chu Tianlong, Fu Zhao knelt on one knee first and proclaimed loudly, "We welcome the Emperor back to the gate." In an instant, the atmosphere became grand, echoing in the air. "The Emperor has returned. The Emperor has returned. The Emperor has returned." At this moment, the entire sacred land erupted with excitement, with voices rising endlessly. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon, the 4 words "the Emperor has returned" spread like wildfire, igniting every corner. Every disciple shouted in excitement, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Additionally, the disciples of the sacred land echoed and rushed towards the mountain gate. They also wanted to be the first to welcome the Emperor back. At the same time, on the goddess peak, Lulan Qinger hurriedly entered the inner hall. "Miss, the Emperor has returned. He has returned." Lulan Qingshu paused for a moment and then nodded. "I know. Shall we go join the excitement?" All the disciples of the sacred land are rushing towards the mountain gate, Lulan Qinger said excitedly. Lulan Qingshu's gaze became distant. "Not yet. Let us wait a bit." "Huh?" Lulan Qinger was zomavat puzzled. Lulan Qingshu did not explain. "If you're interested, you can go watch. No need to stay here with me." "Then I'll stay with you." "Miss," Lulan Qinger thought for a moment and shook her head. Lulan Qingshu said no more and returned her attention to the chessboard. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, Chu Tianlong looked at Fu Zhao and the others in front of him and slightly nodded. "You can all rise." "Yes, Emperor." Fu Zhao and the others quickly stood up without hesitation. Chu Tianlong's gaze passed over Fu Zhao and the others, landing on a group of people not far away. These individuals had cold expressions and aggressive auras, all at least at the king realm, with several leading figures reaching the saint realm. Needless to say, These were the forces that had come from various realms to encircle and kill Chen Wen. Chu Tianlong cupped his fist from a distance and spoke to the few standing at the front. I am Chen Wen. I greet all the seniors. They had to show enough respect to Chu Tianlong. After all, he was a descendant of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial Clan. An old man named Mu Chongtian returned the gesture. Your Excellency, you don't need to be so polite. We came here for 2 reasons. One for revenge, and the other at your invitation. Our clan leader said that this encirclement operation will follow your orders. Chu Tianlong nodded. Rest assured, I, Chen Wen, guarantee with my character that I will definitely seek justice for Brother Mu and the others, and will not let you down. Mu Chongtian and the others nodded, their murderous intent slightly receding, while they claimed to be here for revenge. Those from major forces knew very well that it wasn't necessary to use so many people to kill a descendant of a hidden clan. They were more eager to establish connections with the Imperial Clan through this encirclement. At this moment, a large number of disciples also rushed to the mountain gate, looking like a dark mass. Upon seeing Chu Tianlong, their eyes lit up. It was unclear whether they had discussed this beforehand or if they shared a mutual understanding. They all knelt on one knee in unison, creating a scene that was extremely shocking. Immediately, a booming voice rang out. We request the Emperor to take action and slay that demon, to restore peace to our sacred land. Seeing the scene, Fu Xiao and the others couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a sense of pride. Mu Chongtian and the others displayed expressions of surprise, as even they did not expect Chu Tianlong to have such prestige in the goddess' sacred land. One must say, this ability to command people was quite remarkable. At this moment, Chu Tianlong moved, slightly bowing his body and making a gesture of invitation. Everyone, please stand up. We are all disciples of the sacred land. There is no need for such formality. The disciples did not stand up and insisted. We hope the Emperor will agree to our request and restore peace to the sacred land. Chu Tianlong immediately became serious. Maintaining the peace of the sacred land is our responsibility as disciples. I, Chen Wen, agree to your request in my name. We thank the Emperor. The disciples instantly became excited. Having received Chu Tianlong's affirmation, they knew that this matter was certain and only death awaited Chen Wen. Stand up. You don't need to be like this with me. Chu Tianlong made the gesture again, showing a friendly smile. This time, the disciples did not refuse again. In their eyes, no matter how high Chu Tianlong's status was, he was still that holy son and not the so-called Emperor. Emperor, should we return first or head directly to the Goddess Peak? Fu Xiao whispered. Chu Tianlong was slightly taken aback. That kid hasn't he come out from the Goddess Peak? Yes, he has been cultivating all this time. Fu Xiao nodded. No signs of any movement. Chu Tianlong furrowed his brow. Fu Xiao understood that Chu Tianlong was asking about the movements of Chen Wen's backing, so he nodded. Yes, it has always been Jiang Taichu operating. Chu Tianlong then nodded. Our people are already in position, all ambushed in the dark. Everything is just waiting for your orders, Emperor. Fu Xiao quickly replied. All right, let us go meet that kid. Chu Tianlong made a direct decision. Understood. Fu Xiao was instantly excited. In fact, he had been waiting a long time for this moment. If it weren't for waiting for Chu Tianlong to return, he would have already led the gathered forces to attack. Chapter 52. The Coffin Bearer's Kill. Chu Tianlong provokes Chen Wen at the same time, inside Tiannu Peak. Chen Wen had just exited his closed-door training when he heard the sound of knocking at the door. Come in, he said directly. Jiang Taichu hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. I am Jiang Taichu. I greet the young master. Suppressing his body, Jiang Taichu felt a storm brewing in his heart once again. It had only been half a month. Yet his young master had not only broken through 4 minor realms, but also exhibited a power fluctuation that was at least 10 times greater than before. What does this mean? Anyone not a fool could understand. Sit down and let's talk. Chen Wen pressed his hand down. Jiang Taichu didn't dare to refuse and quickly sat in the lowest position. Chu Tianlong has returned. Jiang Taichu took a deep breath and said. Chen Wen's eyes brightened. Finally back. That's the best news I've heard in days. This is a good thing. Chen Wen couldn't help but smile. What should we do? Jiang Taichu asked hurriedly. Nothing at all. Just wait for them to come to us. Chen Wen's voice began to grow faint. Now they're anxious. Not me. I understand. I'll go monitor their movements. Jiang Taichu nodded. Chen Wen shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. Just watch. They're probably already coming our way. So soon? Jiang Taichu trembled. But just then, the communication talisman in his arms flickered. Jiang Taichu immediately looked at Chen Wen. Don't mind me, Chen Wen smiled. Jiang Taichu had no reservations and infused spiritual power into the communication talisman. Palace Master, that Chu Tianlong is leading various forces towards Tiannu Peak. A hurried male voice came from the talisman. Jiang Taichu looked at Chen Wen in shock. It really happened as he said. Don't stop them. Just let them come up the mountain, Chen Wen suddenly said. Jiang Taichu quickly took over the conversation. Did you hear that? The young master said you don't need to worry. Understood. The person in the talisman sighed in relief. That's it, Jiang Taichu said, then cut off the connection. You can go back now. Chen Wen waved his hand. But Jiang Taichu's expression changed. Chen Wen smiled. Don't worry. With them, they can't kill me. All right. Jiang Taichu knew Chen Wen had made up his mind and didn't say anything more. Once Jiang Taichu left, Chen Wen said, Uncle Nu, it's time for you to take care of things. Young master, rest assured, with this old servant here, no one will be able to touch a hair on you. Uncle Nu replied. Then, Uncle Nu changed the subject. The clan leader and the others are ready. Everyone here must die. A greater smile appeared on Chen Wen's lips. Everything is in place. Just wait for them to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, at Tiannu Peak, they're coming. Lulan Xingxue suddenly stood up. Coming? Where to? Lulan Luer looked confused. Calculating the time, they should be almost at Tiannu Peak, Lulan Xingxue said leisurely. Haha, Tiannu Peak? Lulan Luer was even more bewildered. Seeing Lulan Xingxue had already moved out, she had no choice but to follow closely behind. Others who shared the same thought as Lulan Xingxue included Ji Yue, Jiang Qingren, and others. They also rushed towards Tiannu Peak, though their thoughts varied. For Ji Yue, as the Holy Master, she was more concerned that the battle between the two major forces would destroy the Holy Land. As for Jiang Qingren and the others, they were more interested in witnessing the final outcome. However, in their eyes, the ultimate victor would definitely be Chu Tianlong. After all, a single force against dozens of forces had no chance of winning, especially considering the divine Imperial Clan backing Chu Tianlong. On the other side, Chu Tianlong had already brought a multitude of forces to the foot of Tiannu Peak. In addition, they were followed by a group of coffin bearers, with a total of 88 black coffins. The corresponding number matched those killed by Chen Wen and nailed to the sacred monument. The sight was shocking at first glance. How bold! Chu Tianlong coldly smiled at the unguarded Tiannu Peak, like inviting a guest into a trap. He had originally thought Chen Wen would have a group waiting here, but did not expect such a scene. Your Highness, should I take the lead? Fu Xiao, being perceptive, immediately suggested. In such a situation, it was hard not to suspect there might be an ambush inside. You take people to surround Tiannu Peak. As for taking the lead, I, Chen Wen, am not afraid of this. Chu Tianlong waved his hand, exuding extreme confidence. All right, I will take care of it. Fu Xiao replied and turned to leave. Let's go. Chu Tianlong waved his hand and stepped onto Tiannu Peak first. Seeing this, Mu Zhongtian and the others did not hesitate and followed closely behind. Let's go, we'll follow and take a look. A large group of disciples quickly followed. In an instant, the entire Tiannu Peak was shrouded in darkness. Before they even arrived, a terrifying aura descended upon the peak. As the heavy atmosphere pressed down, it forced the air around Chen Wen's Tiannu Palace to ripple violently, creating a suffocating feeling. Finally here, Chen Wen, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing by. With that thought, he stopped and stood up. At this moment, Chu Tianlong and the others also arrived outside Tiannu Palace. Looking at the unguarded palace, Chu Tianlong's expression gradually darkened. Since he started his journey, no one had ever dared to ignore him like this. Today, regardless of which force Chen Wen belonged to, he had to take him down. Otherwise, it would be hard to maintain his imperial dignity. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent flashed through Chu Tianlong's heart. Just then, Lulan Xingxue and the others arrived, landing one by one on Tiannu Peak. Chu Tianlong shifted his gaze and scanned the newcomers, finally landing on Lulan Xingxue. Lulan Xingxue blinked her eyes, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners. Chu Tianlong smiled again and nodded at Lulan Xingxue. He was very satisfied with her and genuinely liked her. Lulan Xingxue also nodded back, giving Chu Tianlong the same response. I have seen the Imperial Sun. Ji Yue hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to bow respectfully. Chu Tianlong withdrew his gaze and turned to Ji Yue. I told you, Holy Master, you don't need to be so polite. Ji Yue sighed. I won't say anything else. I hope the Imperial Sun can leave the Holy Land intact. Chu Tianlong smiled. Rest assured, the Holy Land is also my home. I want to destroy my own home. All right, then I will thank the Imperial Sun here. Ji Yue bowed solemnly and then tactfully stepped aside. Put down the black coffins. Chu Tianlong suddenly waved his hand, his voice turning cold. Yes, Imperial Sun. The group of coffin bearers immediately set down the black coffins. Nearly 70 black coffins were placed on ground, causing the already cold atmosphere to become even more oppressive. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head, his icy gaze fixed on the gate. Aren't you going to kill this Imperial Sun? Why don't you dare come out? As these words fell, the tense atmosphere grew even more urgent. A great battle was about to begin. Upon realizing this, everyone instinctively swallowed. Clang! At that moment, the tightly shut door opened. A figure stepped out. Chapter 53. The Celestial Tyrant Body. Reborn for eternity, he has emerged. Everyone was instantly shaken. Chu Tianlong immediately locked onto the figure stepping out from the door. What came into view was the tall and upright Chen Wen, dressed in white, with a face like jade. At this moment, Chen Wen's aura was self-contained, and as soon as he appeared, he overshadowed everything, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With every step Chen Wen took outward, that serene aura expanded, quickly overwhelming the entire scene in an instant. Seeing this, two sharp beams of light burst from Chu Tianlong's icy pupils, and his aura surged autonomously. Boom! In an instant, two formless auras collided violently. The space exploded into a cloud of dust, and endless ripples surged outward wildly. Hiss! So terrifying. Everyone, seeing this, quickly retreated, fearing they would be affected by the collision of the auras. Chen Wen slowly stopped, his gaze also landing on Chu Tianlong. He was quite curious about Chu Tianlong. After all, this was a precocious youth, selected as the vessel for his imperial bone at the age of 10. He wouldn't believe that there was nothing noteworthy about him. In his sight, Chu Tianlong had golden long hair, a tall figure, and an extraordinarily handsome face. At this moment, Chu Tianlong's eyes were icy cold, and his aura whirled around him, distorting the surrounding space. Moreover, there was a golden life soul above his head. This life soul was extremely rich, ancient, and mysterious, with astonishing life patterns swirling within it. Vaguely, it could be seen that this life soul was trending towards diversification in his 7 colors. No wonder he can bear the causal burden of my imperial bone. He is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, Chen Wen became increasingly interested in Chu Tianlong. Soon, the basic information about Chu Tianlong flashed before his eyes. Name, Chu Tianlong. Age, 16 years. Personality, cold, hypocritical, cruel, and scrupulous to achieve his goals. Identity, holy son of the celestial maiden's sacred land, false imperial son. Life soul, golden, physique, celestial tyrant body. Supreme imperial immortal bone, realm, ninefold life and death realm. Note, hidden fate, reborn for eternity, can break through the golden life soul after awakening memories, achieving legendary destiny. This, good heavens, good heavens. After reading Chu Tianlong's basic information, even Chen Wen was shocked. Not only was it a golden destiny, but it was also a hidden legendary destiny. The celestial tyrant body is a top-tier physique, capable of withstanding a strike from a great emperor when fully developed. An absolute ruler in close combat. Furthermore, he could break through limits without being restricted by heaven and earth, existing with boundless combat power. As for the supreme imperial immortal bone, that's even more needless to say. It is destined to become a great emperor. When grown to its peak, one could slay immortals with a mere wave of the hand. All these factors combined, Chu Tianlong was undoubtedly a bug-like existence. Soon, Chen Wen's attention shifted to Chu Tianlong's realm. He was currently at the 6-fold human realm, while Chu Tianlong was at the ninefold life and death realm, a full 13 small realms apart. At first glance, the gap was quite far, especially since Chu Tianlong was in existence like a top-tier genius. However, he did not believe he was without the power to fight, not to mention his destiny melting furnace, which could suppress 10% of the power of the Son of Destiny in a short time. Even with his absolute combat talent and the top-tier breathing combat technique, he could remain undefeated. It should be noted that, with his chaos sequence body, he could enhance his combat power without limits within the tolerance range of his physique. With this in mind, Chen Wen had a clear understanding of the competition. Chu Tianlong was unaware that everything about him had been seen through, but he indeed felt pressure from Chen Wen. The last person who had given him such pressure was Lulan Shengxue. However, Lulan Shengxue's realm was not inferior to his own, while Chen Wen was merely a small six-fold human realm. Given such cultivation, feeling pressure made even a fool realize what it represented. Additionally, he sensed a special anomaly. The moment Chen Wen appeared, the imperial bone within him began to tremble, faintly feeling an impulse to fly out of his body. This sensation was something he had never experienced before. After suppressing the anomaly of the imperial bone within him, Chu Tianlong coldly stared at Chen Wen and asked, "Who are you?" Clearly, 10 years had passed, and he did not recognize Chen Wen immediately. "Who am I?" Chen Wen smirked coldly. He did not expect that Chu Tianlong's first question would be about his identity. It seemed his identity had raised the other party's suspicions. However, he did not intend to reveal himself so quickly. He wanted to gradually crush Chu Tianlong, making his identity the last straw that broke the camel's back, letting him know that even if he took his imperial bone, it would ultimately be a dream, ending in the most desperate way. "I am the one who will kill you," Chen Wen coldly declared. This, so bold. The crowd was shocked as they looked at Chen Wen. Clearly, they did not expect that Chen Wen would push their relationship to the extreme right from the start, leaving no room for negotiation. "Kill me?" Chu Tianlong's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Speaking, he shifted his tone. "No one has ever dared to speak to this imperial son like this. Since you seek death, I shall grant it." In the moment he finished speaking, an unmatched power surged violently from within Chu Tianlong, and the golden light surged. The air above opened into a massive life and death arena, with rolling clouds and various phenomena appearing one after another. Gather all phenomena to form a dragon. The dragon's might surged, and the tribulation light crushed everything within thousands of miles. At this moment, it seemed the entire sky was enveloped by Chu Tianlong's aura. Every strand of energy crushed into nothingness. So strong, so strong. Is this the power of the imperial sun? The crowd felt their scalps tingle and struggled to breathe upon witnessing this scene. Interesting. Chen Wen remained utterly calm, under the gaze of the crowd. He stepped closer to Chu Tianlong once more. But with every step forward, his aura surged, and the 9-color sequence light erupted like a volcano, roaring outward. That golden celestial screen was sliced apart as if by a sword, shattered into pieces. This bastard. Watching the approaching power, Chu Tianlong's eyelids twitched incessantly. Such momentum had long surpassed the limits of the life and death realm, let alone the human realm. When Chen Wen was within 10 feet of Chu Tianlong, that tumultuous aura reached its peak. "What are you pretending for?" Chen Wen stepped down, and that raging power surged forward like a flood breaking a dam. Instantly, the 9-color sequence light roared like 9 giant dragons, charging forward relentlessly. With a powerful horizontal push, the life and death arena that Chu Tianlong had painstakingly constructed was instantly shattered into nothingness. Boom! At the same time, the entire Celestial Maiden Peak was reduced to ashes in one blow, endless aftershocks sweeping out in all directions. "Quick retreat, quickly!" The tense scene was immediately filled with urgent shouts from Ji Yue and others. Such a powerful clash if they did not retreat in time. No one below the life and death realm would survive. In a mere instant, the vast scene was left with only Chen Wen and Chu Tianlong. The only difference was that Chen Wen was leisurely composed, while Chu Tianlong's aura grew increasingly cold. Chen Wen's strength had once again refreshed Chu Tianlong's understanding. "Who exactly are you?" Chu Tianlong coldly asked again. "You talk too much." As he finished speaking, Chen Wen moved, charging toward Chu Tianlong with an invincible momentum. Want to fight me in close combat? Seeking death. Chu Tianlong shouted in a deep voice. The heavenly calamity light surged violently within him, and the Kunpeng divine form manifested outside, transforming into a magnificent divine shadow. Chapter 54. Invincible in flesh? I'll still smash you in the next moment. The Kunpeng's divine form suddenly shook, and the heavenly catastrophe light surged forth, transforming into unparalleled pressure that crushed everything. Time and space began to collapse, causing explosions that soared into the sky. Is this the celestial dominance body? It truly lives up to its name. But what you're facing is me. Chen Wen released the first chain of the sequence, and his power erupted. The unmatched waves of power forcefully halted the incoming pressure and dispersed it in midair. In a swift motion, Chen Wen charged towards the overwhelming heavenly catastrophe light. Break! Chen Wen coldly snorted, raising his hand to deliver a fierce knife strike. The heavenly catastrophe light was sliced in half like a membrane. The nine-colored knife light swiftly penetrated everything and then heavily struck down towards Chu Tianlong. A trivial skill. Chu Tianlong coldly snorted, and the celestial dominance body suddenly shook, as if the heavens and earth were trembling along with it. Bang! Under the terrifying force, the descending knife light was shattered into nothingness. At this moment, Chen Wen had already closed the distance, instantly gathering strength in midair and delivering a heavy punch. The celestial dominance palm. Chu Tianlong remained unfazed, raising his hand to counter with a palm strike. The enormous palm blazed with golden dominance light, ancient patterns entwined around it, emanating a terrifying might. Bang! At the same time, the two attacks collided heavily. The terrifying power exploded, shaking everything around them into a sky full of debris. Simultaneously, the two forces of recoil struck harshly against both of them. Chen Wen's body shook. The nine-colored sequence light surged violently within him. Yet he did not take a step back. In contrast, Chu Tianlong's body was splashed with golden light, as if it were raining gold. The ground beneath him collapsed again, exploding into a cloud of dust. That bastard! Feeling the impact of power through his body, Chu Tianlong's expression suddenly darkened. In the same realm, no one had ever matched him in close combat for more than 3 exchanges. But now, after just 2 exchanges, he had suffered a hidden loss. This was unbelievable, and it filled him with endless rage. This is so strong. Everyone watching this unfold couldn't help but gasp in shock. What shocked them even more was Chen Wen. Chu Tianlong had clearly gone all out, yet it was Chu Tianlong who was at a disadvantage. This truly shattered their worldviews. To be honest, they had never expected such an outcome. Swish! At this moment, Chen Wen moved, while Chu Tianlong was still seething with anger. He charged in with the most ferocious force. Without a doubt, Chen Wen intended to collide with Chu Tianlong's pure physical strength. Only by defeating the opponent in their proudest area could one instill despair in them. Colliding with me in pure physical strength? Ha! Simply underestimating your own power. My celestial dominance body will naturally suppress all physiques. Chu Tianlong also saw through Chen Wen's intentions. But this was the one thing he feared no one. Swish! At that moment, he charged forward without hesitation, colliding fiercely with Chen Wen in pure physical strength. The moment their bodies collided, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. Various astonishing phenomena fell from the sky. The 9-colored sequence light crashed against the golden heavenly catastrophe light. Ancient marks flickered and mysterious sounds echoed continuously. Boom! 1 strike. Boom, boom. 2 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 strikes. The two seemed to forget everything else, colliding again and again. Clearly, they both wanted to suppress each other with absolute power. This is too exaggerated. Watching this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, not daring to take a breath. How could that kid be so strong? The Emperor's son has not subdued him for so long. Lulan Levian murmured a few words before suddenly looking up at her lady. Lady, do you think the Emperor's son will win? He may not be able to win. Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath and said softly, he may not be able to win? Lulan Levian's mind exploded, instinctively looking up. Boom, boom, boom. With each echoing strike, Chu Tianlong was actually sent flying by the final collision. How could I possibly lose? How could my celestial dominance body lose? Chu Tianlong's pupils exploded with rage and fear. Invincible in flesh? I'll still smash you. Chen Wen shouted deeply, and his whole being seemed to transform into a meteor, crashing violently into Chu Tianlong. Boom! With one strike, the nine-colored sequence light exploded, piercing through Chu Tianlong's defensive body. Puff! In that instant, Chu Tianlong's body cracked, blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, Chu Tianlong was sent flying like a bullet, crushing the mountains behind him into dust. This, SSS. Everyone stared in shock at Chen Wen, their pupils wide with disbelief. What is the celestial dominance body? It is said to be invincible in close combat, with unparalleled physical defense. Yet this invincible physique was not only shattered in the most proficient way, but also under conditions where the opponent was 13 small realms lower. What kind of monster is this kid? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Chen Wen became even more fearful. He really lost. How could this be possible? Lulan Levian muttered in disbelief. Lulan Xingxue stared intently at Chen Wen, especially at the entwining nine-colored sequence light. This astonishing spiritual light flow was something she had never seen in her life, and the power radiating from it made her scalp tingle. It should be noted that she was the destined Empress body, and the destiny bestowed upon her was something even the celestial dominance body did not possess. But even so, she had an ominous feeling that her divine body might not gain an advantage in front of Chen Wen's physique. As for Mu Chongtian and the others, their brows were tightly furrowed. They clearly did not expect that a dignified emperor's son would be suppressed by an unknown nobody. They even began to doubt whether this person was truly the emperor's son. My lady, the emperor's son won't really lose like this, will he? Lulan Levine took a deep breath and asked. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, saying, what is truly powerful is not the celestial dominance body, but that imperial bone. Just watch. The one who will win in the end will definitely be him. As for that young Master Yi, at this point, Lulan Xingxue's tone shifted. If he only has this little means, then he could be said to be destined to lose. I told you so. How could the emperor's son lose so easily? Lulan Levian patted her chest. Just then, a tremendous explosion resounded, and all the ruins were reduced to nothingness. A figure enveloped in golden light stepped out slowly. It was the emperor's son. He asked fine, looking at Chu Tianlong, whose injuries had healed except for his slightly disheveled clothes. The crowd's pupils shrank. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head, looking at Chen Wen, and said, this emperor's son admits that I underestimated you. But next, this emperor's son will let you know that your strength is worthless to me. In front of your father, what a joke. Chen Wen stepped down, using the momentum to unleash the chaotic horizontal sky hand. Chapter 55. The flesh shakes the Tao artifact. The emperor's bone finally reveals itself in an instant. A gigantic hand that covered the sky and blocked the sun took shape, sending out waves of air for miles. Chen Wen coldly spat out as he raised his hand and slammed it down fiercely. In that moment, an endless pressure suppressed everything, as if it would explode the entire world. This secret technique, so terrifying, the crowd stared dumbfounded at everything, especially the overwhelming momentum approaching them, making them feel as if their bodies would explode at any moment. Come out. In the vortex of power, Chu Tianlong showed no sign of panic. He bellowed in a deep voice, and a stream of light flew out from his body, transforming into a massive ancient map. The ancient map radiated mysterious Tao patterns, with 4 colors of light bursting forth, and the images of 4 divine beasts erupted from it, exuding unmatched divine power. Is this a Tao artifact? Mu Chongtian and the others' pupils suddenly shrank, their eyes filled with shock. Not good. This is the divine beast burial map. Even the always calm Jiang Taichu's expression changed slightly. It should be noted that although the divine beast burial map is just a Tao artifact, it is not inferior to ordinary emperor artifacts, especially since this burial map contains a trace of the origin of the 4 divine beasts. As long as the host's power is strong enough, it can allow the 4 divine beasts to regain their peak divine power, capable of suppressing anyone below the emperor realm. The burial Tao, sovereign from the ancient times, used this burial map to bury all the beings of a vast ancient realm. Countless half-step emperors perished under the suppression of the four divine beasts, and from then on, the name of the burial Tao sovereign resounded throughout the ancient world. What he did not expect was that Chu Tianlong would possess such a Tao artifact, which was no less than an emperor artifact. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue also showed a look of surprise. The relationship between her and Chu Tianlong could be described as very close. The two had teamed up more than once to break into ruins and fight side by side, but she had never seen Chu Tianlong use this Tao artifact before. In this way, even when facing Chen Wen, who possessed an emperor artifact, Chu Tianlong would be completely unaffected. Once the pressure of the emperor artifact was removed, Chu Tianlong's chances of winning would be even greater. Thinking of this, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Break for this emperor. Chu Tianlong quickly formed seals with both hands, and streams of light struck down on the burial map, powerfully activating the power of the divine beast burial. The four divine beasts, each suppressing a corner, roared towards the giant hand that was slamming down. Boom! The two attacks collided heavily. The power of the divine beast burial and the chaotic power of heaven exploding into a mass. Hot! Bang! In just a few breaths, the chaotic hand still could not block this attack and exploded apart. Chen Wen was also forced back by the shockwave, blood surging throughout his body. You bustat, D. Seeing this scene, a cold, killing, intense shot from Chu Tianlong's eyes. Quickly forming seals again, he controlled the burial map to strike at Chen Wen. His goal was simple. Having gained the upper hand, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to completely slay Chen Wen. When Chen Wen regained his senses, the burial map had already descended upon him, and the four divine beasts were charging towards his vital points. This is finally over. The crowd watched everything, unable to help but sigh. With such power, such distance, and such speed, the only path left for Chen Wen was death. However, this was already enough. To force Chu Tianlong to this extent, Chen Wen was truly remarkable. Not good. Seeing this scene, Jiang Taichu, who knew that someone was protecting Chen Wen from behind, became flustered. He knew that if Chen Wen died, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Chen Wen. A mere divine beast dares to kill me. How audacious! Chen Wen's cold voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a nine-color divine radiance erupted around him, his blood energy surging like a dragon's breath. Boom, boom, boom. His breathing was like a battle drum, and his physical body throbbed continuously. It was as if the entire world was shaking along with him. At that moment, Chen Wen seemed like a fleshly battle god, his momentum overwhelming, surrounded by streams of light that pierced through the endless sky. The suppressing burial map was thus forced to slow down by this terrifying momentum. How is this possible? Chu Tianlong felt the pressure from the burial map, which nearly destroyed the seals in his hand. Roll! Chen Wen roared, delivering a heavy punch that struck the burial map. Bang! With a single blow, the phantoms of the four divine beasts were shattered into nothingness, and the burial map was forcefully sent flying back. Chu Tianlong's pupils widened, his entire body flying backward, the ground collapsing in waves, turning everything to dust. This, gulp! The crowd watched in horror, fear coursing through their bodies like electricity. To resist a Tao artifact with mere flesh and then send it flying with one strike, what kind of monster is this? The most terrifying part was that this person was only at the sixth heaven realm. Jiang Taichu stopped his movements, stunned and unable to respond for a long time. He knew his young master was strong, but he never expected him to be this ferocious. The flesh shakes the Tao artifact. This is too exaggerated. Miss, what on earth did I just see? That kid actually managed to shake a Tao artifact with his flesh, Lulan Luer said in a daze. Lulan Xingxue did not respond, but silently swallowed. Not to mention Lulan Luer, she herself was shocked. According to her expectations, for Chen Wen to resolve this death crisis, he would have to summon the Emperor's Sword. Apart from that, there was no other way. But she never thought that Chen Wen would use his flesh to shake a Tao artifact. If she hadn't witnessed all this with her own eyes, she would have thought she was going crazy. Undeniably, Chen Wen had once again refreshed her understanding. Meanwhile, Chu Tianlong's omnipotent image began to collapse at this moment. You bastard! You are too arrogant! Chu Tianlong suddenly went wild, charging up from the ground, his body wrapped in golden light, a complex seal appearing on his forehead. In addition, behind him appeared a divine figure of a Kunpeng and an ancient emperor shadow. The moment this emperor shadow appeared, the atmosphere of the entire world changed. It was as if there was an innate suppression, as if everything had to submit to its pressure. A glimmer flashed in Chen Wen's eyes as he saw a golden bone shimmering on Chu Tianlong's chest, the emperor immortal Tao patterns flowing on its surface, mysterious and ancient. Is this my emperor bone? Indeed extraordinary. No wonder those people would take such great risks to seize it. A slight smile crept across Chen Wen's lips. Finally going to use it? Lulan Shengxue thought in her heart. In her mind, the main reason why Chu Tianlong could surpass most prodigies was because he possessed this emperor bone. Now, with the enhancement of the emperor bone, that Tao artifact would only become stronger. In this way, Chen would undoubtedly be defeated. Thinking of this, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief once again. You bastard, how do you want to die? Chu Tianlong stepped down. The heavens and earth trembled. The light of the emperor's tribulation piercing through millions of miles, straight into the 9 heavens above. At the same time, a terrifying power suppressed outward, destroying all the aura that Chen Wen had built up. Chen Wen said nothing, silently taking out the emperor's sword. In an instant, the emperor's might surged, and the killing intent filled the heavens. Chapter 56. A sword to shatter the Tao artifact, revealing an invincible form, the Imperial Sword. The murderous intent on Chu Tianlong's face froze. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But so what if he has the Imperial Sword? I have a Tao artifact and the bones of an emperor, enough to suppress all Imperial artifacts. In an instant, the murderous look on Chu Tianlong's face was replaced by a chilling fury. You bastard, having an Imperial artifact won't save you. With a fierce roar, Chu Tianlong quickly formed seals with both hands. The Imperial shadow behind him also began to form seals in tandem. Under the dual seal enhancement, the burial world diagram shone with brilliance once more, and the power of the 4 divine beasts surged rapidly. A divine beast burial arena quickly formed in midair, with blood-black power flowing through it like chains, looking eerie and cold. Burial world prison lock. With that, Chu Tianlong moved his hands. The chains began to move again, intertwining to form a bizarre formation. This formation had no dead angles. Even the power of heaven and earth was trapped within it. Seeing the formation take shape, Chu Tianlong showed no hesitation and directed it downwards to suppress Chen Wen's location. As the formation descended, the space where Chen Wen was located was completely suffocated. Every trace of energy being imprisoned and killed, looking terrifying. Heaven-slaying sword slash. Chen Wen slowly lifted his eyelids, and a pitch-black formation resembling a black hole came into view. Within this formation, there was not a trace of life. Only despair could be felt. Slash. Chen Wen coldly spat out. The Imperial might and sword energy suppressed within the blade suddenly slashing out. The Imperial might surged. The sword energy cut through millions of miles. Under one sword strike, the formation was cleaved apart like a torn sky, revealing a sliver of daylight. The unstoppable sword energy cut through all obstacles and heavily struck the burial world diagram. Zulfust. Chu Tianlong's pupils widened, and he quickly formed seals, channeling the power of the Imperial bones into the burial world diagram, further enhancing its strength. The burial world diagram could only withstand for a few breaths before it was forcefully sliced in half by a single sword strike. How is this possible? Watching his own Tao artifact being cut down by a single sword, Chu Tianlong's face changed wildly, his eyes filled with shock. Boom! At the same time, Chu Tianlong was also knocked back by a single sword strike, crashing through a series of spaces behind him. In that instant of stopping, Chu Tianlong could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his face was still filled with disbelief. That sword just now not only cut his Tao artifact, but also nearly shattered the protection of his Imperial bones. It is no exaggeration to say that if he had not possessed the Imperial bones, he would have died from that sword strike. A single sword cut the Tao artifact? What kind of monster is this? The crowd had become numb, staring in shock at everything before them. Mu Chongtian's face was changing drastically. They had come for the Imperial son, Chu Tianlong. But what were they witnessing now? The Imperial Son's methods were fully displayed. Yet he was completely dominated by an unknown junior. When did the children of the Imperial family become so weak? At this moment, Lulan Xingxue was also stunned in place. Clearly, she had not expected such an outcome. A single sword cut the Dao artifact. She felt her scalp tingle just by watching. At this moment, her gaze towards Chen Wen had completely changed. Simultaneously, her long-held belief that Chu Tianlong would surely win was gradually collapsing. Chen Wen slowly raised his sword and pointed, murderous intent manifesting. Now it's my turn to speak. How do you want to die? Chu Tianlong's cold, ghostly pupils glimmered with blood light. The power suppressed deep within his body stirring. But he still endured. He knew that once he used that power, he would definitely provoke the wrath of the crowd. Let the power you summoned take action. You're falling too far behind, Chen Wen said coldly. With this one sentence, it shattered the inner turmoil in Chu Tianlong's heart. You bastard, you have successfully angered this imperial son. At that moment, Chu Tianlong slowly stood up, his aura rapidly turning cold. A chilling breath enveloping the entire holy land of the celestial maiden. What is this aura? The crowd looked at Chu Tianlong in this state, their expressions changing simultaneously. They had never seen Chu Tianlong like this before. All along, he had presented a sunny, gentle, and positive image. Even as an imperial son, he gave them a sense of approachability. But now, they were witnessing such a sinister and evil Chu Tianlong. If before they thought Chen Wen was a devil due to his merciless killings, then now Chu Tianlong was a devil that instilled fear from within. Seeing this, Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. Finally going to reveal your true character? Even the most disguised person will expose their deepest darkness when faced with life and death. This is an unchanging truth. Just right. Let those who worship him see what kind of person he truly is. Based on the imperial bones, with the myriad manifestations of the Holy Land as the formation, and with the multitude of disciples as the guide, the Shura killing formation activate. As Chu Tianlong quickly formed seals, the phantom of the imperial bones burst forth, hovering in midair. At the same time, the entire Holy Land transformed into a bizarre formation. The black-red Shura killing aura gathering, forming a hellish scene. One by one, the shadows of the dead began to revive, crawling out from hell. These shadows continuously howled, as if undergoing severe torture. Look, isn't that our elder He? And senior brother Zhao, senior sister Yi, and junior brother Li? What is going on? How could they be in that formation? Do you think they were killed by the imperial son? I heard some formations are designed to refine people into formations. As this was said, the entire place erupted in chaos. Remembering that every year, many elders and disciples of their holy land mysteriously disappeared or even died. They had originally thought these people were killed by enemy forces. But now it seemed they might have all died at the hands of their own imperial son. In an instant, all the disciples looked at Chu Tianlong with changed expressions. Damn it! Ji Yue and the others' faces turned cold in an instant. Perhaps the disciples were merely speculating. But these peak masters and elders could see through the method at a glance. This formation was a remnant formation of the Holy Land, left behind by the first Holy Master. Because it was a remnant formation and too cruel, it had been banned for use. But what they did not expect was that Chu Tianlong not only stole the formation, but also refined the elders and disciples of the Holy Land into it. Such behavior was absolutely inhuman, deserving of condemnation by gods and men alike. At this moment, Chu Tianlong's image completely collapsed in their hearts. Miss, what is this formation? Why does Luer feel a sense of revulsion? Lulan Luer couldn't help but ask. Lulan Xingxue stared tightly at Chu Tianlong and after a long while said, I didn't expect there would be a day I misjudged someone. What? Lulan Luer did not react for a moment. Nothing. Lulan Xingxue did not explain. However, there was a faint disappointment in her gaze towards Chu Tianlong. Just then, the heavens and earth changed. Endless spiritual energy surged rapidly, continuously pouring into Chu Tianlong's body. And Chu Tianlong's aura was rapidly rising, soon breaking through the bottleneck of the ninefold life and death realm. But for this, Chu Tianlong was still not satisfied and quickly formed seals again. Chapter 57. Who are you? The shocked Chu Tianlong, get out here. Chu Tianlong shouted. and with a sudden grasp, the entire heavenly maiden sacred land trembled violently. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, resonating endlessly in midair. Not good. Guoyue's expression changed dramatically. This kind of disturbance was undoubtedly a reaction to the extraction of their sacred land's dragon vein. If Chu Tianlong was harming the elite of the sacred land by refining its people for the formation, then forcibly extracting the power of the sacred land's dragon vein was akin to uprooting the sacred land entirely. At this moment, Guoyue could no longer remain indifferent. Prince, this is going too far. Chu Tianlong suddenly looked up, his demeanor incredibly arrogant. Too far? This prince is annihilating a mere sacred land. Who dares to say otherwise? Get out of my way. If you keep talking, once I kill that bastard, I'll deal with you too. You. Guoyue's face turned extremely ugly. But considering the situation, she could only swallow her anger and humiliation. Although Chu Tianlong's words were harsh, they were the truth. Not to mention her. Even the entire sacred land was nothing in front of the Imperial Clan. The peak masters and disciples present also felt the anger but dared not speak. They finally understood that the real devil was Chu Tianlong, not Chen Wen. They had once begged Chu Tianlong to kill Chen Wen and restore peace to the sacred land. But now it seemed like a joke. The one truly set to destroy the sacred land had always been Chu Tianlong, not Chen Wen. Lulan Xingxue observed everything silently, her disappointment deepening. In contrast, Mu Chongtian and others nodded slightly, satisfied with Chu Tianlong's current state. In their view, this was the kind of power a prince should possess. What was a mere sacred land? Destroying it was nothing. Chu Tianlong coldly withdrew his gaze, intensifying his actions. Roar! Another dragon's roar erupted, and a vast pressure surged from below, shattering the ground and sending countless dust clouds into the air. At the peak of this momentum, a golden dragon-shaped phantom burst forth from the ground. The moment the dragon's shadow appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to be weighed down by a heavy mountain, dense and profound, making it hard to breathe, even forcing some to bow down. Is this the power of the sacred land's dragon vein? Terrifying indeed. Everyone stared in shock at this scene, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Good. Chu Tianlong's eyes lit up, and he formed seals with both hands, manipulating the dragon shadow to charge at him. The moment the dragon shadow entered his body, Chu Tianlong's blood energy surged, and his golden hair flew wildly. His realm instantly broke through the life and death realm, directly entering the third level of the Nirvana realm. However, it was evident that Chu Tianlong's eyes turned crimson, and his skin flushed. This was clearly the side effect of forcibly elevating his realm. But for him, it no longer mattered. Now, with the Imperial Bone, the killing formation, and part of the power of the dragon vein backing him, he no longer needed to fear Chen Wen. As long as he killed Chen Wen, everything would be worth it. Boom! Chu Tianlong stepped forward, unmatched power sweeping everything in front of him into ruin, exploding into countless dust clouds. Bastard, come and die! Chu Tianlong roared, charging forward, the killing aura roaring around him, pushing outward. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a living hell. Miss, is this the end? Lulan took a deep breath. Lulan Xingxue nodded. Unless something unexpected happens. Everyone watched this scene and sighed. At this moment, they actually hoped that Chen Wen would win. But they also knew this was impossible. With the support of the killing formation and the dragon vein, Chu Tianlong had become unstoppable. Facing the oncoming killing formation, Chen Wen coldly spoke, "Come forth." Boom! In an instant, endless heavy thunder erupted from Chen Wen's body, and black lightning quickly engulfed the world. Within moments, the heavens and earth transformed into a realm of heavy thunder, with thunder serpents roaring and space collapsing. The Shura killing formation that enveloped the world was instantly reduced to ashes when confronted with such overwhelmingly strong lightning. The figures that had been howling were also crushed in an instant. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if they were bowing to Chen Wen. For them, this was the greatest liberation. This is the gravity heavenly thunder formation. Chu Tianlong, who had charged halfway, was forcefully stopped. His face turned extremely ugly, filled with ferocity. The gravity heavenly thunder formation was originally his, but now it was being used against him. This was more painful than killing him. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned at this moment. Clearly, they had not expected Chen Wen not only to survive, but also to break the Shura killing formation's lethal intent in this way. They couldn't help but look at Chen Wen, who stood at the center of the thunder domain. At this moment, Chen Wen was shrouded in heavy thunder, like a thunder god descending, his aura rivaling the heavens. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Wen moved, his left hand brushing against the Imperial sword. Instantly, the 10,000 zhong of heavy thunder ignited the 3-foot Imperial blade, piercing into the 9 heavens above. Endless thunder roared on the Imperial sword, like black thunder dragons taking form. Heaven-slaying sword slash. With a slight lift of his eyelids, Chen Wen slashed down towards where Chu Tianlong stood. The Imperial sword combined with the Imperial pearl, the 2 great Imperial powers converging into one sword strike. That sword chi radiated across 19 continents, slicing through the void of the 9 heavens. Not good. Chu Tianlong sensed the terror of this strike immediately, quickly forming seals with his hands and unleashing secret techniques. But he found that none could block this sword. How is this possible? Every attack he made was backed by the power of the dragon vein and the Imperial bone. Chu Tianlong's pupils exploded, filled with both horror and unwillingness. Get out here. At the last moment, Chu Tianlong finally felt fear and hurriedly summoned the Imperial bone within him. The golden Imperial bone, upon appearing, emitted a mysterious aura. As this aura burst forth, a golden light wave formed, swirling with ancient Imperial patterns. Boom! At that moment, the sword struck, heavily slashing down upon this light wave. Ultimately, the sword barely broke through the light wave. As the light wave shattered, the Imperial bone trembled violently. In an instant, its brilliance erupted, and terrifying power surged forth. Whoosh! Chen Wen moved and instantly appeared before the Imperial bone, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Assisting tyranny, then I shall destroy you. With that, he slapped down, the 9-colored sequence light surging in his palm. The rampaging power of the Imperial bone was instantly reduced to nothing by a single palm strike. The Imperial bone dimmed, turning into a stream of light that flowed into Chu Tianlong's body. Puff! Chu Tianlong spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being in a state of devastation. What did he just witness? He had shattered the Imperial bone with his bare hands. That was the Imperial bone. This single act completely crushed his inner resolve. Chu Tianlong looked up in shock. Who exactly are you? Chen Wen replied leisurely. Is the Imperial bone useful? Is the Imperial bone useful? Chu Tianlong was momentarily at a loss for words. As for the others, they were even more bewildered. At this moment, they were more shocked by Chen Wen's overwhelming strength. Especially Lu Lan Shengxue, who felt numb. At the moment Chen Wen sent the Imperial bone flying with a single palm, her perception had been shattered, because this was too outrageous. Soon, a terrifying thought surfaced in Chu Tianlong's mind, causing his pupils to explode. No way. It can't be. How could this kid possibly be him? But the more he denied it, the more the Chen Wen in front of him merged with the Chen Wen in his memory. Suddenly, he was terrified. This was the biggest secret buried deep in his heart. Remembered? Chen Wen's faint voice broke Chu Tianlong's reverie. Chu Tianlong was so scared that he took a step back, then crazily shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Kill him for me, kill him." By the end, Chu Tianlong was shouting at the top of his lungs. Chapter 58. All forces mobilized. Please Emperor step in after a brief silence. Fu Xiao and others quickly pressed forward with their forces. In an instant, the scene was filled with people, and a terrifying atmosphere of killing surrounded the entire area, making it hard to breathe. This is over. When everyone saw this scene, their previously anxious hearts jumped to their throats. Initially, they had felt a sense of relief upon seeing Chen Wen defeat Chu Tianlong. But now, it seemed they had overlooked the most crucial point. No matter how incompetent Chu Tianlong was, he was still the emperor. That identity alone was enough to crush everything. Compared to the shock of the crowd, Chen was unfazed. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. What he saw were thousands of strong individuals from various forces. The strongest among them reached the saint level, while the weakest were at the king level. If he had truly come from a hidden force, then these people would indeed be like heaven falling down. And killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. But he was not. After slowly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Wen looked back at Chu Tianlong. In just 6 years, you managed to gather so many forces. Indeed, you have some capability. But today, I will make you watch everything you built turn to nothing. Chu Tianlong's pupils constricted sharply, and his fear intensified. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. Now, Chu Tianlong was utterly frightened, with only one thought in his mind, to kill Chen Wen at any cost. It seemed that only in this way could his secret be kept from exposure, and he could remain the emperor. Kill! Fu Xiao waved his hand. Instantly, over 100 strong individuals charged towards Chen Wen, the killing intent boiling. Among them were several top kings, and even some at the emperor level. The others remained on standby, waiting for the forces behind Chen Wen to appear. Seeing the scene, everyone instinctively held their breath, not daring to make sound. In contrast, Chen Wen slowly lifted his eyelids and calmly uttered, "Kill them all." As soon as he spoke, bolts of lightning fell from the sky, instantly turning the attackers into ashes. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, over 100 strong individuals were reduced to ashes. What kind of ability is this? Mu Chongtian and others' pupils shrank as they watched in shock. Even they felt a sense of life-and-death crisis from the bolts of lightning just now. This meant that the strength of the one who acted was not weaker than theirs. What are you waiting for? Keep going. After a brief silence, Chu Tianlong shouted anxiously again, but the fear in his eyes was growing more intense. Charge! The newcomers led by Mu Chongtian did not move, but Fu Xiao, as a subordinate, coldly shouted. As he spoke, another 100 strong individuals rushed forward. These people were even stronger than the first batch, most of them at the emperor level. The emperor level is something that is rare even in the ancient world. Furthermore, these individuals were the core of Chu Tianlong's power. Chu Tianlong had invested an immense amount of resources to cultivate and recruit them. Kill! Chen Wen spoke again. Instantly, more bolts of lightning fell, and the 100 strong individuals charging him were once again turned to ashes. Silence. The entire scene fell into dead silence. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards Chen Wen changed completely. In an instant, another 100 strong individuals were reduced to ashes. They had no time to react during this process. It was too exaggerated, too terrifying. Chu Tianlong sat on the ground, his pupils wide with shock. The expressions of Mu Chongtian and others changed dramatically. Especially Fu Xiao, who was trembling in fear. These forces were gathered by him personally, but now they were all gone in an instant. And the process didn't even take a breath of time. This power was suffocating. Keep going, why aren't you shouting? Chen Wen turned to Chu Tianlong and said leisurely. Chu Tianlong stared at Chen Wen, his eyes filled with not only fear, but also endless rage. In his view, Chen Wen was clearly a failure. Why was he still struggling to the death, trying to destroy everything he had built? Chen Wen smiled coldly. I said I would make you watch everything you built turn to nothing. You. Chu Tianlong gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Wen in anger. Kid, don't say too much. At that moment, the previously silent Mu Chongtian suddenly spoke. He came from an ancient hidden clan and was one of the few strongest here. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, looking at Mu Chongtian and asked, Ancient hidden clan? People from the Mu clan? Mu Chongtian's expression turned serious. I am the great elder Mu Chongtian of the Mu clan. What about you? Should you introduce yourselves? Chen Wen shifted his gaze to Yu and the others. Presumptuous. Yu and others immediately shouted coldly. Chen Wen's nonchalant attitude infuriated them. Since his debut, no one had dared to provoke them like this, especially since he was just a mere 6th heaven human realm. Presumptuous? Chen Wen's tone turned icy. What are you even worth? Good. Mu Chongtian laughed in anger, repeating good 6 times. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Everyone, let this kid see what we are worth today. Boom! In an instant, dozens of forces stepped forward, shaking the heavens and earth, their overwhelming aura pressing down on Chen Wen. The atmosphere was filled with killing intent, further suppressing the already tense atmosphere. Everyone looked at Chen Wen, as if asking what he was going to do. They knew that this was dozens of forces, and if they truly offended them, even if Chen Wen had the backing of a hidden force, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. You want to use forces to pressure me? And let me show you what true power is. Chen Wen waved his hand. Everyone come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire atmosphere changed. The originally clear sky instantly transformed into a vast realm of thunder. One by one, figures emerged from the realm of thunder. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared one after another. They stood in midair, overlooking everything, locking down all the auras. People instinctively looked up, their expressions shifting from shock to utter disbelief. Saint level? No, all of them are at the saint level. No, there are also those at the supreme level. How is this possible? This kid is definitely not just from a hidden force. It absolutely cannot be just a hidden force. Mu Chongtian and others were suddenly filled with terror, especially Mu Chongtian and Shi Minyu, both of whom came from hidden forces. But they knew very well that asking them to deploy hundreds of saint-level and over 100 supreme-level individuals was absolutely impossible. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have them. It was that they couldn't mobilize them. Just like in reality, the concept of valuation is the same as the ability to mobilize resources. It's over. They've been tricked. They must have stirred up trouble. In an instant, Mu Chongtian and others reacted, trembling uncontrollably. Miss, he isn't from some ancient country or even an imperial clan, is he? Lulan Green's face was a bit pale. Lulan Xingxue did not deny it, but also did not dare to be certain. Even if he wasn't, he couldn't be far off. Sighing, she said, "It seems we've all underestimated him." "And what about the emperor? What'll he do?" Lulan Green asked again. This time, Lulan Xingxue did not reply. "Why are you silent? Is it because you're naturally not talkative?" Chen Wen looked at Mu Chongtian and others, speaking leisurely. Mu Chongtian did not respond, but instead looked at Chu Tianlong. "Emperor, why don't you say something? We came here for you. I implore the emperor to take action and eliminate the enemy." Shi Minyu and the others shouted in unison. In their view, only Chu Tianlong could break this deadlock. As long as someone from the imperial family arrived, they wouldn't have to die. Chapter 59. The Emperor's Son? I'm a fake. The Emperor's Son? I'm a fake. What the hell do you want me to call you? Chu Tianlong's expression changed repeatedly, and in the end, he didn't even let out a fart. At this moment, he had completely admitted defeat, with only one thought in his mind: to survive as much as possible. As for the life and death of these people, what the hell does it have to do with me, Chu Tianlong? What's going on? Seeing that Chu Tianlong had not responded for a long time, everyone on the scene began to doubt. Logically speaking, Chu Tianlong should not remain indifferent after suffering such humiliation, especially for people like Mu Chongtian. They had come for his identity as the Emperor's son, so unless they were fools, they should know to stand tall at this moment. In the name of the Emperor's son, Miss, the Emperor's son isn't responding? Lulan Leviu couldn't help but ask Lulan Xingxue. Lulan Xingxue sighed softly. The Emperor's son has a special status, so he has his own difficulties. Chen Wen has a fate of calamity, which is rarely known even in the upper realm, let alone in the ancient realm. Therefore, in her view, Chu Tianlong's performance was also understandable. What do you mean? Lulan Leviu asked. Lulan Xingxue did not explain, just reassured her, "Don't worry, he won die." All right. Lulan Leviu knew her miss didn't want to explain, so she didn't ask further. On the contrary, Mu Chongtian and the others were looking increasingly grim. "We implore the Emperor's son to take action and eliminate the enemy." Soon, Mu Chongtian and the others shouted again. As time passed, Chu Tianlong still did not respond. Now, Mu Chongtian and the others' hearts sank completely. Chen Wen suddenly laughed. "It seems your Emperor's son is useless." As soon as these words came out, Mu Chongtian couldn't hold back any longer and shouted frantically, "Aren't you the Emperor's son? Where are you? Are you mute? Speak up. Damn it. Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me." Whoosh. In an instant, Mu Chongtian charged towards Chu Tianlong with unbelievable speed. This situation caught everyone by surprise. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. It seems the good show is about to begin. "Xiaoxue, save me. Xiaoxue, save me." Chu Tianlong was instantly terrified and kept retreating. Lulan Xingxue sighed softly. "Wan Lao, take action." Although some of Chu Tianlong's actions disappointed her, their feelings over the years still mattered. Therefore, she had to save Chu Tianlong. Just then, a figure flashed, and Mu Chongtian was sent flying, spitting out blood in midair. What's going on? Who attacked? Everyone was shocked, and looked towards the flashing figure. What caught their eyes was a stunning woman with silver hair. To call her a woman, she must be of considerable age. The woman's aura and presence were extremely strong, an absolute, supreme realm expert. Chen Wen's expression gradually darkened. He had originally thought Lulan Shengxue would not take action, but unexpectedly, she did. Regardless of the reason, the two had completely taken opposing sides. From this moment on, they were absolutely impossible to reconcile. Realizing this, Chen Wen slowly turned to Lulan Shengxue and said, "Are you sure you want to intervene?" Huh? Everyone's body shook, suddenly understanding. So this silver-haired woman was from their saintess. But why would their saintess help Chu Tianlong? Just because they were friends? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of friendship is worth risking the entire family? Lulan Shengxue stepped out from the crowd, stopping not far from Chen Wen, and said coldly, "The imperial family he belongs to has deep ties with our ancient nation. Personally, he is my fiancé. So today, no matter what, I must save his life." Fiancé? What the hell? The scene erupted into chaos. This relationship was something they had never considered. No wonder only Chu Tianlong could enter and exit Lulan Shengxue's residence. It was because of this reason. In the distance, Jiang Taichu was stunned. He knew Chu Tianlong was a fake emperor's son. In this case, Lulan Shengxue was actually his little master's fiancé, But now, his fiancé, was helping a fake to deal with him. This information was too overwhelming. Chen Wen glared at Lulan Shengxue and said coldly, "Whoever helps him is my enemy, and that person must die. This is my bottom line, my attitude. In your last chance." Lulan Shengxue shook her head. "I have no intention of being enemies with the forces behind you." "You already are," Chen Wen shouted coldly, killing intent surging. Lulan Shengxue's expression changed. She could sense the coldness radiating from Chen Wen and the killing intent leaking from his words. But she had to protect Chu Tianlong. Considering this, Lulan Shengxue's attitude turned cold. "I know your background is not simple, but that is still far from enough." Saying this, she glanced back at Chu Tianlong. His paternal lineage is the Destiny Imperial family, and his maternal lineage is also the Destiny Imperial family, while the force behind me is the hidden ancient nation. Together, our three major forces can withstand anything under the heavens. Now if you leave, I can act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, I will immediately notify the Imperial family to come. At that time, not only will you die, but everyone behind you will also die. And remember, I am not negotiating with you. I'm giving you an order. At this point, Lulan Shengxue's attitude was cold and firm. But what Lulan Shengxue didn't know was that the Chu Tianlong behind her was already trembling in fear. If you're the real emperor's son, then there would be nothing to worry about. But he was fake. Once the imperial family arrives, he would undoubtedly die. Kill me, and everyone behind me? Ha ha. Suddenly, Chen Wen burst into laughter, as if he had heard joke. Lulan Shengxue frowned slightly, very confused by Chen Wen's reaction. Logically, after she exposed their identities, Chen Wen should have turned and left. To put it dramatically, in front of their three major forces, even the Destiny forces would have to bow their heads. Everyone looked at Chen Wen in confusion, with expressions of disbelief. After a few breaths, Chen Wen's laughter ceased, replaced by a chilling coldness. "No need for you to notify. I will come myself." Saying this, he took out a communication talisman. "Brother, sister. Someone said they want to kill me and our family. What do you think?" "Wait." Chen Wen dropped this line and directly cut off contact. "Brother? Sister?" Lulan Shengxue's brows furrowed sharply, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. To dare to call for help at this time, one was either a fool or had absolute confidence. Obviously, Chen Wen belonged to the latter. Gradually, the atmosphere became tense. "We should leave. This emperor's son does not intend to bother with these people who don't know better." Just then, Chu Tianlong suddenly spoke up. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone. He had a feeling that once those two people arrived, his identity might be exposed. Lulan Shengxue suddenly turned her head and stared at Chu Tianlong, saying, "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid?" Chu Tianlong forced an unnatural smile. "Why should I be afraid of such a kid?" Lulan Shengxue stared at Chu Tianlong for a long time and pointedly said, "As long as you stand firm, no one can kill you today." "I." Chu Tianlong's expression suddenly stiffened. "After realizing the outcome, you will be the first to kill me." Chen Wen looked coldly at everything, especially at the gaze of Lulan Shengxue. which became even colder. Just then, the air suddenly became turbulent, and endless thunder erupted above. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, forcefully tearing the sky apart, along with the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 60. Chu Tianlong's identity exposed. Lulan Shengxue is ashamed and furious. What is going on? Suddenly, everyone looked up. Before their eyes was the violent and shocking scene of the sky being torn apart. They had never seen such a sight. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, two figures stepped out from the depths of the split heavens. One man and one woman. The man was wrapped in endless thunder, with the sun on his back, appearing like a celestial god, dazzling to the extreme. The woman wore a fiery armor, wielding a long spear of flames, with endless waves of fire roaring, her figure and appearance perfect to the extreme, like a peerless female war god. At the moment the two appeared, the laws of heavenly suppression began to shatter, and all living beings roared in response. The entire world fell into an endless oppression, with only the sound of space collapsing echoing continuously. Could it be that these two are the brother and sister of young Master Yi? How terrifying! The crowd looked at the two figures hovering above, overlooking everything with supreme authority, their eyes filled with horror. They had seen many talented individuals, but had never encountered such an aura, such a proud and majestic genius. This must be the demeanor that only true upper realm disciples possess. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue also recognized the newcomers. She narrowed her eyes, a sense of unprecedented shock spreading in her gaze. She knew these two people. One was the infamous primordial tyrant, whose thunderous fist had shattered all forbidden places in the ancient realm, forcing the younger generation to bow their heads. The other was the first beauty of the ancient realm, the queen of the Red Prison, who, upon reaching adulthood, led troops into battle, single-handedly slaughtering millions of foreign enemies, bringing 100 years of peace to the domain. If the primordial tyrant was invincible against external foes, then the Red Prison Queen was an absolute sovereign, revered by countless armies across the realms. But that was not the most important thing. The most important fact was that both were descendants of the Chen clan. Remembering Chen Wen's previous message, Lulan Shengxue's expression changed repeatedly. Her unease deepened. At that moment, Chen Hongyan spoke up. Little brother, who said they wanted to exterminate my Qin clan? Little brother? It was indeed him who summoned them. Everyone turned to look at where Chen Wen was. Wait a minute. Hehehe? How did he get involved with the Chen clan? Soon, the crowd was bewildered, their faces filled with confusion. Chen Wen smiled leisurely. It's her. He pointed towards Lulan Xingxue. Chen Hongyan suddenly turned her head, her icy gaze landing on Lulan Xingxue. How audacious! An invisible killing intent pressed down, causing the space to crack and endless airflow to intertwine violently. No! Lulan Shengxue's expression changed dramatically. In that moment of attack, she felt death approaching. Bang! At the instant the attack closed in, Lulan Wanwan struck out, pressing down hard with her palm, barely blocking the impact. After dissipating the force, Lulan Wanwan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wanwan, are you alright? Lulan Xingxue was instantly alarmed, rushing forward to support her. Lulan Wanwan shook her head, but her gaze was fixed on Chen Hongyan. How terrifying! This thought dominated her mind. Even as an elder generation powerhouse, she had heard the name Chen Hongyan more than once, but she never knew that this junior would be so strong. The name of the Red Prison Queen was indeed well-deserved. Then you can die. With a cold snort, Chen Hongyan pulled the Red Lotus Prison Suppression Spear, shaking the heavens and earth, producing a thunderous echo. In an instant, red flames roared, and the energy of the entire world was burned to ashes, with space distorting endlessly. Miss, step back quickly, Lulan Wanwan shouted repeatedly, her face filled with shock. This time, Lulan Xingxue did not retreat, but stood in front of Lulan Wanwan. Mianjia, it's me, little Xue, the girl you took to kill the spirit beast back then. Little Xue? Little girl? Chen Hongyan paused her movements, then quickly reacted. So it's you. Yes, it's me. Lulan Xingxue breathed a sigh of relief. To exterminate my Chen clan, you're quite bold, Chen Hongyan said coldly. Lulan Xingxue's eyes flickered, and she quickly said, Mianjia, there must be a misunderstanding. I said that to protect Chen Wen. To protect Xiao Wen? Haha. Chen Wen burst into cold laughter. Xiao Wen, tell her how you protected me. Chen Wen leisurely replied by saying I would kill myself. Now, what else do you have to say? Chen Wen suddenly turned to Lulan Shengxue. Sure enough, Lulan Shengxue's heart shook violently. Although she had suspected something earlier, confirming it through their interaction made her mind explode. But she quickly regained her composure. Mianjie, you must be mistaken. He is a Yi. He is Chen Wen. Saying this, she pointed at Chu Tianlong, who was lying there like a dead dog. This identification immediately attracted everyone's attention, for this was their confusion as well. Having developed to this extent, they were already bewildered. Mistaken? Ha ha ha. Chen Hongmian laughed loudly, as if she had heard something incredibly ridiculous. Soon, her laughter subsided. Don't compare me to something like you. You can mistake your fiancé, but I will never mistake my brother. Boom! Mistaken fiancé? Lulan Shengxue was struck again, her face gradually paling. Who are you? Lulan Shengxue suddenly turned to Chu Tianlong, her first loss of composure. I. Chu Tianlong's mouth moved, but in the end, he said nothing. Chen Hongmian glanced at Lulan Shengxue, then coldly laughed again. Let me tell you. His name is Chu Tianlong, a beast who, 6 years ago, colluded with foreign enemies to dig out my brother's imperial bone. Besides that, he also impersonated my brother, the imperial son, to act recklessly, trying to usurp his place. So, you should understand now, right? As soon as these words fell, the whole place was shocked. The amount of information was explosive. Boom! Lulan Shengxue felt numb, her mind turning to mush. The person she had been close to was fake. The one she had been protecting was fake. The person she held dear was fake. In the end, she was protecting a counterfeit to confront her own fiancé. What kind of situation was this? What had she done? Thinking of this, Lulan Shengxue's face turned completely pale, a surge of shame and fury swelling within her. Lulan Luer's small face also lost all color. The person she had always supported and had feelings for turned out to be such a counterfeit. The person we supported is a fake. On the contrary, they had been protecting a fake to kill the real imperial son. My heavens, what are they doing? Mu Chongtian and Fu Xiao and the others stared blankly at everything before them. Their eyes filled not only with shock but also with endless anger. They were somewhat prominent figures in their respective realms, but never expected to be so thoroughly deceived by such a fake. At this moment, they truly wished to tear Chu Tianlong apart. Otherwise, their anger could not be relieved. Besides these people, the entire Holy Land was also stunned, their minds buzzing. They had never thought that Chu Tianlong would be fake and even commit such heinous acts. Digging out someone else's imperial bone wasn't enough. He even had the audacity to impersonate an identity to swindle. If the real person hadn't come, wouldn't the fake have become the real one? Such a disgusting thing deserves to die 1,000 times over. Moreover, they also did not expect that this young Master Yi was actually the real Chen Wen, the true imperial son. Now they finally understand why Chen Wen is so confident and why he dares to provoke Chu Tianlong. With this identity, who the hell would be afraid? As for why Chen Wen is targeting Chu Tianlong so specifically, they can also understand. If it were them, they would definitely do the same, or even worse. You are seeking death. Lulan Shengxue suddenly raised her head and struck down with her palm towards Chu Tianlong. At this moment, Lulan Shengxue was filled with murderous intent, and endless anger was surging within her. Chapter 61. Out of shame and anger. How do you want to die? Chu Tianlong would naturally not surrender easily and countered with a palm strike. Bang! The two palms collided, and the force erupted, causing the ground to crack. Lulan Shengxue trembled, her killing intent unabated, and charged again towards Chu Tianlong. In her eyes, killing Chu Tianlong was the only way to wash away this heavy humiliation. Who is Lulan Shengxue? Born in a hidden ancient nation, inheriting knowledge for millions of years. Since her emergence, she has relied on her intelligence. Nothing escapes her eyes. But now, she was being toyed with by a fake. Therefore, no matter what, Chu Tianlong had to die. As for their feelings, to hell with feelings. On the other hand, Chu Tianlong was already struggling to maintain his strength after battling Chen Wen. After clashing palms with Lulan Shengxue, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, looking miserable. Facing Lulan Shingshua's renewed attack, Chu Tianlong's expression turned horrified. He sensed a chilling, killing intent with this strike and had no strength left to fully block it. No! As the attack drew closer, Chu Tianlong finally felt fear, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Bang! Just when Chu Tianlong thought he was doomed, Chen Hongyan made her move. A flame spear descended from the sky, cutting through half the world. A massive fire dragon plunged into the ground, creating a gigantic ravine that completely blocked Lulan Xingxue on the other side. Why? Lulan Xingxue looked at Chen Hongyan in disbelief. Clearly, she couldn't understand why Chen Hongyan would save Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongyan coldly uttered, "He not for you to kill. Get lost." I. Lulan Xingxue's expression changed, filled with endless shame and anger. Get lost. Chen Hongyan shouted coldly, her killing intent palpable. Miss, let us retreat for now. Let us wait for our people to arrive, Lulan Wanwan quickly advised. Lulan Xingxue's expression kept changing, but she ultimately stopped her actions. She wasn't a fool. She knew if she continued to entangle with Chen Hongyan, she would definitely be killed. After glaring fiercely at Chu Tianlong, Lulan Xingxue retreated to the side. Haha, ridiculous, truly fucking ridiculous. At this moment, Chu Tianlong suddenly burst into mad laughter. Instantly, everyone turned to look at him. Chu Tianlong struggled to stand and shouted maniacally, "Bitch, you really act well. But you can deceive the world, but you can't deceive me. I ask you, did I ever say that if I'm not Chen Wen, what would you do? Didn't you say that no matter who I am, you like me as a person, not this identity? Now that you know I'm fake, you turn around and want to kill me, trying to wash your hands of responsibility. I have to say, you really play the victim card well. But it's useless, ha ha ha. You know who I am, and I also know what kind of trash you are." As he laughed maniacally, Chu Tianlong spat out another mouthful of blood, looking even more tragic. "You're talking nonsense." Lulan Xingxue's face turned red, trembling with anger. "Haha, I'm talking nonsense? Then I'll hit you again. In fact, you've long suspected the truth about my identity. Did you really think I didn't notice during our interactions? The reason you didn't delve deeper is that you thought you had made a mistake and could only go along with it. This way, your benefits could be maximized. Even if I'm discovered in the future, you can advance or retreat, packaging yourself as a victim. I asked, did I say anything wrong? Did I slander, did I?" In the end, Chu Tianlong shouted out, looking mad and exhilarated. You. Lulan Xingxue trembled with anger again, her face flushed. But in the end, she had no words to refute. This. Everyone was at a loss for words, not expecting this turn of events. So, was Lulan Xingxue's behavior genuine emotion, or just an act to shirk responsibility? It was hard to say, but it had to be said. Such behavior of wanting it both ways was equally disgusting. Haha, bitch, what are you using to play innocent now? What are you acting for? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Chu Tianlong's madness intensified, as if he had vindicated himself. "Xiaowen, how should we handle this, you decide?" Chen Hongyan coldly glanced at Lulan Xingxue before speaking. Chen Wen nodded, stepping forward. As he passed by Lulan Xingxue, he didn't even glance at her, treating her like air. Lulan Xingxue's expression changed again, unsure of what to think. Watching Chen Wen approach, Chu Tianlong lost his earlier madness and quickly retreated. The crowd also looked towards the scene, eager to see how Chen Wen would deal with Chu Tianlong. Under the pressure of Chen Wen's aura, Chu Tianlong finally couldn't hold on anymore and directly knelt on the ground. At this moment, he had no strength to resist. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please spare me. Please spare me." Saying this, Chu Tianlong kept bowing his head, no longer the proud man he once was. In the face of death, Chu Tianlong discarded all his dignity. The crowd felt a sensation worse than eating feces. The person they admired and revered turned out to be such a character. Especially Mu Chongtian and the others. They felt incredibly unlucky. They wished they could tear Chu Tianlong apart right now and hated their own foolishness for being deceived by such a character. Mistake? Spare your life? Chen Wen coldly smiled. "What do you get the face to say that?" Saying this, he stomped down on Chu Tianlong's head, directly pressing him into the ground. But he controlled his strength and didn't crush Chu Tianlong to death. After moving his foot away, Chen Wen reached out and lifted Chu Tianlong up from a distance. In an instant, Chu Tianlong's bloodied and weak figure was exposed to everyone's eyes. At this moment, Chen Wen moved again, reaching out and directly plunging his hand into Chu Tianlong's chest. Then he violently pulled. In an instant, blood splattered, and Chu Tianlong's screams echoed in the air. Chen Wen pulled out a palm-sized, golden, shimmering bone that radiated imperial energy. Under the reflection of this imperial energy, shadowy figures of emperors appeared, and ancient laws danced, looking incredibly mysterious. Is this the imperial bone? It's indeed terrifying. No wonder Chu Tianlong harbored malice. No wonder he could reach this level in such a short time. The crowd looked at the imperial bone in Chen Wen's hand, their breaths quickening. The imperial bone has been returned to you. Can you let me go? Chu Tianlong gasped and pleaded. Return to me? Chen Wen coldly smiled. Have you misunderstood something? I took it back myself. There's no question of returning it. Yes. It was you who took it back. It was you who took it back. Chu Tianlong not that VP then. Saying this, he flattered. With it, you will definitely soar to new heights, overpower the younger generation, and become the strongest. Chen Wen's cold smile grew wider. I, Chen Wen, have a bad habit. I never share what belongs to me. Once it aids evil, no matter how extraordinary it is, it's nothing in my hands. Upon hearing this, Lulan Xingshue's face turned slightly pale. The crowd couldn't help but look towards Lulan Xingxue. This double entendre was clear to anyone who wasn't a fool. Just like this. As he spoke, Chen Wen's power began to rampage in his hand. Suddenly, with a firm grip, the imperial bone started to crack. Endless forces of law were in turmoil, yet they still could not shake the power of the chaotic sequence, only able to shatter bit by bit. Finally, with a loud bang, the imperial bone was crushed, golden light splattering everywhere, and the imperial breath roared incessantly. Damn, don't get it to me. The crowd was dumbfounded. They never expected Chen Wen to be so ruthless, showing not a hint of hesitation. That was the imperial bone. Possessing it meant becoming a great emperor. This confidence, this boldness, was invincible. In an instant, Chen Wen once again refreshed their worldview. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Wen, her eyes only seeing that straight-backed, world-shaking great figure. There was no doubt that Chen Wen had once again shattered her understanding. If it were her, she absolutely couldn't do it. Just as everyone thought, that was the imperial bone, a being destined to become a great emperor. Chu Tianlong was also stunned. He regarded the imperial bone as a treasure. But Chen Wen treated it like grass. Moreover, he casually crushed it. What did all that he had done count for? Answer me a question, and I can make your death a bit more painless, Chen Wen said leisurely. Still die? He couldn't accept that result. Chu Tianlong shook his head, saying, unless you promise to spare my life, I won't say a word. I appreciate this kind of hard-headedness. Chen Wen threw Chu Tianlong to the ground, first stomping on his spiritual orifice, then gradually grinding his entire body of bones and flesh to bits. In an instant, the venue was filled with Chu Tianlong's heart-wrenching screams, making people's scalps tingle. So ruthless. That was the only thought everyone had. Chu Tianlong couldn't hold on for long before he shouted desperately, Stop! I'll answer. You've run out of chances. Chen Wen ignored Chu Tianlong's screams, his actions underfoot, not pausing at all. Chu Tianlong didn't know how many times he fainted from pain and how many times he was awakened by it. The ground quickly became stained with blood. Flesh mixed in the mud, making it impossible to distinguish one from another, until only a breath remained in Chu Tianlong. Did Chen Wen throw him to Chen Wudi, brother? Please take care of this. Chen Wudi caught Chu Tianlong with one hand and began to search for his soul. The most direct and effective method was undoubtedly soul-searching. This gulp. Everyone watched all this, instinctively swallowing their saliva. Next, it's your turn. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, looking at Mu Chongtian and the others. Mu Chongtian and the others' faces changed drastically, and they immediately knelt on the ground. We were ignorant and deceived by Chu Tianlong, leading to such an outrageous act. Please spare us, Imperial Son. At that moment, they truly regretted it. There is no ignorance here. Chen Wen coldly snorted, then said, kill them all. I don't. Mu Chongtian and the others still wanted to plead, but they were soon frightened by the people coming to kill them, shouting in panic. In an instant, the venue was filled with a murderous atmosphere, with various screams resounding endlessly. As figures fell one after another, blood splattered everywhere like rain, quickly dyeing the ground red. The scene looked extremely bloody. This massacre lasted for over 100 breaths, with all the people from dozens of forces being completely wiped out. Everyone in the Holy Land didn't dare to make a sound, trembling as they watched. Chen Wen slowly turned his gaze, directly pressing Lulan Shengxue, saying, "Speak. How do you want to die?" "This damn." The crowd looked at Chen Wen in shock. They didn't expect him to be serious. Because when Lulan Shengxue protected Chu Tianlong, Chen Wen had said that anyone who helped Chu Tianlong would be his enemy, and that person would have to die. Chapter 62. The arrival of the ancient kingdom's old sovereign, Lulan Shengxue, is abandoned. Lulan Shengxue was shaken to her core, unable to believe what was happening before her. Chen Wen wanted to kill her, just because she protected Chu Tianlong in that one action, just because of what Chu Tianlong said, just because of this misunderstanding. Lulan Wanwan glanced at Chen Wen and said, "Your Majesty, may I say something?" Chen Wen's expression remained cold, his killing intent undiminished. Lulan Wanwan took a deep breath. In fact, this matter was indeed caused by a misunderstanding. The young lady was deceived by Chu Tianlong into making this decision, so she is also a victim. Therefore, it is unfair for you to treat her this way. Chen Wen coldly laughed, deceived? Ridiculous. Shouldn't you first ask your young lady whether she was ignorant and deceived, or whether she already saw through everything? Shouldn't you also ask your young lady if the situation has developed to this point, whether she indirectly caused it? I. Lulan Wanwan opened her mouth, momentarily unsure how to refute him. We can set aside all of this for now. Who she wants to like, how she wants to act, has nothing to do with me. My reason for killing her is very simple. For someone who has repeatedly harbored murderous intent against me, I can only kill her first. And don't try to say she was driven to kill me because of Chu Tianlong. Let me ask, if I hadn't contacted my family and was killed by her just for offending Chu Tianlong, wouldn't I be innocent? Wouldn't I be dying for nothing? So from my perspective, is it wrong to kill her? By the end, Chen Wen's voice was as cold as iron. Lulan Wanwan's face stiffened, and she was completely at a loss for words. From the very beginning, this indeed stemmed from Chu Tianlong impersonating someone else. However, if it weren't for her young lady's active downfall, Chu Tianlong wouldn't have been able to exploit this at all. Even as a protector, she could see this point clearly. Moreover, the reason her young lady was able to go this far for Chu Tianlong undoubtedly involved the relationship between the two major powers. But fundamentally, it was still due to the subtle relationship between the two. Otherwise, with her young lady's character, she could have easily taken advantage of the situation to eliminate Chu Tianlong through Chen Wen's hands. If she had succeeded, then the engagement would have been rendered void. As for whether what Chu Tianlong said was true or not, she dare not assert. Regarding her young lady, whether she chose to turn a blind eye and allowed Chu Tianlong to continue pretending under the circumstances, she still didn't dare to make a judgment. Because often, what her young lady needed to do was beyond her comprehension. Therefore, attributing all the blame to a misunderstanding was indeed unfair. As for Lulan Shengxue, her face had gone completely pale. What Chen Wen said struck at her heart. Although there had been no improper behavior between him and Chu Tianlong, deep down, she had indeed leaned towards Chu Tianlong and had thoughts of going along with the mistake. Everything done today was a way she had long thought out to make amends. As for her murderous intent towards Chen Wen, it was indeed the case. The reason she hadn't acted was that she initially didn't take Chen Wen seriously. Plus, she wanted to know what Chen Wen intended and what forces were behind him. Later, after confirming Chen Wen's identity, she was almost scared to death, because her biggest fear had indeed come true. But she quickly calmed down and began to use words and actions to create an aura of innocence. This was also a planned retreat she had set up after she had her suspicions about Chu Tianlong's identity. However, from the beginning to the end, she had miscalculated 2 points. First, she didn't expect Chu Tianlong to have seen through everything and to choose this awkward moment to expose her. Second, she didn't anticipate that Chen Wen's character would be so aggressive. It was precisely because of this that the situation had developed to this point. But even so, she didn't feel that what she had done was wrong. In this world, no one owes anyone anything. Everyone will choose to seek benefits and avoid harm. Get out of the way, or you will die. Chen Wen suddenly raised his sword and pointed at Lulan Wanwan, his killing intent boiling. Lulan Wanwan stared at Chen Wen, then glanced at Chun Homian not far away, instinctively swallowing her saliva. This was indeed a deadlock that she couldn't resolve by herself. Wan Jia, one person does the work. One person takes the blame. Lulan Xingxue stepped forward and said. At this moment, she had completely calmed down, regaining her past wisdom and composure. Young lady you. Lulan Wanwan was about to speak, but was stopped by Lulan Xingxue. Step back. Lulan Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but still retreated to the side. Lulan Xingxue looked at Chen Wen, took a deep breath, and said, It's true that I was attracted to Chu Tianlong. And it's also true that I developed murderous intent towards you because of him. But from beginning to end, I have been following my heart in my choices. And I have no regrets about what I have done. If you feel that this has caused you harm, then I'm sorry to say that you came too late. Today, if you want to kill me, I will not sit idly by. Come on, let me see how much strength you truly have. As she spoke, Lulan Xingxue also assumed a stance. Then let me show you. Chen Wen's imperial sword trembled, and terrifying sword energy surged forth, filling the scene with a murderous atmosphere. At this point, Lulan Xingxue was still trying to avoid the main issue, attempting to shift the responsibility onto him. Such a person should not be spared. Lulan Xingxue's aura gradually turned sharp, and silver-white power surged out, transforming into a massive imperial phoenix outside her body. Who would win? Seeing the scene, everyone instinctively held their breath. Just as the two were about to make their moves, an invisible force penetrated through layers of void, descending between them and blocking their unleashed attacks. At the same time, this force also confined the entire space, compressing it to the point of being impermeable, giving people an overwhelming urge to faint. Who is it? Everyone instinctively looked toward the sky. They saw the space twisting, a bottomless crack violently shaking, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. How terrifying! Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their pupils filled with shock and fear. Chen Wen frowned deeply. In this force, he felt absolute suppression. In contrast, Lulan Xingxue slightly lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake. She immediately knew who had arrived. However, what she didn't expect was that the person she respected the most would come. Wen, it's been over 10 years since we last met. Seeing you grown up, Ani is very happy. At that moment, an elderly woman's voice sounded. Ani? Chen Wen's heart stirred. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Homian had arrived at Chen Wen's side. She was the old sovereign of the Lulan ancient kingdom and also Lulan Xingxue's grandmother. However, she shared a sister-like bond with her grandmother, having a deep friendship. Speaking of which, you still owe her a favor. When you were besieged by the forces of destiny due to the life and death incident, it was she who brought people to help you. Later, the engagement between you and Lulan Xingxue was also facilitated by her. This time, she crossed space to communicate, probably to plead for you. You just need to handle this matter as you see fit. We will support whatever decision you make. Understood. Chen Wen nodded. Saying this, he withdrew the power within him and bowed to the air. Wen pays respect to Ani. Indeed, whether in appearance, disposition, or talent, you are more than enough for my useless granddaughter. Find a time. I need to have a good chat with my sister, thanking her for sending me such an excellent grandson-in-law. As she spoke, Ji Qingying chuckled lightly. Lulan Xingxue silently lowered her head, not refuting. In her opinion, this matter had developed to such a point that it was no longer up to her to choose. Of course, she had admired Chen Wen from the very beginning. Especially after this incident, her fondness for Chen Wen only increased. This was also the biggest reason why she tacitly accepted it again. Look, this is the art of conversation. Not mentioning the matter of saving people, but defining it with one sentence. Ji Qingying meant that Lulan Xingxue was at fault, but would let it go for her sake. As for the marriage contract, it would still be executed as usual. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Ji Qingying's seasoned way of handling affairs. However, thinking about it, Chen Wen also didn't lose out. The forces behind Lulan Xingxue were ultimately from an ancient hidden nation, with a heritage of billions of years. Whether in terms of foundation or individual strength, they were not much inferior to the Destiny Imperial Clan. Once Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue were united, It would be a strong alliance. By then, Chen Wen would truly be able to walk unimpeded in all realms. Moreover, Lulan Xingxue herself was a paragon of wisdom, beauty, and talent. In the world, there are very few people who can overshadow her. Therefore, as long as one is not a fool, they should know how to choose. When everyone thought the matter was settled, Chen Wen once again bowed to Ji Qingying, first thanking his aunt for her appreciation and kindness towards him. But while this matter can pass with you, it will never pass with me, Chen Wen. Saying this, he stepped forward towards Lulan Xingxue, and with each step, the surrounding temperature dropped. When he reached within 10 feet of Lulan Xingxue, the surroundings had already turned cold, with a chilling, killing intent howling like a fierce wind. Chen Wen flipped his hand, taking out a marriage certificate, then suddenly raised his head, directly confronting Lulan Xingxue. For the sake of my aunt, I can spare your life. But starting today, you are no longer my fiancé, and we have nothing to do with each other. After saying this, Chen Wen cut his finger with a sword and heavily wrote the word divorce on the marriage certificate. The blood-red characters were strikingly eye-catching. Seeing the scene, Lulan Xingxue's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Blood stopped, and his finger halted. Chen Wen then yanked the marriage certificate and fiercely threw it in front of Lulan Xingxue. You, Lulan Xingxue, are divorced. Chapter 63. So what? Chen Wen, will personally erase the bond of marriage. You, Lulan Xingxue, have been divorced. For a moment, only Chen Wen's cold and resolute voice echoed throughout the venue. Damn, what a real man. The crowd looked at Chen Wen in shock, feeling an indescribable surge of emotions. Right in front of the old ruler of the ancient Lulan kingdom, he directly divorced his wife. Faced with the seductive power of a hidden ancient country, he simply refused. Who else could do this? I ask, who else in this world can do this? At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Chen Wen changed completely. For some reason, as they looked at Chen Wen's back, he appeared taller and more imposing than ever. It was as if, in that instant, his spine could support the entire sky. Jiang Qingrun, who had previously harbored some misunderstandings about Chen Wen, now looked at him with admiration. Was a real man. This is it. In contrast, Lulan Xingxue wore an expression of disbelief, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the marriage certificate pinned to the ground beneath her feet. She, Lulan Xingxue, had actually been divorced. For her, this was more painful than death. Moreover, this was not only in front of the entire Holy Land, but also in front of her most beloved grandmother. At this moment, aside from feeling endless shame and anger, she was filled with rage. After a long while, Lulan Xingxue finally came to her senses, slowly raising her head. Her eyes as cold as frost. You have gone too far. So what if I've gone too far? What if I haven't? Chen Wen replied, his eyes showing no sign of fluctuation. Lulan Xingxue stared fiercely at Chen Wen. After a long time, she suddenly let out a cold laugh. Just for this, I will never let you have your way. From the day we made our marriage pact, this matter was not up to you and me to decide. Don't you hate me? Well, I'll make you disgusted for a lifetime. As she said this, Lulan Xingxue's aura became somewhat sinister, her gaze resembling that of a bewitching beauty. Chen Wen furrowed his brow sharply. Anyone who wasn't a fool could hear the hidden meanings in Lulan Xingxue's words. Could it be that their marriage pact was not so simple? Just as Chen Wen was puzzled, Ji Qingying suddenly spoke up. Xiao Wen, I didn't expect your character to be so strong. If you could step back for Annie's sake, I would be very happy. But the fact that Xiao Shui is your fiancé, it was not only decided by our elders, but also is destined by heaven. From the day Xiao Shui was born, her bond of marriage has been imprinted on the eternal dragon and phoenix stone of the ancient kingdom. And you just happen to be her destined partner, as indicated by the eternal mountain. From the moment you made your marriage pact, your bond of marriage was also imprinted on the eternal stone. Therefore, this matter is not something that a mere marriage certificate can decide. Ji Qingying then shifted her tone. If you really mind, Auntie can personally bring Xiao Shui to apologize to you, both to you and to the Chen clan. Lulan Xingxue bit her lip hard, her fist clenched tightly under her sleeves, turning pale. In her view, every step back her grandmother took was a humiliation. This humiliation was not only for her, but also for her grandmother. It was just a misunderstanding. Why couldn't they let it go? Can a man be a bit more magnanimous? Yes, she had feelings for Chu Tianlong and had even confronted him with weapons. But she had never crossed the line, never. Now, she had already bowed her head, and her grandmother had also bowed her head. What more did they want from her? What more did they want from him? Chen Wen did not respond immediately, but turned to Chen Hongmian and asked, "Sister, is there any way to resolve this?" Chen Hongmian took a deep breath. Yes. The only way is to personally go to the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain and erase your bond of marriage. There is no other way. Understood. Chen Wen nodded and then performed a salute to the void, expressing his eternal gratitude for his aunt's help back then. But in life, there are always one or two things that one absolutely cannot tolerate. Therefore, I'm afraid I cannot back down. Sorry, Annie. Saying this, Chen Wen bowed deeply once more. After doing all this, Chen Wen's demeanor changed. He was no longer as humble as before. In a few days, I will personally ascend the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain and erase the bond of marriage with my own hands. At that time, I hope Annie will not obstruct me, or else I will have to be disrespectful. Chen Wen, you're going too far. Lulan Xingxue shouted fiercely, her eyes bloodshot, her aura icy and unrestrained. Chen Wen slowly turned his head, directly confronting Lulan Xingxue, and coldly said, "Are you trying to test my patience?" "You." Lulan Xingxue's anger surged, causing her chest to rise and fall uncontrollably. "Enough!" Ji Qingying shouted coldly, and the world trembled, endless forces of nature collapsing around them. Lulan Xingxue was immediately shaken, resentfully retracting her power. Chen Wen shot Lulan Xingxue a cold glance, but did not make another move. He could give Lulan Xingxue no face, but he had to give Ji Qingying the respect she deserved. "Xiaowen, are you sure you want to do this?" Ji Qingying then shifted her tone. Throughout history, no one has ever managed to erase their bond of marriage on the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain. Those who have attempted this have all perished there. You have a bright future ahead of you. Is it really worth it for a moment of anger? If you take back your words now, Auntie can pretend she didn't hear anything. Chen Wen could tell that Ji Qingying's tone had changed, hinting at a subtle threat. But Chen Wen had already died once. He was no longer afraid of threats. With this in mind, Chen Wen suddenly raised his head and said word by word, "So what? If I, Chen Wen, die on the Eternal Dragon of Phoenix Mountain, then I accept it. This, so strong." The crowd gasped as they swallowed hard. Facing Ji Qingying's threat and the dangers of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, he still refused to back down. One could only say that Chen Wen had embodied the desire of everyone present. "All right, I will wait for you in the ancient Lulan Kingdom." Ji Qingying's voice gradually turned cold, and she no longer referred to herself as Annie. "Within half a year, I will definitely go to the ancient Lulan Kingdom." Chen Wen responded firmly, ignoring Ji Qingying's threat. For him, if it came to reasoning, he could reason just as well. If it came to a hard stance, then fine. He would be even harder. Awesome. The crowd was at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens suddenly shook. Countless spaces were shattered. Fragments of space fell, and ancient beings were turned to blood mist in the chaotic currents of space. The tremors lasted for 10 breaths, nearly collapsing the entire world. Everyone fell to the ground, shocked at the sight. "Come back immediately." Ji Qingying left behind a sentence before vanishing. Clearly, Ji Qingying was genuinely angry at this moment. No one had ever dared to disrespect her like this, and this person was just a young boy. Lulan Xingxue stared fiercely at Chen Wen. "I will wait for you in the ancient Lulan Kingdom and see how you erase it. And today, as humiliation, I, Lulan Xingxue, will remember." Chapter 64, Chaotic Killing Catastrophe, Acquiring the Golden Destiny Treasure Chest. "Remember, what can you do to me?" Chen Wen said coldly. Luolan Xingxue's gaze sharpened instantly, her eyes becoming increasingly icy as they locked onto Chen Wen. After a moment, she suppressed her turbulent emotions and said coldly, "In half a year, I, Luolan Xingxue, will make you swallow those words back." With that, Luolan Xingxue did not linger and left with Luolan Wanwan and the others. Chen Wen sneered coldly, completely dismissing Luolan Xingxue's harsh words. To him, it wouldn't take half a year to step onto the ancient land of Luolan. By that time, no one would be able to stop him from severing the fateful ties. As for Luolan Xingxue's discontent, he welcomed it. He truly did not mind killing one more person. After Luolan Xingxue and the others disappeared, Chen Wudi brought the barely conscious Chu Tianlong before Chen Wen. Chen Wen gathered his thoughts and asked, "How is it? Any findings?" In his memory, he only saw a shadow, with no other discoveries. Chen Wudi shook his head. "Nothing. Really? It seems those people are quite cautious." Chen Wen's expression gradually turned cold. "Don't even dream of finding those people's existence for me." As he spoke, Chu Tianlong let out a weak, cold laugh. "Those people will cling to you like maggots, never letting you have a moment's peace. Just wait. It won't be long before not only you will die, but everyone related to you will die too." Ah. In the midst of his mad laughter, Chu Tianlong's injuries flared up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, he appeared even more listless. Chen Wudi shot Chu Tianlong a cold glance and then tossed him to the ground. "You handle it." Chen Wen did not even look at Chu Tianlong, lifting his foot and saying, "I don't know if I will die, but you will die now." With that, he stepped down. When death truly loomed, Chu Tianlong still struggled in terror. But Chen Wen did not give him another chance, crushing his body into a mist of blood with a single step. In the next moment, a spatial ring flew out. Chen Wen caught it with one hand and then tossed it into the spatial ring. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a golden destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations. You have successfully refined the golden destiny, achieving a new accomplishment and obtained a golden destiny treasure chest. Congratulations. You have successfully killed 10 children of destiny, achieving a new accomplishment and obtained a supreme supernatural ability, chaotic killing catastrophe. It can be upgraded. Note: this supernatural ability can convert the chaotic sequence power within the body into killing catastrophe forms, with a maximum conversion of 99 levels. Each level's power can increase exponentially, and when cultivated to perfection, it can use the power of the heavens and earth to slay all beings, reverse reincarnation, and pierce through eternity. Damn, what a good thing. Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he confirmed the details of the chaotic killing catastrophe. Undoubtedly, this was a more powerful existence than the chaotic over heaven hand. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the rebirth of all worlds, triggering a hidden reward, and obtained a Rebirth Ultimate Induction Technique experience card. Note: this secret method can trace a person's past and ultimate future through their life force, with no one or nothing related to them able to escape detection. Note: this experiential secret method can be used directly, without the need for cultivation. What the hell? Refining some hidden identities also yields rewards? Chen Wen was momentarily stunned. The most important thing was that this Rebirth Ultimate Induction was incredibly against the heavens, actually allowing one to trace a person's past life and future. It was just a pity it was only an experience card, which could only lock onto one person and had a time limit. Thinking of this, Chen Wen felt a bit of regret. At the same time, in a hidden space of the Chen clan in the upper realm, a seemingly elegant and weak middle-aged man glanced at the people below and said, "Is everything arranged?" "It's all set. They must have found the clues by now." A man in black quickly replied, "Are you sure there are no flaws left?" The man frowned slightly. The man in black nodded, "There are absolutely no problems. Everything is being carried out according to your guidance, Master." "All right, you may go." The middle-aged man nodded. The man in black responded and disappeared from the spot. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with intrigue. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. It was becoming more and more interesting. "Chen Wen, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Honestly, I really want to meet you." As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on his pale face. At the same time, the communication talisman in Chen Wudi's hand vibrated. "Come back. He dug up the people behind this." Chen Badao's voice came through. "Dug them up?" Chen Wen trembled all over. Chen Wudi became serious. "Who? How did you find them?" "The second faction's Chen Ba Yuan. Chu Tianlong is his illegitimate son. It was found out through the records of clan members' interactions over the past decade," Chen Badao said coldly. "Then, what did the search of his memories reveal?" Chen Wudi pondered before speaking. "He destroyed all related memories, but the evidence is conclusive. He cannot deny it," Chen Badao replied. "I'll return immediately." I saw the shadow in Chu Tianlong's memory. Chen Wudi immediately made a decision. "Bring Xiaowen back with you," Chen Badao instructed. "Okay." Chen Wudi agreed without hesitation. After cutting off the connection, Chen Wudi turned to Chen Wen. "What do you think?" "Too smooth, But there's nothing to pick at, Chen Wen thought for a moment. That's true. We'll wait until I confirm things when we return. It should give us more confidence, Chen Wu sighed. He also had great doubts about the information provided by his father. But then again, since his father was so certain, it proved that there were no loopholes in this matter. Therefore, no matter how much he suspected, he could only suspect. With that in mind, Chen Wu gathered his thoughts. Are you coming back with me, or what? I'll be staying a few more days before returning. I feel like I'm about to break through. As he spoke, Chen Wen changed the subject. I guess this time back won't be as peaceful as expected. Only by hardening my fist can I crush all noise. Chen Wu gave Chen Wen a deep look. All right, as you wish. A few days' delay is fine. Xiaomian, wait for Xiao Wen to come back with me. I'll go back and see what the situation is. Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm Xiao Wen, Chen Homian responded. Good. Chen Wu nodded and took a step forward. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he reached out with bare hands, tearing the sky apart once more and vanishing into the void. This is invincible. Everyone took a deep breath, their eyes filled with shock. Sis, the follow-up here will be handled by you. I'll go into seclusion for a few days, Chen Wen suddenly said. You can go with peace of mind, Chen Homian nodded. Ji Yue, who was also perceptive, quickly flew over from a distance. Young master, since it's like this here, why not go into seclusion at the Holy Master Peak? That place is the array point of the Holy Land, where all the spiritual energy converges. You don't have to worry about the spiritual energy running out. All right. Chen Wen did not hesitate and agreed directly. My lord, this way please. Ji Yue quickly led the way. Chen Wen did not say much more, stepping forward to follow. Watching Chen Wen leave with Ji Yue, everyone felt as if they were in a different world. To say something unpleasant, who the hell could have imagined it would end up like this? The most important thing was still everything Chen Wen had displayed. It could only be described with one word. He broke all conventions. They truly witnessed what a monster is and what dominance means. Jiang Taichu glanced at the somewhat dazed Jiang Qingrun and said slowly, Now you realize how ignorant you are, right? But it's already too late. A man like the young master, once he returns to the imperial family, what woman could he not have? You should restrain your nature from now on, otherwise, you will inevitably bring about your own destruction. Jiang Qingrun opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately found that she couldn't refute a single word. Chapter 65. Ultimate tracking method to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes on the other side. Ji Yue brought Chen Wen to the Saint Master Peak. Young master, this is a secluded place unique to me for closed-door training. You can take a look and see if it suits you, Ji Yue said, half bowing. Chen Wen glanced around and noticed that the training room before him was filled with spiritual energy, visibly transforming into a misty layer. Additionally, the ground was engraved with a formation, with a familiar wave of power circulating over it. What formation is this? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. Did you recognize it, young master? Ji Yue quickly replied. This is the Earth Dragon capturing spirit formation, used to suppress the underground dragon vein. While I am training, I also absorb the dragon vein aura that leaks out to nourish my own spiritual power. Of course, young master, if you need it, you can also absorb some of the power within. Dragon van aura? A glimmer flashed in Chen Wen's eyes. Seeing Chen Wen's expression, Ji Yue suddenly felt a bit uneasy. She even had a feeling that this might be inviting a wolf into the house. All right, I am very satisfied here. Chen Wen nodded. Ji Yue quickly collected her thoughts, saying, as long as the young master is satisfied, I won't disturb your training. You go ahead and be busy. Chen Wen waved his hand. Ji Yue nodded and then exited the training room. After leaving, she did not leave, but proactively took on the duty of guarding for Chen Wen. After Chen Wen closed the stone door of the training room, he found a place with the densest spiritual energy and sat down. At the first moment, he planned to use the ultimate tracking method. He felt that everything was going too smoothly. Even in Chu Tianlong's soul, he couldn't obtain accurate information. It was particularly strange that after investigating information over the past decade, he suddenly unearthed the person behind it all. Everything was so smooth that it was hard not to be suspicious. With this in mind, Chen Wen did not waste time and directly activated the ultimate tracking method on Chu Tianlong. In an instant, a mysterious aura circulated within Chen Wen's body. A wealth of information about Chu Tianlong surged into his mind like ocean currents. From Chu Tianlong's first life, second life, third life, to the present, Everything he had experienced flashed before his eyes like light and shadow. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wen caught sight of a shadow. This shadow was how Chu Tianlong was convinced and how it helped him dig out his imperial bone. Everything was exposed before him. The timeline was pulled down again until Chu Tianlong was killed by him, yet there were still not many clues. After an unknown period, Chen Wen's expression gradually turned cold. There was not a single useful piece of information in all of Chu Tianlong's memories. Could it really be, as his father found out, that this was all done by Chen Yuan? This ultimate tracking method could not only check the past and present of the target, but also everything related to him. Why not change the direction and start from that shadow? As long as anyone discussed the topic of digging bones and Chu Tianlong, he could capture it. However, this probing method consumed a lot of soul power, and with his current ability, he probably couldn't last long. Just when Chen Wen was at a loss, the voice of Xian Hongxiao floated in. Right, why didn't I think of that? Chen Wen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he locked onto that shadow once again, activating the ultimate tracking method on him. In an instant, images flashed before his eyes, showing a woman discussing matters related to Chu Tianlong with a middle-aged man. Among these pieces of information, it was confirmed that Chu Tianlong was indeed the illegitimate child of this middle-aged man. Buzz. Not long after, Chen Wen felt his soul seed tremble continuously, with a strong stinging sensation filling his entire body, making him feel an urge to vomit. Continue. Chen Wen did not intend to give up. On one occasion, the middle-aged man suddenly discussed the matter of the imperial bone with the woman. In this discussion, his name arose, along with a name called Chen Baxiwen. According to Chen Bian, it was something that Chen Baxiwen recounted to him while drinking, a humorous story about a cat switching the prince incident. It was also because of this amusing story that Chen Biyuan's evil thoughts were ignited. In Chen Bio's words, Chu Tianlong was an illegitimate child, and after entering the clan, it was highly likely that he would not be reused or even recognized. If it were to return in place of Chen Wen's identity, he could not only become the son of the clan leader, but also serve as a nail driven into the clan leader's faction for their own faction. In this way, it was a win-win situation. Seeing this, Chen Wen could no longer persevere. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Chen Baxiwen? Chen Wen's gaze gradually turned cold. He could assert with 100% certainty that this person was the mastermind behind everything. Discussing funny stories while drunk, and it was a cat switching the prince story. If this was not deliberate guidance, then I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. However, Chen Baxiwen was too deeply hidden. Even this single clue could not pin a crime on him, because, as long as the other party claimed it was a drunken slip of the tongue, everything could be wiped clean. Since I can't use the family to punish you, then I'll do it myself. I don't care who the hell you are, I will still go after you. With that thought, the killing intent in Chen Wen's eyes surged. After a long time, he finally calmed the killing intent within him. Right now, he needed to focus on training. Only when his strength was solid would he be able to do everything he wanted. Let's see what else is in that golden destiny treasure chest. Ding! Golden destiny treasure chest opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a drop of golden chaos liquid. Note, this liquid is a source polymer of the chaos sequence, capable of maximally repairing damage to chaos sequence bodies. After consuming this liquid, you can use your absolute combat talent with no limits within 1 minute, significantly enhancing your combat power. Wow, another good thing. Chen Wen's eyes lit up again. Compared to the growth-type divine ability like Chaos Slaughter Tribulation, this is a timely rain that can maximize benefits in a short time. It's just a pity that it only has a 1-minute limit. However, he was very eager to know how much his strength could be enhanced by completely ignoring damage and activating his absolute combat talent. With that thought, a more brilliant light burst forth from Chen Wen's eyes. Soon, he calmed down again and focused his thoughts on the Chaos Slaughter Tribulation. The ultimate goal of the Chaos Slaughter Tribulation was to condense the power of the Chaos sequence into a Slaughter Tribulation. To the greatest extent, it could condense up to 99 levels. After thoroughly understanding the cultivation method of the Chaos Slaughter Tribulation, Chen Wen began his training. As he started, Chen Wen continuously formed seals, and he could see the chaotic power within him surging. However, As time passed, he still could not see the slaughter tribulation gathering. First failure. Second failure. After trying countless times, as Chen Wen formed seals again, the chaotic power gradually turned crimson. He could see the power gathering in midair, transforming into a massive tribulation cloud, with blood lightning flashing and signs of slaughter roaring. At that moment, an extreme killing intent enveloped the entire Saint Master Peak, and the surrounding aura was completely annihilated. What kind of move is this? In an instant, this commotion attracted everyone's attention. That's from the direction of Saint Master Peak. It can't be that young Master Chen is causing this, right? As this thought crossed their minds, everyone rushed towards the Saint Master Peak. Chen Hongyan's eyes flashed, and he also darted towards the location of the slaughter tribulation. As for Ji Yue, she had long since become numb. Chapter 66, Continuous Breakthrough. The emergence of the darkened dragon spirit. The moment the killing tribulation formed, she felt a sense of being enveloped by a murderous aura from head to toe. She even had a feeling that if this tribulation cloud struck her, she would be gravely injured if not dead. But what was her cultivation level? And what about Chen Wen's? It could only be said that this kind of monster had broken all common sense. Soon, everyone arrived at the Holy Master Peak. As they looked at the increasingly ominous killing tribulation, everyone was stunned. Chen Hongyan's lips curled slightly. It seemed that my little brother really had quite a few adventures. Not to mention anything else, just based on this supernatural ability in front of them, it was the best of the best. Chen Wen was unaware of the commotion caused by the chaotic killing tribulation. At this moment, he had already completed the condensation of the killing tribulation and mastered its usage. Watching the killing tribulation in midair, the hand seals in his hands gradually dissipated. Only by mastering this supernatural ability could one understand its terrifying nature. It was an indiscriminate attack. Once he unleashed this attack, the entire Holy Master Peak would turn to ashes. Seeing the tribulation clouds gradually dispersing in midair, Ji Yue let out a long sigh of relief, unwittingly drenched with sweat. Just now, she was genuinely afraid that Chen Wen would take action. If that were to happen, her Holy Master Peak would really be done for. Next was the consumption of the Nirvana liquid. She hoped it would give her a big surprise. Chen Wen's heart stirred, and a drop of golden, mysterious liquid hovered in his palm. This was the first time he was consuming such a high-grade Nirvana liquid. Here we go. Chen Wen took a deep breath and swallowed the golden Nirvana liquid in one go. Boom! In an instant, a massive force exploded within him, engulfing every inch of his cells like a volcanic eruption. However, this power was not violent. It was gentle like heavenly rain, giving a comfortable and invigorating feeling. Get up! Chen Wen did not dare to slack off, and quickly activated the chaos sequence body to attract this immense power. Bang! 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 In an instant, the chaos sequence body resonated like a war drum, emitting ancient and prolonged sounds. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world was resonating together, rhythmically echoing. What is happening? The moment the sound resonated, everyone except Chen Hongyan fell to the ground in fear. It was as if an invisible pressure was pressing down on them. No matter how they struggled, they could not stand up. At this moment, the chaotic sequence energy of the world suddenly burst forth from the endless void, transforming into 9-colored sequence shackles that spanned the entire sky. As the power reached its limit, the second sequence shackle within Chen Wen finally began to loosen. Ancient and mysterious chaotic sequence energy leaked out. In an instant, the world trembled, and the primal energy exploded in midair like sparks, radiating outward in circles. In the depths of the endless sky, billions of chaotic energies spread out. Ancient phantoms were drawn out, and 9 chaotic giant dragons dragged a chaotic battlefield, roaring in the boundless void. This, gulp! Upon witnessing this scene, everyone could only tremble in their hearts, overwhelmed by endless shock. The spectacle was simply too exaggerated, far exceeding their imagination. However, the loosened second shackle still did not break free. Seeing this, Chen Wen sighed helplessly. He truly felt the truth in what Xian Hongxiao had said. The first sequence shackle was relatively easy, but the second was 1,000 times more difficult. However, he did not leave empty-handed. The loosened second sequence shackle also erupted with a powerful energy flow that flowed back to him. In that instant, Chen Wen felt his realm's bottleneck loosen, waves of power continuously surging upward. Boom! The spiritual energy in midair rapidly gathered and pulsated violently, like boiling water. The moment the spiritual energy poured down, connecting the inside and outside, the bottle wall of his realm finally shattered. 7th Heaven Human Realm, 8th Heaven Human Realm, 9th Heaven Human Realm, 10th Heaven Human Realm. Huh? Just as he was about to break through to the life and death realm, Chen Wen discovered that the incoming spiritual energy from outside was no longer sufficient. No, to be precise, the continuous supply of spiritual energy from outside was too slow to meet his needs in a short time. But if he stopped now, who knows when he would be able to break through again? Each breakthrough opportunity is a rare occurrence. Outside, Chen Hongyan also noticed this phenomenon. She immediately activated all the spiritual energy formations. Chen Hongyan suddenly locked on a Jiyue and said, "You don't understand. This is the maximum we can provide in our holy land." Jiyue smiled wryly and shook her head. "My lord, you don't know. But this is really the limit of our holy land." In fact, she had her own grievances. Their holy land, especially her holy master peak, was one of the best at gathering spiritual energy. However, the amount Chen Wen needed in such a short time was too great, far exceeding what their holy land could bear. But then again, what kind of cultivator breaking through to the life and death realm needed so much spiritual energy? Even when she broke through to the king realm, it wasn't this exaggerated. Chen Hongyan's expression suddenly turned cold. She did not expect that such a large holy land could not even handle this matter. But now it was too late to burn spiritual crystals for replenishment. When she sensed the aura emanating from Chen Hongyan, everyone trembled on the ground, not daring to make a sound. But at that moment, Chen Wen moved, slamming his palm down on the dragon prison spirit array beneath him. In times of urgency, one must act. Since there wasn't enough power, he would use this dragon vein to make up for it. Roar! The moment Chen Wen's palm struck down, the prison spirit array shattered under the impact of the chaotic sequence power. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted, and at the same time, a surge of golden light burst forth like a frenzied beast. The surroundings were instantly filled with the might of the dragon. A terrifying pressure collapsing layers of space and rapidly spreading throughout the entire Holy Land. This is bad. Ji Yue's face instantly changed drastically. Clearly, she did not expect Chen Wen to target the dragon vein, let alone break it in such a violent manner. It should be known that this array was not only used to suppress the Holy Land's fortune, but also to imprison that dragon vein. The dragon vein beneath the Holy Land had already reached the point of spiritual transformation. Without imprisonment, it would be impossible to utilize it for the Holy Land's purpose. Now, with Chen Wen recklessly breaking the array, he would undoubtedly become the target of this dragon spirit's wrath. At that time, not only was Chen Wen at risk of dying, but even their entire Holy Land could be destroyed. At this moment, Chen Hongyan also furrowed her brows tightly, silently gripping the prison-suppressing spear in her hand. Clearly, she realized that this dragon spirit had already darkened, and it was due to the resentment built up from years of imprisonment. Now, if Chen Wen wanted to absorb its power, he would first have to explode it. Otherwise, all of this would be in vain. But whether her little brother could manage it, she did not have absolute confidence. Chapter 67, Devouring a Dragon Vein. Advancing to the realm of life and death, it's over. Compared to Chen Hongyan's relative calmness, the disciples and elders present had already closed their eyes in despair. In their view, even if Chen Wen could not defeat this dragon vein, Chen Hongyan was there to back him up. But what about them? They had nothing. Once the holy ground was destroyed, their fate was predictable. Roar! At that moment, the raging dragon vein energy transformed into a towering giant dragon, its eyes blood-red like blood. As it surged upwards, a massive blood-red mouth opened wide, and an endless dragon might roared out. The entire main hall of the Holy Lord was instantly reduced to ashes, with endless dust swirling up, creating a sky full of explosions. Enough! A cold voice came from the ruins. Boom! At the same time, the nine-colored stream of air erupted, sweeping away all obstacles, as a figure wrapped in a myriad of heavy thunder and nine-colored brilliance stepped out. What is this? The crowd was deeply shaken, staring at Chen Wen, who seemed to have returned from hell, their pupils trembling uncontrollably. Roar! The dragon spirit suddenly locked onto Chen Wen's position and once again opened its blood-red mouth, unleashing a heavy roar. A massive stream of energy, entwined with the golden dragon vein power, pierced through all obstacles and charged toward Chen Wen. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, a fierce killing intent shooting from his eyes. As he quickly formed seals, the chaotic power swirling in midair instantly transformed into a killing calamity. The killing calamity spread outward at a visible speed. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. It only stopped when it enveloped the entire Holy Lord Peak. The blood-red heavy thunder roared within the killing calamity. An endless sea of blood manifesting a hell of corpses, the terrifying slaughter filling the skies. Clearly, to avoid harming innocents, Chen Wen still held back in the end. Quickly leave, hurry, hurry. Upon seeing this scene, Ji roared at the top of her lungs. The crowd, upon seeing this, did not dare to delay, scrambling and rolling out of the Holy Lord Peak's range. Chen Wen coldly spat. In an instant, the killing calamity indiscriminately descended and slaughtered downwards. Under the impact of the killing power and blood-red heavy thunder, everything on Holy Lord Peak was instantly reduced to ashes. The dragon vein spirit also became twisted and riddled with holes under the suppression of the killing power. This, amazing! The crowd watched everything from a distance, completely dumbfounded. One could only say that Chen Wen was now much stronger than before his retreat. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Hongyan's mouth, and her hand gripping the Jinyu spear finally relaxed. At this moment, Chen Wen moved again, stepping forward and instantly arriving in front of the dragon spirit. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he grabbed the dragon spirit with one hand. The chaotic power in his palm surged, sweeping through the dragon's spirit like electricity. Bang! In the next moment, the dragon's spirit exploded, transforming into pure dragon vein energy. Hiss! Is this bare-handed annihilation of the dragon spirit? How terrifying! The crowd felt their scalp tingle once again as they watched everything unfold. Chen Wen moved again, grasping the dragon vein energy and swallowing it down, then sat cross-legged to break through once more. Boom! In an instant, an endless flow of power surged out, sweeping away the clouds for thousands of zhang, creating a spatial rift that burst outward, terrifying power leaking out. The crowd was already numb, staring blankly at everything before them. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wen's breakthrough finally came. At the moment the bottleneck to the realm of life and death broke, 99 celestial manifestations burst forth from within Chen Wen. These 99 celestial beings evolved their own laws in midair, transforming the celestial power within into life and death power. 99 celestial manifestations? How is this possible? At this moment, even Chen Hongyan was shocked. Clearly, she had no idea that her little brother had evolved 99 celestial manifestations upon breaking through to the celestial realm. It should be noted that when she broke through, she had only evolved 90 manifestations. That alone had caused a family sensation and alarmed their ancestors. If this news about her little brother were spread back, the turmoil it would cause was unimaginable, even for her. Most importantly, even in the upper realm, no one had ever successfully evolved 99 celestial manifestations. Even a legendary figure only managed to evolve 96. Realizing this, Chen Hongyan's gaze toward Chen Wen completely changed. Perhaps one day in the future, her little brother would be the strongest one. After an unknown amount of time, the 99 celestial manifestations finally transformed the celestial power completely into life and death power, surrounding the area with a life and death dojo, resembling an yin-yang imprint of life and death. At this moment, Chen Wen also finally completed his breakthrough, the surging aura within him gradually stabilizing. One layer of the realm of life and death, finally broken through. Chen Wen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then slowly opened his eyes. Now, he could feel the surging vitality and the tumultuous power within him. It is no exaggeration to say that now he could kill Chu Tianlong with just one move, and this was without using absolute combat power. Completed the breakthrough? Ji Yue looked at Chen Wen from a distance, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. From Chen Wen, she sensed a threat. This indicated that after this breakthrough, Chen Wen had acquired the power to confront her. Thinking of this, Ji Yue couldn't help but be stunned. How long has it been since Chen Wen ascended to the holy ground? Just a little over half a month, right? This is too exaggerated. Also shocked was Jiang Taichu, who was among the first to follow Chen Wen. Although he did not feel the same threat as Ji Yue, he understood that Chen Wen's combat power was not something one could gauge by mere feeling. If Chen Wen could deal with him, he would not be surprised at all. After retracting the celestial manifestations in the air, Chen Wen's aura also completely retracted. Little one, congratulations, young master, on successfully completing your breakthrough. Ji Yue quickly made a gesture of congratulations upon seeing this. The others, upon seeing this, did not dare to be negligent and echoed. We congratulate the young master on successfully completing the breakthrough. Chen Wen nodded and then descended from mid-air to the ground. Chen Hongmian had already come to Chen Wen's side. Not bad. You kid has opened my eyes. Chen Wen touched his nose. I'm just showing off in front of the master. You brat. Chen Hongmian poked Chen Wen's forehead and then said, what are your plans next? Sister, you arrange it. Chen Wen knew that Chen Hongmian was referring to returning to the Imperial Clan. After this breakthrough, he was even more eager to return to the upper realm. Although the lower realm was somewhat safer, the spiritual energy and resources were ultimately insufficient to support his steady growth. I'll give you half a day. You can arrange accordingly. Chen Hongmian made a direct decision. Okay. Chen Wen nodded. Indeed, he needed to make appropriate arrangements for people like Jiang Taichu who had helped him. Sometimes, one can be ruthless, but one must never be ungrateful. With this in mind, Chen Wen walked toward Jiang Taichu and Ji Yue, perhaps sensing Chen Wen's intentions. Both Jiang Taichu and Ji Yue tensed up. Chapter 68, Two Choices for You. Jiang Qingren's initiative. Lord Ji, I've troubled you these days. Chen Wen stopped in front of them and looked at Ji Yue, speaking leisurely. Ji Yue felt flattered and quickly replied, No trouble at all. It's an honor for our holy land to have you here. Then I suppose I will have to stay a little longer, Chen Wen said suddenly, his expression turning serious. Ji Yue was stunned. She was just being polite. Did he really take it seriously? Swish, swish, swish. The elders and disciples all turned to look at Ji Yue, as if to say, why are you being so courteous? If you let him stay, the Holy Land might be ruined. Seeing the atmosphere growing tense, Chen Wen suddenly smiled, just kidding. However, I really am not very popular. No, it's just. Ji Yue hurried to explain, but Chen Wen directly interrupted her. All right, some things are understood by everyone. As he spoke, he changed the subject. I just broke through and extracted the dragon vein of your holy land. This is what I owe you. Now, I give you two choices. The first is that I will compensate you with a certain amount of spirit crystals and divine sources. The second is, I will give you a personal favor that will be valid forever as long as you do not cross the bottom line. As soon as these words fell, Ji Yue was shaken. She had never thought that Chen Wen would take the initiative to mention the dragon vein, let alone offer compensation. To put it bluntly, even if Chen Wen completely ruined the Holy Land, no one would dare to say a word against him. Suddenly, she realized that although Chen Wen was an imperial son, he was still different. At this moment, the others also looked at Chen Wen with changed expressions. They had previously compared Chu Tianlong with Chen Wen, but now it seemed ridiculous. What qualifications did Chu Tianlong have to compare with Chen Wen? The gap was too wide. Ji Yue took a few deep breaths to calm down. I choose the second one. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've made up your mind. This is my personal favor, not the imperial family's. Ji Yue nodded heavily. Yes, I want the favor from you, young master. In the past few days, Chen Wen had shown them so many miracles and shattered her understanding of many things. She believed that as long as Chen Wen was given enough time, he would surely become an imperial family, or even that the imperial family would not be his limit. Therefore, she was willing to bet on a future with Chen Wen. All right, Chen Wen nodded. I thank you on behalf of the entire Holy Land. Ji Yue quickly bowed her head. Chen Wen raised his hand slightly, lifting Ji Yue in the air. All right, I have received your thanks. Yes, young master. Ji Yue did not refuse and quietly stepped aside. Chen Wen's gaze shifted to Jiang Taichu. Old Jiang, I've troubled you these days as well. No trouble at all. This is what I am willing to do. Jiang Taichu hurriedly replied. Chen Wen smiled. He liked Jiang Taichu for this reason. He knew how to navigate situations and could provide enough emotional value. With this in mind, Chen Wen spoke again. I also give you two choices. The first is my personal favor, which will also be valid forever as long as you do not cross the bottom line. The second is you could be my attendant, but I have one requirement for this choice: absolute loyalty. If you have even a hint of disloyalty, I will personally kill you without any mercy. Bang! Jiang Taichu did not hesitate at all and directly knelt down in front of everyone. I swear to the heavens that in this life, I will only serve Chen Wen. If I have even a trace of disloyalty, let heaven and earth punish me. For him, this was not a choice at all. He had waited too long for this moment. Everyone looked at Jiang Taichu's stance with envy. This was the attendant of an imperial son, and he could even return to the imperial family with him. What does it mean to soar to great heights? This is it. Jiang Qingren looked at her brother like this, her face full of complexity. Although she did not want to admit it, she finally realized what it meant to miss an opportunity. If she had agreed to her brother's proposal back then, could she also be standing beside Chen Wen now? Thinking of this, her clenched fist hidden in her sleeve tightened. Since you chose the second one, I give you half a month to handle the affairs of the Guardian Temple, Chen Wen said, glancing at Jiang Taichu. After that, you can come find me at the Qin Clan. I accept the order. Jiang Taichu quickly bowed down. Go. Chen Wen waved his hand. Jiang Taichu stood up and bowed to Chen Homian in the distance. After finishing all this, he did not linger and turned to leave. Chen Wen looked around the scene, his gaze landing on Jiang Qingren. At that moment, Jiang Qingren also noticed Chen Wen's actions and became nervous. Compared to her initial pure aversion, her emotions were much more complicated this time. There was a feeling of wanting to refuse yet welcoming him. In fact, what Jiang Qingren did not know was that Chen would have been focused on the green fate soul above her head all along. In the vast Holy Land, she was the only fated child left. To act or not to act, Chen Wen's gaze flickered. Seeing that Chen Wen's gaze had not shifted for a long time, Jiang Qingren's palms were already sweating. Gus shot a frustrated glance at Jiang Qingren. What the hell are you waiting for? Go and offer yourself, hurry. Gus whispered urgently in Jiang Qingren's ear. Jiang Qingren's face changed dramatically, and Chen Wen's tall and upright figure during the battle kept flashing in her mind. In the end, she overcame her rationality and stepped out from the crowd, one step at a time. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. Chen Wen also returned his gaze to Jiang Qingren, revealing an interested expression. Jiang Qingren's sudden move was something he had not expected. He wanted to see what she was going to do. When she reached not far from Chen Wen, Jiang Qingren finally stopped. She took a few deep breaths before raising her head. This young lady admires you very much, young master. I hope you can give me a chance. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. The meaning of Jiang Qingren's words was almost explicit. Now, it was up to Chen Wen to respond. Thinking of this, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Wen. Chapter 69. A reaction ultimately arises. Inquiring about Chen Bashuan's information under the gaze of everyone, Chen Wen stepped towards Jiang Qingren. Jiang Qingren instantly became more nervous. Her whole body subconsciously tensed up. Finally, Chen Wen stopped right in front of Jiang Qingren. The distance between them was very close, so close that they could smell each other's unique scents. Just as Jiang Qingren was about to lose her composure, Chen Wen suddenly reached out and lightly lifted her chin with his finger. Jiang Qingren's eyes inadvertently collided with Chen Wen's. In that moment, she saw a deep vortex that seemed capable of sucking in all her emotions. Instantly, 2 blushes rose on her face, making her look extremely charming. A woman's shyness surpasses countless things in the world. That's what it means. Chen Wen's lips curled into a faint arc. Then he withdrew his finger. While Jiang Qingren was lost in thought, Chen Wen turned and left without a word. Huh? What does this mean? Everyone was also confused. Gu's face was filled with bewilderment. Could it be that he wasn't interested in Jiang Qingren? But that didn't make sense. If he wasn't interested, why did he keep staring at her more than once? Why? Coming back to her senses, Jiang Qingren shifted from shyness to anger, feeling humiliated. Chen Wen stopped in his tracks, glanced at Jiang Qingren, and said, "You don't deserve it." The 3 words, spoken softly yet dominantly, held power. You. Jiang Qingren was furious but realized she had no right to refute. Get back. Ji Yue sensed something was off and immediately stepped forward, shouting at Jiang Qingren. Jiang Qingren bit her lip tightly but did not retort. Not too foolish after all. Ji Yue breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid Jiang Qingren would recklessly charge at him, and then it would truly be uncontrollable. Young master, it's my fault for not supervising properly, and I apologize to you, Ji Yue said as she bowed towards Chen Wen. Chen Wen glanced at Ji Yue lightly and said, "This matter ends here. I don't want anyone making decisions for me without my permission, understand?" Ji Yue stiffened immediately and repeatedly replied, "Understood, understood." Unknowingly, her back was already completely soaked. "Sister, let's go." Chen Wen paid no further attention to the crowd's reactions and turned to Chen Hongyan. "Okay." Chen Hongyan nodded and fired a shot into the air. The sky shattered like a broken mirror, blown apart by the shot. A huge hole plunged into the boundless depths, revealing the terrifying turbulence of space swirling violently. At the same time, the overwhelming spatial pressure pressed down, stirring up towering whirlwinds, creating an extremely shocking scene. "Hold on to me." Chen Hongyan turned to Chen Wen and said, "Huh?" Chen Wen didn't react at first. "Hold on to me, otherwise when you cross through space, you will be thrown out into another dimension." Chen Hongyan said again. "Got it." Chen Wen nodded and stepped forward to embrace Chen Hongyan. Instantly, a unique body fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Especially the softness of the touch made him very embarrassed. Chen Hongyan glanced at Chen Wen. "Are you that nervous?" Similarly, she also felt Chen Wen's rapid heartbeat and rising body temperature. "I'm a man, not a eunuch. How could I not have any unusual feelings?" Chen Wen was speechless. The most important thing was that he wasn't really Chen Wen. "Your hugging posture is all wrong. What difference is there from not hugging at all?" Chen Hongyan said again. Chen Wen really wanted to say that if you hugged a little tighter, I would lose control. "No, you're a man. Can't you be more straightforward?" Seeing Chen Wen unresponsive, Chen Hongyan took the initiative to wrap his hands around her waist. For a moment, the two were tightly intertwined. Chen Wen was numb all over. Chen Hongyan immediately sensed something, her face slightly flushed. At this moment, she finally understood why Chen Wen was so awkward. After giving Chen Wen a glare, she didn't pull away. "Are you ready? Let's go." Once her emotions settled down, Chen Hongyan spoke. Chen Wen also calmed down at this time, exhaling lightly. "Let's go." Chen Hongyan said no more, holding Chen Wen with her left hand. And then they rushed towards the broken sky. Ji Yue and the others naturally witnessed everything. They could only say that the relationships among people from big families are indeed complex. Soon, Ji Yue looked at Jiang Qingren beside her and comforted, "Don't think too much. From now on, you won't encounter him again." Jiang Qingren remained silent, turning to leave quietly. Watching Jiang Qingren's back, Ji Yue sighed. She initially thought Chen Wen was genuinely interested in Jiang Qingren, but she didn't expect things to turn out like this. She only hoped Jiang Qingren could figure it out for herself and not ruin herself. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Clan's main hall, at this moment, Chen Wudao sat high in the main seat with a group of men and women below. Chen Dao was among them. The auras of these people were all terrifying, exuding a presence that was formidable without anger. "I just received news that Xiaoyan has brought Xiaowen back. This is a major event for our Imperial Clan and must be treated with the highest specifications." As soon as this was said, many people in the audience had flickering eyes. Speaking of which, Chen Wudao shifted his tone. "On the day Xiaowen returns, except for those in seclusion, everyone must be present. The coming-of-age ceremony will also be held 3 days after Xiaowen's return. We will invite all clans to witness it, letting them know that our Chen clan does not fear any forces' threats. Whether it's destiny or calamity, only our Chen clan can decide." Understood. The crowd did not dare to refute and replied in unison. "That's good. Now, each of you take your positions and summon back your respective factions." Chen Wudao said lightly. "Yes." The crowd responded and then retreated one by one. Before long, the entire hall was left with only Chen Dao and Chen Wudao. "How do you plan to handle Chen Yuan's matter?" Chen Wudao spoke first. Chen Dao's killing intent surged immediately. "Kill." Chen Wudao stared at Chen Dao for a moment before saying, "Be mindful of the impact. Don't create panic among the people." Chen Dao remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Dao said no more. Xiaowen is back. You should also keep an eye out and not let certain people harm him. Whoever touches my son, even if I'm a clan leader, I will kill them. Chen Dao's voice was cold as iron, revealing no hint of restraint. Step down. Chen Dao sighed and waved his hand. Chen Dao said nothing more and turned to leave. Sigh, my son is grown, and I can't help but worry. Chen Dao sighed deeply. On the other side, Chen Wen had already arrived in the upper realm. What met his eyes was a vast world, rich in spiritual energy, with clouds drifting and cultivators flying everywhere. Besides what he could see, he could also feel the rules and heavenly laws here, which were incomparably more complete than in the ancient Yuan realm. The perfect rules and heavenly laws can directly influence a cultivator's future and even their ultimate height. It is not an exaggeration to say that even an ant here is of a higher level than those in the lower realm. But this is better. I can finally show my talents. The ancient realm, Chen Wen, have arrived. Thinking of this, a brilliant light burst forth from Chen Wen's eyes. Come down. How long do you plan to hold on? Just as Chen Wen was immersed in observation, Chen Homian's voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Haha, I forgot for a moment. Chen Wen hurriedly made light of it and then released his hands. Hehe. Chen Homian rolled her eyes at Chen Wen, but did not hold it against him. By the way, sister, do you know Chen Bashuan? After thinking for a while, Chen Wen decided to first ask about Chen Bashuan's information. This way, he could prepare in advance. Chen Bashuan? Chen Homian suddenly stiffened, looking at Chen Wen in shock. Why are you asking about him? Chapter 70. Summoning 100,000 Red Prison Army. Finally returning to the Imperial Clan. How do you know about Chen Bashuan? Before Chen Wen could respond, Chen Homian furrowed her brows and asked again. Chen Wen remained expressionless and half-jokingly said, If I say the mastermind behind trying to harm me is Chen Bashuan, would you believe me, sis? Chen Homian's pupils contracted, and after a long pause, she asked, Are you serious? Do you believe it? Chen Wen did not answer directly. Chen Homian fell silent, then flipped her hand to release a spirit shuttle. The shuttle was covered in mysterious array seals, with terrifying power flowing over it, clearly extraordinary. Once the shuttle stabilized, Chen Homian grabbed Chen Wen and entered it. Before Chen Wen could react, Chen Homian seized his shoulder, half-tilting her head to stare at him, and said, If you say it, I will believe it. Chen Wen suddenly smiled. In fact, he was also taking a gamble. Fortunately, his sister did not let him down. Give me the evidence, and we will report it to the family. Let's go after him, Chen Homian said coldly. Chen Wen shook his head. I can't provide concrete evidence, but I am 90% sure it was him. As he spoke, he explained how he had obtained this information. Of course, he did not reveal the existence of the heavenly fate Great Furnace. After hearing Chen Wen's account, Chen Homian's expression turned completely cold. The so-called coincidence was merely a long-planned scheme. Then she changed the subject. But if you don't present solid evidence, you might not even get past dad and brother. What do you mean? Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Clearly, he had not expected this matter to involve their father and older brother. Chen Homian glanced at Chen Wen and said, Aren't you curious about Chen Bashuan's information? Strictly speaking, he is our second uncle. Huh? Chen Wen looked at Chen Homian. Chen Homian sighed and continued, There are many factions within our Qin clan, each with its own power and heritage. The faction Chen Bashuan belongs to was originally weak and had little say in the clan. However, during a clan protection war, their entire faction was nearly wiped out, leaving only some elderly and weak members. To take care of them, the family merged this faction with others. At that time, Chen Bashuan was still young and was taken in by our grandfather. Since he was about the same age as Dad, we have always called him second uncle. Chen Bashuan has shown exceptional talent since childhood, and with his gentle nature and great love, he is highly respected by the younger generation. Of course, his relationship with Dad is closer than with aunt and third uncle. By the way, Aunt is also a remnant of that faction, but compared to Chen Bashuan, she is reclusive and rarely shows herself. Also, Grandpa and Grandma like Chen Bashuan even more than their biological son. If everything goes smoothly, he will undoubtedly be the future patriarch of the Chen clan. But unfortunately, during a trial, he was crippled, while our dad remained fine. As for what happened between the two during the trial, no one knows. Our Chen clan also put in a lot of effort to barely restore Qin Shi Clan, but at the cost of his cultivation dropping, and his superior talent was thereby severed. Because of this change, he lost his qualification to compete for the position of clan leader. However, even without the title, he is still a great elder in the clan, second only to Dad. You can say he is the first person to hold the great elder position without relying on cultivation. Indeed impressive. Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh. In an imperial clan, if one lacks strength, they cannot command respect. Qin Shi Clan has managed to gain the trust of the clan members solely through his personal charisma. This shows how extraordinary his status is among them. He also understood why Chen Wen said that without solid evidence, it would be impossible to bring down Qin Shi Clan. Given this person's connections and prestige, even his father might not be able to touch him. However, I really don't like him. I always feel he is very hypocritical. Chen Wen suddenly added, humble people are always hypocritical. Chen Wen did not find this problematic. After all, such hypocrisy is unconscious and does not evoke dislike. But what is to be feared are those who feign humility. As for which category Qin Shi Clan belongs to, the answer is obvious. By the way, from what you just said, does that mean Qin Shi Clan has a relationship with my older brother? Chen Wen pondered for a moment and asked. Chen Wen nodded. Brother is his disciple and also his godson. What? Chen Wen was shocked. You heard me right. All of brother's abilities are inherited from him. And Qin Shi Clan is very fond of brother. Speaking of this, Chen Wen changed the subject. Because of this, Qin Shi Clan's biological son is very jealous of brother. Also, Qin Shi Clan's son is 2 years older than you and is likely to participate in the adult ceremony with you. At that time, he might make things difficult for you because of brother, so be careful of him. Chen Wen was not concerned about the difficulties posed by Qin Shi Clan's son. What troubled him now was the relationship between his older brother and Qin Shi Clan, because Qin Shi Clan must be dealt with. But as his sister said, wanting to deal with Qin Shi Clan means he has to get past his father and older brother first. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's dilemma, Chen Wen gently placed her hand on his shoulder. This is just between us. You could do whatever you want next. As for Dad and brother, don't worry about them. Once everything is set in stone, can they still blame you? Chen Wen trembled, looking at Chen Wen in shock. Clearly, he had not expected her to support him so unconditionally. You're my little brother. What is Qin Shi Clan? Of course, I will support you unconditionally. As she spoke, Chen Wen changed the subject. I bet Dad and brother feel the same way. In any case, let's just take action. At worst, we could just stand together against the entire family. I understand. Chen Wen looked at Chen Wen for a long time before nodding heavily. All right, you should rest for a while. It will be a few more days before we reach the family. Chen Wen patted Chen Wen's shoulder. Chen Wen did not refuse. Okay, just call me when we arrive. Go ahead. Chen Wen nodded. Chen Wen said nothing more and turned to walk towards his room. Once Chen Wen disappeared, Chen Wen's expression turned completely cold. She then took out a sound transmission talisman. Not long after, a cold female voice came from the talisman. Master, gather 100,000 Red Prison Army and have them rush to the Changsheng Imperial Domain Chen Clan as quickly as possible. Understood. The female voice immediately replied without asking why. Chen Wen cut off the connection and coldly said, if the Chen clan cannot provide justice, then I, Chen Wen, will. On the other side, back in his room, Chen Wen's smile also faded. To him, Qin Shi Clan must die. If Qin Shi Clan and Qin Wudi were to intervene, he would have to seriously consider whether this family was worth him continuing to stay in. With this thought, Chen Wen cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in cultivation. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the spirit shuttle finally arrived at the location of the Changsheng Imperial Domain Chen Clan. Chapter 71. The entire clan welcomes, not giving any face little brother, we've arrived. Chen Wen arrived at Chen Wen's location and lightly knocked on the door. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, 2 sharp beams of light flashing by. At the same time, the aura inside and outside his body surged, distorting the surrounding space into chaotic air currents. Huff! After Chen Wen exhaled a breath of turbid air, he retracted all his auras. In 5 days, he had consumed hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals and divine sources. Although this did not advance his realm, it clearly enhanced his strength qualitatively. It could be said that he was now more than twice as strong as he was 5 days ago. Thinking of this, Chen Wen did not continue and, after tidying up a bit, opened the door. What met his eyes was Chen Hongyan, whom he hadn't seen for 5 days. Chen Hongyan also looked at Chen Wen immediately, a flash of shock appearing in her eyes. In this world, very few geniuses could shock her, as she herself was an extraordinary talent. In just 5 days, she could sense a significant change in Chen Wen, and it was a qualitative change at that. Such terrifying talent. At that moment, she suddenly felt that she had underestimated her little brother's talent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the family structure would change because of him. What's wrong? Is there a problem with me? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. Chen Hongyan collected her thoughts and shook her head, saying, I was shocked by your strength. Compared to you, I'm still light years away. Chen Wen joked half-heartedly. Chen Hongyan laughed. Oh, so you want to surpass your sister so soon? Yes. Then I can't protect you. Sister, Chen Wen replied with a smile. Chen Hongyan was momentarily taken aback. Then she tiptoed and tapped Chen Wen's forehead. You little brat. Your words are sweet. Not bad, I like it. Chen Wen did not respond and instead asked, Is the family here? Chen Hongyan immediately became serious. Yes, they have arrived. Then let's go, Chen Wen said with a smile. Okay. Chen Hongyan nodded and stepped out first. Chen Wen followed without any hesitation. Soon, Chen Wen walked out of the room, and a shocking scene came into view. Before him were rows of ancient and magnificent palaces. Surrounding the palaces were layers of magical arrays, with mysterious symbols circulating within. In the clouds above, terrifying spirit beasts were lying down, their snores like thunder, shaking people's hearts. Clearly, these were the guardian beasts of the Chen clan, their strength not much weaker than that of the clan members. Moreover, the most symbolic aspect was the feeling the entire family gave off, an organic unity that formed its own unique laws. This was the profound heritage of ancient traditions, the very reason why the Imperial Clan could endure and remain immortal. Chen Wen passed through the scale of the Chen clan and fell upon a large gathering of clansmen. His grandfather Chen Wudao, parents, and elder brother were all among them. On their faces, one could see suppressed excitement. Besides them, there were many elders and younger members. Regardless of age, these people exuded an aura of superiority, like dragons and phoenixes among men. Just standing there, they created an immense sense of oppression, causing the surrounding space to produce turbulent air currents. Wow, good heavens. 1, 2, 3, 59. As Chen Wen opened his heavenly eyes, suddenly 50 heirs of destiny came into view, regardless of whether this gathering included all the clan members. For a family to produce over 50 heirs of destiny was already extremely exaggerated. This demonstrated the immense fortune of the Chen clan. A golden heir of destiny? Chen Wen's gaze suddenly landed on a pale-faced, middle-aged man. At the same time, information about the middle-aged man appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Bashuan, age, 45. Personality, hypocritical. Ruthless, good at enduring, and scrupulous to achieve his goals. Identity, great elder of the ancient Chen clan, hidden identity, master of the 9 Nether Hell Palace. Destiny soul, golden, physique, 9-turn overlord body, realm, 10th heaven king realm. Chen Bashuan, 9-turn overlord body. Chen Wen's expression gradually turned cold. It should be known that the 9-turn overlord body is an extremely rare physique, one that does not reveal its spiritual charm. Under normal circumstances, it appears to be an ordinary mortal body, capable of obscuring the eyes of others to a certain extent. However, those who possess this physique can undergo 9 transformations of their body. When evolved to the extreme, the body can transform into a true overlord body. At that point, not only can one achieve enlightenment through the body, but they can also walk a unique path. Hehe, things are getting more interesting. Thinking of this, a slight smirk appeared on Chen Wen's lips. With this Chen Bashuan possessing such a physique, he probably wasn't afraid of being crippled from the start. In fact, the reason he was crippled back then might have been a well-directed act. What kind of situation would guarantee steady growth? Undoubtedly, it would be hiding 1's talents and retracting all 1's claws. However, this was good news for him. Because of being crippled, Chen Bashuan was still only at the 10th Heaven King realm. With the enhancement of the golden chaotic liquid, It was not impossible to kill Chen Bashuan. As for the 9-turn Overlord body, he was even less afraid. The chaotic sequence body could suppress all physiques. Why are you in a daze? Don't keep Grandpa and the others waiting too long. Chen Homian's voice reached Chen Wen's ears. Okay. Chen Wen quickly snapped back to reality. Chen Homian leaped down the spiritual shuttle first, and upon seeing this, Chen Wen hurriedly followed suit. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Wen, and for a moment, their expressions varied. Chen Wen's temperament and appearance were quite good, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as among the best. However, in their eyes, a 16-year-old at the first life and death realm still fell short. Moreover, the matter of Chen Wen being stripped of his divine body origin and imperial bone was not a secret in the Qin clan. Therefore, in their eyes, Chen Wen was already someone without much future. Soon, Chen Wen landed steadily on the ground. Kid, I've met Grandpa and all the seniors. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, Chen Wen calmly clasped his fists. His posture was appropriate, neither servile nor overbearing. Seeing such a Chen Wen, both Chen Bashuan and Yi Chenin couldn't help but smile. This son of theirs brought them face. Although many had come to welcome him, few were genuinely sincere. More were there to watch a good show. In their hearts, they had a filter against Chen Wen, believing that someone who hadn't grown up in the Imperial Clan must have picked up many uncouth habits from the lower realms. Although this perception was harsh, those in high positions often viewed lower-level cultivators in such a way. Good to be back, good to be back. Qin Wudao was also quite satisfied with Chen Wen, repeatedly saying it was good to be back. This must be little one, truly a person of talent. Big brother is fortunate. At this moment, Chen Bashuan suddenly spoke. He had a gentle smile on his face, making it easy for others to feel goodwill towards him. Chen Wen turned to look at Chen Bashuan, blinked, and said, "Who are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell into silence. Chapter 72. A sudden conflict leads to murder. The whole clan is shocked. Chen Bashuan did not expect anyone to treat him this way, and his smile froze on his face. After the crowd reacted, many people's expressions changed. Not to mention that Chen Bashuan is a hero's descendant. He himself has done a lot for the imperial family. Chen Wen, a newly returned member of the family, was so rude, it was simply outrageous. Chen Badeo quickly interrupted, introducing Xiao Wen. This is your second uncle, Chen Bashuan. Quickly apologized to him. Apologize? Hehe. Chen Wen looked at Chen Bashuan and said, "Oh, so you're my second uncle. Then you definitely won't mind my rudeness." Chen Badeo frowned slightly, clearly puzzled by Chen Wen's attitude. After the brief interaction last time, Chen Wen did not give him the impression of a person who would be so arrogant. At this moment, Chen Wudao also glanced at Chen Wen, clearly somewhat dissatisfied. As the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Bashuan suddenly chuckled. Xiao Wen's words are not wrong. As a second uncle, I naturally wouldn't mind my nephew's rudeness. Besides, I also have my shortcomings in this matter. I should have introduced myself first. With Chen Bashuan taking the initiative to ease the situation, the atmosphere improved considerably. Chen Wen glanced at Chen Bashuan, a faint smile on his lips. Just as the basic information suggested, this Chen Bashuan was good at enduring and extremely hypocritical. In fact, we, the underage descendants, should thank Xiao Wen. If it weren't for his unfortunate encounter with a woman, we wouldn't have been able to return to the family ahead of time. At this moment, a young boy's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd turned to look at the boy. This boy was recognized by many. He was a descendant from the second faction named Chen Quan. Although he was also 16, Chen Quan was already at the 5th level of the life and death realm, much stronger than Chen Wen. However, they did not expect that one of the descendants would express their dissatisfaction so quickly, especially publicly pointing out Chen Wen's shortcomings. Regardless of whether this was Chen Quan's own intention or someone else's suggestion, it was no different from a slap to Chen Wen's face. Now it remained to be seen how Chen Wen would respond. As a clan leader, Chen Badeo only frowned but did not intervene. Matters among the younger generation. Unless they went too far, he could not interfere, because once he intervened, the nature of the situation would change. Chen Wen slowly turned and walked towards Chen Kuang step by step. As Chen Wen approached, Chen Kuang not only showed no signs of panic, but instead smiled with interest. He wanted to see what Chen Wen was up to and what he could do. When Chen Wen was within 3 feet of Chen Kuang, he suddenly burst forth, stomping down heavily on Chen Kuang's chest. You! The sudden attack left Chen Kuang completely unprepared. Strictly speaking, he never imagined that Chen Wen would dare to act, especially in front of so many prominent figures. It is important to know that the first rule of the clan is that private fights are not allowed. Puff! Chen Kuang's shirt exploded as he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He crashed heavily against the wall behind him. Chen Wen then coldly spat. You useless trash. Will you pretend to be a big shot in front of me? Saying this, he looked around the scene, one and all. If you want to mess with me, come personally. Don't just hide like a rat in the sewers. The expressions of everyone in the audience suddenly darkened. Chen Wen's words insulted them all. A newly returned descendant not only openly violated clan rules, but also provoked their authority. It was simply audacious. You bastard. You're asking for death. Chen Kuang suddenly charged forward, his killing intent evident. Chen Wen moved instantly, reaching out with one hand, grabbing towards Chen Kuang from a distance. Chen Kuang's defenses were shattered in an instant, and the palm descended upon him like Mount Tai. Not good. Chen Kuang's face changed drastically, and he quickly formed hand seals, continuously striking at the descending palm. How is this possible? Soon, Chen Kuang's face showed a look of shock. Puff! In just an instant, the palm crushed all of Chen Kuang's defenses and heavily struck the top of his head. An unmatched force flowed from top to bottom throughout Chen Kuang's body. Puff! 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 Chen Kuang's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. At the same time, a terrifying pressure pressed down toward Chen Wen. Chen Wen coldly spat. Using his finger as a sword, he suddenly sliced out. A sharp sword energy quickly passed over Chen Kuang's neck. As a line of blood rose, a head flew off. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly quiet. Clearly, no one dared to believe that Chen Wen actually dared to kill. He had just returned. This is truly insane. Get back. At the same time, Chen Hongyun acted, shooting a gun to explode the incoming pressure. The terrifying killing intent surged from Chen Hongyun's body, directly reaching the heavens. You are looking for death. Seeing his son killed, Chen Bakong was furious, his murderous intent erupting. Come if you dare. Chen Hongyun raised his gun, and the power within him surged rapidly. As the two were on the brink of battle, Chen Wudao finally spoke up. Enough. Do you still have any rules in your eyes? What kind of rules are these? If there were any rules, my son Wun Ti have died. Chen Bakong roared angrily. Chen Wudao's voice turned cold. I will only say this once. Get back. Fine. But I hope the old clan leader can give me a fair deal to uphold the iron laws of the imperial family. Chen Bakong glared at Chen Wen fiercely before retreating. The crowd fell silent, but they shared the same sentiment. In their view, Chen Wen had just returned and dared to act so recklessly. If this momentum is not curbed in advance, won't he turn the family upside down? Chen Wudao's gaze shifted to Chen Wen. Do you know that killing privately in the clan is a death penalty? I only know that if someone wants to kill me, then I have to kill him first. Chen Wen replied calmly. You are reversing black and white. Who is killing whom? Chen Bakong shouted, looking extremely furious. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged. The people present are not blind. Your son was the first to have murderous intent towards me. I can only count it as self-defense at most. If you hadn't acted first, how would he have lost his rationality? Chen Bakong shouted again. Chen Wen replied lightly. If he hadn't jumped out to act like a big shot, how would I have dealt with him? Is this your justification for acting? Chen Bakong's expression became even angrier. Chen Wen shrugged. That has nothing to do with me. Here I only have one principle. Life and death are trivial. If you're not convinced, then let us fight. If you're still not convinced, then let us fight to the death. By the end, Chen Wen's voice was as cold as iron. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. In their view, Chen Wen was too unconcerned, too arrogant. But ironically, they could not refute him, as it was indeed Chen Kuang who had acted first. But then again, if everyone acted like this, wouldn't the entire clan fall into chaos? You're talking nonsense. Chen Bakong was instantly furious. The next moment, he suddenly looked towards Chen Wudao and Chen Badeo, his eyes bloodshot. Look, this is the descendant we welcomed as a family. May I ask, does he have any regard for clan members, elders, or rules in his eyes. Today I, Chen Bakong, put it this way. If the clan cannot give a fair deal, then I will take matters into my own hands. Chapter 73. Kneel and apologize. Present the supreme medicine as the words fell. The power within Chen Bakong surged wildly, sweeping away the clouds for thousands of miles and instantly enveloping the entire scene. Some disciples with weaker cultivation felt suffocated. Clearly, Chen Bakong was truly intent on killing. At this moment, Chen Wudi in the crowd moved. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped forward one by one towards Chen Wen, finally stopping beside Chen Hongyan. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the determination in the other's eyes. In the next moment, they struck. Chen Wudi's hands were entwined with endless thunder, and a violent lightning rushed forth, overwhelming the entire space. Chen Hongyan held the Jinyu gun, with red infernal flames roaring, instantly incinerating the atmospheric currents around. In an instant, the two terrifying forces clashed against Chen Bakong from afar. Endless power collided, and the surrounding space was blasted into powder. "Move a little and you die." As the two shouted together, the killing intent surged. Chen Batsong's eyelids twitched, then he coldly shouted, "Good, good, good. So the three of you have become lawless, huh? Today, I, Chen Bakong, will see what you three have to kill me with. They're not three, but four." Yi Chenin's voice echoed softly. At this, the entire venue trembled. If Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi acted, it could be seen as petty squabbles, nothing significant. But with Yi Chenin getting involved, everything changed. She was the matriarch of the Chen clan. Chen Batsong's face instantly changed. With Chen Wudi and Chen Hongyan teaming up, he was still confident he could suppress them. But what about Yi Chenin? She was no weaker than him, especially since Yi Chenin was famously known to be a madwoman. Why did Chen Hongyan lead with her name as a woman and guard outside the domain? It was because she inherited from Yi Chenin. One could say Chen Hongyan was the younger version of Yi Chenin. "I don't care who it is, anyone who touches my children must die." Yi Chenin stepped toward Chen Hongyan and the others. That cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with a chilling, killing intent. Chen Bakong stared intently at Yi Chenin. As the matriarch of the clan, would she disregard the clan's iron law? Yi Chenin slowly raised her head. "If you want to talk about iron laws, you should clean yourself up first." "You." Chen Bakong was about to retort when Yi Chenin directly interrupted. "Shut up. Did I let you speak?" Saying this, she glanced around, her imposing presence evident. "First, my son never knew that one can't act against those in the clan, so it's understandable for him to strike. Second, during the first strike, my son did not intend to kill. It was Chen Bakong who first harbored the intent to kill, so he deserves to die. Third, the clan's rules clearly state that grievances among juniors should be handled by juniors, and elders must not intervene. Yet you, Chen Bakong, have broken the iron law more than once, so if someone must die, it should be you first." This, everyone was stunned. How did it suddenly turn into Chen Bakong committing a capital offense? And the one who killed Chen Wen became innocent? This family was indeed ruthless, each one more talkative than the last. You are reversing black and white." Chen Bakong pointed at Yi Chenin, his finger trembling. Yi Chenin looked at Chen Bakong calmly and said, "Whether it's reversing black and white or not, I will report to the Elder Council. At that time, who is guilty and who is innocent will become clear. If you insist on taking action, I don't mind sending you on your way." Chen Batsong's face changed instantly, because once this matter was reported, Chen Wen would at most be confined. Just as Yi Chenin said, Chen Wen had room to explain, whether it was the first strike or the later lethal attack. But he was different. His attack was an ironclad fact, and he had exposed his intent to kill. Once the higher-ups decided, he would either die or pay a huge price. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out all over him. No, that kid must be doing it on purpose. He must have thought of a way out from the beginning, just waiting for me to jump in. Suddenly, Chen Bakong had such a terrifying thought. Remembering this, he suddenly looked at Chen Wen. In an instant, Chen Wen's calm demeanor, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, appeared before his eyes. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose, absolutely. Seeing this, Chen Bakong was even more certain of his guess, feeling an impulse to vomit blood from anger. This time, he was truly in a predicament. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Chen Bashuan suddenly spoke. Look at this situation, Lao Tsong. You really can't change that impulsive nature of yours. As he spoke, he shifted the topic. Sister-in-law, I understand your concern for your son, but Lao Tsong is also concerned for his son. Let me mediate. How about we just let this go? Chen Bakong remained silent, his face stern, but his silence represented everything. Yi Chenin said lightly, this matter is not up to me. It must be up to my son. Little one, what do you mean? Chen Bashuan looked at Chen Wen. Chen Wen smiled and said, I'm actually not someone who won't spare those in power. How about this? Let him waste his cultivation, and we'll let this matter go. Everyone felt an impulse to spit in Chen Wen's face. What a person who wouldn't spare those in power. Did you misunderstand this phrase? Chen Bashuan's lips twitched. Even his hypocritical self couldn't hold back against Chen Wen's shamelessness. To make someone waste their cultivation was even more distressing than killing Chen Bakong. You. Chen Bakong was about to erupt in anger when Chen Bashuan shot him a glance, silencing him. Chen Batsong's expression changed, and he immediately dared not continue. Chen Bashuan took a deep breath. Lao Tsong, you indeed went a bit too far this time. But regarding letting him waste his cultivation, shouldn't we discuss it further? Lower your demands a bit. As long as it doesn't harm his foundation, I can agree on his behalf. Chen Wen looked deeply at Chen Bashuan, then said, first, I need him to kneel and apologize in front of the whole clan. Second, I want that Dao medicine in his hand. As for the Dao medicine, his mother told him about it. This is what Chen Bakong obtained from an ancient relic. With this Dao medicine, he is confident he can elevate his strength to a whole new level. Upon hearing this, Chen Bashuan's expression changed. If Chen Wen's first demand was to take Chen Batsong's pride, then the second demand was to take away Chen Batsong's lifeline. It should be known that the supreme medicine was something Chen Bakong had expended considerable effort to find. Moreover, the fact that Chen Wen, a recently returned clan member, could accurately name the supreme medicine indicated that Yi Chenin had secretly advised him. Therefore, whether Chen Bakong wanted to give it or not, he had to. Otherwise, Yi Chenin would definitely cling to it. Thinking of this, Chen Bashuan couldn't help but glance deeply at Chen Wen. All of this stemmed from the young man in front of him. If Chen Wen was consciously orchestrating everything, it could only be said that this young man, whom he had calculated against, was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of regret. His hidden machinations had yet to make a move, and he had already experienced the terror of the other party. Things were becoming more and more interesting. With this thought in mind, Chen Bashuan couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth slightly. Is there no room for negotiation? After collecting his thoughts, Chen Bashuan once again looked at Chen Wen. Chapter 74. I killed him. I want the supreme medicine too, sure. Just self-destruct your cultivation. Chen Wen said calmly, his words devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chen Bashuan took a deep breath and turned to look at the restrained Chen Batsong, saying, agree to him. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Bakang in stinky dozao. You think I'm giving you face? If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. As she spoke, Yi Chenin looked around the scene. I want to see who dares to help you. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Chenin, pressing down towards Chen Batsong. You. Chen Batsong's expression changed again. At this moment, Chen Bashuan spoke again, agreed to him. Brother Xian, how can I agree to this? Seeing that Chen Batsong was still unwilling, Chen Bashuan sighed. If you are really dissatisfied, then I won't interfere. Chen Batsong's expression fluctuated greatly, his eyes gradually turning a shade of crimson. But under Chen Bashuan's gaze, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, fine, I agree. Hearing this, Chen Bashuan slowly withdrew his gaze. Really agreed? The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Batsong slowly lowered his proud head and said to Chen Wen, I'm sorry. Kneel. Chen Wen coldly glanced at Chen Batsong. Don't go too far. Chen Batsong suddenly looked up, his eyes blood red. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged. Yes, I'm going too far. What do you do about it? You. Chen Batsong's rage surged, the suppressed killing intent thrumming in his chest. But in the end, he slowly bent his knee, kneeling on the ground under the incredulous gazes of everyone. Is this enough? Chen Batsong stared fiercely at Chen Wen, the killing intent in his eyes surging. Apologize. Chen Wen did not take a step back. Fine, 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 I remember this day. After a fierce roar, Chen Batsong pressed down his killing intent and spoke word by word, "Sorry. What do you want to do?" Song suddenly looked at Yi Chen Yen, his face showing shock. He saw Yi Chen Yen had already placed a hand on his shoulder. The terrifying power confined his body before he could react. At the same time, Chen Wen made his move. With a single sword, he struck down towards Song's head. The sword energy surged wildly, the chaos sequence power flashing by. Boom! Song's head rolled to the ground just like that. Chen Wen calmly withdrew his spiritual sword and said, "I've changed my mind." This voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, piercing every person's eardrum. Everyone in the room was stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. What does it mean that I've changed my mind? A kid who just returned dared to toy with his clan members, treating lives as a joke. How dare he? How dare he? Xiao Wen, you've gone too far. Chen Xian suppressed his anger. What Chen Wen did was not only provoking the family's iron law, but also slapping Chen Xian's face. Since he debuted, no one had ever dared to disrespect him like this, never. Chen Wen glanced at Chen Xian and said, "Time and again showing me killing intent. Thinking I'd give him face. Chen Wen, may not have other merits, but when it's time to kill, I never hold back." You. Chen Xian suddenly found himself unable to retort, because Chen Song had indeed shown killing intent more than once. But on the other hand, after humiliating someone so greatly, do you still expect others to greet you with a smile? That was simply impossible. Yi Chen Yen spoke at this moment. "This is my execution as the matriarch, a sinner who repeatedly showed killing intent and disobeyed punishment. If the Elder Council thinks the execution is unreasonable, then they can remove my matriarch status." Everyone was stunned. This family really could spin a tale. Originally, Chen Song had already been made the wrongdoer. Now, not only had he become a sinner who repeatedly showed killing intent, but he also lost his life. Where could one reason this out? In the next moment, Yi Chen Yin coldly said, "First there was Chun Ba Yuan, now there's Chen Song. Does your second faction really think there's no one in the clan leader's faction?" As her words fell, a terrifying killing intent leaked out, causing the temperature in the entire scene to drop sharply. Many elders from his second faction changed their expressions slightly. The matter of Chen Ba Yuan was not a secret in the clan. As a result, the people from the second faction cut ties with Chen Ba Yuan, aiming to avoid being implicated. After all, currently, the clan leader's faction was the most powerful among the factions. No one would want to offend the clan leader's faction without necessity. As for Chen Ba Yuan, he was directly abandoned by them. Saying this, Yi Chen Yin changed her tone. "Today, I'll make it clear, this matter is not over. Regardless of who is secretly instigating, I will investigate thoroughly until all involved are uncovered." Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed, especially a young man in the crowd, his hands tightly clenched under his sleeves. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Chen Kuang was being manipulated today. Now that Yi Chen Yin was determined not to let it go, things were truly troublesome. It was easy to guess that it wouldn't be long before the clan would be engulfed in blood and chaos again. All right, let us end today's matter here. But I do not wish for the same thing to happen again. As many people were anxious, Chen Wu Dao spoke, solidifying the matter with one sentence. Yi Chenyin glanced at her father-in-law and did not object. At least, she had achieved her goal. As the family matriarch, no one understood better than her the importance of knowing when to stop. Phew, that's a relief. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But many also looked at Yi Chen Yin and Chen Wen, their expressions flickering. This mother and son duo had unknowingly put on a great show for them. As for Chen Xian, his gaze fell on Chen Wen, his brow slightly furrowing. He had wanted to see Chen Wen before he returned. Now that he saw him, not only had he suffered 3 hidden losses in succession, but they were also the kind he couldn't retaliate against. The only thing he was grateful for was that he was still hiding in the shadows and had not been exposed. This way, he still had ample time and space to manipulate everything. With this thought, Chen Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All right, everyone else disperse. Xiao Wen, come with me. Chen Wu Dao spoke again. No one objected. Even if Chen Wu Dao hadn't said anything, they wouldn't want to stay any longer. It could be said that there were very few people present who had a good impression of Chen Wen. In a big family, the most liked are those with exceptional talent and who follow the rules. Coincidentally, Chen Wen was the opposite of that. Such people were not ones many would want to befriend. as the people from the second faction prepared to move to collect Chen Ba-sang's body. Chen Wen's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Chen Ba-hong looked coldly at Chen Wen. What? Even we are not allowed to collect the body. Chen Wen did not respond, but stepped beside Chen Ba-sang and reached out, immediately grasping a spatial ring. Don't push your luck. Chen Ba-hong's expression changed drastically. A spatial ring carried by Chen Ba-sang was certainly not ordinary. He, Chen Ba-hong, was collecting the body for Chen Ba-sang, partly because Chen Ba-sang was his brother, but also for the things inside the spatial ring. Chen Wen calmly put away the spatial ring, glanced at Chen Ba-hong, and said, "What is wrong with collecting spoils of war? Can't you all collect them usually? This kid, so shameless." Looking at Chen Wen's expression, everyone truly felt an impulse to hit him. "You, all right, Chen Bong, remember this." Chen Bong gritted his teeth and threw down a sentence before leaving with Chen back on. "Oh, then you must remember to carry the spatial ring with you," Chen Wen said leisurely. "Let's go." Chen Bong suddenly paused, then let out a deep roar. The others did not linger any longer, casting a deep glance at Chen Wen before leaving one after another. Chen Baxiang stepped forward to Chen Wen, smiling. "Xiao Wen, you really opened second uncle's eyes this time. Speak, what do you want? Second uncle will give you a welcome gift." "A welcome gift? Hehe. Then I must take advantage of you properly." With that thought, a slight arc appeared at the corner of Chen Wen's mouth. Chen Hongyan had been watching Chen Wen's movements closely. When she saw this, she knew that Chen Baxiang was likely going to suffer a big loss. Chapter 75, Sibling Alliance, Acquiring the Ancient Emperor Pill, then I want to hold back, Chen Wen said, looking at Chen Baxuan. Chen Baxuan chuckled. "If you're polite with your second uncle, that would really be keeping your distance." Chen Wen pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Second uncle, you know my situation. I just returned to the clan and have already been targeted. If I stay a few more days, my personal safety might be at risk. So, I don't need anything too extravagant. Just give me an imperial weapon or an imperial medicine. If that is not possible, a medicine that can quickly elevate my cultivation by 1 or 2 major realms would suffice." Chen Baxuan's expression darkened, his lips twitching. "You brat, you really dare to ask for anything. You say just give me, as if I'm a fool." The expressions of Chen Badeo and the others were equally dramatic. Only Chen Hongmian was stifling her laughter, nearly bursting out in giggles. "He really is my little brother. He's doing great." Chen Wen pulled at the corners of his mouth, revealing an innocent smile. "Second uncle, this request shouldn't be too much, right? And not too much, my foot." However, Chen Baxuan couldn't say this out loud, and could only force a smile. "Little one, my strength is limited, and I really can't provide those things." This time, Chen Baxuan was not lying. The Chen clan could produce imperial weapons and medicines, but they were not something that could be casually distributed. Generally, only those who had achieved great merit or had immense potential could receive such gifts from the family. As for Chen Baxuan, although he had some resources, it was impossible for him to use these to do favors, especially since the person in question was one he had plotted against. "Oh, since second uncle has difficulties, then forget it." Saying this, Chen Wen shifted the topic. "Actually, I don't really need gifts. You don't have to worry about what you said, second uncle." Chen Baxuan's lips twitched again. "If you don't care and don't need it, then why are you still bringing it up? Are you trying to roast me over a fire? Second uncle is not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. You really don't understand him." Just as Chen Baxuan was feeling indignant, Chen Hongmian suddenly spoke up, pushing Chen Baxuan to the edge of a cliff with a single sentence. Before Chen Baxuan could respond, Chen Hongmian continued, "Second uncle, I remember you recently obtained an ancient emperor pill called the Xianlong Bajidin. Why don't you give it to my little brother as a gift? Although this emperor pill wasn't an imperial pill, it was just right for my little brother. Moreover, this emperor pill has high requirements for the body and isn't very suitable for you, second uncle." Chen Baxuan's face darkened, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was about to crack. If Chen Hongmian's previous sentence had pushed him to the cliff, this one had pushed him right off. What was the Xianlong Bajidin? It was an ancient emperor pill that he had obtained after tremendous effort. Even though it was just an emperor pill, it was far superior to an ordinary saint pill. Most importantly, after consuming this spiritual medicine, one could not only refine their physique, but also undergo the Xianlong Bajidin transformation in a short time, maximizing personal strength. As the owner of the nine turns overlord body, he could fully unleash the effects of this spiritual pill. Even without this pill, he wouldn't be without the opportunity to break through the nine turns overlord body. But asking him to give it to Chen Wen was truly more painful than slapping him in the face. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Chimbadeo also noticed Chen Bashuan's predicament and said, "Little one, come with me to see Grandpa. He has been waiting impatiently. You guys go back first and arrange a place for little one to stay." "All right, then I want to need a gift from second uncle. I appreciate your intentions." Chen Wen seemed not to understand his father's meaning and emphasized again before leaving. "Ay, damn." Chen Bashuan really wanted to curse. Chimbadeo shot Chen Wen an irritated glance, as if to say, "Are you really that dense? Or are you just pretending?" Chen Bashuan knew that if he didn't make a show of it, he would truly be in trouble. At the very least, Chimbadeo and Yi Qinyang would have opinions about him. Before achieving his goal, he had to maintain his persona. With this in mind, Chen Bashuan made a decision. Actually, Hong Yin was right. This Xianlong Badgeton wasn't of much use to him, since it was suitable for little one. He would give it to him as a meeting gift from this second uncle. Saying this, Chen Bashuan handed an ancient-looking pill box to Chen Wen. "These kids are just fooling around. Xian, how can you take it seriously?" Chimbadeo immediately interjected. Chen Bashuan smiled and placed the pill box in Chen Wen's hands. "This is a meeting gift from me as your uncle, big brother. Why are you interfering?" "You." Chimbadeo shook his head helplessly and then shot Chen Wen another glare. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank your second uncle." Chen Wen quickly forced a smile. "Thank you, second uncle. I will definitely make good use of this spiritual pill and not let you down." "Hey, of course. You must make good use of it. I'll use it to deal with you, so you can truly experience its power." With this thought, Chen Wen's heart gradually turned cold. That is good. Chen Bashuan patted Chen Wen's hand repeatedly. "Dad, let us go." Chen Wen raised the pill box in his hand. Seeing Chen Wen's actions, Chen Bashuan momentarily couldn't hold back. Chimbadeo didn't say much, leading Chen Wen toward the place where Chen Wudao was located. Watching Chen Wen's departing figure, although Chen Bashuan still wore a hypocritical smile, his heart was already boiling with murderous intent. Everything spent today would soon be repaid 100-fold. Before long, Chen Wen followed Chimbadeo to a solemn and ancient palace. Upon entering the palace, Chen Wen found everything inside to be far simpler than he had imagined. There was an implicit atmosphere of simplicity and profundity. "Sit down." Chen Wudao gestured. After seeing his father sit down, Chen Wen took a seat beside him. He could be reckless and rude with Chen Bashuan and the others, but he only had respect for his grandfather. "How does it feel to be home?" Chen Wudao asked first. Chen Wen replied, "Very good. I just returned and received so many gifts." Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Wen and said, "This is how it is in a big family. You did very well today. But remember one thing. Whatever you do, you must know when to stop, or you will only push yourself to the edge of a cliff. At that point, you will truly have no way out. Do you understand? Grandson will remember this." Chen Wen knew that Chen Wudao was hinting at him, so he did not refute. But sometimes, there were some things that he wouldn't negotiate on. Just like with Chen Bashuan, no matter what, he had to die. No plea for mercy would be of any use. Chapter 76. Angry Chen Bashuan. Chen Wudi stunned regarding the engagement matter. Is there really no room for negotiation? Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Wen before speaking. Chen Wen's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something unusual. Did someone from the ancient kingdom of Lulan come to persuade us? The problem is that your grandmother really likes Lulan Shengxue, and coupled with her relationship with Ji Qingying, it's inevitable that she would have some opinions on this matter. Chen Wudao sighed lightly. "I see. It's these two who are dissatisfied with him. No wonder Grandma didn't come to welcome him. The crux of the issue lies here." A flash of realization crossed Chen Wen's mind. "Grandfather, you're also a man. You know that some things can be tolerated, but some things absolutely cannot. So, on Grandma's side, I can only say I'm sorry." Chen Wudao looked deeply at Chen Wen. "Since you have made up your mind, then do as you wish. Remember, as long as you are not harming the Qin clan, I can support you in everything." "Grandson, thank you, grandfather." Chen Wen immediately replied, his attitude extremely serious and earnest. "All right, you can go now. Someone will take you to your residence outside." Chen Wudao waved his hand. "Yes, grandfather." Chen Wen responded and turned to leave the main hall. After Chen Wen left, Chen Wudao spoke up. Have you confirmed the matter regarding Shinbaka? Confirmed. Xiao Di saw Chen back his background in that kid's memory. Everything is being manipulated by him in the dark. Chen Badeo said in a low voice. Chen Wudao sighed. Let's handle this discreetly. The coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. We can't let others laugh at us. Chen Badeo's mouth moved, but in the end, he yielded. All right, the child understands. I know you want to seek justice for Xiao Wen and set an example. But the reputation of the family and the relationships between factions cannot be ignored by you as the clan leader. Understand? Chen Wudao sighed. Understood. Chen Badeo replied. But his voice sounded very stiff. Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Badeo and didn't say anything more. At the same time, Chen Baxiang returned to his residence. At this moment, a handsome but rebellious-looking young man stood before him, his gaze fierce. This young man was Chen Baxiang's son, Chen Guchen. At this moment, Chen Baxiang was no longer the gentle person he appeared to be outside. His face was cold. Who allowed you to act on your own? Chen Guchen felt a shiver run down his spine under his father's glare and could only lower his head. Son, I know I was wrong. Wrong? This is more than just a mistake. You almost dragged me down with you. As he spoke, Chen Baxiang's anger rose again. In that situation, how could you think of ordering someone to act? Where's your brain? Damn it, where's your brain? I've been clever all my life. How could I give birth to a fool like you? In a fit of rage, Chen Baxiang smashed the table beside him to pieces. Chen Guchen's stubbornness flared up as well. Yes, I'm the fool. But isn't it because you favored Chen Wudi that it came to this? Have you ever cared about my life or death? If people didn't know, they would think he was your biological son. Now you want something from me? Who do you think you are, and why should I listen to you? Chen Baxiang's fingers trembled with anger, his eyes filled with disappointment. He had nurtured Chen Wudi just to have someone to rely on in critical moments. This was something anyone could see. Now it turns out that his biological son had turned it into a criticism against him. Disappointment. He felt nothing but endless disappointment. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I hit your sore spot? As he spoke, Chen Guchen became even more agitated. I just can't stand Chen Wudi. And I can't stand his whole family. If it weren't for Chen Badeo back then, you would have been the clan leader, and I would have been a young clan leader. There wouldn't even be a place for Chen Wudi. I'll put it this way. If you can't deal with Chen Wudi, then kill that Chen Wen and let them taste the feeling of losing a loved one. Chen Baxiang's anger subsided slightly as he stared at Chen Guchen. What do you want to do? I told you not to do anything. Didn't you hear me? I'll say it again. Chen Wen cannot die right now. At least not in the short term, understand? As he spoke, a cold and murderous aura pressed down on Chen Guchen. In an instant, a chilling howl filled the surroundings, making people shiver uncontrollably. Chen Guchen's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen such a terrifying father before. I understand. Chen Guchen quickly replied, his voice shaky and clearly frightened. Seeing Chen Guchen respond, Chen Baxiang withdrew his aura. If you really can't accept it, you can openly challenge him at the coming-of-age ceremony. Try to gauge his strength for me, understand? All right, son will definitely do it. Chen Guchen did not dare to show any defiance. You can go now. Chen Baxiang waved his hand. His son bowed and responded before stepping outside. Is it okay to let the young master go? That kid who can kill Chu Tianlong is definitely not simple, a man in black whispered. If my son can't even beat a fake, he might as well die. Saying this, Chen Baxiang changed the subject. You know Xiao Chen's personality. Pushing him too hard will only cause a bigger backlash. Rather than keeping this uncertain factor, it's better to let him go do something purposeful. That way, he will feel better. Coincidentally, we can also see what that kid is currently capable of and make corresponding countermeasures later. Understood. The man in black nodded and disappeared again. Chen Baxiang's expression became serious again as he said coldly, my things are not so easy to take. It won't be long before I make you spit them out 100-fold. At the same time, Chen Wen had already returned to the prepared residence under the guidance of the servants. The palace before him could only be described with one word, extravagance. To the utmost degree, Yi Chenin and the others had long been waiting outside the hall, and as soon as they saw Chen Wen, they immediately approached him. Gulme, let mother take you for a stroll. See if you're satisfied, and if not, we can change it. Yi Chenin pulled Chen Wen along. Chen Wen felt an immense warmth and said, then I will take a good look. Let's go. Chen Hongyan came to the other side and wrapped her arm around Chen Wen's left arm. Chen Wudi watched the three of them and suddenly felt like he was unnecessary. Brother, let's go. Chen Wen turned to look at Chen Wudi. You guys go ahead. I will sit in the main hall for a while. Chen Wudi thought for a moment. Go, don't mind this wooden block. Yes. He doesn't understand what romance is. Saying this, the two pulled Chen Wen inside. Chen Wudi was stunned, as if a chill had blown through his body. I was just being polite, and you two really left me behind. Damn. Chapter 77. The rules of the coming-of-age ceremony. The great world divine tree. After an hour, Chen Wen stopped. It was too big here. As long as it was arranged by you, Mother, I would be very satisfied. All right, if you're uncomfortable later, just tell me, she replied. Seeing that Chen Wen had lost interest, Yi Qingyan didn't press further. Thank you, Mother, Chen Wen suddenly spoke. Yi Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, but still smiled. What are you being polite for, child? By the way, has the time for the coming-of-age ceremony been set? Chen Wen suddenly thought of the event. Yi Qingyan reined in her smile. I was just about to tell you about that. Come, let's sit down in the inner hall and talk. With that, Yi Qingyan took Chen Wen to the inner hall. Soon, the four of them were seated in the inner hall. Yi Qingyan glanced at Chen Wen and said, This coming-of-age ceremony will be the most lively and grandest event in years. Strictly speaking, you 16-year-olds are not qualified to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. But due to your special circumstances, the clan has made an exception. Moreover, the clan intends to use this opportunity to announce your return. Many forces will come to witness it, and of course, there will be those targeting you. But no matter what happens, you must protect yourself first. We will handle the rest. Understood, Chen Wen nodded. In fact, he had anticipated this situation long ago, so he wasn't too surprised. As for the specific procedures of the coming-of-age ceremony, that was still a secret that would only be announced on the day itself. Yi Qingyan continued, however, the ultimate goal of the coming-of-age ceremony is to determine the ranking of the imperial sons. So the process of receiving the imperial energy to cleanse the bloodline must be included. This aspect is very important as it concerns a person's future. It is also where the imperial clan's offspring truly excel over others, and the competition will be exceptionally intense. But remember, no matter what method you use, you must absorb as much imperial energy as possible. Only then can you secure a higher ranking among the imperial sons and gain more resources. Imperial energy? Cleansing the bloodline? My interest is piqued. Chen Wen smirked slightly and said, Understood, I will not let you down. That's good to hear. Yi Qingyan nodded with relief. But soon, she remembered something and said, I suspect the Lulan Ancient Kingdom will also send someone over. Is it Lulan Xingxue? Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Yi Qingyan shook her head. It should be the king and queen of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom coming in the name of witnessing the ceremony. Hehe, probably because of the marriage contract. Chen Hongyan sneered coldly. Yi Qingyan did not deny it. You don't need to target them too harshly. Just treat them as elders. You know what kind of person your son is, Mother. I'm not the type to hold grudges, Chen Wen said with a light smile. Hehe, you really dare to say anything. Chen Wudi couldn't help but scoff. Yi Qingyan maintained her smile. All right, as long as you know your limits, I will be at ease. With that, she changed the subject. Now, we won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, just let me know. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. Chen Wen immediately replied with a smile. Yi Qingyan didn't say anything more and stood up directly. Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi nodded at Chen Wen and also stood up. After the three left, Chen Wen's smile gradually faded. The coming-of-age ceremony in 3 days was bound to be anything but peaceful, even if no one targeted him. He didn't plan to let it slide. At the very least, he needed to kill Chen Bashuan in front of everyone. No matter what forces he had behind him in the Qin clan, it didn't matter. With this in mind, Chen Wen did not linger and turned to enter the training room. As soon as he settled down, Chen Wen took out the spatial ring he obtained from Chen Baocao. He wanted to see what was inside. Of course, he was most eager to find that supreme herb. According to his mother, this supreme herb was called the Nine-Yang suspended wood root, which absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and was nurtured by the essence of the earth for thousands of years. In the entire upper realm, it would be hard to find a second Nine-Yang suspended wood root. In terms of rarity, it was comparable to Dao herbs, even imperial herbs. For this reason, she had gone to great lengths to help him snatch it from Chen Baocao. In addition, it had a very rare effect. After absorption, It could enhance the body's life strength to a certain extent. It could even grant a chance to gain the life talent of recovery ability. And what he lacked the most right now was the recovery ability after using absolute talent. If he successfully obtained this talent, would it mean that he could use absolute combat power without any reservations? Thinking of this, Chen Wen couldn't help but get excited and then projected his soul into the spatial ring. In an instant, everything in the spatial ring came into view. Extreme crystal spirit crystals, divine sources, and many spirit materials were lying steadily inside. He actually didn't lack any of these things. Compared to what his parents gave him, it could only be said to be insignificant. After a brief scan, Chen Wen's attention was locked onto an ancient stone box. The stone box was covered with ancient symbols, clearly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wen opened the stone box. In an instant, a black piece of dead wood, about the length of 3 fingers, came into view. The dead wood had naturally formed golden sun patterns, and a faint, warm current emanated from the patterns, filling the entire box with warmth. This is the 9-yang suspended wood root. Chen Wen stared at the dead wood in the box and took another deep breath. This is not the 9-yang suspended wood root. Xian Hongshao's voice floated in. Moreover, it was evident from her tone that she was surprised. What is it? Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. It is a fragment of the great world divine tree's root. From the aura emanating from it, it should still carry a faint breath of life. Xian Hongshao took a deep breath. The great world divine tree? Chen Wen couldn't help but gasp. As a fan of fantasy novels in his previous life, he naturally knew what kind of existence a divine tree was. The classic of mountains and seas recorded 3 divine trees, Fusang, Jinmu, and Ruomu. Each of these divine trees had different functions, but each one was an existence that spanned heaven and earth. He just didn't know what relationship this great world divine tree had with the 3 legendary divine trees. At this moment, Xian Hongshao spoke again. Legend has it that the great world divine tree is the source of all things, the beginning of life. When chaos first opened, it derived all things in the name of the seed of life, ultimately creating a great world. Those who possess it can not only open up a world within themselves, but also use the power within that world as their own. Just imagine, you alone are a great world. Who could be your opponent at that time? In addition, the great world divine tree itself possesses divine power, bringing unimaginable strength to its host. In that moment, the only word Chen Wen could think of was awesome. If he possessed the great world divine tree, what kind of situation would that be? Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Then, Senior, do you have a way to bring it back to life and plant in my body? Chen Wen pressed down his inner excitement and asked. Chapter 78. The Divine Tree of the Great World in the Spirit Aperture. The emergence of the Imperial ranking the chaotic sequence energy within you can nourish the divine tree of the great world, which is a unique advantage. As for whether you can succeed, that depends on your luck. Xian Hongshao thought for a moment before speaking. Chen Wen's eyes brightened immediately. What should I do? Xian Hongshao replied. It's very simple. First, you need to inject the chaotic sequence energy into the roots of the divine tree. Once it is completely infused with chaos, you can then guide it into the spirit aperture. After that, you just need to continue nourishing it with the chaotic sequence energy until it takes root and sprouts in the spirit aperture. Got it. Chen Wen didn't hesitate further and immediately began to mobilize the chaotic sequence energy within him, injecting it bit by bit into the roots of the divine tree. The moment the chaotic sequence energy surged, the roots of the divine tree seemed to come alive, actively absorbing the energy. Hey, this is interesting. Chen Wen's heart stirred, and he released the restrictions, allowing it to draw in more energy. Initially, he thought it would take a long time, but things are going even more smoothly than he had imagined. Time passed little by little, and as the roots of the divine tree continued to absorb the chaotic sequence energy, noticeable changes began to occur. The most prominent feature was that the withered roots gradually developed cracks, as if shedding their old skin. The 9 suns patterns on the surface were also slowly evolving, becoming increasingly complex from their original simple designs. The aura contained within became older and more mysterious, especially that unique aura, which seemed to come from boundless time and space. A white light burst forth, sacred and flawless. Not good. Soon, Chen Wen's expression turned pale. He felt an overwhelming sensation as the divine tree's roots required far more chaotic sequence energy than he had anticipated. More importantly, he discovered a strange phenomenon. The roots of the divine tree seemed to be sticking to his palm like a disc, no matter how he shook his hand. They wouldn't come off. Sister Xiaozi, you have to think of a way quickly. I'm about to be drained. Chen Wen finally became anxious and spoke up. Xian Hongxiao replied calmly, don't rush. With the current strength of your chaotic sequence body, it's enough to support the root's absorption. Just worry about whether it can come to life and whether it can be guided into the spirit aperture in order. All right, then I'll hold on a bit longer. Chen Wen took a deep breath and fell silent again. Time passed, and half an hour went by. Chen Wen's lips had turned completely pale, his eyes were becoming dark, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. If one looked closely, they would see that his body was shaking violently. He was in a state of complete exhaustion, as if he had been drained multiple times. Sister Xiaozi, you really need to come up with a solution. Look, I'm already trembling. Chen Wen couldn't help but speak again. Xian Hongxiao remained unhurried. A man can't say he can't do it. It's just being drained a few dozen times. As cultivators, we can handle far more than that. Chen Wen was exasperated. Others might enjoy themselves with 100 women, but I'm just being tortured. How can that be compared? Yet, he had no retort. Just when he could no longer endure it, the roots of the divine tree finally changed. The increasingly complex patterns of the divine tree began to connect, forming a complete divine pattern diagram. The entire root of the divine tree also gradually transformed, as if turning into a stream of chaos. Now, whether we can successfully guide it into the spirit aperture depends on this moment. Xian Hongxiao urged. Chen Wen was suddenly jolted and quickly cast aside all distractions, becoming extremely focused. He calmed his mind, letting his thoughts move with intent, wrapping his soul around it, and then gradually guiding it into his body. Xian Hongxiao's voice came again. Chen Wen said nothing, fully following Xian Hongxiao's steps, extending his hand to let his soul envelop the roots of the divine tree. Perhaps due to the nourishment of the chaotic sequence energy, the roots did not resist when touched by his soul, allowing themselves to be enveloped. Great! The first step is successfully completed. Chen Wen held back his excitement and once again urged his soul to gradually guide the roots of the divine tree into his body. The roots did not struggle, allowing themselves to be led by his soul, and soon transformed into a stream of light, entering his spirit aperture. Immediately mobilized the chaotic sequence energy to help the roots acclimate to the environment of the spirit aperture. Xian Hongxiao instructed again. Understood. At this point, Chen Wen no longer cared about being drained. He once again mobilized the chaotic sequence energy within the spirit aperture. However, he did not dare to slack off. While mobilizing the chaotic sequence energy, he also absorbed divine essence and spirit crystals. Only by ensuring a positive cycle between the internal and external energies could he continue to sustain himself. Continuing like this, whether the roots of the divine tree would sprout depended on the forthcoming changes. Xian Hongxiao's tone shifted. Remember, no matter what happens, you must hold on, because this is your only chance. If you fail, the roots of the divine tree will lose all vitality, and you will end up with nothing. Don't worry, I've come this far. Even if it dies, I'll make it come back to life. Chen Wen gritted his teeth and said fiercely. After that, Chen Wen accelerated his absorption of spirit crystals and divine essence, while also increasing the speed at which he released the chaotic sequence energy. Meanwhile, outside, things were becoming increasingly lively, as there was only a little over a day left until the coming-of-age ceremony. At this time, the younger generation of the Chen clan was returning from various realms. Some had been training in secret realms, while others had been sent to the lower realms for experience. However, due to Chen Wen breaking the rules, this coming-of-age ceremony would have participants from 3 different age groups. The oldest was up to 18 years, and the youngest could be as young as 16. In a large family like the Chen clan, a 2-year difference could be a significant divide. Therefore, many younger members held substantial grievances against Chen Wen. If it weren't for Chen Wen, their coming-of-age ceremony would have been 2 years later, at which time they would have returned with a much stronger presence. At the same time, many prominent families from the ancient wilderness realm had also been invited to witness the ceremony. Many families understood that this was more of a statement from the Chen clan to the outside world. So they dared not show any disrespect and could only send representatives to witness everything. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and there was only one night left until the coming-of-age ceremony. At this time, the Chen clan also announced the latest imperial ranking. First place, Chen Tianming, second Nirvana realm, 17 years old. Second place, Chen Tiandu, first Nirvana realm, 18 years old. Third place, Chen Zai, 10th life and death realm, 18 years old. Fourth place, Chen Guchen, 9th life and death realm, 16 years old. Fifth place, Chen Guyen, 8th life and death realm, 17 years old. Sixth place, Chen Qingxue, 8th life and death realm, 17 years old. Seventh place, Chen Qingming, 8th life and death realm, 16 years old. Eighth place, Chen Zhu, 8th life and death realm, 18 years old. Ninth place, Chen Zi, 8th life and death realm, 16 years old. 10th place, Chen Feng, 8th life and death realm, 18 years old. The imperial ranking was also known as the alternate imperial ranking. It was selected through various assessments by the elders of the clan. The 10 young members listed were also the seed candidates participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. If nothing unexpected happened, they would also be the top 10 candidates for the imperial order. Once the imperial ranking was announced, the internal atmosphere of the Chen clan became agitated. Many younger members began to inquire about the ranked members from their faction elders. At the same time, the roots of the divine tree that Chen Wen was nurturing also made a significant breakthrough. The breath of vitality gently emanates from the surface of the roots of the sacred tree. Chapter 79, Breakthrough and the beginning of the coming-of-age ceremony. Is it finally happening? Chen Wen's eyes lit up, and he instinctively increased the injection of chaotic sequence energy into it. This time, it didn't take long for the root of the divine tree to be completely awakened. Circles of world divine patterns began to produce astonishing phenomena, with a light green halo emanating from within. The moment the halo rippled out, a small, tender tooth seemed to emerge. It was as if all of heaven and earth had suddenly come to life. Soon, the entire root of the divine tree was enveloped in a white light circle. The light green halo rippled on the circle, like waves rising on a horizontal surface. Is it alive? Chen Wen stared at it blankly, momentarily unable to react. Within this white light circle, he felt an ancient and mysterious power. Could this be the divine power of the world divine tree? On that light green halo, he sensed a rich vitality. It was as if all the dead energy could regain its brilliance with its nourishment. Does this mean that even if I suffer tremendous damage in the future, I won't die without relying on the absolute fire seed? The moment he thought of this, Chen Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps sensing what Chen Wen was thinking, Xianhong Xiao said lightly, "Strictly speaking, what you think is correct. But your world divine tree has just sprouted, and the help it provides is far more limited than you imagine. Its true strength lies in its ability to create a self-contained world within you. Once you have a world as a support point, your chaotic sequence body will be able to unleash unimaginable power. You could say that it will be hard for you to find an opponent in the world, and being invincible for ages will no longer be a fantasy." Wow, that's amazing. So this investment is totally worth it. Hearing this, Chen Wen couldn't suppress his excitement. By the way, didn't you say its divine power can be used by me? How do I use it? Chen Wen suddenly remembered what Xianhong Xiao had said and quickly asked. Xianhong Xiao replied lightly, "You just need to move that divine tree root. But I advise you not to try it lightly. Although the divine power is strong, it places a huge burden on your body. Moreover, under the consumption of divine power, the vitality granted by the divine tree cannot be repaired and can only be dealt with by yourself." Wow, so it's waiting for me here. I knew everything has a price, Chen Wen said helplessly. All right, you have half a day left. Quickly absorb the power of the divine tree root and see how much you can improve, Xianhong Xiao said. Okay, Chen Wen replied, and immediately began to absorb the power that filled his body. The power from the divine tree's nourishment was much purer and gentler than he had imagined, so he easily absorbed it all. Boom! The moment the power fully merged into his body, an unimaginable impact repeatedly struck his bottleneck. In an instant, Chen Wen felt his boundary bottleneck loosen, and waves of power surged upward continuously. Boom! The spiritual energy in the air rapidly gathered and bounced violently, as if boiling water. At the moment when the spiritual energy poured down, connecting the inside and outside, the boundary wall finally shattered with a sound. Second life and death realm. Third life and death realm. In succession, Chen Wen broke through two small realms, and the violent power within him gradually calmed down. At this moment, the aura radiating from Chen Wen was more than 3 times that of the first life and death realm. Originally, under the same realm, he could be invincible against everything. Now, with a further increase of more than 3 times, one could imagine how strong he was now. Moreover, he also possessed the absolute combat talent, plus a drop of chaotic liquid that could infinitely increase combat power within a minute. Now, he had absolute confidence to take down Chen Xian, even if the other party had several hidden cards. Thinking of this, Chen Wen couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. Now, he truly had absolute confidence. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Chen Wen immediately withdrew his thoughts. He then realized that in these 3 days, he had consumed nearly 5 million divine sources and spirit crystals. If it weren't for the large amount of divine sources and spirit crystals he had obtained earlier, he couldn't even imagine this situation. One could only say that the price he paid for the sprouting of this divine tree root was enormous. But fortunately, it was all worth it. After brushing off the dust on his clothes, Chen Wen stood up and walked out. As he opened the door, Chen Hongmian's appearance immediately came into view. Little brother, you. Chen Hongmian was about to speak, but noticed that in these 3 days, Chen Wen had also improved 2 small realms. If Chen Wen's strength were not enough, it would be nothing to improve 2 small realms in a short time. But Chen Wen, who had transformed into 99 celestial figures, who would dare to say his strength was lacking? It seemed she had underestimated her little brother's potential. Thinking of this, Chen Hongmian barely suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Is the coming-of-age ceremony about to start? Chen Wen spoke first. Chen Hongmian immediately came back to her senses. Yes, everyone is gathered in the main venue, and you're the only one missing. All right, I'll change into another outfit first. Chen Wen replied, then turned and walked back into the room. Soon, after finishing his attire, Chen Wen walked out. Chen Hongmian was momentarily stunned. Dressed in white, Chen Wen could only be described as handsome and elegant. Even though she had seen many outstanding individuals, she found it hard to identify anyone who could overshadow Chen Wen. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Hongmian slightly dazed, Chen Wen asked. Chen Hongmian shook her head, collecting her thoughts, and then said seriously, before we go to the main venue, you should take a look at this. After speaking, she waved her hand, and a curtain of light appeared in the air, displaying the list of the heavenly sons. Chen Wen couldn't help but look over, immediately taking in the information of the 10 individuals. Was the heavenly sun list. The 10 strongest individuals participating in the coming-of-age ceremony this time. Of course, not excluding those who may be pretending to be weak, Chen Hongmian explained. The 10 strongest? Chen Wen's heart stirred, and he shifted his gaze back to the light curtain, finally fixing it on the first place, Chen Tianming. 17 years old, 2nd Nirvana realm. Indeed extraordinary. To be fair, even his fiancée, he was just 18 years old and at the 10th life and death realm. However, sometimes realm does not represent everything. There are always some individuals whose strength far exceeds their realm. Chen Hongmian said, Chen Tianming is very strong, known as another Chen Invincible, a born emperor body, a child of destiny protected by heaven. Besides that, he displayed an invincible demeanor from a very young age. After 10 years of experience, he pushed through the younger generation of one realm in just 5 years. After returning 2 years early, he has been training in the upper realm's Emperor Ancient Realm, but has always acted very low-key. To this day, no one knows how strong he truly is. Furthermore, he is currently the most watched new star in the clan, and there have been many voices suggesting he should receive the same cultivation treatment as the eldest brother ahead of time. So, if nothing unexpected happens, your biggest competitor will be him. One more thing, he belongs to the 2nd faction, and you just returned and slapped the 2nd faction in the face. So he might take action to regain face for the 2nd faction. Therefore, you need to be a little careful with him. Chen Tianming, huh? the most watched new star. Huh. It seems that this coming-of-age ceremony will be much more exciting than expected. A smile couldn't help but curve at the corner of Chen Wen's mouth. Those familiar with him would surely know that he was now intrigued. Chapter 80. The focus of attention. Born to be the protagonist, Chen Tianming, after collecting his thoughts. Chen Wen finally spoke. I will pay attention. All right, I won't say much more. Chen Hongyan glanced at Chen Wen and walked out first. Without saying a word, Chen Wen directly followed her. However, after walking a short distance, Chen Hongyan suddenly stopped and said, by the way, if you want to cause a scene at the grand ceremony, just go ahead. I'll take care of everything. Chen Wen was taken aback, but soon understood what Chen Hongyan meant. It was nothing more than regarding Chen Badashian. But it must be said that having such an elder sister was indeed his greatest blessing. Thinking of this, Chen Wen couldn't help but chuckle lightly and nodded vigorously. Good. Then let's go. After receiving Chen Wen's response, Chen Hongyan didn't say anything further and quickly walked towards the venue of the grand ceremony. Meanwhile, at the venue, the large hall was already filled with people, a sea of faces, with various powerful spirit beasts and flying tools swirling in the air. Many cultivators from the Changshan Emperor domain had also arrived, sitting in the audience seats, creating a buzz of voices. On the high platform, it was already filled with representatives from various families. Chen Badashian and Yi Chenin, as the clan leader and matriarch, sat at the center to preside over the ceremony. At this time, a middle-aged man and woman not far from Chen Hongyan had rather unpleasant expressions. The couple was elegantly dressed, exuding a noble aura, and their looks were naturally extraordinary, especially the middle-aged man, who had the demeanor of a king, with a commanding presence in every move. This was evidently cultivated from long-standing high status. The couple was the king and queen of the Lao, an ancient kingdom. The man was named Lao, Nutian, and the woman was called Mo Shengxue. Lao and Shengxue was a combination of their names, indicating how much they cherished their child. As time passed, some different voices began to emerge from the crowd. However, they ultimately dared not speak loudly and could only mutter about Chen Wen's late arrival. At this moment, Mo Shengxue on the high platform finally couldn't help but speak. Clan leader Chen, it seems your son's demeanor is even more impressive than the rumors suggest. In our respective powers, we are also notable figures, yet we were left waiting for quite a while. Chen Badashian frowned slightly. He naturally knew that Mo Shengxue's words had deeper meanings. The so-called high demeanor was merely a hint at Chen Wen's hard stance against Lao and Shengxue. However, since it was indeed Chen Wen who was late, he couldn't reprimand Mo Shengxue for her impoliteness, no matter how dissatisfied he was. Reflecting on this, Chen Badashian finally spoke. Thank you all for your patience. This is indeed my son's fault. When the banquet starts, I will toast to everyone. I hope you will forgive us. Mo Shengxue glanced at Chen Badashian. Although still somewhat displeased, she chose not to speak further. As the queen of a nation, she was certainly not foolish. Some matters were enough to mention once. If she continued to cling to them, it would be her own fault. Moreover, the Qin clan was an imperial clan, and within the Tianming power, it was also among the top. Their Lao and ancient kingdom was strong, but if they truly went against the Chen clan, they would ultimately be the ones to suffer. Haha, brother Chen, you're being too serious. As cultivators, sometimes we miss the right timing during our training. It's inevitable. As for the toast, there's really no need. It's been a long time since we gathered. If you truly have time, when the banquet starts, let us drink freely. What do you all say? Lao Nutian spoke to the group of high-ranking men and women. Yes, we must have a big drink. Others echoed in agreement. All right, then I shall accompany you. Chen Badashian laughed heartily. At the same time, in the center of the venue below the high platform, over 1,000 young people had gathered, all participating in the adult ceremony. Among these thousands, 10 stood in the center, looking like stars surrounding the moon. In particular, one young man dressed in white, with extraordinary looks, sat at the center. This young man had a unique aura, creating a circular space around him, with no one daring to approach. It was as if an invisible force was pushing everyone away. Yet, strangely, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, making him seem like an ordinary person. A peculiar mark was present on his forehead, with wisps of dark energy swirling within it, adding an otherworldly and mysterious quality to his already handsome appearance, making him feel even more untouchable. This young man was the supernova Chen Tianming that Chen Hongyan referred to. The second and third-ranked Chen Tiandu and Chen Zai were certainly outstanding figures in the Qin clan. However, in contrast to Chen Tianming, they appeared dim and insignificant. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Tianming's brilliance radiated from within, not relying on his appearance or strength. Some people are born to be the protagonists, and Chen Tianming was one of them. At the scene, whether they were attendees or high-ranking members of the Qin clan, their gazes were mostly focused on Chen Tianming. In their eyes, as long as such a genius did not meet an untimely end, he would undoubtedly become another top prodigy, overshadowing his peers. Brother Chen, who is that young man in white? At this moment, a middle-aged man named Ying Long spoke up. Ying Long came from the Shi Huang clan, the ancient royal family of the Qin dynasty. The Shi Huang power was on par with the Tianming power. Particularly, the ancient royal family of Qin was the strongest among many Shi Huang powers. Upon hearing this, the people on the high platform turned their attention to Chen Baoxian, clearly interested in Chen Tianming. Sometimes, since they couldn't destroy such a dazzling genius, it was better to approach him in another way. For example, forming friendships, or even through marriage or recognition of kinship. For such major powers, this was the most ordinary form of investment. Chen Baoxian chuckled. His name is Chen Tianming, our Chen clan's supernova. Why? Does brothering have plans? Perhaps there could be a betrothal? My little daughter is of similar age. Ying Long did not hide his thoughts. In his view, a genius of Chen Tianming's caliber, born into an imperial clan, was the most suitable candidate for marriage. So he was straightforward. Chen Baoxian laughed heartily. If we could marry into your noble family, it would certainly be an honor for our clan and a blessing for my son. However, to determine the betrothal, we must consider his personal wishes. This has always been our Chen clan's rule. Then it's settled, Ying Long stated directly. In his view, Chen Tianming would definitely not refuse, as long as the Qin clan did not have issues. Chen Baoxian remained silent. As the clan leader of the Chen clan, he naturally hoped to foster a closer relationship with the ancient royal family of Qin. However, as the leader of the faction, he was unwilling to see this happen. Because Chen Tianming ultimately belonged to the second faction, if the second faction received support from the ancient royal family of Qin, the internal structure of the clan would be further disrupted. Furthermore, not long ago, Chen Wen had fallen out with the Lao in ancient kingdom. Upon seeing Ying Long's statement, the representatives from other factions had flickering expressions, because they could see that the Chen clan's alliance with the ancient royal family of Qin would undoubtedly lead to significant changes in the future. Compared to the concerns of other factions, Lao, Nu Tian, and Mo Shangshue's expressions slightly darkened. Compared to the less favorable Chen Wen, they had already taken note of Chen Tianming at first glance. However, they also knew that even without Ying Long's advance, there would be no chance for Chen Tianming and Lao and Xingxue. No matter how one puts it, Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue have not canceled their engagement yet. From their perspective, Chen Wen's desire to ascend the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain to erase the bond of marriage is even harder than reaching the heavens. In the end, these two will still be together, an unchangeable fact. However, after witnessing Chen Tianming, their dissatisfaction with Chen Wen has only increased. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted at the scene. Chen Wen is here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback and turned to look in Chen Wen's direction. Chapter 81. Ancestral Blessing. Imperial aura bestowed in sight was Chen Wen, dressed in a white robe, with a face as beautiful as jade and an imposing demeanor. At this moment, Chen Wen's aura was overwhelming, and a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of wickedness, instantly stealing the spotlight. Compared to the crowd surrounding Chen Tianming, the only difference between them was their cultivation level. In terms of aura and appearance, he completely overshadowed Chen Tianming. Damn, this kid really looks impressive. I've never been so jealous of anyone. What a remarkably handsome young man. How did he come to look like this? What's the use of being handsome? Can it be eaten or compensate for the gap in cultivation? In the end, he is still just a waste at the third level of the life and death realm. You probably haven't heard, right? This kid is too arrogant. He offended the second faction of the Chen family right when he returned. Does Chen Tianming know? That white-robed youth in the center of the event is from the second faction, with Chen Tianming around. Do you think this kid will have an easy time at the ceremony? Additionally, the reason the Chen family made an exception to allow 16 and 17-year-old disciples to participate in this ceremony is because of this kid. You must know that in such family ceremonies, the earlier you participate, the more disadvantages you face. Those people must already hate this kid to death. Just watch. As long as he dares to take the stage, he will definitely be targeted, and the outcome is obvious. What a pity. In an instant, many people began to sigh softly. At the same time, the various factions on the high platform also looked toward Chen Wen, especially Ying Long and Lu Lan Yutian, who knew that Chen Wen had defeated that counterfeit at the 9th level of the life and death realm with his 6th level of the celestial realm. As for how strong Chu Tianlong was, it didn't know much. But based on what Lu Lan Shui had described, measured by the standards of the lower realm, Chu Tianlong was already quite impressive. However, they didn't take this too seriously, because no matter how high the standards of the lower realm were, they still fell short in the eyes of those in the upper realm. Furthermore, those who traveled from the upper realm to the lower realm had their strengths suppressed by the laws of heaven. Thus, the comparison between geniuses from the lower realm and those from the upper realm was even less meaningful. However, when they saw Chen Wen, they were still astonished. Rising 7 minor realms in less than half a month was indeed extraordinary. But they quickly shook their heads. Breaking through so quickly in a short time was not necessarily a good thing. If it wasn't due to a desire for quick success, it meant that his foundation was too weak. In their eyes, either way, he had already fallen to a lower standard. Thinking of this, they were even more disappointed in Chen Wen. If anyone was shocked right now, it had to be Chen Badao and Yi Chunyan. Only they knew whether Chen Wen's foundation was stable or if he was just seeking quick success. Right now, they had only one thought. At this adult ceremony, their son would likely shine and dazzle everyone. In an instant, their anticipation grew even stronger. Brother Chen, this must be your son, Ying Long spoke again. Chen Badao smiled and said, please forgiving brother and everyone for the trouble. A 16-year-old at the 3rd level of the life and death realm, and he has never relied on the family's training. That's quite rare, Ying Long said leisurely. As for whether Chen Wen was strong or exceptional, Ying Long said nothing about it, merely stating that it was rare. This was the charm of his words. Yet, it was not difficult to see that Ying Long's impression of Chen Wen was merely average. Other people likely felt the same way. A 16-year-old at the 3rd level of the life and death realm might be considered a top genius in the lower realm. But in the eyes of some major powers in the upper realm, it could only be considered barely acceptable. As for his future, that was another matter entirely. I am very satisfied with this young son. Chen Badao laughed heartily. Ying Long smiled but said nothing. Mo Chen Shui merely curled her lips. Others responded similarly, all smiling in response. In their view, Chen Badao was just overly protective of his son. However, it was understandable. After all, he was his own son. How could he belittle him in front of others? Chen Wen, of course, was unaware of all this. He walked slowly toward the center of the venue. The disciples attending the ceremony also looked toward Chen Wen. In their eyes, there were evaluations, inquiries, disdain, cold stares, and even hostility. Chen Wen's gaze swept over these people. There were 10 children of destiny. Among them, one had a green destiny, and another had a blue destiny. Is that a golden destiny? Chen Wen's gaze finally landed on the white-robed youth sitting cross-legged in the center. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to encounter a golden destiny so soon again. It seems to be from a prominent family. In an instant, the basic information of the white-robed youth appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Tianming. Age, 17 years. Personality, steady, cold, ruthless. Identity, descendant of the Chen family from the ancient wilderness realm, son of the Grand Elder of the second faction, king of the Imperial ancient realm. Destiny soul, golden, physique, emperor's body, born with imperial destiny. Realm, 2nd level of the Nirvana realm, good heavens, good heavens. A 17-year-old at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm, that's truly impressive. As for the emperor's body, that is an extremely terrifying physique, exuding the might of an emperor. Coupled with the innate imperial destiny, It means he has the fortune of an emperor. Those with such a destiny can establish their own forces and gather the beliefs of the masses. When the power of belief accumulates to a certain level, they can dictate the world with a single word and determine life and death. Moreover, it is evident that Chen Tianming has already formed a force and possesses a certain amount of belief power. How interesting, truly interesting. With this thought, a fiery light flickered in Chen Wen's eyes. Perhaps noticing someone observing him, Chen Tianming, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Two invisible beams of light pierced through everything, pressing directly toward where Chen Wen stood. Chen Wen remained calm, still gazing steadily at Chen Tianming, even lightly pressing his lips together. Chen Tianming's cold pupils finally revealed a hint of brilliance, but it disappeared in an instant. In his eyes, Chen Wen indeed possessed a courage and aura different from others, but he still fell far short. A thought flashed by, and he slowly closed his eyes again, showing no signs of fluctuation. Underestimating me? This is becoming more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to this ceremony even more now. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Wen's mouth. Just then, Chen Xian stood up on the high platform. First of all, today is our Chen family's annual adult ceremony. I, Chen Xian, would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the guests on behalf of the Chen family. Saying this, he cupped his fist toward the crowd. Now that everyone has arrived, I hereby declare that the adult ceremony officially begins. Please, priests, pray for the protection of our ancestors and bestow the imperial aura upon our clan's disciples. As his words fell, the disciples at the scene immediately became restless. They had worked hard for so long, and today was the day. Whether they would soar like dragons or remain as worms, it all depended on what was to come. Chapter 82. That little one, just let mother have a little fun with the first place 9 prepared array masters responded and walked over to an ancient altar. The altar had 9 positions, each with corresponding array marks. These array points were interconnected, converging at the center of the altar. As the 9 individuals continuously formed seals, an ancient aura began to surge on the altar, and the array diagram started to flicker. Rise! The 9 array masters shouted in unison, pressing their palms heavily on the position points. Boom! The altar began to shake violently, causing the entire venue to tremble. We, the descendants, ask our ancestors to bestow protection and assist our clan's youth in completing their coming-of-age ceremony. The 9 array masters changed their formation again, kneeling at the array points, praying to the sky. Granted. Soon, an ancient voice echoed, as if traversing through the ages. As the words fell, the altar suddenly shot out 9 beams of light, converging with the fortune of the Chen clan. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed, and endless golden light flowed rapidly outward. In a flash, the entire territory of the Chen clan was covered by this light flow, a terrifying imperial will pressing down on every cultivator's heart. As the light flowed, ancient divine shadows began to manifest one after another, overlooking the entire world. Was this the protection of the ancestors of the Chen clan? Truly extraordinary. In a moment, the entire venue fell silent. Even though everyone knew these divine shadows were merely remnants, no one dared to be careless. With the ancestral protective shadows summoned, the coming-of-age ceremony could commence at any time. At this moment, a middle-aged man named Chen Yuan spoke to Chen Ba Dao and the others. Chen Ba Xin nodded and said, "Before we proceed with the imperial aura baptism, let me reiterate the rules once more. The baptism will last only 15 minutes, and the extent of the rewards depends entirely on individual capability. During the baptism, all means may be used to compete for the descending imperial aura, but harming others is absolutely prohibited. If anyone knowingly violates this rule, they will be disqualified from the baptism at best, or executed on the spot at worst. Do you understand?" At this point, Chen Ba Xian raised his voice. Understood. The younger generation responded in unison. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. For him, it didn't matter how they played it, as long as they got it done. However, he was quite interested in this imperial aura baptism. According to his sister, it was related to a person's future potential, even an opportunity to defy fate. This was also why the coming-of-age ceremonies have been so grand over the years. All right, you can sit down and just wait for the imperial aura to descend, Chen Xian nodded and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously whispering younger generation adjusted their states and gathered towards the center. In front of the Imperial Aura Baptism, they no longer cared about getting close to Chen Tianming. They only knew that the center position was the best, and the amount of Imperial Aura obtained there would surely be the highest. Chen Tianming glanced at these younger generation members with indifference in his eyes, but he did not stop them. In his view, even if these people sat in his position, they posed no threat at all. This was the confidence and pride of Chen Tianming. Chen Wen, however, did not move closer to the center but sat at the edge. At first glance, the entire venue formed two large camps. Chen Wen, sitting alone, looked quite out of place. Seeing this, many spectators shook their heads and sneered. In their eyes, it hadn't even started yet, and he was already isolated, making the rest unnecessary to watch. As for the Imperial Aura Baptism, it was certain that the final winner would be Chen Tianming. On the high platform, representatives of various forces were watching everything. Although they had similar thoughts, they did not expose it. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Chen Wen was still Chen Ba Dao's son, and they had to consider some face. Since everyone is just watching, how about we place a bet for entertainment? At this moment, Qin Shi Clan suddenly spoke. Foolish. Lulan Yutian frowned. He knew his wife was trying to create trouble for their daughter, which was why she made this suggestion. But in his opinion, it was not a good idea. It could end up causing more trouble than it was worth. However, since the words had already been spoken, it was impossible to change it. He could only hope that his wife would know her limits and not create an irreversible situation. Oh, how do we bet? Yinglong asked. We'll use this Imperial Aura Baptism as the betting ground, and the target is Chen Wen. You can place your bets freely. If you bet correctly, I will return 3 times the amount, but if you bet incorrectly, then sorry, Qin Shi Clan said leisurely. Ha ha, this is interesting. Yinglong immediately laughed. The others also showed interest. In their view, betting on Chen Tianming had no uncertainty. He would surely obtain the most Imperial Aura. But if the person was Chen Wen, then it would be much more interesting. Given Chen Ba Dao's protective nature, he would never allow his son to come in last. So, no matter how incapable Chen Wen was, he wouldn't end up with nothing. I'll start the betting with a sacred artifact, betting that my nephew can enter the top 10. Yinglong suddenly said. To him, a sacred artifact was nothing in the eyes of the ancient Qin royal family. So even if he lost, it was no big deal. It was just supporting Chen Wen for Chen Ba Dao's sake. Of course, he also noticed that Chen Shi Clan and Chen Ba Dao were not on good terms. He wanted to see how these two major forces would end up, so he didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Upon seeing this, other forces followed suit, each putting forth a sacred artifact to bet that Chen Wen would enter the top 10. As expected, Lulan Yutian's face gradually darkened. But Qin Shi Clan was different. She wanted to annoy Chen Ba Dao. She couldn't find a way to confront him openly, but she could find trouble in the details. She didn't believe that Chen Ba Dao would go against her in such matters. Sure enough, just as Qin Shi Clan expected, Chen Ba Dao remained silent. In this situation, with the clan leaders around him, it was indeed inappropriate for him to argue with a woman. This concerned the face of an imperial clan. I bet an imperial weapon that my son will come in first. Yi Chenyun's voice suddenly rang out, cold as iron. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked and turned to look at Yi Chenyun. Not only was she betting an imperial weapon, but she was also betting that Chen Wen would come in first. If it wasn't out of anger, they wouldn't believe it. In their eyes, there was no way Chen Wen had the ability to come in first. Now, Lulan Ancient Kingdom was in a real predicament. Qin Shi Clan's face instantly changed dramatically. Clearly, she realized that things had escalated. Yi Chenyun flipped her hand and slammed an imperial spear on the table. This movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Are they going to fight? Everyone was puzzled, looking at the scene in confusion. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath and forced a smile. Sister-in-law, Xiao Xue is just joking. Don't take it seriously. Yi Chenyun did not respond to Lulan Yutian, but slammed her palm on the table and said loudly, Little one, Mother is betting an imperial weapon that you will obtain the most imperial aura. Is there a problem? As soon as these words were spoken, both Lulan Yutian and Qin Shi Clan's faces completely darkened. In their eyes, Yi Chenyun was no longer leaving any room for negotiation. Betting an imperial weapon, that Chen Wen would come in first? Damn! How dare she? Everyone in the venue was stunned. unable to believe what they were hearing. Chen Wen slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Lulon and Mo Chinshua. Then he said, "That little one, just bring back a first place for your mother to play with. Bring back a first place for your mother, just to play? Damn, can't you just stop bragging? Crazy. These two mother and daughter are both insane." The crowd was once again shocked, their minds already numb. Chapter 83. The Battle for Imperial Qi. One person dominates, 9 doses good son. Yi Qinyang exclaimed, looking extremely stirred. She then turned to Mo Chinshua and said, "The Imperial weapon is right here. Take it." It turned out that the one who opened the bidding was the Queen Mother of the ancient country of Lulon. I thought, who would dare to be so bold? Seeing Yi Qinyang's actions, the crowd reacted. Now it depended on whether Mo Chinshua dared to accept it. After all, this was an imperial weapon, the life weapon of the Chen clan's matriarch. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Chinshua took a deep breath and said, "Sister Yin, I was just joking. You should take it back." "What to take back? I'm not so poor that I can't afford a single imperial weapon," Yi Qinyang retorted coldly. Mo Chinshua suppressed her inner impulse and said again, "Sister Yin, just forget it. Let this be my fault this time." Yi Qinyang smashed the table, cursing, "Damn it, acting innocent now? Where were you before?" She declared, "I'm making it clear today, whether you want to gamble or not, you have to gamble." As soon as she said this, Mo Chinchua's expression turned grave. She thought, "Let us see where your confidence comes from." Saying that, she took the imperial spear in front of her. The two of them, neither yielding to the other, completely deadlocked the situation. Lulon remained silent, but anyone could see that his expression was off. Qin maintained a faint smile throughout. He understood his wife's temperament better than anyone. She had always been protective, and not to mention an imperial weapon. She wouldn't blink an eye for her children, even if it were 10 of them. Mo Chinchua's sarcastic remarks had been too much for his wife to endure. Beside him, Chen Baxiang observed everything with keen interest. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was fully aware of the enmity between the two women. Others might not know, but he was clear. Regardless of whether Chen Wen could do it, the more the relationship between the two women soured, the better it was for him. As long as he played the role of the Yellow Sparrow well, he would definitely achieve his goals. Let's begin. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chen Budheo finally broke the silence. "All right," Chen Baxiang replied. He then turned to the crowd below and said, "The Imperial Qi baptism begins now. Please prepare, everyone." With these words, the crowd immediately became restless. This was no longer just a competition among the disciples. It was a contest between two great forces. They wanted to see how Chen Wen could take first place under Chen Tianming's pressure. "Still playing? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" The 9 array masters, receiving the order, began forming seals again. As handprints landed on the altar, the protective divine shadow in midair finally moved and began to chant in unison. A golden vortex gradually formed in the air, emanating a vast and ancient imperial qi. At the moment the imperial qi appeared, Chen Tianming and the others could immediately feel the power hidden within their bloodlines surging. In fact, the bloodline power seemed to want to burst forth from their bodies. Good stuff, definitely good stuff. Compared to the boiling bloodlines of Chen Tianming and the others, Chen Wen felt comfortable in every pore. As for the chaos sequence body and the great world divine tree, they were already eager, almost ready to take action to seize it. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the disciples, the vortex of imperial qi finally moved, transforming into a column of air that descended. In an instant, it enveloped the thousands of disciples below. It's finally starting. The people on the platform were also intently watching the movements below. Chen Budheo and Yi Qinyang's gazes were naturally focused on Chen Wen. People like Ying Long and Mo Chinshua were watching Chen Tianming. The former admired Chen Tianming and wanted to continue assessing him, as he was already considering marrying his daughter to him. The latter simply hoped that Chen Tianming could win first place and give Yi Qinyang a hard slap in the face, making her understand that giving face without deserving it would lead to trouble. Neither Chen Wen nor Chen Tianming was aware of all this. They were fully focused on absorbing the imperial qi. The moment the imperial qi touched Chen Wen, he felt a surge of heat explode in his body, as if it was going to burn his cells and blood away completely. But soon, This power transformed into a series of thunderous beats, constantly crashing within him, as if it wanted to turn his flesh into ashes. Is this Imperial Qi? Such terrifying power. Chen Wen took a deep breath, but his eyes shone with brilliant light. This was exactly the ferocity he desired. The moment he regained his senses, Chen Wen activated two major techniques, the Supreme Chaos and the Longevity and Freedom technique. At the same time, his Chaos Sequence body and the Great World Divine Tree Seed were also pushed to their limits. With the quadruple enhancement, Chen Wen's speed of absorbing Imperial Qi reached its peak. The Imperial Qi that had originally enveloped everyone equally now split in two under his full absorption. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a wave of urgent cries erupted from the crowd. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to Chen Wen's actions, their eyes filled with shock. However, in the first moment, they dared only to speculate, not to draw conclusions, as it was simply too insane. As Chen Wen crazily absorbed the qi, the split column of air began to change. From the original 50-50 split, it became 40-60, then 30-70. Damn, this is real! The crowd erupted into exclamations once more. At this moment, they were completely convinced of their speculation. Chen Wen was absorbing the Imperial Qi too quickly, even snatching it from others. How is this possible? Qin Shi suddenly stood up, disbelief etched on her face. Without a doubt, she was the most concerned about this outcome. So when she saw this scene, she instinctively stood up. Good, haha. Compared to Qin Shi's disbelief, Yi Qinyang directly raised her arms in cheers. Meanwhile, Chen Wen's absorption speed continued to accelerate. The 30-70 column of qi quickly became 20-80. After dozens of breaths, it transformed into a 19-1 split. The gap continued to widen. With such a large amount of Imperial Qi, 90% had entered Chen Wen's body. What did this concept entail? It's known that the more Imperial Qi absorbed, the more beneficial it would be for the future. The most obvious benefit was that it could purify the Imperial bloodline within each disciple. The purer the bloodline, the more family heritage one could inherit. Good. At this moment, Chen Budheo, who had remained calm, could no longer contain himself. The elders of the Qin clan were also rendered speechless in shock. They had always thought that Chen Tianming was the one to dominate. For this reason, they had even requested to increase the amount of Imperial Qi for this round. But now, it seemed that the trend favored Chen Wen. At the same time, they were also curious about how Chen Wen achieved this. This kid, seems I underestimated him. Chen Baxiang lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, those disciples immersed in absorbing Imperial Qi realized that their Imperial Qi was gone. When they saw the scene before them, they were first shocked, which was quickly replaced by rage. It turned out that the Imperial Qi that belonged to them had been snatched away by Chen Wen. Impudent! Chen Tianming suddenly opened his eyes, his voice cold as he shouted, with a fearful power surging within him. Chapter 84. The more you swallow, the more you vomit. This matter seems to have escalated. Chen Tianming's cold shout echoed through the scene, causing everyone to be taken aback. They didn't know what means Chen Wen had used to snatch away the Imperial energy. But now, Chen Wen had truly provoked Chen Tianming. Good, it should be like this. Qin Shi immediately perked up, secretly cheering for Chen Tianming's actions in her heart. At this moment, she no longer cared about Yi Qinyang's feelings. She just knew that if Chen Wen obtained first place, not only would she be slapped in the face, but she would also lose 3 pieces of Imperial artifacts to Yi Qinyang. Those were 3 Imperial artifacts, and even as the queen of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom, she couldn't explain that to her superiors. At that time, what kind of accusations would she face? Even she couldn't bear to imagine it. Yinglong's eyes lit up. Whether Chen Wen won or lost didn't matter much to him. What he wanted to see more was Chen Tianming showcasing himself and overwhelming everyone at the adult ceremony, becoming the first. So, seeing Chen Tianming take action at this moment, he was quite looking forward to it, because often at such times, one's advantages could be highlighted. At this moment, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Tianming, he coldly spat out a single word. Roll. What the hell? Everyone's minds were blown. What did they just hear? He directly told Chen Tianming to roll. How dare Chen Wen do that? All right, you've successfully angered me. Chen Tianming's voice turned icy, Today, whatever imperial energy you've swallowed, I'll make you spit it all out. After saying that, he quickly formed seals, and a huge golden vortex gradually appeared behind him. At the end of the vortex, a massive imperial shadow could be seen descending, surrounded by endless golden light spirals. The imperial devouring technique. This was one of his biggest trump cards. It could devour all powers for his own use. And it was precisely because of this that he could break through to the second level of nirvana in such a short time. When the imperial devouring technique reached its peak, a massive suction force instantly enveloped the air columns. It looked like a giant suction cup. The imperial energy was instantly sucked in like a raging stream of water at an astonishing speed. Originally, the two air columns were at a 1:9 ratio, but in an instant, it turned into 2:8, 3:7, 4:6, 5:5. In just a few breaths, Chen Tianming gained absolute initiative, becoming the most eye-catching presence in the venue. Oh my, how fast! My God, so this is Chen Tianming's true speed? All right, the outcome is already determined. When the audience saw the scene, they were all in awe. And when they saw that Chen Wen had completely become a clown seeking attention, they were even more shocked. On the high platform, both Mo Qin Shi and Ying Long revealed faint smiles. Phew, that feels good. Especially Mo Qin Shi. Her tightly clenched fists had completely relaxed. At this moment, she no longer worried about potentially losing 3 pieces of imperial artifacts. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but look at Yi Qinyang with a sense of superiority. Huh, what does this mean? When she saw that Yi Qinyang's expression remained unchanged, her smile froze. In her view, at this point, any normal person would start to worry. But in reality, Yi Qinyang was still smiling. This family, do they lack a screw? Is this all they can do? Haha, not even close. Chen Wen looked at Chen Tianming's movements and slowly spoke. His voice wasn't too loud, but in the silent venue, it was exceptionally clear. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. No way, even at this point, he still dared to speak such bold words. Wasn't he just a clown seeking attention? Ying Long's brows furrowed slightly. Although he had never had a strong liking for Chen Wen, he certainly didn't dislike him either. But now, Chen Wen had successfully generated feelings of disgust. Sometimes being arrogant isn't a bad thing, but to speak such reckless words in this situation was truly pathetic. Haha, what a disgrace. Montag Shangsu coldly smedet invatli. At this moment, her impression of Chen Wen worsened even further. Lulan Yutan, although silent, subtly shook his head. You're looking for death. Chen Tianming's eyes locked onto Chen Wen, 2 sharp beams of light glaring at him. If it weren't for the rules prohibiting him from attacking, Chen Wen would have long been reduced to a mist of blood. Since his emergence, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him. But Chen Wen had already entered his kill list. Given the chance, he would definitely eliminate him at the first opportunity. Let me teach you a lesson about what it means to swallow everything and then vomit it all out. Chen Wen coldly spat at Chen Tianming, his arrogant aura fully unleashed. Boom! In an instant, the fourfold suction reached its peak, while at the same time, the Tianming Great Furnace joined in. The Tianming Great Shield blocked all heavenly secrets and human prying. So even if his chaotic sequence body was against the heavens, he didn't need to worry about being discovered. Suddenly, 9-colored sequence radiance burst forth from his body at the fastest speed, piercing through everything and reaching the heavens above. In midair, it transformed into a colossal hand, blocking the sky and obscuring the sun, enveloping everything in the venue in 9-colored light. Deep within the 9-colored radiance, a milky white light circle emitted a soft glow, revealing a faint divine tree phantom. Everything was mysterious and resplendent. The vortex created by the imperial devouring technique had now become dim and lifeless, the terrifying suction feeling like it was struggling in futility. What kind of technique is this? When everyone witnessed this scene, the mockery on their faces vanished, replaced by shock. Moreover, this shock was far more intense than what Chen Tianming had brought them. How was this possible? Mo Qin Shi's smile froze, her pupils trembling with disbelief. Ying Long stared at everything intently, unable to utter a word. How could this be? Why couldn't it move? How could this happen? Compared to the shock of others, Chen Tianming was the one who felt the pressure most acutely. The moment the giant hand formed, he felt absolute suppression. No matter how he operated the imperial devouring technique, He couldn't pull even a fraction more of the Imperial energy from the air. It was as if this Imperial energy had been completely imprisoned. At this moment, Chen Tianming finally felt a bit flustered. "Come back to me," Chen Wen shouted, the airflow within and outside his body surging wildly. In an instant, the giant hand in midair grabbed everything, pulling not only all the Imperial energy over, but also forcibly yanking out the Imperial energy that had been absorbed into Chen Tianming's vortex. This is what it means to spit out everything that has been swallowed. No way, are you serious? The crowd watched in horror, feeling their scalps go numb. Not long ago, they thought Chen Wen was just boasting. Now, he had truly fulfilled every word he said. At this moment, they had become the real clowns. Damn it. Come back to me, come back to me. When Chen Tianming saw the massive amount of Imperial energy he had absorbed being forcibly taken away, he instantly went mad, his eyes turning blood red. Chapter 85. 1 against 1,000. I want it all at first glance. Chen Tianming was no longer as calm as before. All that remained was a sense of desperation. In comparison to Chen Wen, the difference was stark. Everyone moved their lips, finally letting out a sigh. It could be said that their admiration for Chen Tianming was starting to crack. Ying Long's face completely darkened, and his fist, hidden under his sleeve, suddenly clenched tightly. He did not expect Chen Wen's slap to be so ruthless that it left his old face swollen. Useless, useless, really fucking useless. Qin Shi could no longer hold back, staring at Chen Tianming and raging in her heart. The elders of the Chen clan exchanged silent glances. They had high hopes for this promising candidate, but they never expected it to end up like this. It can only be said that in this first round, Chen Tianming was crushed to the point of being unrecognizable. Now, they could only hope that in the upcoming rounds, Chen Tianming would not disappoint them again. Otherwise, their proposed cultivation suggestions would likely be completely in vain. However, Chen Tianming was ultimately a remarkable talent, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. The Emperor body was fully activated. Go for him, go for him. Chen Tianming quickly formed seals, using the Emperor Devouring Heaven technique to frantically mobilize the power of his Emperor body. A unique imperial aura emanated from him, with golden light swirling rapidly around his body. When the power reached its peak, a massive imperial phantom burst forth, overlooking the world. With the suppression of the Emperor body, the imperial energy in the vortex finally stopped dissipating. It worked. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up, and a strong hope ignited in his heart. It stopped. Everyone naturally saw this scene and was momentarily stunned. Come back to me, Chen Tianming shouted in a deep voice, once again increasing the power release within himself to drive the Imperial Phantom to enhance the gravitational pull of the Devouring Heaven vortex. This commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. They were eagerly anticipating a reversal of the situation. In their view, Chen Tianming was ultimately the chosen one. If such a person was suppressed by Chen Wen, their worldview would collapse. Still want to struggle? Then I will grant you despair. Chen Wen coldly sneered and also increased his power release, activating his breathing technique, with rumbling thunderous sounds emanating from within him. Boom! In an instant, the 9-colored light flowing around the giant hand trembled violently, as if it were breathing, continuously erupting. The gravitational pull of the giant hand suddenly intensified, directly pulling over the suppressed Imperial energy. And this time, it was uprooted, leaving no room for retreat. I don't believe it. Come back to me. Chen Tianming collapsed once more, roaring madly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. But what responded to him was the giant hand coming down, the unmatched suppression instantly shattering the Devouring Heaven vortex, along with the Imperial Phantom, into nothingness. No! Chen Tianming was instantly shocked, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Everything happening before his eyes was clearly beyond his expectations. It should be noted that the Devouring Heaven vortex was transformed from his Emperor Devouring Heaven technique. The Imperial Phantom was also a manifestation of his Emperor body. Although this did not represent his true strength, it should not have been something a mere triple life and death realm could break. But now, all of this had undeniably happened. How could this be possible? Ying Long and the others also could not believe what was happening before their eyes. They had seen much, but they had never witnessed anything so outrageous. What method had Chen Wen used to achieve this? At this moment, they truly wanted to know. It's over. This is it. Qin Shi Clan slumped back in her chair, her eyes filled with despair. Having gambled everything to this point, she had completely lost. What she lost this time was not just the face of the ancient country of Lulan, but also 3 imperial artifacts. She could fully anticipate the fury of the ancient country's higher-ups upon learning of this matter. Chen Tianming slowly sat back down, staring intently at Chen Wen, his eyes bloodshot, filled with killing intent. But he knew he absolutely could not act. Once he violated the rules, Chen Bidao and Yi Chenyan would definitely not stand by idly. In that case, his outcome would only be death. But watching Chen Wen absorb the imperial energy so voraciously, he felt a surge of jealousy, a desire to destroy everything. No, he must not be allowed to succeed. Absolutely not. Chen Tianming roared fiercely in his heart. Since one person was not enough, then let all the disciples come together. Even if Chen Wen's method of absorbing imperial energy was against the heavens, could he really face 1,000 alone? With this thought, Chen Tianming finally devised a plan. At this moment, all his pride was shattered. It must be known that in the past, he would have looked down on such a move. He always believed that as long as he was given enough time, even the most talented sons of Chen Wudi would eventually be trampled beneath his feet. Still not attacking together? Do you want to watch helplessly as all the imperial energy is absorbed by that kid? Chen Tianming suddenly turned his head and roared at Chen Tiandu and the others. Chen Tiandu and the others were instantly shaken to their core. Soon, the shock in their eyes transformed into intense anger. Indeed, the imperial energy belonged to everyone. Why should it all be absorbed by that kid? If they gained nothing in this round, then what was the point of coming to the adult ceremony? No, absolutely not. They cannot let it end like this. Let us do it. Since one person's strength was not enough, then let us combine the strength of 1,000. With this in mind, Chen Tiandu and the others finally made up their minds and began to build their absorption techniques once more. When they saw all the disciples taking action, Chen Tianming once again activated the Emperor Devouring Heaven technique. In an instant, thousands of absorption techniques surged towards the energy column flowing towards Chen Wen, tearing at it madly, intent on turning the tide. But soon, they realized that even with the combined strength of 1,000, they could not shake the gravitational pull of that giant hand. Seeing this, Chen Tianming's face instantly turned ashen. The expressions of Chen Tiandu and the others gradually solidified from anger to disbelief. This was the combined strength of 1,000 people. Yet even so, they could not snatch even a bit of imperial energy from Chen Wen. What kind of monster was this? What secret technique was he using? Go all out. Give it everything you've got. Chen Tianming was still unwilling to accept defeat and roared in anger. Chen Tiandu and the others took a deep breath and once again increased their power output. But after dozens of breaths, the result remained the same. Instead, due to repeatedly adjusting their power, they had caused considerable exhaustion. What it meant to have the will but lack the strength, at this moment, they finally experienced it. Chen Tianming suddenly felt a surge of anger and spurted out another mouthful of blood. The next moment, he roared at the group behind him, "Useless. All of you are fucking useless. We are useless. What about you?" The faces of Chen Tiandu and the others turned extremely ugly, but they did not dare to retort and could only curse inwardly. Watching the out-of-control Chen Tianming, everyone was at a loss for words. But thinking about it, it was not entirely Chen Tianming's fault. Anyone in his position would have lost their composure. A son of heaven, not only had he lost completely, but even with the combined efforts of all the disciples, they had also lost. In such circumstances, who could remain calm? With this thought, everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Wen. They saw that Chen Wen seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much imperial energy flowed towards him, he would absorb it all. At this moment, their gazes towards Chen Wen completely changed. Chapter 86. A single person crumbles the altar. The ancestor's statue cracks him. Why does it still feel a bit slow? At this rate, how much can I absorb in a quarter of an hour? No, I need to increase the absorption speed. Chen Wen furrowed his brows and then intensified the operation of his breathing technique. In an instant, the speed of absorbing imperial energy skyrocketed once again, causing the heavens and earth to change color at that moment. Damn, it can still go faster. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was once again dumbfounded. unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Ooh, that feels good. When Chen Wen felt every cell in his body filled with Imperial energy, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! After several breaths, the entire conference hall suddenly shook. Everyone trembled, momentarily unclear about what was happening. What is that? With urgent calls ringing out, the crowd turned to look. Before their eyes, the ancient altar began to crack in succession, and large amounts of Imperial energy leaked out from the crevices. The 9 formation masters could no longer control the formation points and could only suppress it desperately to prevent the altar from completely collapsing. Meanwhile, the protective divine shadow in midair had already begun to dim, showing signs of becoming ethereal. However, Chen Wen was naturally unaware of this and continued to absorb the Imperial energy in massive quantities. The crowd wasn't foolish. They quickly understood what was happening. It was simply that Chen Wen's absorption of Imperial energy was too great, exceeding the altar's capacity. But because Chen Wen's absorption speed was increasing, the altar finally couldn't withstand it and began to collapse. But thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. At such an absorption speed, even the most solid altar would collapse. Not good. Chen suddenly stood up, his expression changing dramatically. As the clan leader, he was someone who had seen the world and had presided over numerous coming-of-age ceremonies. But he had never seen a disciple directly cause the altar to crumble. This altar was established by the ancestors working together, fortified with terrifying formation diagrams. He had to intervene to stop it, even if the beneficiary was his son. Otherwise, if the altar really were to collapse, what would they do for future coming-of-age ceremonies? With this in mind, Chen made a decisive decision. But before Chen could act, an enraged voice came from deep within the Chen clan, piercing through everyone's eardrums. What have you done? Why has the ancestor's statue cracked? Why? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was filled with fear. The aura that enveloped them instantly crushed every thread of energy at the scene, and the invisible pressure was like a blade against their throats. They believed that with just a thought, that person could completely erase their souls. Whoosh! In an instant, figures rushed out from deep within the Qin clan. Chen Wudao among them. They all knelt down. Your descendants pay their respects to the Supreme Ancestor. Supreme Ancestor, my foot. What have you all done for the Ancestor's statue to crack? The Supreme Ancestor's anger did not diminish, still roaring. Chen Wudao and the others looked bewildered, and under the pressure of the Supreme Ancestor, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. In fact, they didn't know what had happened either. Chen was immediately anxious and quickly said to Yi Qinyun, "You find a way to make Xiao Wen stop. I'll go plead for forgiveness." Okay. Yi Qinyun nodded quickly. After leaving his sentence, Chen hurried to where Chen Wudao and the others were. "Young man Chen, I have met the Supreme Ancestor." "You are the current clan leader?" The Supreme Ancestor said in a deep voice. Yes. Chen replied repeatedly. "Is this how you manage the Qin clan? If you are incompetent, get the hell out of here immediately." The Supreme Ancestor shouted coldly, showing no mercy. What exactly happened? Chen Wudao urgently asked Chen. The other Supreme Elders also looked towards Chen. Taking a deep breath, Chen explained, "Today is the day for the clan's disciples to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. Due to excessive absorption of Imperial energy, the altar has collapsed. Furthermore, since the Ancestor's statue and the protective divine shadow are one, this has led to the cracking of the Ancestor's statue. Is that possible?" Chen Wudao and the others were taken aback. They naturally knew what the coming-of-age ceremony was and had presided over it many times. But such a situation had never occurred before. Moreover, the Imperial energy of the altar was sufficient for tens of thousands of disciples to absorb together. But now I have sent someone to stop it. This situation will not continue. Please rest assured, Ancestor. Chen quickly added. The Supreme Ancestor fell silent for a moment before asking, "Are there many eligible disciples in our clan this year?" 1,030. Chen answered truthfully. "Do you think I'm a fool? Over 1,000 disciples can drain a year's worth of Imperial energy storage?" The Supreme Ancestor's voice turned cold again. Chen had anticipated this and quickly activated a recording stone. The recording stone was a precious item that could capture images, and during the start of the coming-of-age ceremony, these images had already been recorded. Instantly, the scene of Chen Wen absorbing imperial energy fell into the eyes of Chen Wudao and the others. After watching all the footage, everyone fell silent, their faces filled with indescribable shock. Because Chen Badeo had not lied. The cracking of the ancestor statue was indeed caused by insufficient imperial energy. And this was still due to one person draining the altar completely, causing it to collapse. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a historical marvel for them. Who is this child? The supreme ancestor took a deep breath and asked. At this moment, he was also shocked and took a long time to calm down. Chen Wen, son of this kid, Chen Badeo quickly replied, feeling anxious. Indeed, cultivate him well, the supreme ancestor said. Chen Wudao and the others were all taken aback. To be praised with a single good by the supreme ancestor was something very few in the entire clan could achieve, especially at such a young age. Even Chen Wudi hadn't managed to do that back then, and this single good fell into the ears of everyone present. It could only be said that their expressions varied, some with envy, some with jealousy, and even more with resentment. Among them, 4 individuals were the most obvious. One was Mo Qin Shi Clan, who gritted her teeth. The more outstanding Chen Wen was, the more it highlighted her daughter's shortcomings. It felt like a slap to her face. The second was Ying Long, who felt indescribable emotions. He had initially favored Chen Tianming, but now, the person he had favored was crushed beyond recognition. Perhaps he needed to rethink the matter of the marriage alliance. The third person was Chen Badishian, who hid his coldness towards Chen Wen the deepest. Now that Chen Wen had made a stunning debut, it was definitely not good news for him. The more protection Chen Wen received, the more he needed to adjust his plans. No matter what, he absolutely could not allow him to grow. The fourth person was Chen Tianming, who felt both a chilling, killing intent and insane jealousy towards Chen Wen. If it weren't for Chen Wen, he would have been the one favored by the supreme ancestor, and it would have been him who gained massive amounts of imperial energy. It was Chen Wen who stole everything that belonged to him. No matter what, he had to make Chen Wen spit all of it out. I understand. The kid will definitely not let the supreme ancestor down. Chen Badeo quickly replied. The supreme ancestor acknowledged and then withdrew his divine consciousness. Who? Chen Badeo let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, he became serious again. I have seen all the esteemed elders. No need for too much formality. Chen Wudao and the others replied. I wonder if the esteemed elders would like to witness the coming-of-age ceremony together? Chen Badeo thought for a moment and proposed the invitation. Chen Wudao and the others exchanged glances and then said, No need. Our sudden involvement would only disrupt the existing balance. We believe you will handle it well. The small path will go ahead first. Chen Badao responded and then solemnly performed bow. Go ahead. Chen Wudao waved his hand. Chen Badao did not say more and directly soared towards the venue of the conference. It seems that our Chen clan is about to produce another extraordinary talent. An old man sighed softly. Old Dao, this is your grandson. Can you really refrain from paying attention? Another old man teased. Chen Wudao glanced at everyone and said, I only said I wouldn't go, not that I wouldn't pay attention. Ha ha ha, that's indeed the case. I also happen to want to know what will happen next. An old man laughed heartily. The others also smiled knowingly. They were very interested in what would happen next. After all, this is a peerless, ruthless person who single-handedly caused the altar to collapse. If they really miss it, they might never encounter another like him again. Chapter 87. Still sucking it. The whole clan is stunned at the same time. Yi Qinyun had been transmitting to Chen Wen, but received no response for a long time. However, she didn't dare to force the issue, fearing it would lead her son to go into a frenzy. This is still going on. If this continues, even the ancestors will be drained by you. Damn it. The elders of the Qin clan were anxious to see this. But with Yi Qinyun standing in front, they didn't dare to rush in and stop it. Sister-in-law, can't you think of another way? Chen Bashuan took a deep breath, almost suggesting that Yi Qinyun forcibly intervene. What is the matter? If he goes mad, you take responsibility. Yi Qinyun shot a cold glance at Chen Bashuan. We don't know if he will go mad. But if this keeps up, none of us will survive. The elders were all stunned. Chen Bashuan forced a smile. If this continues, the supreme ancestor will have to come out again. By then, we won't just be punished. We might lose the family's foundation. Yi Qinyun fell silent, thought for a moment, and decided to walk towards where Chen Wen was. At that moment, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. Mother, is there something you need? Hearing Chen Wen's transmission, Yi Qinyan hurriedly said, Son, you have to stop now. Is it time already? Chen Wen asked. Logically, only 3/4 of the time should have passed. Yi Qinyan shook her head. It's not about time. If you continue, the altar and the ancestor's statue will be shattered by you. Chen Wen immediately looked at the altar. What met his eyes was a cracked altar and the 9 array masters struggling to hold it up. As for the protective divine shadow in midair, it had already become faint, on the verge of disappearing. Seeing this, Chen Wen couldn't help but stop his actions, sighing inwardly. As a member of the Qin clan, he naturally understood that he could not harm the family's interests for his own sake. What a pity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing? The crowd was speechless. They had seen people take advantage and then play innocent, but they had never seen anyone this shameless. However, they also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Wen knew when to stop. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good on anyone's face. Chen Wen didn't say anything more and slowly closed his eyes again, carefully sensing the changes within his body. The most obvious change was his physical cells. His blood and energy surged. Each cell trembled like a thunder drum, sounding like thunder. He had a feeling that his physical strength was at least 3 times what it used to be. And all of this was due to the changes in the chaotic sequence. But even so, the second sequence lock was still not unlocked. Once the sequence lock was released, the changes it would bring were beyond his estimation. In addition, a small bud had started to grow from the roots of the divine tree in his spiritual acupoint. The changes in the tender bud also brought a change in power, the most obvious being that the divine power radiating from it was older and stronger than before. This wave of harvest was enormous. Chen Wen couldn't help but smile. With this in mind, Chen Wen slowly began to retract the power within and outside his body, suppressing the surging blood energy. What Chen Wen didn't know was that Qin Tianming had been staring at him intently all along. His gaze was deep and cold, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, ready to take a life at any moment. Huff! Chen Wen let out a long breath and finally opened his eyes. The crowd looked at Chen Wen and didn't know what to say. At this moment, they no longer dared to underestimate Chen Wen. No matter how Chen Wen absorbed the imperial energy, at least no one present had such an ability. Even Qin Tianming, this supernova, was crushed to pieces in this round. Seeing Chen Wen like this, Yi Qinyan also felt relieved. At least her sudden intervention did not cause any aftereffects. After returning to her seat, she looked at the pale-faced Mo Qinshue and said, You lost. Prepare 3 imperial artifacts. Also, hand over my imperial spear. As she spoke, Yi Qinyan's voice suddenly turned cold. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into dead silence. This really gave no face at all. The crowd exchanged glances. However, thinking about it, it wasn't surprising for Yi Qinyan to be aggressive. The bet was proposed by Mo Qinshue, and she even used someone else's son as a stake. It was surprising that Yi Qinyan would give a good face. Hand over the spear, Lulan Yutian said to Mo Qinshue. Obviously, he sensed that the situation was amiss and wanted to mediate. Mo Qinshue gritted her silver teeth and placed the imperial spear in Lulan Yutian's hand. Sister-in-law, this is your spear. Please take care of it. Lulan Yutian handed it over to Yi Qinyan. Yi Qinyan didn't even look at Lulan Yutian and coldly said, I want her to return it personally. Sister-in-law, Lulan Yutian wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Yi Qinyan. This matter is non-negotiable. Lulan Yutian's smile gradually faded as he stared at Yi Qinyan for a long time before returning the imperial spear to Mo Qinshue. Mo Qinshue knew that without an attitude, she couldn't settle this matter. So she took a deep breath and raised the imperial spear with both hands, saying, Sister Yin, this indeed was my little sister's fault. Please don't take offense. After seeing Xiao Wen's growth today, as an elder, I am very happy for him and also for you. Sister Yin. Yi Qinyan grabbed the imperial spear and coldly said, Your high regard for my son is something he cannot bear. Keep it for your own happiness. After saying this, she ignored Mo Qinshue's difficult expression and directly sat back down. Under the gaze of the crowd. Mo Qinshue was extremely ashamed and furious, but at this moment, she couldn't explode. Since sister-in-law has said so, then we won't say anything more. Lulan Yutian pulled Mo Qinshue down to sit, but his face was extremely ugly. Chen Bashuan, who had already returned, watched all of this without saying a word. Not to mention his own wife. He couldn't stand Mo Qin Shi either. It was understandable to stand up for your daughter, and it was understandable to be angry. But one cannot repeatedly act recklessly. Just because others are silent doesn't mean you are in the right. Now that you've been slapped in the face, you want to smooth things over. Where were you before? Not to mention whether your daughter was right or wrong. Just based on your character, he would never allow his son to marry your daughter. Thinking of this, Chen Bashuan then said to Chen Bashuan, "Let's proceed to the next round." Good. Chen Bashuan nodded. And at this moment, he had regained his calm, appearing as the fair and impartial host. He stood up and addressed the crowd below. The first round of Imperial Energy Baptism ends here. Next is the second round, the Bloodline Purity Test. If anyone did not perform well in the first round, please feel free to showcase yourself in the second round. Then, he shifted his tone. This round largely determines the order of the Imperial children's numbers. The closer the Imperial number is to the front, the more resources and support one will receive. So work hard. Don't leave any regrets for yourself. Chapter 88, no enemies. No reunion. 9-rank pure blood of the Emperor. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples immediately became agitated again. Indeed, the first round does not represent everything. The second round, which tests the purity of bloodlines, is the most critical. Although Imperial aura can purify bloodlines to some extent, if a person's bloodline purity is not high to begin with, no amount of Imperial aura absorbed will help. This most fundamental aspect cannot be changed by external forces. No matter what. With this thought, their previous despair was swept away. Chen Tianming felt the same way. He slowly stood up again, regaining his previous indifference and aloofness. He lost in the first round, but he would not lose in the second. Bloodline purity, huh? Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. In fact, he was also quite curious about what level his Imperial blood had reached. Chen Bashuan scanned the disciples and then spoke. Come, activate the Emperor Bloodstone pillars. Yes. The 9 formation masters responded and began to form seals again. Soon, 9 black stone pillars rose in the large venue. The pillars were covered with blood-colored patterns, like flowing magma. Even from a distance, one could still feel a mysterious aura swirling around these flowing patterns. Once the Emperor Bloodstone pillars were completely erected, Chen Bashuan continued. These 9 Emperor Blood pillars are used to measure your bloodline purity. Do you see the blood-colored Imperial patterns on them? You just need to place your palm on the stone pillar and then mobilize your blood aura, and the blood-colored Imperial patterns will light up. There are a total of 11 colors of Imperial patterns: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, gray, silver, and gold. These 11 colors correspond to the 1st to 11th ranks, with the 1st rank being the lowest purity and the 11th rank being the highest. At this point, Chen Bashuan changed the subject. This time, there are 1,030 disciples participating in the adult ceremony. Next, you will be divided into 9 groups. The specific grouping will be according to the order of the number tokens distributed, with each group initially having 114 members. As for the 4 who receive white tokens, they can choose any Emperor Bloodstone pillar to test. However, they can only proceed after those with numbers have completed their tests. The results will be recorded by dedicated elders and publicly announced after the ceremony ends. Do you have any questions now? No. The disciples answered in unison, clearly showing their eagerness on their faces. All right then, come and distribute the number tokens. Chen Bashuan nodded and issued the command. The elder in charge of hosting the gathering did not hesitate any longer and began to distribute the tokens to the disciple below. Chen Wen drew a token from the elder's hand, and as he opened his palm, a white token immediately caught his eye. Oh, I didn't expect to be so lucky. I drew one of the only 4 white tokens. Chen Wen's lips curled slightly. He did not have too many thoughts about this result. For him, it didn't matter whether he was first or last. Soon, all the disciples received their tokens. After getting their tokens, they autonomously gathered under their respective Emperor Bloodstone pillars. Chen Bashuan glanced at the disciples and then spoke. As soon as this was said, the disciples immediately began to move, quickly splitting into 9 groups, each heading towards their respective stone pillars. Soon, only 4 disciples remained on the scene. They were Chen Wen, Chen Tianming, Chen Zai, and Chen Tiandu. Seeing this situation, The already noisy scene erupted with excitement. Wow, how did they all end up together? Those elders must have done it on purpose. Awesome. This is going to be fun. The top 3 of the Heavenly Man ranking plus a super dark horse. Haha. Who do you think will take first place among the 4 of them? Chen Tianming. After all, his cultivation and talent are evident. Hehe. You seem to have forgotten what happened just now. Didn't Chen Tianming get crushed to pieces? This is different. This round tests bloodline purity. No matter how powerful the absorption methods are, they won't work. It's different. You'll know when you see it. No matter how much you brag, it won't help. As the noise echoed in the scene, the various power representatives on the high platform also showed interested expressions. Because bloodline purity reflects a person's foundation and not external means, they couldn't be certain about who would win first place. However, their mindset had changed. They no longer dared to underestimate Chen Wen. At the very least, in their eyes, Chen Wen was now a genius on the same level as Chen Tianming. At this moment, the 4 standing in the center of the arena exchanged glances. Except for Chen Wen, the other 3 had fierce flames flickering in their eyes. Clearly, none of them would give in during this round, believing that they were not inferior to the other 3. And Chen Tianming's cold, bloodthirsty gaze finally fixed on Chen Wen. His goal was clear, to trample Chen Wen underfoot in this round of testing. At this time, Chen Bashuan's voice rang out again. The testing begins now. Disciples, please proceed to the Emperor Bloodstone testing platform in order. Here we go. The disciples shivered, took a deep breath, and walked towards the Emperor Bloodstone testing platform. As the 4 disciples pressed their hands onto the Emperor Bloodstone pillars simultaneously, the pillars trembled. The next moment, the imperial patterns surged wildly, and light burst forth. Chen Ge, 18 years old, 3-rank pure blood of the Emperor. Chen Gen, 17 years old, 4-rank pure blood of the Emperor. Chen Zihan, 16 years old, 2-rank pure blood of the Emperor. Chen Tianfeng, 18 years old, 5-rank pure blood of the Emperor. Ancient inscriptions echoed from the stone pillars,